Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 1068 to Chapter 1127. At this time, Senior Judge Critodemos loudly expressed his opinion. According to the laws of Dionia, citizens have the obligation to serve in the military, but there are no strict rules on how long they can serve at one time. However, the citizens of the kingdom are mainly Greek, and according to the Greek military tradition, citizens rarely go out to fight during the busy farming season, and usually do not fight for more than a month. Those who can fight for a long time are usually mercenaries who have no other income and only rely on fighting for a living. When the fighting time is too long, the public militia may gather to protest to the general, and even request to retreat back to their country. Of course, the citizens of the kingdom can't be as lax as the citizens of other Greek city-states, but this issue must be carefully considered. After Critodemos finished, the ministers were silent for a moment. Alexis looked at the Devers and said earnestly, "Your Majesty, the reason I attended the kingdom's council today was to report another important matter to you. In the past few years, our territory in Iberia has been attacked by the Lusitanians and a small number of Celts, and from this year onwards, the frequency of these attacks has become more frequent. The 18th Legion has to gather troops. The 18th Legion was formed after the end of the war in the western Mediterranean. The barracks were established in the central town of Sisi in the southern part of Iberia. The soldiers are mainly drawn from the citizens of Dionia in this area. More than half of the soldiers are Phoenicians and Carthage people, a small number of Greeks, and a very small number of Iberians, to resist. The morale of the citizens there is low because they can't go home for a long time, leading to a decline in fighting strength, and many casualties. And because too many young citizens in the Iberian territory have been transferred to fight, there is a lack of labor force, affecting other affairs in the region, so the governor of Iberia, Lord Hacker, has a lot of complaints about our Ministry of Military Affairs. The way the Iberian natives attack is very similar to the Gauls. If we adopt the same method to deal with it, I fear we will repeat the mistakes of the Iberian territory. I am not opposed to the kingdom sending troops to assist Etruria. On the contrary, I hope your Majesty and the other lords can find a better way to defend against the enemy's attack, and at the same time avoid the problems I mentioned above. Then we can apply this method to the northern border of Etruria, to Iberia, to the borders of the kingdom that needs to be defended to ensure the stability and development of the kingdom." The Devers nodded solemnly, then looked around at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Alexis's words are good, we need to think deeply. Now the kingdom's territory is more and more expansive, and this expanse means that we can no longer be like before. The enemy is 10 miles away, 100 miles away. We can gather the army, we can reach the battlefield in 1 or 2 days, and after 4 or 5 days of fighting, we won't even have to finish our rations. Now the kingdom's border is relatively far away from Thurii. Alexis, tell me, from Thurii to the northern border of Etruria, how many days will it take for the army to march?" Alexis immediately replied, "If we go by sea, with a favorable wind, it'll take about 5 or 6 days, but that's almost impossible. It'll take at least 7 or 8 days. If we go by land, considering that the road north of Campania hasn't been built yet, it'll take at least 15 days. If we go by land and sea, it'll take at least 10 days. And from Thurii to the southern part of Iberia, mainly by sea, it will take 15 days, but the sea is long, there is the danger of encountering storms. And from Thurii to Carthage, mainly by sea, it will take at least 10 days, and we also have to consider the risks of the sea." "Alexis, I only asked one question, but you answered so many." The Devers joked, but none of the ministers laughed, they were all thinking. This is just a march, it will take so much time, and to fight until the end of the war, it will take even longer. The Devers gathered their thoughts and said solemnly, "Now our kingdom is the most powerful country in the western Mediterranean, like Syracuse, Carthage, who dared to lead an army to directly attack the kingdom's territory will not happen again. Our enemies are afraid of our strength. I'm afraid that more of them will adopt tactics like the Lusitanians, Gauls, to avoid a direct battle, and use harassment to destroy our territory, tire out our soldiers, and prolong the war. Everyone, we cannot indulge in the past success. We must realize that as the strength of the kingdom changes, the surrounding environment also changes. Some of the past successful experience may not be suitable for the new situation. Just now, you have reached a consensus. Helping Etruria is also protecting the safety of the kingdom, but how to help is also a big problem. You must understand, finding a solution is not only to temporarily deal with the problems of Etruria, Iberia, but to find a new way to improve the kingdom's current military system, to protect the safety of the kingdom's territory. Although the Devers' voice was not very loud, these words echoed in the hearts of every minister, suddenly raising the height of their view of this problem a lot, also making them feel the pressure. The expression on everyone's face became solemn and excited, but the hall suddenly became abnormally quiet. The Devers no longer urged them. He leaned back in his seat, seemingly closing his eyes to rest, but in fact, his mind was also wandering. The Etrurian envoy had been here for 2 days, and the diplomatic officer was in charge of receiving them. In fact, he had already roughly figured out the envoy's purpose of coming and reported it to him. After thinking about it, he already had some ideas in his mind. After all, unlike the ministers who had to feel the stones to cross the river, he had thousands of years of Eastern and Western historical experience as a backing, and he also knew some of the military development process of ancient Macedonia and Rome. He could refer to, learn from, and absorb. It was just that the solution he came up with involved a few thorny problems that needed to be discussed with the ministers, reached a consensus, and worked together to solve it, so he deliberately guided them. Of course, he also hoped that the ministers could come up with a better solution to this problem. After a long time, the rotating president, Cypros, asked. In the 2nd year after the Western Mediterranean War, Cornelis fell ill from overwork and was bedridden. Under the proposal of the Devers, the Senate unanimously elected the wartime governor of Sicily, Cypros, who had contributed a lot in the war and made outstanding contributions, to temporarily replace Cornelis, but not long after Cornelis died of illness, Cypros was replaced. May I ask Lady Alexis, when the Carthage people were developing the Iberian territory, they must have also encountered the difficulties we are facing today. How did they manage to resist and conquer the indigenous people for a long period of 10 years, and at the same time stabilize and develop the territory? This question made Alexis think for a while before she said with deliberation, the details of the past situation of the Iberian region may only be answered by Lord Hacker, the governor of Iberia. What I know is, at that time, the governor of Carthage Iberia, Margot, had an army of nearly 50,000 people. They were very strong, and all of them were mercenaries. They did not have to do manual labor, so they could throw themselves into the battle with the indigenous people at any time, and gradually completed the suppression of the indigenous people. But even so, the Carthage people also paid a great price for this. It is said that most of the income of the Iberian territory and 1/3 of the annual taxes of Carthage are used to support this army. This is too expensive. The kingdom can't adopt this method, otherwise there is no need to do anything else. The financial officer, Archipides, expressed his opinion loudly. Although they felt that his voice was a bit noisy, many ministers still agreed with his opinion. Cypros said in a deep voice, "Of course, we can't spend a huge amount of money to support a mercenary army, but we can imitate this method." The Devers' eyes lit up. I remember that if a foreigner wants to become a citizen of Dionia, from registration to becoming a probationary citizen, and then to becoming an official citizen, it takes at least 5 to 6 years. During this period, they have to work in the kingdom, rent land, work as a hired hand, work as the lowest level municipal handyman, work as a dock laborer. Sometimes they even have to respond to the kingdom's conscription, participate in public works, or become the auxiliary labor of the army, and take turns with the soldiers. And during this long period, they also have to abide by the law and pay taxes regularly. It's very hard and they have to live carefully in the kingdom before finally becoming an official citizen. Cypros sighed softly, then why don't we amend the decree on allowing foreigners and freedmen to become citizens of Dionia? Just announce that anyone who wants to become a citizen of Dionia must first serve the kingdom of Dionia, and be stationed at the borders of the kingdom. After 5 to 6 years of service, they can then become an official citizen of Dionia, and enjoy the various rights granted by the kingdom. Sure enough, as expected by the Devers, Cypros's proposal was roughly the same as what he had in mind, the only difference was the length of service. The Devers' idea was to serve for 10 to 15 years, which happened to include the period when a young man's physical strength and energy was at its peak. But after careful consideration, the Devers had to admit that Cypros's proposal was more practical. At the current stage, it only took about 6 years to become a citizen of Dionia, and if the time was suddenly extended to more than 10 years, and they had to risk their lives, these freedmen would definitely be dissatisfied. Moreover, if these disgruntled foreigners were to gather together and form an army to guard the dangerous border without any hope for the long term, it would only lead to more trouble. In his previous life, the reason why the Roman Empire could allow its soldiers to serve for more than 20 years was because most of the soldiers they recruited were citizens of Rome. Perhaps at this stage, the length of service given by Cypros is more appropriate. The Devers tapped his fingers on the back of his chair as he thought to himself. Unlike the Devers who were calm, the ministers were a little surprised by Cypros's proposal. Raphael was the first to ask, Lord Cypros, do you mean to abolish the immigration law that has been in effect for 20 years and replace it with this new law that states that one must serve at the border to become a citizen of the kingdom? Yes, Lord Raphael, Cypros replied calmly. Cypros calmly replied, if the new Immigration Act is promulgated, and the old Immigration Act is still in effect, then the vast majority of the free outlanders will still choose the old Immigration Act instead of serving. After all, it is relatively easy to achieve, so the new Immigration Act will be meaningless. But if the old law is abolished and the new law is implemented, the free citizens who are willing to join the kingdom will all run to serve, and the labor force in the kingdom will be greatly reduced. We all know that after the war with Carthage, the kingdom's land has more than doubled, and there is still a lot of land that has not been distributed. We urgently need a large amount of labor. If we suddenly change the original law, it will definitely seriously affect the development of the kingdom. Moreover, those who were recruited into the army were definitely young and strong free citizens. Then what about those who were a bit older, possessed certain skills, unmarried women, or children who lost their parents? Will they never be able to become citizens of Dionia no matter how hard they work? Are we going to give up on the belief that has gradually been formed among the Greek freedmen of the Mediterranean Sea after a long period of hard work since the establishment of the kingdom? Burkos took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, Dionia is a kingdom of fairness and fraternity. Anyone, regardless of their origin, race, age, or gender, can become a citizen of this kingdom as long as they yearn for this kingdom and work hard for it. Burkos' last few words were powerful and resonant, and even the Devers were moved. Of course, it also caused a wave of discussion among the ministers. Cypros obviously did not consider this aspect of the problem, so he fell into deep thought and did not immediately respond. At this moment, Atari said, Lord Burkos, you spoke very well just now. But I would like to ask, does Athens only have citizens of Athens? Burkos was a little puzzled by this irrelevant question, but he still answered seriously, of course not. There are many foreigners in Athens, even more than the citizens of Athens. So did these free people stay in Athens for a long time to become citizens of Athens? Antares asked. This time, Burkos more or less understood what Antares meant, but he still answered the well-known fact honestly, of course not. Athens does not allow foreigners to become citizens. In fact, not only Athens, but also Thebes, Corinth, Argos, Sparta, almost all the Greek city-states do not easily accept foreigners as citizens. But this is also the reason why Dionia can attract a large number of Greek free people from the eastern Mediterranean Sea to come here every year. But in Athens, Corinth, Argos, Thebes, and even Sparta, there are still a large number of free people. They stay in these city-states for a better life, even if they do not have any political rights, and their lives are not guaranteed. The Greek city-states do not have any special laws to protect free people. They can only do all kinds of menial work in the city-states, and even when war breaks out, they must be conscripted as auxiliary soldiers or sailors. The living conditions are terrible. Antares pretended to lament with a heavy expression. Then, he raised his voice and said confidently, but what about the free people living in our kingdom? There are several laws specifically formulated to protect some of their rights, and they have been amended many times. They can rent the public land of the kingdom, and the tax rate they pay is not very high. They can also serve as the lowest public officials in the kingdom. Although in our eyes, they are lowly, they still have a lot of influence on ordinary people. Although we also conscripted them in war, we almost never let them directly participate in the battle. And if they die accidentally, their families will receive a lot of compensation, although there is still a big gap compared to the rights obtained by the citizens. Compared to the free people in Greece, their lives are already very good. Moreover, the kingdom of Dionia is powerful and prosperous, and its territory is peaceful, unlike the Greek city-states in the east, which are weak and often suffer from wars, resulting in their homes being destroyed. So even if the old immigration law is abolished, causing many foreigners to be unable to become Daolian citizens, I think they will still come here to settle down, because the kingdom of Daionia is indeed the most suitable place for them to live. Lord Antares is right. The rotating chairman, Hegemon, took the initiative to resign from his position 3 years after the end of the Western Mediterranean War. Affected by the illness of Cornelis, the 70-year-old Vespa took the initiative to resign from his position to the Devers. He also begged not to participate in the Senate meetings and to retire at home. The Devers agreed to his request, and suggested that the Senate elect Hegemon to replace him. He continued, in the past, Daionia needed a large number of new people to quickly replenish the strength of the kingdom, and to deal with the dangerous surrounding environment. So, the foreign free people were treated very well. But as your majesty has said, as time and the situation change, the old laws have to adapt to the new needs and should be changed accordingly. Now that the kingdom is strong, not only do any city-states and countries dare not challenge us, but they will also take the initiative to seek an alliance with us. Under such a relatively safe environment, do we really need to be so eager to convert these foreign free people into citizens of the kingdom? Now, there are indeed many vacant lands in the kingdom. Apart from considering the free people who want to become citizens of the kingdom, can't we focus on our own people? Now, the population of the kingdom is more than 3 million. How many adult citizens are there every year? Hegemon asked this question to the new Minister of Education, Montodicus. Why did he ask him and not the Minister of Household Registration, Raphael? Because Hegemon believed that after the establishment of Daionia 20 years ago, almost all the children of the citizens had to enter the various cities to study. Therefore, the Minister of Education, who was in charge of all the schools, should have more say. However, Montodicus said, I don't know how many adult citizens there are every year, because many students have already graduated from school before they are of age. I can only tell you that the number of graduates last year was 23,571. Raphael interrupted, every year, there are about 20,000 adult citizens in the kingdom, but the number has been rising sharply in recent years. This is because after the last war, the kingdom has merged with several regions and has a larger population. Hegemon expressed his gratitude to the two of them and then asked the Minister of Household Registration, Sir Raphael, as far as you know, how many families have more than 2 boys among the citizens of the kingdom? This question was a little difficult for Raphael. He thought for a while before saying with uncertainty, I'm afraid there are at least 70% of them. Due to the blessings of Hades and the high level of medical skills in the kingdom, Sir Helps has led the doctors to invest a lot of energy in childbirth and the treatment of children with the strong support of His Majesty. They have made great progress, greatly increasing the success rate of pregnant women in childbirth and greatly reducing the death rate of babies after birth. Now, most families have more than 2 children, and for the old citizens, almost every family has a child who has successfully grown up. At this point, Raphael turned and nodded to the Minister of Helps, to express his gratitude. So, how many foreign freedmen does the kingdom accept every year to become official citizens? Hegemon asked again. This number is uncertain. In the years before the last war, because there was very little land left, according to the request of His Majesty and the Senate, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Household Registration Department deliberately controlled it. Coupled with the stable situation in the Eastern Mediterranean, there were only about 2,000 people a year. In recent years, the kingdom has been in urgent need of labor, and the war in Greece has been getting more and more intense, so there are at least 10,000 people a year. Everyone, you have all heard it. The kingdom has about 20,000 adult citizens every year, which is almost the same number as the citizens of a traditional strong Greek state. Although the Household Registration Department has been distributing land to them in recent years, this is only a temporary measure to occupy the vacant land more quickly. In fact, there is no special law in the kingdom that requires the distribution of land to adult citizens because, according to our usual thinking, they will inherit the property left by their father in the future. But now, the situation in the kingdom is that most citizens have several sons. According to the kingdom's law, the inheritance is freely distributed by the original owner according to their own will. Most citizens will choose to divide their property equally among several children, so the land area owned by each child may even be smaller than the original land allocated to the citizens by the kingdom. These children born and raised in the kingdom receive the kingdom's education from an early age, abide by the kingdom's laws, and are familiar with everything in the kingdom. They love and are loyal to the kingdom, but after they become citizens, they receive less than these foreign freedmen who have become official citizens. Everyone, do you think this is fair? Hegemon's words moved the ministers. Even the Devers was a little stunned. He could not help but say, "We have indeed neglected the issue of adult citizens in the past. Fortunately, you reminded us in time, Hegemon. We need to pay attention to this issue. Of course, we should cherish these young people, because they are the future of the kingdom." So after the meeting, Hegemon, Raphael, and Buckos, the three of you will discuss the issue of whether and how the adult citizens should be given land, and come up with a draft plan. We will discuss it at the next meeting, and then submit it to the Senate for approval. "Yes, Your Majesty," the three of them replied in unison. Alright, now let's return to the issue of how to reinforce the Etrurian alliance. I think Heraclitus' proposal of building a military fortress on the land given to us by the Etrurian alliance is a good idea. Cyprus's proposal of recruiting free citizens and forming a border army is also a good idea. The problem that Buckos mentioned should really make us think deeply. The reason why Daionia could grow so quickly is because we have been carrying out the Accept Immigrants Act for a long time. That's why we have the support and help of the free citizens, and we have been successful in every war. Today, even if the kingdom has become stronger, we still have many enemies, and in the future, we will encounter more powerful enemies. Also, if a pool is not fed with running water, it will easily rot. If a country is too closed, without fresh blood, it will lose its vitality. Therefore, I don't think we should completely stop the previous Immigrants Act, but how to solve the border defense problem of the kingdom and the alliance, and at the same time give other free citizens a chance to become citizens of the kingdom, and not let our adult citizens feel that it is unfair. This requires us to think carefully and come up with a good and practical solution. The Devers summarized and evaluated the ministers' discussion in a slow manner, and at the same time, drew a general framework for the ministers in a firm tone, so that they would not deviate from the direction of the discussion and fail to achieve the ideal result he wanted. The Devers' words caused the ministers to think deeply. Not long after, Cyprus, who had been thinking, said, "Your Majesty, regarding this problem, I think it will be easier to solve as long as we set a different period for the foreign free citizens to become citizens of the kingdom. Free citizens who join the army and guard the border only need to serve for 5 years, and then they can become official citizens of Daionia. Other free citizens will have to work in the kingdom for more than 10 years before they can become official citizens. This way, the free citizens who wish to become citizens of the kingdom as soon as possible will be willing to take the risk and join the border army. Meanwhile, the free citizens who are unwilling or unable to take the risk will still have a chance to become citizens, as long as they are willing to slowly endure in the kingdom." The Devers stroked his chin and thought for a while, then nodded and said, "This is a good idea. Does anyone have any opinions?" Seeing that the Devers had agreed, the other ministers did not have much objection, but after discussing the details, they finally perfected the new bill. All foreign free citizens who are recruited by Daionia and join the Dionysian army will become official citizens of Daionia after serving for 5 years. Other foreign free citizens will have to live in Daionia for 10 years, pay taxes on time, and abide by the law before they can become official citizens of Daionia. If they pass away during this period, their family members can continue the period, and they will still be able to become citizens of Daionia. After discussing for a long time, there was finally a result. Just when everyone was relieved, they heard the rotating president, Lucius, due to the death of Cornelis and the seclusion of Vespa. Lucius was already 65 years old a year ago, wanted to resign from all his posts, citing his poor health and inability to cope with the complicated government affairs. What he said was true. After the war in the Western Mediterranean, the territory of the Kingdom of Daionia had greatly expanded, the population had skyrocketed, and the resources had become richer. Therefore, a large number of merchants, free citizens, and some envoys from the cities and forces had poured into the central city of Thurii, causing a huge increase in government affairs in the region of Thurii. The number of officials had almost doubled, but there was still a lack of manpower. But the Devers repeatedly urged him to stay, and in the end, he only resigned from his position as the chief executive of the region of Thurii, but still remained as the rotating president. In fact, many of the elders regarded him as the head of the 5 rotating presidents. Your Majesty, now that we have established a new immigration law, we have decided to recruit free citizens to defend the borders of Etruria and our Iberian territories, so how many people do we need to recruit? The Devers looked at Alexis. Alexis had already considered this, and he said without hesitation, I have already said before that the northern border of Etruria needs about 3,000 to 5,000 people. Considering that there will be continuous casualties in the process, we also need to constantly replenish. If we recruit more people at the last minute, it will take time to train them, so it is better to recruit a legion of people at once. This way, we can better use legion tactics to train them. In the future, when we fight with the regular army of the kingdom, it will be more convenient to command. And in the Iberian territories, we also need a legion of people to better protect the safety of the people in the territory. If we help the allies to reinforce a legion and defend the territory of the kingdom, but the number of soldiers is still not enough, I am afraid that the people will be dissatisfied with this. It is best that we recruit another legion to prevent a sudden invasion of a large number of enemies. It will be too late for the kingdom to mobilize the military, so we can first recruit this legion to buy some time for us. Hearing this, Lucius's face was already a little ugly. 3 legions, more than 24,000 people, this is a huge number. Has Lady Alexis thought about how much the kingdom will pay for this? Alexis was a little confused. Pay? There is no need for any pay, right? After these freedmen become soldiers, they eat in the barracks, live in the barracks, and after completing their service, they will receive rewards from the kingdom, become official citizens, and get a share of land. Do we still need to pay them extra? Lucius, who had been the administrator of Turii for many years, explained unhurriedly, a foreign freedman living in the kingdom, as long as he is diligent enough, can earn at least 15 drachmas a month. After a few years, when he becomes an official citizen of Daionia and gets a share of land, he will have saved a lot of money. He does not need to borrow from the Kristoia Bank at all, and he will have money to build a house, buy wheat seeds, buy livestock, and even buy a slave. His life will quickly stabilize. Not to mention these freedmen, even if it is the kingdom's public servants. Lord Raphael, does your slave camp also pay them some money? Yes, but very little, Raphael replied. But at least there is, Lucius said slowly. Lysias said slowly, I heard that there was a very strong young slave in the slave camp in Tulii. Every time he did more work than the other slaves, he received a lot of extra rewards. He saved all the money, and when he got his freedom, he actually went to the slave market to buy a female slave to be his wife. This is true. This slave is called Vainram. He works very hard and always gets rewarded. So he only stayed in the Turii slave camp for 3 years before the slave administration gave him his freedom last year. Raphael said with a smile, because he has been a slave since he was young, it is said that he has never been with a woman. In the slave camp, he always heard other slaves talking about that kind of thing, and he was particularly curious, so he did such an impulsive thing. When he finished, many of the ministers smiled. Lord Alexis, you see, even slaves are paid, not to mention these foreign freedmen who will become soldiers of the kingdom and guard the border for us. Are they treated worse than slaves? If that is the case, it will seem that we are too harsh, and it will also make them dissatisfied, which will affect their enthusiasm for recruitment and future battles. Am I right, Lord Alexis? Alexis had always been engaged in military affairs, so she did not know much about the kingdom's social life. After hearing these words, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed. She had no choice but to frankly say, thank you for your reminder, Lord Lucius. I have indeed neglected this problem. After I return to the Ministry of Military Affairs and discuss with my colleagues, we will decide how much to pay these freedmen soldiers. This is not just a matter of pay. The other rotating chairman, Sidorum, interrupted, their military supplies, their weapons, their material consumption. I am afraid that the kingdom will have to provide these. Tens of thousands of people. Their consumption is not a small number, and His Majesty has just said that this is not a temporary arrangement, but a long-term decree. It is a new and important decision of the kingdom. This means that the strong support of the Etrurian alliance is only temporary. For our kingdom, this will be a large long-term expenditure. But where will this large sum of money come from? After Sidorum finished speaking, the senior ministers and the rotating chairman looked at each other. They all understood that this was the difficulty of implementing this new decision. Alexis was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied, "Of course it will be from the national treasury." As soon as she finished speaking, the impatient financial officer Archimedes immediately shouted, "No. This is not allowed. I have already said that the national treasury is tight. There is no extra money to support such a long-term mercenary army." Alexis, as an important minister of the kingdom, was directly contradicted by Archimedes, who was only a mid-level official. No matter how self-restrained he was, he could not keep his face at this moment. He immediately said in a deep voice, "How many soldiers have died in our army? We have seized so many gold and silver mines for the kingdom, obtained so much good quality land, and increased so much wealth for the kingdom. Now we need some help from the national treasury for the army. Is this how your financial department treats the Ministry of Military Affairs?" Archimedes felt a little guilty after being glared at by Alexis, but he remembered Myrsa's words. "We guard the treasury for the kingdom, and we must be like a mother protecting her child. We must not give in easily. Even if it's an extra opal, we must haggle for a long time. Only then will we be qualified to be a finance minister, and only then will His Majesty think highly of us." Therefore, Archimedes calmed himself down and mustered up the courage to refute, "We did harvest some gold and silver mines, but His Majesty once warned us, the Ministry of Finance, that gold and silver cannot be distributed indiscriminately, and must correspond to the annual food production and tax revenue. In short, if we distribute too much gold and silver, the silver in our hands will become worthless, so we can directly mine gold and silver from the gold and silver mines as the expenses for this new mercenary army. The Ministry of Finance cannot make the decision, and must obtain His Majesty's approval." With that, Archimedes turned around and bowed respectfully to the medical department. Devers said softly, "Archimedes is right. Gold and silver mines are the strategic resources of the kingdom, and cannot be used as long-term financial expenses, unless there is a sudden special situation. His Majesty's decision is right. If the gold and silver mines are trampled, excavated, and distributed indiscriminately, the kingdom will be flooded with gold and silver, and it will only destroy the prosperity of the kingdom's trade and cause chaos." Minister of Commerce Marigi immediately expressed his approval and endorsed Archimedes. Archimedes continued in high spirits, also. "Lady Alexis, you only see how much land the kingdom has increased, but you did not see how many officials we have added to manage these lands, and the higher salaries we have to pay them. This is already a very large expenditure. Not to mention the large relocation expenses needed to relocate the citizens to these new lands, as well as the construction of roads, bridges, temples, and all kinds of public facilities and maintenance costs on these new lands. This is also a huge expenditure. To tell you the truth, if it wasn't for the recent prosperity of trade, and the increase in commercial tax revenue barely made up for these increased expenses, I'm afraid that the monthly salaries given to you would have been reduced." Archimedes said and nodded to Marigi to express his gratitude. Alexis was dumbfounded. He originally thought that with this new law, the kingdom could have 2 or 3 special corps that could be sent into battle at any time, and the Ministry of Military Affairs would feel much more relaxed. He did not expect the real difficulties to come. He said helplessly, since everyone agreed to establish such an army composed of foreign freedmen, and thought that there must be enough military expenses to maintain it, but the treasury is unable to provide the military expenses. Without military expenses, this army cannot be established, so what should we do? Lucius looked at his nose, and his nose looked at his heart, as if he was deep in thought. Cypros's eyes turned, and he wanted to say something several times, but he stopped himself. Marigi and Sidorum were whispering something. Hegemon shrugged and said apologetically, "I don't know much about the kingdom's finances." Archimedes, who had been complaining that he had no money, was now silent. The other ministers either really didn't know much about this and were somewhat at a loss, or they also put on a thoughtful look. A strange silence appeared in the hall of the palace. At this moment, a sonorous voice rang out. Because building an army that is truly free from daily labor and can be deployed into battle at any time is a requirement for our kingdom's expanding borders. It is a brand new and important long-term national policy. Therefore, it is best to levy a new tax on the people for its military expenditure. As soon as these words came out, some people were shocked, some looked the same, and some heaved a sigh of relief. Tax increase, someone finally said it out loud. Devers gripped the armrests of their seats tightly and looked at the person who spoke. It was Ardaris. It really was him. Daring and courageous, worthy of being an outstanding talent recommended by Kunigarata back then. Knowing that it would offend the majority of the people, he still said it without hesitation, as if the safety of the kingdom was more important than his own gains and losses. In comparison, the other rotating president, Cypros, who was more capable, was obviously thinking too much. As for Lucius, Hemont, Sidorum, and the others. Haha. Devers scanned the ministers quietly, taking in the expressions of the people in their eyes. When they met Cypros's eyes, Cypros quickly looked away. He had already realized that his performance just now had disappointed Devers. Tax increase? That's not very good, I'm afraid the people will find it hard to accept. The first to respond was the medical minister, Herpes. Yes, since the establishment of Dionia, the kingdom's direct tax has always been 1%, and it has not changed for almost 20 years. The people are used to it. If we want to tax them now, I'm afraid they will find it hard to accept. The construction minister, Heraclides, also expressed his opinion. As technical officials, he and Herpes did not seem to consider the problem from the perspective of the kingdom, but the first thing they thought of was the mentality of the people. His Majesty has already said that the times are changing, the environment is changing, and the kingdom is changing. Of course, our laws should also be changed to meet the new needs. 20 years ago, when Dionia was founded, there were only 3 or 4 small towns, and the population was probably less than 30,000, very insignificant. But now, the kingdom is the hegemon of the Western Mediterranean, and the territory area is more than 10 times that of the past, the population is more than 3 million, and there are many city-states and forces affiliated with us. It is no longer the small city-state alliance it used to be. Cypros finally stood up to speak. He said with great emotion, when Dionia was first founded, all the public officials, including the elders, were not paid, and now, the monthly salary of the junior officials of the kingdom can almost buy a cow, let alone us. 20 years ago, when Dionia went to war, all the citizens who could fight added up to less than 10,000 people, and they could reach the front line in a few hours, end the war in a day or two, and return to the city-states. The time was so short that the soldiers did not even finish the rations they brought from home. But now, once the kingdom launched a war, it could easily mobilize tens of thousands of people, and the war time was calculated in months. The military rations needed were calculated in tons as the basic unit, and this did not include other material consumption, all of which were provided by the kingdom. 20 years ago, Dionia did not have any major expenditure except for the construction of roads. But now, there were countless public buildings in the kingdom, and not only the construction cost, but the maintenance cost was also not a small figure, and the money earned by the schools and public hospitals in the towns was not enough to maintain the operation, and the kingdom needed to provide subsidies to maintain it. The bigger the kingdom, the greater the expenditure. Could the 1% tax meet the needs of the kingdom of Dionia? Of course not. We rely on the commercial taxes collected because of the prosperity of the trade brought by the strength of the kingdom. We rely on the inheritance taxes collected because the strength of the kingdom made the citizens rich. We rely on the other expenses that the strength of the kingdom made the citizens rich and colorful, such as the competitive games hosted by the Ministry of Commerce, lottery, library book borrowing fees, and so on. We rely on the wisdom of His Majesty and the hard work of everyone to barely ensure the development of the kingdom today. To be honest, the direct tax collected by the kingdom had been maintained at 1% for the past 20 years, and this was definitely a great miracle. This was the blessing of Hades. This was the kindness of His Majesty. Even during the most difficult times of the war, the kingdom only borrowed money from the people, and did not blatantly collect high war taxes. The people of Dionia should feel very lucky to live in such a happy kingdom, and not in other places. Look around us, this is no longer the traditional world where the citizens of the Greek city-states did not collect direct taxes a few decades ago. In the past, in the east of Sicily, during the reign of Dionysius, the war tax of each city-state was as high as 30%, and it lasted for many years. Even after he was later overthrown, Syracuse's annual direct tax was still close to 10%, to ensure that the city-state could restore its strength as soon as possible, and to ensure its safety under our pressure. In the west of Sicily, the tax rate of the Phoenician city-states and the Carthage city-states was relatively low, but it was still more than 5%. It was said that the money from these taxes was spent on the conquest of southern Iberia. Looking at Greece itself, in the past few decades of frequent wars, which city-states' direct tax was not more than 20%. Even the wealthiest city, Athens, had even come up with a wonderful way to collect taxes. They divided the demo district under their jurisdiction, and in each tax collection area, there must be a lot of foreign wealthy merchants who settled down, and then stipulated how much tax the area had to pay, and if they did not reach the target, they would be punished. Often, due to the pleas and coercion of the people in the area, more than half of the tax was borne by these wealthy merchants. Not to mention Sparta, which had always been a city-state, all the wealth earned was controlled by the government, and then it was responsible for the distribution. Everyone, this is a world of frequent wars and danger, and the countries and forces around us are accumulating strength and fighting. Even if Daionia is now strong, we can't take it lightly. The kingdom should not only increase taxes, but the tax rate should not be too low, so that the kingdom can operate normally, and have enough power to protect the safety of the territory, and defend the interests of the people. Cypros's words were so deafening that it made some people absent-minded, and some people suddenly understood. Then, the Devers loudly praised, "Well said." Only then did many people understand. His Majesty was in favor of raising taxes. The atmosphere in the hall began to change, but Lysias was still worried. "Your Majesty, once additional taxes are proposed, not only will it cause a lot of controversy in the Senate, but it will also cause a lot of dissatisfaction among the people. It may cause turmoil in the kingdom, and it will have a great impact on your prestige, Your Majesty." The Devers smiled faintly, and said in a deep voice, "People like Ardaris and Cypros have put forward such a proposal for the sake of the kingdom, regardless of personal honor or disgrace, and I, as the son of the patron saint of the kingdom, Hades, do not care about this little bit of criticism. I only ask you, Lysias, should we raise taxes?" The Devers' words hit the nail on the head, and Lysias could not avoid it, so he could only answer, "Your Majesty, from the current situation of the kingdom, we need an army of foreign freedmen. In order not to affect the normal operation of the kingdom, we also need to increase additional taxes to provide material support for this army." Actually, for the citizens of the kingdom today, paying a little more in taxes does not have much impact on their lives. Antares then spoke again. He would not let Cypros take the lead. "I've asked Bucos and the treasurer, Archipedes, just now. Take Turiae as an example. The average citizen here owns at least 20 acres of land. The annual harvest of food is not only enough to meet their needs, but they can also earn about 300 to 700 drachmas by selling it, depending on the harvest and the price of food. But this is not the majority of their income. As Turiae is the center of the kingdom, there are a large number of foreigners, and the demand for housing is high. Many citizens can earn 1 or 2 talent a year just by collecting rent. If the citizens of Turiae are special, let's take a look at the small city of Sicily. The population there is less than 4,000, and the main income of the citizens is farming. According to the statistics of the finance department, the annual harvest of every family, when converted into money, is at least 600 drachmas, and this does not include the cattle, sheep, horses, chickens, ducks, pigs, and other livestock they raise. In addition, don't forget that they often go to the workshops to help out during the slack season, and they can earn a sum of money. So what do these citizens with a lot of wealth usually do? Other than daily expenses and participation in military training, they also spend money on sports equipment, participate in various competitive training, spend money to watch competitions, and even buy Tino's blessings. They drink a lot of wine, visit a lot of restaurants, and occasionally go to the hot springs. The business of the women's brothels is also very good, and many citizens even specially buy female slaves as concubines. So how much do the citizens pay for the kingdom every year in taxes? Antares opened both of his palms and smiled disdainfully. On average, I'm afraid it's less than 10 drachmas. Perhaps some people are opposed to raising taxes. If the people are poor, and a new tax is imposed, not only will they be resentful, they might even riot. But the situation of the kingdom now is that the country is poor and the people are rich. His Majesty and the officials like us are trying our best to maintain the operation of the kingdom. We are stingy with the expenditure of the national treasury. Even some public buildings have to be built with donations from the people. If this situation continues, the kingdom will be unable to maintain the national treasury. What good will it do to the citizens? Over the past 20 years, the kingdom had worked hard to create and maintain this generous environment. Many of its citizens had turned from impoverished refugees into wealthy, dignified citizens of Dionia. Now it was time for them to give back to their country. Even if we increase the tax by 5%, the citizens will only have to pay less than 50 drachmas. It's still a small amount of money to them, but it's a great help to the kingdom, don't you think? Well said. The Devers praised once again and swept his deep gaze across the ministers again. He said in a clear voice, "Everyone, is there any objection to the additional tax increase for the formation of a new border army?" "Your Majesty, I have no objections." Seeing that the Devers had clearly expressed their support, Lucius did not dare to stop them anymore and bowed in response. "I agree with the tax increase." Hegemon, Sidorum, and the other ministers also gave their affirmative replies one after another. Good. The Devers slammed hard on the armrest and said, "Since we have all reached an agreement, then Antares and Cypros will take the lead, and Alexis and Archimedes will assist. We will formulate a detailed tax increase bill. How much tax to collect? How to collect it? How will it be used? Everything must be written clearly in order to be able to answer the questions of the senators. Here, I would like to solemnly remind everyone that before the formation of border army and tax increase bill is submitted to the Senate, everyone must keep it strictly confidential. Do not disclose it to outsiders. If the news is leaked, and I find out who leaked it, I will not let them off lightly." The Devers' last few words were filled with murderous intent, causing the ministers to feel a chill in their hearts. They could not help but remind themselves to be vigilant. The Devers withdrew his stern gaze and softened his tone. He then said, "Alexis, I have thought about it carefully. The number of foreign freedmen soldiers to be recruited will not exceed 2 legions for the time being. After all, we have to consider the feelings of the citizens. We cannot let them feel that we are going to completely replace them with mercenaries and prevent them from serving." With the reminder from the Devers, Alexis suddenly realized what she had overlooked. She immediately responded with sincerity, "I understand, Your Majesty." In fact, this was not the only concern of the Devers. As someone who was familiar with the history of his previous life, he was more worried that these recruited freedmen who were not yet loyal to the kingdom would gradually be owned by private individuals, which would threaten the safety of the royal family and the kingdom. Thus, he had to be vigilant at all times. Then, the Devers said, "Antares, Cypros, when you are discussing how much to increase taxes, don't just use the 2 legions I just mentioned as the benchmark. You have to set the appropriate amount higher so that there is enough leeway for the future. Try to get it done in one go. Otherwise, if we have to increase taxes frequently in the future when the finances are tight, not only will the Senate be upset, but the citizens will also be uneasy." "Yes, Your Majesty." The two of them looked at each other and replied in unison. The Devers stood up from the wooden chair, straightened his body, and looked at the crowd. He said in a sonorous voice, "Everyone, I will still say the same thing. The kingdom is developing, and the environment is changing. The old traditions and laws may not necessarily be suitable for the new situation. Instead, they may become obstacles. Thus, as the elites of the kingdom, you have to manage all aspects of the kingdom. You must have a flexible mind and a sharp vision. You must discover problems in time and eliminate them in time. Only then can you ensure the long-term prosperity of our kingdom. Please bear this in mind, all of you." The Devers' sincere words caused everyone to ponder. "What time is it now?" At this time, the Devers felt a little hungry and asked the clerk, Henepolis, who was standing by the stairs. Henepolis glanced at the water clock in the corner of the hall. "It's already past noon. Let the kitchen serve the prepared lunch. We can't continue the discussion on an empty stomach." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, the guards placed a small dining table in front of the ministers. Then, the servants brought out large and exquisite ceramic bowls filled with steaming hot soup. Pieces of beef of the same size floated on top of the soup. In the soup, there was a thick and uniform layer of dough, as well as countless tiny spices and vanilla powder. All kinds of fragrances mixed together. The aroma assailed everyone's nostrils and made them salivate. This was a new delicacy introduced by Kristoya's restaurant in recent years. The dough was made by fermenting flour and kneading it with water repeatedly. Then, the dough was sliced into thin slices and boiled in boiling water. After that, the slices were poured into the beef soup that had been prepared beforehand. Seasonings were added to it, and it was easy to make. It was smooth and tasty, and the customers could also add supplementary ingredients such as vegetables according to their preferences. Therefore, it was very popular among the people of the kingdom. However, the chefs in the palace were all from Kristoya's restaurant. Not only were their cooking skills extraordinary, but the raw materials they chose were naturally the best. The best wheat flour from Sicily. The city of Sicily was located at the foot of Mount Etna. The land area was small. Some of the people of Sicily had already reclaimed part of the flat land on the mountainside. It was very hard to go up and down the mountain every day. But because of the volcanic ash on the mountain, the land was very fertile. The wheat that was planted was plump and tasted very good after being ground into flour. Also, because of the low output, the price was very high. So even if the people of Sicily joined Daionia and regained new land, there were still very few people who were willing to go to the mountainside to farm. The wheat they obtained was basically bought by Kristoya's restaurant to provide for the royal family. The beef cattle produced in Lucaria was more than a year old from Grumentum. The people of the kingdom of Daionia recognized it as the best beef cattle among the Lucaria cattle. This was because there was a large lake to the south of the city of Grumentum, Lake Pachacino. The lake was extremely clear, and the shore was covered with grass. The calves of Grumentum drank the lake water and ate the grass on the shore as they grew up, so their meat was fat. After a long meeting, everyone was already a little hungry. When they were tempted by the smell of the noodles, their appetites immediately increased. Not only did they finish the noodles, but they also finished the noodle soup. Some people even asked for an extra bowl. Every month, the palace would gather the ministers of various departments at least 3 times for important administrative meetings. Often, the meetings would last for the whole day. Lunch was provided by the palace, and the ministers were long used to it. Naturally, they were not so restrained when eating. After everyone finished eating, they took a short break. Heraclides, the minister of construction, said, "Your Majesty, there is a problem with the repair of Annona, the road to Rome." "What problem?" "The Xianxia in the mountains to the north of Campania are obstructing our construction. Not only did they not provide labor and food as agreed, but the materials we sent there for the construction are also often lost. This has greatly slowed down our construction progress." I remember that the Xianxia also participated in the construction agreement signed 3 years ago. Not only did they agree, but they also signed their names, Lucius interjected. Perhaps this mountain race feels that the road passes through their territory, and the security of their territory will be affected if there are more people coming and going from the south to the north, so they went back on their word, Xianxia said solemnly. "Your Majesty, please allow me to send a diplomatic officer to the Xianxia to protest to them and ask them to abide by the agreement and help us complete the construction of the road as soon as possible." In the past, the Xianxia were sandwiched in the narrow mountains between the Wolsey and the Campania alliance. They are conservative and very tactful. I'm afraid that just verbal condemnation won't have an obvious effect. Devers pondered and said, "Alexis, your Ministry of Military Affairs, inform the 12th Legion, the legion's source is the eastern plains of Campania, and the military camp is built in Abella, to gather at the edge of the mountains to the north of Capua for military training. Make it more imposing." "Yes." "If the Xianxia are still stubborn and refuse to listen, then gather all the forces that signed the agreement to build the road and vote together to impose military punishment on the Xianxia who violate the agreement and repeatedly refuse to listen." Devers said with a dignified expression and forceful words, "Daionia can sit on the throne of central Italy because of our strength. If the Xianxia insist on provoking us, then we can use their blood to establish our prestige." "Yes, Your Majesty." Alexis responded with a slight excitement. "Also, after the forming a border force resolution is passed by the Senate, Xianxianos, Go and discuss with the Etruscan emissary to see if it is possible to build a road from Rome to the northern border of Etruria. This will help to transport food and supplies to the army stationed there in the future. Your Majesty, this is a good idea. Building the road will also help the relationship between the kingdom and Etruria, allowing for closer trade and personnel exchanges between the two countries. Marigi said with a slight excitement. But when the Gaulish army invades the Etruscan territory, they can also use the road to reach Rome more quickly. Lucius expressed his concern. This is actually a good thing. Devers said disapprovingly, we are not afraid of fighting the Gauls head-on. On the contrary, hiding in the mountains and harassing them like this is a bit of a headache. Your Majesty, I will send someone to negotiate with the Etruscan emissary on this matter. I believe that under the current situation, they should agree to this proposal. Ansitanos responded. He paused for a moment before continuing. Yesterday, the emissaries of several tribes in West Namibia came to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, hoping to meet your Majesty. What is it about? It's about the Marsili tribe. They provoked the conflict and sent troops to invade the territories of these tribes. The Marsili tribe. Devers tapped his fingers on the armrest and pondered for a moment before saying, although we had an agreement with the East and West Namibians at the end of the last war, not to interfere with their internal affairs, and we also had a secret agreement with the Marsili tribe, however, we can no longer turn a blind eye to the Marsili tribe's constant invasions of other tribes. Not only will this affect the trust the other Namibian tribes have in us, but a unified West Namibia is also not in our interest. The Marsili tribe's ambition must be stopped. I remember that there's another big tribe in West Namibia called Pado that has a grudge against the Maasai tribe. They're also more obedient to us. Send someone to contact this tribe in secret and tell them, Daionia supports them in joining forces with other tribes to fight against the Maasai tribe, and is willing to provide material support. Yes, Your Majesty, I will do it immediately. Ansitanos immediately understood, but he thought for a moment and reminded, there are several tribal territories between the Pado tribe and the Maasai tribe. The current leader has a gentle personality, and may not agree unless there's an actual threat. Devers stroked his chin with his hand, pondered for a moment, and said, if Pado refuses our proposal, then let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs take action and persuade most of the leaders in West Namibia to submit an application to the kingdom, strongly requesting the kingdom to intervene in this conflict and restore peace to West Namibia. This way, we won't be violating the agreement. Understood. Ansitanos already had this idea in mind, but he let Devers take the initiative to voice it out. Your Majesty, should our Ministry of Military Affairs prepare for the conflict in West Namibia? Alexis asked. Devers nodded. Regardless of whether the Ministry of Foreign Affairs mission is successful or not, your Ministry of Military Affairs must take the diplomatic failure and military intervention as the premise. First, let the General Staff do a war simulation, then make preparations based on the simulation, so that it can be used immediately when needed. Yes. Devers looked at Lysias again and said, although Carthage has been quiet for the past few years, we can't let our guard down. The intelligence department will step up their surveillance on it. The chief executive of Hadrumentum is Latagus, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Tell him about this so that he can be prepared. After getting another response from Lysias, Devers looked at the crowd and asked again, any other questions? Your Majesty, the construction of the main temple of Hades is speeding up. In another 2 days, after the design of the giant statue of the god at the top of the mountain is finalized, we will also begin the sculpting and modeling. I believe that the main temple of Hades will be completed before next year's celebration, Heraclid, the builder of the city, said as if he was taking credit. Very good. He did not want to talk more about the reconstruction of the temple in the council, because many elders and ministers supported Pleasantha's proposal, but some still opposed it. It was not only because the war had just ended, and the country had not fully recovered yet, but also because there would be a special ceremony when the main temple was built, which worried a few people. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It seems that you have no other questions. Devers changed the topic and said slowly, regarding the proposal you proposed last time, in view of the vast territory of the kingdom, In order to facilitate the governance of the kingdom, I hope to divide the kingdom into provinces and a permanent governor-general. I have made a decision. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly became alert and listened attentively. Devers saw that and continued to say calmly, I think your proposal is correct. Just like what I said just now, the situation of the kingdom has changed, and the old system must also be changed to adapt to the new development. However, the words province and governor-general come from Persia and don't match our Daionia. I'm more used to using the words region and regional governor to show the difference between the kingdom of Daionia and Persia. Region and governor. The crowd murmured these two terms. Your Majesty, these two terms are better. They are easy to understand and correspond to our city and city governor. Even the common people can understand the meaning of them. Even Ansitanos, who was a scholar, said so the others had no objections. Devers smiled and said, Herney, carry the kingdom's map here. The word carry was used because the map was drawn on a large wooden board. It did not only show the current territory of the kingdom, but it also included all of the western Mediterranean. Of course, the other areas were not as detailed and accurate as the kingdom's territory, so much so that the area north of the Iberian Peninsula and the Italian Peninsula was basically a blur. Devers got down from his throne and took the long wooden pole from Hernivorous. He drew on the map with it and said, in the northernmost area, the towns that we own in Latin and the Etruscan towns north of the Tiber River will be merged into the region of Rome. Rome will be established and the governor will be located in Rome. The towns that we own in Campania, Samni, and Annona will be merged into the eastern region of Campania. The governor will be located in Beneventum. Further south, the towns that used to belong to Lucania and the coastal towns of Posidonia, Elia, and Picassus will be merged into the Lucania municipality. The governor will be located in Grimentum. The towns that used to belong to the Bruttii region and Laos will be merged into the region of Bruttii. The governor will be located in Cosenza. The region of Apulia, according to the original territories of the three races of Dauni, Pacetti, and Masapi, was divided into the Dauni, Pacetti, and Masapi. The seat of Dauni was in Lusnia, the seat of Pacetti was in Silvium, and the seat of Masapi was in Urdii. Heraclea and Metapontum will be merged into the region of Turii. The governor will still be located here. Your Majesty, does Abyssinia belong to the region of Bruttii or the region of Turii? Sidorum asked softly. Oh, that was a slip of the tongue. Abyssinia still belongs to the region of Turii. The Devers immediately corrected himself and said, Cremissa, Asplugium, Crotone, and Silvia will be merged into the region of Crotone. The governor will be located in Crotone. Trine, Hyhernian, Colonia, Medma, and Locri will be merged into the region of southern Greece. The governor will be located in Trine. Taurina, Lygium, Rena, Mili, Tyndaris, and the unbuilt Himera. The old city of Himera had been destroyed by the Carthaginians, and no one had dared to build a town there for decades, but after the Western Mediterranean War, the whole of Sicily had come under the rule of the kingdom of Dionysia, and Cyprius, who was the wartime governor of Sicily at the time, had suggested rebuilding Himera. There are two reasons for this. First, it is the only wide flat lowland on the northern coast of Sicily, and the soil is fertile, which is suitable for a large population. Second, because it was less affected by the war, some of the Greek city-states on the northern coast were not merged into the kingdom of Daionia after the war. Instead, they were attached to Daionia and became autonomous city-states like Tarentum. Because Souris and Palmo surrendered early, Daionia kept its promise and allowed them to govern themselves. Himera is located in the middle of the northern coast, and its establishment is beneficial to the stability of the northern coast of Sicily. The Devers paused and said, Lygium and Messina. As soon as he said this, the ministers were surprised. However, Marigi thought for a moment and immediately praised loudly, Your Majesty is wise. Merging Lygium and Messina into one region is beneficial to the unified management of the shipping in the Strait of Messina. Setting the government in Messina and Lygium at the same time is beneficial to resolving the century-old conflicts between the people of these two towns. In fact, many of the ancestors of the people of these two cities came from the same alliance. The two cities are only 10 nautical miles apart, but because of the conflict of interests, there have been endless conflicts. Even after joining the kingdom of Daionia, it is still like this. I have gone to mediate a few times. This time, your majesty has set the two cities as the government of the region, which will help the officials and the people to resolve the conflicts for the common interest and improve the efficiency of governance. This is a great initiative. The Dever smiled and said nothing. But the government in Messina and Lygum at the same time, I am afraid it will be difficult to manage, Mentodicus asked doubtfully. Lucius took over the conversation and replied, it's just that it's a little far and requires a ship, but the twin cities of Naxos and Cremissa have already provided us with rich experience in governance. Mentodicus let out an "oh" and had no more questions. Devers continued, apart from Messina, the original territory of Sicily, together with Leontini and the eastern mountains of Sicyer, during the Western Mediterranean War, the tribal settlement of Sicyer was destroyed by Carthage, their food was plundered, and some tribes betrayed Daionia. After the war, Daionia won a great victory. Some tribes were afraid of being liquidated, and some tribes, in order to survive, chose to surrender to the kingdom under the direct threat of the army of Daionia and the goodwill of diplomacy, thus creating a domino effect. After a year, finally, the entire Sicyer mountains were completely annexed to the kingdom of Daionia, merged into the region of eastern Sicily, with Catanae as its seat, Tanis, Syracuse, and its original substates, Camillina, Paxenus, and the entire southeastern corner of the western Mediterranean were merged into the region of Syracuse, with Syracuse as its seat, then, Germ, Minoa, Agrigento, Echimus, Gela, and the central mountains of Sicyer from Enna to Cephaloition were merged into the region of southern Sicily, with Agrigento as its seat. The remaining towns of Sicily and the Sycan region, after the war, the Sycans, who suffered heavy casualties and were afraid of the revenge of the Sicyer people, voluntarily surrendered to the kingdom of Daionia, were merged into the region of western Sicily, with Lille as its seat, with Saros as the dividing line. The northern half of the island of Sardinia was divided into the region of northern Sardinia, with Saros as its seat, and the region of southern Sardinia, with Calaris as its seat. All the areas formerly controlled by Carthage and Corsica became the region of Corsica, with Alenia as its seat. The southern part of Iberia that Carthage assigned to us became the region of southern Iberia of the kingdom, with Saesai as its seat. There are 19 districts in total. Everyone listened attentively to the Devers and pondered over these new administrative divisions. Obviously, the king of the Devers had given it much thought and made the divisions for the sake of ease of administration and the development of trade. Some areas were large, but the population per unit area was not large, such as Lucania municipality and southern Sicily. Some areas were small, but the population was dense, such as Crotone. Some areas were small, but the population was small, but it was very important to the kingdom, such as Corsica, which was rich in precious metals, especially tin. But even so, everyone still had some doubts. Your Majesty, you seem to have forgotten about Hadrumentum of Africa, the attentive Antares reminded. I haven't forgotten. Although Hadrumentum is not large, its location is very important. It is adjacent to Carthage and the eastern Namibians, and it is temporarily under the direct jurisdiction of the kingdom so that we can get the situation there accurately in time and respond in time. The Devers' answer made everyone feel that it was reasonable, so no one raised any objections. Your Majesty, the area of southern Iberia is too large. The area is the sum of many of our other regions. It doesn't seem appropriate to just turn it into one region. The steady Lucius was a little worried. The Devers explained somewhat helplessly, although the Carthage people have conquered southern Iberia, that is only a conquest, and it is still a long way from completely making it their own. Apart from the people in the coastal towns who are basically the original Carthage and Phoenicians, the inland areas are almost governed by the tribes of southern Iberia. After we took over, there were very few people from the kingdom who colonized there, and the officials who were sent there are still familiar with the situation there. Apart from the mines being operated by the kingdom's merchants, there has not been much change in the political structure there. Now that the entire kingdom's land is largely empty and the population is insufficient, it is impossible to change the proportion of the population in a short period of time. It is better to maintain the status quo for the time being, to ensure the stability of the region. At least from the looks of it, the governor of the region, Hacker, is still very active in cooperating with the kingdom's request, and strictly acts in accordance with the laws of Daionia. Lord Hacker is indeed very sensible, but ruling a region for a long time is also against the laws of Daionia, and I heard that his physical condition is not too good. When Sidorum said this, he cast a questioning look at the medical minister. Helps replied truthfully, according to the medical records sent back by the doctor we sent to treat him, his heart has not been very good since he was young, and there is no way to cure it. He should not be too tired. So it is best to transfer him back to Turiai to take up an important position, and at the same time, he can better treat his illness. At the same time, let our officials take over Iberia earlier, and it will be beneficial for it to integrate into the kingdom faster. Sidorum continued to suggest. The Devers fell into deep thought. Lucius, Sidorum, and the other ministers exchanged glances, but none of them said anything. After all, Iberia's governor Hacker's identity was too special. He was not only the patriarch of the Maganid family of Carthage that had surrendered to Daionia, half a year after the end of the Western Mediterranean War, Mago, who had been in a coma all this time, finally passed away. Although it was reasonable to say that the Maganid patriarch should be inherited by Hasdrubal, most of the family members hoped that Hacker, who had a gentle personality and was more favored by the king of Devers, would take over the position. Hasdrubal himself did not want to take up this heavy responsibility, so even though Hacker repeatedly declined, he still took the position in the end. However, he very modestly repeatedly said that he was only acting as the patriarch in place of his brother. Moreover, because he had been in charge of government affairs in southern Iberia for a long time, whether it was the original officials or the local natives, he had more prestige. Moreover, he was a relative of the king of Devers. Also considering these issues, the Devers carefully considered for a moment, and replied more cautiously, this matter. I have to first seek Hacker's opinion. If he agrees to come to Turiai, do you think Bagul will be able to smoothly take over southern Iberia? Back then, after southern Iberia was annexed to the kingdom of Daionia, in order to stabilize the situation there, Devers promised not to replace the officials there in the short term. However, he sent a group of Daionia officials with strong administrative abilities to various towns in southern Iberia to serve as the assistants of the original officials. The leader of this group was Bagul. To have an important minister of the kingdom serve as the administrative assistant of a newly annexed region, this undoubtedly seemed like a demotion. However, the Devers considered that Bagul had previously served as the chief executive of Gramentum, Cosenza, Udir, and other large towns in the kingdom. Not only was his political achievements outstanding, he was also rich in experience, and was especially good at dealing with the local natives' affairs. Thus, he was the most suitable candidate. That was why he specially invited Bagul's family to participate in the royal family's banquet and had a heart-to-heart conversation with Bagul. Afterwards, Bagul gladly accepted the appointment and headed to southern Iberia to take up his post. Your Majesty, from Bagul's special trip to the Senate last year to report on state affairs, not only has he familiarized himself with the state of affairs in southern Iberia, he has also made the local officials familiar with him. Some officials are also willing to cooperate with him, and he has also made friends with many of the Iberian native tribe leaders in the territory, winning their trust. I believe there shouldn't be too big of a problem, but we should still first seek his opinion. Hegemon first praised Bagul, and then cautiously expressed his own opinion. The Devers used a wooden stick to point at Iberia's position on the map. A moment later, he asked, if Hacker chooses to come to Turiai, what position would be more suitable for him? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. As mentioned before, Hacker's identity was too special. He was already a senator of the kingdom, although he rarely attended Senate meetings, and he was already a governor, although it was only a post-war compromise. He was already an important minister of the kingdom, and even the rotating chairman of the Senate and the ministers of the various departments were only of the same rank as him. Moreover, all the important positions in the various departments were occupied, and there were no vacancies. As for leaving them idle for the time being, it would probably be a considerable risk. This was because this would cause the original citizens and officials in southern Iberia to misunderstand that the kingdom was starting to get rid of the donkey when it was no longer of use, and it was afraid that it would cause unrest in southern Iberia. While everyone was silent, some people also began to complain about Sidorum, feeling that he should not have made such an unnecessary move, making it difficult for everyone to get off the tiger. The Devers' deep gaze swept across everyone's faces, and then he slowly said, I think it's better to set up another rotating chairman and let Hacker take the position. What do you all think? Everyone was stunned. Sidorum, who had already sensed everyone's resentment, was the first to respond. I support His Majesty's decision. Now that the number of senators has increased, 5 rotating chairmen are not enough to represent all the senators, especially since there are already more than 10 senators from Phoenicia. Lord Hacker being the rotating chairman is in line with the kingdom's needs. Where did these more than 10 Phoenician senators come from? More than half of them were not from western Sicily or southern Iberia, but from Sardinia. Although some of the Phoenician city-states in Sardinia chose to surrender in the Western Mediterranean War, Daionia did not allow them to choose autonomy like their compatriots in Sicily. In the past, Carthage could completely control the entire Sardinia island for the sake of benefits, so of course, Daionia could also force all of these city-states to join the Kingdom of Daionia. The people of Sardinia, who had been ruled by Carthage for a long time, did not have strong political demands. When Daionia was tough, they obeyed. However, in order to appease the local people and make it easier to govern, the kingdom still chose some of the island's famous people to enter the Senate. After Sidorum spoke, the others also expressed their agreement. If that's the case, after getting the approval of Hacker and Hasdrubal, Lucius, you can submit the proposal to the Senate to discuss and approve it. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Alexis spoke up and asked, Your Majesty, the newly divided regions are not exactly the same as the regions where the soldiers of the various legions come from. Will this affect the citizens' participation in military training and going out to war? Is there a need to adjust the source of the soldiers of the various legions? I don't think there's a need. Devers said straightforwardly, the army is the army, and the regions are the regions. Both sides do not interfere with each other, but they must cooperate with each other. Especially in times of war, the various towns and regions must fully cooperate with the legions to go out to war and deal with the aftermath. This is the law of Daionia. I think no official of any rank would dare to obstruct or violate it. After answering Alexis's question, no one else asked for a while, so Devers continued, let me talk about some adjustments to the ranks of the kingdom's officials after the division of the regions and the establishment of the regional chief officers. Everyone pricked up their ears again. The rotating president will still be the highest-ranking official in the kingdom, followed by the ministers of the various departments. The regional chief officers will have the same rank, but they must be elected by the Senate. The rank of the city chief officers will be the same as the second-ranking officials of the various departments. They are considered middle-ranking officials, and will no longer be elected by the Senate, but directly decided by the kingdom's executive council. Your Majesty's decision is absolutely correct. Hormones praised loudly. Right now, there are more than 100 cities and towns in the kingdom. Almost every 3 or 4 days, there will be a new city chief officer. The Senate is busy every day electing a successor. Where would they find the time to do other important things? The others also felt the same way. Lucius, Sidorum, and the other senior members of the Senate thought even more. Since the kingdom's executive council was held regularly, many internal affairs of the kingdom were resolved here. Even many laws were first discussed here, and after a resolution was formed, it was brought to the Senate for approval. Since the 5 rotating presidents and the ministers of the various departments were all important members of the Senate, when they had already reached an agreement, it was very easy for the proposal to pass. This way, the Senate's business had already been reduced a lot. If the election of the city chief officers was also removed, the role of the Senate would be greatly reduced. Lucius looked at Devers, who was weighing his words carefully, and thought for a moment. Next would be the demo administrator of each town, followed by the village head. This would constitute the kingdom's most basic 5 levels of administrative officials. The other departments would be adjusted according to this standard. Oh, that's right. The city chief officers of each district should be half a level higher than the ordinary city chief officers. Also, the authority of the district chief officers is not exactly the same as the wartime viceroys we have appointed in the past. He has the administrative power to manage the entire district, but he does not have the right to use the army, nor the right to make local laws. However, although he does not appoint the city chief officers within the district, he can recommend the chief officers of the various demos. Everyone thought deeply about every word that Devers said, because it was very likely to be closely related to their future. Archimedes could not help but interrupt, Your Majesty, after the kingdom's territory is divided into various districts and the appointment of the chief officers of each district, we still have to allocate other officials, right? That's a lot of people, and their ranks are not low. This will be a huge expenditure for the national treasury. This is unavoidable, Lucia said. Devers comforted him. The larger the kingdom's territory, the more problems there will be, and the more complicated the difficulties will be. This requires us to be more precise and efficient in our governance. Of course, we can discuss which officials to allocate. For example, the population of each town was originally small, and 1 or 2 clinics and hospitals could solve the problems of the citizens, so most towns did not have medical officials. However, now that we have established districts, regardless of whether it is to prevent and control epidemics or to supervise the treatment of illnesses in the entire district, we need medical officials to ensure the health of the people in the district. Another example is whether there is a need for construction officials to be set up in the district, because the subordinate towns have their own construction personnel. When the entire district needs to build a large public building, the local chief officer can gather the construction personnel of the subordinate towns to carry out the planning and construction. The Devers and the ministers discussed the issue of the district chief officers until dusk, and finally came up with a clear plan. After everyone left, Devers stared at the large map and thought for a while before asking Henepolis to put the map back. When Henepolis returned to the palace hall, Devers said to him, "Henny, don't be in a hurry to go home. Come with me to visit Mircis." "Yes, your majesty." Under the protection of the guards, the Devers left the palace. Along the way, the passers-by stopped to greet the king, and the Devers smiled in response. Mircis's mansion was not too far from the palace. It was at the foot of the mountain to the north of the Hill of Gods. Compared to the mansions of the other important ministers and elders, its exterior was very luxurious and eye-catching. There was once a civil official who reported him, saying that he lived a luxurious lifestyle and suspected him of corruption. This caused a huge uproar. The Ministry of Supervision had even sent officials to investigate, and they found that not only had Mircis not embezzled money from the national treasury, but during the war in the Western Mediterranean, when the national treasury was at its most strained, he had used the money he had earned from his own business to purchase a batch of military supplies and sent them to the front lines. After the news was announced, not only was the public in an uproar, even the officials were shocked. Their impression of the miser of the kingdom had changed greatly. However, a year after the war ended, Mircis had fallen ill. After many aggressive treatments, his illness had recurred for more than 2 years. Finally, at the beginning of this year, he had completely fallen ill and was unable to manage the affairs of the finance department. Thus, Archimedes had replaced him to manage the affairs of the finance department. When the Devers walked to the living room, Mircis had already come out to welcome them, supported by 2 slaves. At this moment, his entire body was extremely fat. Although he was covered by a loose white robe, when he walked, his swollen legs and bloody ankles could still be seen. His face was dark brown, and he looked a little dispirited. When he saw the Devers, he became more spirited. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, you've finally come to see me. Mircis, you're so forgetful. I've only come to see you once last month." The Devers scolded him softly. "Visiting once a month is too long. It's best to visit once every 2 or 3 days." Mircis said shamelessly. He urged the slave beside him, "Hurry up. Help me to His Majesty. It'll be easier to talk this way." The Devers quickly dissuaded him. "You're not feeling well now, so don't come out. Be careful not to catch a cold. Let's go to your bedroom." "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." After walking for a while, Mircis also felt powerless and did not insist. "Your Majesty." Mircis's wife and 3 concubines came together and greeted him respectfully. After the Devers returned the greeting, he expressed his gratitude to them. "You've all worked hard during this period. What's so hard about it? Crying all the time. I'm so annoyed that I want to chase them all out." Mircis scolded. "I see that you've been recuperating at home, but your temper has grown," the Devers said with a reprimanding tone. "I'm trapped at home every day. I can't scold my colleagues, so I can only scold my family." Mircis was very calm. "You." Merce's shameless behavior made the Devers shake their heads. When they reached the bedroom, the servant carefully helped Mercedes to lie down on the bed. The hardwood bed actually creaked under his weight. At this moment, the Devers saw that Mercedes' feet had turned red and black, and they had shrunk. While they were shocked, they also felt a strong sense of sadness, reminding them of Help's pessimistic assessment of Mercedes' condition not long ago. After covering himself with a blanket, Mercedes chased his wife and servants out, leaving only the Devers, Henoboris, and Marcius in the room. Then, Mercedes asked, "Your Majesty, you've come to visit me today. Is there something important?" The Devers gestured for Marcius to close the door, then said softly, "I'll tell you a piece of good news, but you must keep it a secret." Mercedes saw Marcius's action and nodded solemnly. "The kingdom is going to raise taxes on the people," the Devers said, enunciating each word. "It should have been done long ago." Mercedes became spirited. Then, he remembered that he had to keep it a secret, so he lowered his voice and emphasized again, "The kingdom should have raised taxes long ago." Devers smiled and briefly explained the reason for the tax increase. He then asked in a serious tone, "How much tax do you think we should increase to not only solve the military issue, but also ease the country's financial situation, and at the same time make it affordable for the people?" "Of course it's 10%. Mercedes answered without hesitation. "Be serious." The Devers' tone became stern. Mercedes was stared at by the Devers' stern gaze and did not dare to say anything else. He thought carefully, then said reluctantly, "I think 5% might be more suitable." At the mention of money, Mercedes was energized. Not only did he speak more fluently, but his mind had also become more agile. He explained in detail why he had chosen this tax rate. As expected of the man who had been in control of the finances since the establishment of Dionia, Mercedes analyzed every aspect of the kingdom in detail as if he was familiar with his family's treasures. Devers listened carefully and finally nodded. "At the next administrative meeting, what you said will become an important basis for the discussion of tax rates." "What's there to discuss?" "Your Majesty, you might as well just said it," Mercius muttered. Devers did not seem to hear him. Seeing that he was even more dispirited after saying that, he said with concern, "Have a good rest. I'll visit you next time." "Your Majesty, you won't stay a little longer?" "The next time you come. I'm afraid you won't be able to see me." Mercius muttered again in a low voice. When Devers heard this, his heart ached. Just as he was about to comfort him, he heard Mercius say softly, "Your Majesty, do you remember the first time we met? At that time, you had just invented smoked sausages and temporarily solved the problem of the mercenaries' food storage. After I found out, I immediately went to Menon and asked for you to join my supply team. I still remember that night you told us the story of the treasure. With your help, it was the easiest march I've ever felt in Persia. At that time, I had a vague feeling that you would become an amazing person. So when Menon and you had a conflict, I firmly stood on your side. Now, it proves how correct my choice was. I'm a bankrupt merchant from Ionia, but I ended up becoming the finance minister of the most powerful kingdom in the Western Mediterranean. I have tens of thousands of wealth in my hands. How lucky I am. I no longer have any regrets." After hearing Mercius' words, Devers did not know what to say for a moment. He forced a smile and said, "Actually, you're wrong. Before I was transferred to the supply team, you saw me once. At that time, I was walking to the supply camp, and you ran into me. You suspected that I wanted to steal food because I was hungry, and you even had the guards chase me away. There's actually such a thing? I have no impression at all." Mercius' eyes widened in shock, and then he laughed. "It's a pity that I only found out now. Otherwise, I would often brag to Antonius and Helos that I'm the only person who has ever reprimanded you, Your Majesty. I only remembered it now. Otherwise, how could you have lived so easily under me for the past decade?" Devers also laughed and joked. Even Maltius, who was usually serious, smiled. As Henoboris listened to them talk about the past, he could feel the deep camaraderie between them from their laughter. He could not help but feel a little envious and yearning. "Your Majesty." The smile on Mercius' face had yet to disappear. He said in a deep voice, "After I die, I want to donate most of my assets to the kingdom." Oh, a miser like you is willing to do that? Devers teased him with a smile, thinking he was joking. I'm serious. This is my will. I want to donate 80% of my inheritance to the kingdom, leaving only 20% to support my family. Devers saw Mercy's serious expression and immediately retracted his smile. He asked in a low voice, "Are you really willing?" "I don't have a child. What's there to be unwilling about?" Mercius mumbled, a little absent-minded. "The kingdom of Dionia was built by you, your majesty, through hard work. You can be considered our child." Hearing this, Devers was touched. He sat by the bed and patted Mercius' swollen hand. He said emotionally, "On behalf of the kingdom, I thank you for your generosity. Your majesty, if I donate this money, can you exchange it for a statue of me, to be placed in the Pantheon?" What Mercius said next stunned Devers, and he laughed involuntarily. This was Mercius' true character. Devers wanted to reprimand him first. The right to be placed in the Pantheon was not a commodity that could be bargained for. However, seeing Mercius' pale face and hopeful gaze, Devers' heart softened. He said directly, "Even if you don't donate these assets, the great contributions you've made to the kingdom in the past will undoubtedly give you the right to be placed in the Pantheon. Not only that, I'm also preparing to erect a statue of you in front of the finance department so that the officials in the finance department in the future will see you as an example. They must be stingy with every opal in the kingdom. They must not waste, and they must not be corrupted. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty." At that moment, turbid tears flowed out of Mercius' lifeless eyes. Walking out of Mercius' mansion, Devers could not help but stop and look back. He thought of Cornelis, who had passed away a few years ago, and Mercius, who would be going to Élysée at any time. His heart was heavy. The heroes who had built Dionia with him were gradually entering the last years of their lives. As he was thinking, he turned around and saw Marcia standing upright. However, his white beard showed his age. He sighed in his heart. "Marcius, you're getting old too, your majesty. I can still easily defeat the young guard. I can still be your guard." Marcius answered firmly. "Good. Good." Devers subconsciously stroked his beard, then said to Henoboris, "Do you remember what I said to Mercius just now?" Henoboris immediately replied, "I remember. Let Sir Mercius be stationed in the Pantheon and erect a statue of him in the finance department. Yes, go back and draft a proposal. We'll discuss it at the next administrative meeting as soon as possible. I'm afraid Mercius won't be able to hold on for long." Devers let out a long sigh. These few days, a rumor suddenly appeared in Thurii. The Etruscan emissary had asked for help from the kingdom. At the same time, in view of the frequent attacks by the indigenous people at the southern border of Iberia, King Devers was prepared to agree with the minister's proposal to send 1 or 2 legions to the southern border of Iberia and the northern border of Etruria respectively to build fortresses and defend against the attacks of the indigenous people. According to the Ministry of Military Affairs, every soldier of the legion would be stationed at the garrison for at least half a year. This news quickly spread throughout the entire city of Thurii and quickly spread to other cities. The officers, soldiers, reserve soldiers, as well as their families and relatives of the various legions discussed this matter every day. After all, they made up a large proportion of the kingdom's population, so this naturally caused huge waves throughout the country. Not long after, another piece of news came out: the defensive fortresses would be built at the front line of the border. There would be no towns or markets around it, only the indigenous people who would constantly come to harass them. For the safety of the soldiers, the garrison troops might not consider giving them holidays. They would let them go to the towns at the back to rest and relax, or even go home to visit their families. As soon as this news came out, the soldiers and citizens of the legion felt even more uneasy. Many anxious public militias gathered and went to their respective barracks to ask the senior officers stationed in the barracks for detailed information. They also said, "We are not afraid to fight against a powerful enemy, even if it means shedding blood or even sacrificing our lives, but we are afraid of being trapped in the fortress like criminals, without freedom for more than half a year, completely unable to take care of our families." Some radical Thurii citizens even gathered and went to the Senate to ask the senators. They hoped that they could oppose this proposal and not let it pass. Many of the senators were puzzled and asked the presidents in turn, "Is there really such a proposal?" Lucius and the others said in a unified voice, there was indeed a minister who made this proposal, but His Majesty did not immediately agree to it. He is still carefully considering the matter. While the outside world was in a mess, the Devers sat in the office of the palace. After listening to the investigation report of the whole situation by Aristides, he thought for a moment and said, "Now that the water is boiling, we have to put something in first and see if it can cook something good." "Yes, Your Majesty." Aristides understood tacitly. "Is there any other news?" "Your Majesty, we have collected the criminal evidence of Servius, Frius, Aulus, these former Rome nobles' attempt to rebel," Aristides said as he handed over a stack of records in his hand respectfully. The Devers looked through it carefully and said calmly, "There are quite a lot of people. While the people's attention is focused on the matter of sending the border troops, pass this evidence and the name list to the Turii Inspection Department and let them be responsible for arresting them." "Yes." Aristides hesitated for a moment and then said, "Your Majesty, there is a secret report from Iberia that Hasdrubal and a few members of the Maginid family often gather together, drink, and insult the kingdom." The Devers did not even frown and asked, "Is there any other suspicious situation?" "Not yet. If you have any dissatisfaction, it is better to vent it in person than to look normal on the surface but secretly plot something," the Devers said disapprovingly. "Continue to observe." "Yes." At this moment. Bang! 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 There was a knock on the door. "Come in." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Aristides naturally retreated to a corner. "Your Majesty, Priest Plesinas requests an audience." Henoboris walked in and said, "Let him in." Plesinas did not come alone. There were 2 priests behind him, each holding a few wooden boards. "Your Majesty, the selection for the design of the statue has ended. We have brought the works of the winners. Please make the final judgment and choose which design to make the statue." "The results are out so soon?" The Devers immediately became interested and said, "Put them on the table and let us look at them one by one." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Henoboris stretching his neck to look at them. The Devers then waved to the left and right and said, "You two, come over and take a look. Give us some advice." Henoboris and Aristides immediately came over. Plesinas placed the first plank on the table, and Henopolis immediately exclaimed, "What a mighty god Hades!" On the plank was a drawing of a black-haired, long-bearded Hades. He stood upright with his head held high, his right hand holding a sharp 3-pronged pitchfork, and his left hand holding a scale for judging good and evil. He wore a black cloak, his eyes were bright, and his expression was solemn. He was truly awe-inspiring. After all, this was not a painting but a statue to be cast. There was also a heavy base designed under Hades' feet so that he could stand steadily on the top of the mountain. There was also a number on the upper left corner of the plank. The statue and the base were 14 meters high, 5 meters wide, and the estimated cost of bronze #tons. Statues placed outside the temple naturally could not be made of wood. After all, they were easily damaged by the wind and rain. They were often made with a certain degree of softness. "It is indeed a very good design." Divers praised from the bottom of his heart. "This is Melicto's design," Plesinas added. Devers nodded. He knew that Melictos was a famous sculptor in the kingdom and was now in charge of the casting of the statue in the main temple. Then Devers looked at a few more planks. They were also good works, but the design was roughly the same. Devers rubbed his eyes, feeling a little visually tired. At this time, he heard Plesinas say, "Your Majesty, there is another design here. Our priests unanimously opposed it, but I think this work is very special, so I would like to ask you to take another look." "Oh? What kind of design caused you to disagree?" Devers was curious. When Plesinas placed the plank on the table, everyone's eyes were attracted to it. On the plank, they saw Hades holding a pitchfork in his right hand and a soul about to be punished in his left hand, who was kowtowing and begging for mercy. Hades' left foot was behind and his right foot was in front. His whole body was slightly hunched and he slightly lowered his head, looking at the soul in his left hand with a look of pity on his face. Under his left foot was the 3-headed dog Cerberus, but it did not look ferocious. Instead, it stretched out its head like a domestic dog and licked Hades' left hand. It was no wonder that the priests did not like this design. The designer made Hades look more like a kind old man, thus lacking the majestic divinity. Even Henoboris and Aristyras who were present were surprised by the designer's boldness. After all, King Devers was a descendant of Hades. He was worried that such a bold design would anger the king, and he would be implicated. The atmosphere in the office was both quiet and strange. At this time, Devers asked quietly, "Plesinas, why did you insist on leaving this design despite the opposition of the other priests?" "Your Majesty, because I feel a sense of closeness when I see this work. I think if it is erected on the top of the mountain, the believers will also feel a sense of closeness when they see it." After listening to the Devers question, Plesinas had an idea in his heart, so he said truthfully, "I remember when you made me the priest of Hades, you said, Hades is not cold and gloomy. It is precisely because he cares about humans that he chose to stick to underworld purgatory. You also warned us, as the priest of Hades, we must care passionately about believers and not be aloof. We must take the initiative to help them solve their difficulties. I think this design is in line with your requirements, Your Majesty." "Well said." Devers praised loudly, "You are worthy of being the scepter priest of Hades." "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty." Plesinas responded calmly. When he was young, he was a radical person who would do anything to achieve his goals. When he first became the priest of Hades, it was not his own will. However, after so many years of studying the Holy Bible, he was influenced by it day and night. His body and mind gradually changed, and he became more humble, easygoing, and compassionate. If such a statue of Hades is erected on the top of the mountain, every citizen of the kingdom who sees it will deeply feel that there is such a benevolent God protecting the kingdom. It will make them feel warm and at ease. At the same time, it will also remind us to always care about our citizens. Devers pressed on the wooden board and said solemnly, "Yes, Your Majesty." Plesinas and the two priests, Henoboris and Aristyras, all looked solemn. Now, they were sure that Devers had chosen this design. Why is there no base in the design of this statue?" Henoboris suddenly discovered a problem. The creator must have neglected this. According to the data indicated on it, it is also 14 meters tall, and its body is leaning forward. If there is no base, it will easily collapse. I specifically asked the creator about this, and he told me that this statue does not need a base. It can stand very steadily. Plesinas pointed at the wooden board and explained seriously, he called this a three-point support. "Look, the double thighs and the right foot of Hades that is moving forward act as a fulcrum, and the left foot that is falling behind acts as another fulcrum. Where is the last fulcrum?" Henoboris looked at the drawing on the wooden board and was a little confused. "It should be the three-headed dog." He raised his head and licked Hades' left arm, which is actually connected to the statue as another fulcrum on the left. Moreover, this statue is in a bent posture, which lowers its center of gravity. With a stable support, the statue will be even more stable. The designer's idea is very ingenious. Devers praised. Your Majesty saw the crux of the problem at a glance. I didn't really understand at that time, but fortunately, he prepared a small wooden sculpture that was exactly the same as the statue and showed it to me. It is indeed very stable. And look at this, Your Majesty. Plesinas pointed at the lower right corner of the wooden board. This is the position. What does this number refer to? Devers looked at it and was a little puzzled. Your Majesty, this is the latest writing method of the Pythagorean school of Tarentum to express the position and angle. According to the designer, the statue should be erected on the edge of the cliff in the southwest direction of the main temple, 68 meters away from the temple. The front of the statue should be 30 degrees from the central axis of the main temple. In this way, after the statue is completed, it will overlook most of the city and be able to reflect the sunlight to the greatest extent during the day, so that ships entering and leaving the Crete estuary can see the flash of the statue. When he said the last sentence, Plesinas was a little excited. It seems that the designer is really very attentive and has considered all aspects of the problem. Devers's heart moved, and he asked, from what you just said, he is from Tarentum. A disciple of the Pythagorean school of Tarentum? What's his name? Your Majesty, the designer is called Alexon, a clansman of the former Tarentum consul Archita, and a student of the leader of the Pythagorean school, Lysis. He is only 21 years old. Plesinas introduced in detail. How could Mathematician designed such an excellent sculpture? This did not surprise everyone in the room because many scholars in this era studied multiple fields of knowledge. Although mathematics and art seemed to have nothing to do with each other, the Pythagorean school had long used mathematics to discover the golden point of sculpture and painting, thus creating their unique aesthetics. This was something that everyone knew. Alexan. Archita. When Devers heard this name that he had not heard for a long time, he was a little absent-minded for a moment. Then, he remembered the rude young man that his daughter kept talking about at home, and he could not help but smile. Although he is young, he is able to design such an excellent statue. It can be seen that he is very talented. He can be responsible for the casting of the statue, and you will be responsible for supervising and assisting him in completing it. Yes, Your Majesty. Plazinas finally breathed a sigh of relief. The arrest of Servius, Frius, Aulus, and the others by the Turii patrol quickly began. As the people's attention was focused on the matter of the army heading to the border to defend, it didn't cause much of a stir. At the same time, the officers of the Slave Management Office came to the tourist slave camp to reward Maximus, the meritorious person of this incident. When the person in charge of the camp, Icarus, knew about it, he made a request. Can you wait until the task of providing stones to the main temple is over before announcing this matter? Because Maximus is an excellent slave captain, the team he leads is very efficient in quarrying. The officer only said one sentence. This is an order personally issued by His Majesty, and it needs to be carried out immediately. Icarus did not dare to say anything more. This morning, after the slaves had breakfast, all of them gathered in the square. The officer of the Slave Management Office announced the order in public. Brutus Maximus was granted freedom. Countless slaves cast envious looks at Maximus, and Maximus was hit by this sudden happiness. For a moment, he was in a trance, and a voice repeatedly echoed in his mind, I am free. I am finally free. Until someone's gaze pierced him like a sharp sword, causing him to suddenly feel pain. Gaius, a compatriot who was once very close to him, now looked at him as if he was looking at an enemy. This was because the order announced by the officer was very clear. Since Maximus bravely exposed the conspiracy of some people from Rome to destroy the order of the kingdom, and maintain the stability of the kingdom. I hope that everyone will learn from Maximus. As long as you sincerely protect the kingdom will not ignore your contribution. Maximus, you traitor! Gaius roared angrily and rushed forward, wanting to beat Maximus up. Maximus did not refute, nor did he resist. He allowed Gaius to grab him, but Gaius' fist did not go down because the surrounding slaves hugged him. Maximus did not refute, nor did he resist. He allowed Gaius to grab him. However, Gaius's fist did not land on Maximus because the slaves around him hugged him tightly. The small commotion in the square made the slave management officers who had yet to leave very unhappy. The person in charge of the slave camp, Icarus, was even angrier. He immediately ordered the soldiers to arrest Gaius. When Gaius was pinned to the ground with his hands behind his back, he was still cursing. The foreman gave him a slap on the face, causing his teeth to fall out and blood to flow. Half of his face was swollen at once. Only then did he mumble incoherently, but he was still glaring at Maximus fiercely. Maximus did not dare to make eye contact with Gaius. He stood motionless. Even when Gaius was taken away, he did not raise his head. The slaves were quickly led to the mine by the foreman. He was the only one left in the huge square. At this time, the person in charge of the slave camp, Icarus, walked over and patted his shoulder. He said sincerely, "You did the right thing. Those stupid people can't see the situation clearly. The kingdom is so powerful. What can their little plot do? It's a joke." Maximus felt that his words were a little harsh. He raised his head and asked, "Sir Icarus, now that I've regained my freedom, can I leave now?" "Of course, you're a free man now. However, you've stayed in the slave camp for so many years and know nothing about the outside world. If you suddenly leave here and live in a city in the kingdom, I'm afraid you won't be able to adapt. If you're not careful, you might violate the laws of the kingdom and affect your future development. It's better to stay in the camp and work as a worker here. After all, you're very familiar with this place, and you're well educated. You can even write Deorian. You can definitely become a manager here." This will also help you become a citizen of Dionia earlier. While you're working for the camp, you can slowly familiarize yourself with the city of Turiai and our kingdom. The reason why Icarus said these words to keep Maximus was that after receiving the order from the slave management office, he had specially sent someone to understand this Roman slave who had been pardoned. After learning that Maximus had outstanding abilities, he had the thought of cherishing talent and wanted to add a capable subordinate to his camp. Thank you, Lord Icarus, for thinking so highly of me. I will consider it carefully. Although Maximus admitted that what Icarus said made sense, he didn't want to stay in this place any longer, so his words were a little perfunctory. Icarus could see it too. He still had a smile on his face as he patted Maximus on the shoulder and said, "Go back and think about it. Even if you don't have this plan now, my words will still be valid for a year. By the way, you can now go to the camp management office to register and receive your slave emancipation bronze plate." Because of the great publicity surrounding his pardon, he was able to complete the formalities quickly. Even the rent he had not paid was waived by the clerk, who said, "This is a special notice from the slave office. Thank the merciful King of Devers." Maximus finally got the bronze token that all slaves dreamed of. The bronze token was rectangular and only the size of an index finger. The word freedom was engraved in the middle and there was a number on top. The bronze token was very simple to make, and it seemed easy to imitate it. However, in reality, this bronze token was only a proof of identity. It was for the inspection team to see. The real important thing was that his name was removed from the kingdom's slave office. Whether it was public or private, as long as a slave was purchased or added, they had to register with the kingdom's slave office. They had to record the slave's appearance and characteristics, give him a fixed number, and brand it on the slave's buttocks. On the one hand, the slave office would check on the slave's living conditions every year according to the name list. If they found that the slave might have been abused or destroyed, the court would come looking for them. On the other hand, if the slave escaped, the slave office would provide the escaped slave's information to the inspection team in each town to capture him. Once he was caught, not only would he suffer a terrible fate, but he would also never have the chance to regain his freedom. After Maximus' name was removed from the slave register, it meant that he was already a free man. Maximus carefully placed the bronze token on his chest and strode back to his home. When his two children came out to welcome him happily, the heavy guilt in his heart suddenly disappeared. "I didn't do anything wrong. My children shouldn't be trapped in this cage. They should be like other children, happily studying in the school of Dionia." "Maximus, you must have sneaked back from the mine. What should we do?" "Go back. Go and apologize to them." His wife, Fulvia, was panicking. She had misunderstood her husband's appearance at home at this time. "Fulvia, we're free," Maximus said excitedly to her as he held the child in his arms. "What did you say?" "I'm saying that I'm a free man. This is the bronze token I obtained." Maximus handed the bronze token to his wife. Fulvia looked at the bronze plate carefully a few times, still unable to believe it. "This is it real?" "Of course it's true. We can leave this place now." "Let's leave now," Maximus said with a firm expression. Fulvia did not respond. She held the bronze token tightly in one hand and covered her face with the other. Hot tears flowed down her fingers. "Mom, why are you crying?" The two children tugged at Fulvia's clothes with concern. Maximus walked forward and hugged his wife tightly. He said in a deep voice, "Fulvia, from now on, we're no longer slaves. The children will no longer be slaves. We'll have a better life." "Yes. Yes." Fulvia choked with sobs as she nodded repeatedly. Maximus had not accumulated any valuable belongings in the slave camp over the past few years. The family quickly packed their bags and walked towards the camp gate. Seeing the heavily armed guards standing guard at the entrance of the camp, Fulvia and the children subconsciously hid behind Maximus. However, not only did the guards not stop them, they even congratulated Maximus. It seemed that the news of him being pardoned had spread throughout the camp and he had become a celebrity in the slave camp. Walking out of the camp, Maximus took a deep breath of fresh air. Before he could savor the smell, he saw a person walking towards him. His heart sank. "Congratulations, Maximus. the man said loudly with a smile on his face. He was a completely different person from the sinister and ruthless expression he had when he interrogated him in the camp. Maximus braced himself and said, "Thank you for your help, sir. It has nothing to do with me. It's all because of His Majesty's kindness," the man said seriously. He then asked, "Now that you're a free man, what are your plans?" "I'll first go to the Turii registry to apply to become a citizen of Dionia. Then, I'll find a job to support my family." Maximus did not know why the man asked this question, so he answered carefully. This is indeed the most common method of survival for freed slaves, but the situation has changed now. The man's lips curled up slightly as he spat out. Maximus' heart skipped a beat. He was about to ask, "What situation has changed?" However, the man said, "Are you interested in working for us? Our intelligence department is directly under His Majesty's jurisdiction. Not only is the salary high, but it's also easy for you to make contributions. You'll become a citizen of Dionia in a shorter time." Maximus did not really understand the political system of Dionia. However, he could roughly guess what they did from the literal meaning of the word intelligence department and his previous experience. He was very conflicted about it. Being called a traitor by his own people was enough to break his heart once in his life. He did not want to experience it a second time. "I'm sorry, I just want to live a normal life," Maximus said calmly. The man seemed to have expected his answer. He did not show any dissatisfaction. He shrugged and said, "All right, I hope everything goes well for you. This is our reward for you, and also a little token of our appreciation." The man took out a heavy pouch of money and handed it to Maximus. The word reward stung him. He instinctively wanted to reject it. "Take it. You'll soon know that it's not easy to live in Turii. You can't live without money," the man said seriously as he looked at the two children behind him. Maximus hesitated. He then felt his wife squeezing his arm tightly. Yes, he had spent all his hard-earned salary on learning the language of Dionia. He did not have much savings. He lowered his head and took the pouch of money. He was a little ashamed as he said softly, "Thank you. If you change your mind one day, you can look for me at the White House next to the inspection office in the outskirts of Western City. If anyone stops you, tell them that Tratus asked you to come." Maximus nodded, indicating that he heard it. However, he did not respond. He held the two children, brought his wife, and walked towards the east with a bag on his back. "Boss, it's fine if he doesn't want to. He's just a bait anyway. Even if he doesn't cooperate, as long as we keep a close eye on him, we can continue to capture those accomplices who want to take revenge on him and avenge Servius and the old aristocrats of Rome. The number of Rome citizens in Turii is increasing. However, we now lack people who can truly understand them and gain their trust. Moreover, I've checked Maximus' past. He's also very capable." Tratus looked at the backs of Maximus' family as they walked away. A playful smile appeared on his face. "When he hits a wall, maybe we still have a chance." Maximus and his family were on their way to Turii. Apart from Maximus himself, who had been sent by the slave camp to work in the city's private workshops several times, Fulvia and the two children had never visited the largest city in the western Mediterranean, even though they had been living in the slave camp not far from Turii for several years. Just the road leading to the city under their feet made them happy. It was flat and wide, and there were deep drains on both sides of the road, as well as neatly arranged trees further away from the drains. There was also a row of white stone tablets under the trees. The two children who had walked out of the cage were curious about all this. They shouted and chased each other on the sidewalk. When they were tired, they would sit on a wooden bench by the side of the road to rest for a while. Then, they would curiously touch the white stone tablet engraved with the three-headed dog statue at the top. Every time this happened, Maximus would rush over and warn them to stay away from the stone tablet, because it was the tombstone of the Turii citizens of Dionia who had died in the war. No one was allowed to desecrate it. When Maximus first entered the city, he heard that the names of the soldiers of Dionia who had died in the war would be enshrined in the temple for people to pay homage to. Their tombstones were erected on both sides of the road out of the wishes of their families and citizens. They hoped that passers-by could understand their heroic deeds and feel that today's life was not easy to come by. At the same time, they could also deter outsiders who had ill intentions, It was said that this practice originated from Turiai and had now been imitated by all the towns in the kingdom. Maximus could not help but sigh. Dionia had given the citizens who had died in the war such a noble treatment, how could they not let the citizens who were still alive continue to fight without fear of death? Therefore, it was not a fluke that Dionia was able to destroy Rome. When the children were excited and playing, it was easy for them to forget. When the two of them were tired and sat on the stone tablet, they were caught by the patrol. Not only did they reprimand them, but they were also fined 10 opal and had to verify Maximus' identity. After learning that Maximus was a freed slave, the patrol specially told him some of the laws that should be followed in the city of Turiai and warned him not to violate them. The two children were obviously frightened, and from then on, they followed their parents closely. As they got closer to the city of Turiai, there were more and more pedestrians on the road. The fields on both sides of the road were gradually replaced by more and more houses, standing in the bustling stream of people. Not only his wife and children, but also Maxim himself became a bit scared. Looking at the numerous people and houses in front of him, he couldn't even see the shadow of the inner city wall. He couldn't help but wonder, what a huge city this is. Can I really stand firm here? Maximus, who had imagined how he would live in Tulii city countless times, felt his own insignificance when he stood in front of this giant city. However, he became strong again as he leaned close to his wife and son. Like other people who entered the city, he moved forward with the crowd with the expectation of a better life. Half an hour later, they stood in front of the statue of Hermes. Maximus wiped his sweat and said, "The outskirts of Tulii are right in front." Fulvia's eyes widened. "We've been walking for so long, but we still haven't entered the city of Turiai." Fulvia grew up in Rome. She felt that Rome, with a population of more than 100,000, was already a huge city, but it was nothing compared to the city in front of her. Although she was also born into a noble family in Rome, she was also a traditional woman in Rome. Usually, she raised her children, took care of the house, and other things were decided by her husband. At this moment, she had no idea what to do. She asked in a panic, "Maximus, where are we going?" Maximus had asked the freedmen and citizens about this many times when he was in the slave camp. He already had a set of plans after he obtained his freedom. Compared to the reality that some of his compatriots were still unwilling to admit, he had a clear understanding through various channels. Dionia had already ruled most of the Italian peninsula. If his family still wanted to survive in this familiar land, they could only live in the territory of the kingdom of Dionia. If they wanted a better life, of course, they had to become citizens of Dionia as soon as possible. Therefore, to him, the first thing he had to do after becoming a freed slave was to apply for and register as a citizen of Dionia. Therefore, Maximus gathered his courage and asked a patrol team that was patrolling. The patrol team was more enthusiastic and told him the location of the nearest patrol station. After entering the outer city, the first feeling that Maximus and his family had was that they could walk more freely. Pedestrians could walk on the main road in the middle. As long as they did not deliberately block the traffic, the patrol team would not bother them. This was because there were many shops on both sides of the road: furniture shops, ironware shops, cloth shops, pottery shops, cookware shops, medicine shops, butcher shops, fruit stalls, vegetable stalls, bakeries. There were also some shops that did not exist in Rome or even other city-states. For example, the underwear shop, which belonged to the Kristoia Chamber of Commerce, had guards at the door. Only women were allowed to enter, and most of them were women in gorgeous clothes. The learning tool shop was a shop that specialized in selling school equipment. Maximus also took a closer look. The dazzling variety of learning tools were not only exquisitely made, but the price was also considered cheap. If it weren't for the fact that he had not yet decided on a place to live, he would have bought some for his children. It was a sports equipment store. Most of the products were football equipment. The two children curiously looked at the football player statues made of various materials placed on the shelves. The shop assistant took the opportunity to promote to Maximus, "If you want to buy it, I recommend you to buy this. This is the statue of our great king's third son, Prince Bryant's. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's only 16 years old. He's already played 3 times in our Tulii rugby matches and scored a touchdown. He's very popular among the kids. The king's son also participated in football matches. Although Maximus was curious, he did not have the urge to buy it. The medical equipment shop sold more professional items. There were surgical instruments for doctors, tools for treating bone fractures, tools for treating external injuries, and so on. It was very complete. Maximus could not help but exclaim, no wonder the doctor in the clinic in the slave camp once proudly declared that the medical skills of Dionia are the best in the entire Mediterranean Sea. The bathing equipment shop sold all kinds of wooden bathtubs, stone bathtubs, bath herbs, spices, shavers, bath towels, lubricants, algae mud masks, and so on. There was a dazzling array of everything. It was enough to show the love of the people of Dionia for bathing. There was even a flower shop here. Some of the flowers that could be seen everywhere in the mountains of Rome like weeds were placed in clay pots and placed on the shelves. Although the prices were very low, there were many people who came to buy them. This surprised Fulvia. The habit of the people of Turin to plant flowers and plants originated from the inner city. When the city of Turin was rebuilt, in order to make the entire city beautiful and pleasing to the eye, the Devers had suggested that every family plant flowers and plants in their own courtyards. They had even asked helps to lead the doctors to spread the word that planting flowers and plants could make the air fresh and beneficial to one's health. After the expansion of the city, the concept of planting flowers and plants had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. However, many people in the outer city did not have spacious houses like the people in the inner city. Some people even lived in very narrow houses. However, they would plant flowers and plants in special pots and place them on the balcony or indoors to please themselves and others. Later on, many people were too busy to pick flowers and plants in the wild, so the flower shop came into being. Although Maximus had been to the city of Turin a few times, he had always been in a hurry under the supervision of his employer. He did not have time to stroll around slowly. Today, he had just regained his freedom. Although he still had something on his mind, he was still attracted by the rows of shops on both sides of the street. When he turned around, he realized that his wife and son were not by his side. He was shocked and hurriedly looked for them. Soon, he saw the two children jumping on a row of small stones in the middle of the road in front of him. His wife was trying her best to persuade them to come back. Maximus had to rush over to stop the two naughty children from playing. "Dad, these small stones are fun." The 5-year-old son was pulled by Maximus. He was excited and wanted to jump on them again. "Dad, why did the people of Dionia put so many stone blocks on the road? Won't they trip people easily?" The 7-year-old son asked curiously. Maximus looked at the small square stone blocks that were arranged from one side of the road to the other. They were firmly welded to the road by cement. The stone blocks were half a meter apart. He could not help but feel a little emotional. He explained to the children patiently, "This is called a speed limit stone. Look, because there are many shops on the side of the road, many people are buying things, so some people have to walk on this road. However, look, there are many carriages and pack animals on this road. If they run too fast, they will easily knock people down, right?" The two children nodded. "Then how can we stop them from knocking people down?" Maximus asked patiently. "Don't let the carriages into the city," the 5-year-old son answered. "Those scary uncles," referring to the patrol team, "don't allow the carriages to speed up." This was the eldest son's answer. As Maximus spoke, he sighed in his heart, even a small traffic problem was considered so thoroughly. From this, it could be seen that Dionia's officials were very thorough and meticulous in their management of the city. It was no wonder that such a large city could be managed in such an orderly manner. This fully demonstrated the strength and prosperity of the kingdom of Dionia. The former Rome could not be compared to this at all. This made Maximus even more eager to become a citizen of Dionia. He brought his family and quickened their pace. After walking a few blocks and asking a few passers-by, they finally found the household registration office. The household registration office, the inspection office, the tax office, the fire department, the district court, and other public departments were all located on the same street. However, compared to the other departments, the household registration office was obviously much larger. This was because the number of people who came to the household registration office was obviously more than the other departments. Today, the hall inside the building was probably already filled with people, and there were even many people crowding outside the door. Thus, Maximus let his wife and children wait at the side while he rushed over alone. When he got closer, he heard the heated discussions of the people. Only then did Maximus know that the reason everyone was gathered here was because yesterday, all of the household registration offices in Turii City had posted a notice, temporarily suspending the processing of applications for Daionia citizenship. When it would resume was to be notified. Maximus came in a hurry, but was suddenly splashed with a bucket of cold water. His heart was unbearably stifled. Presumably, the other free people were also like this. They were lingering in front of the door, unwilling to leave. On one hand, they were talking to each other, venting their dissatisfaction. On the other hand, they were hoping that there would be a turn for the better. However, no one dared to make a scene or even cause a riot. Not only was there a row of fully armed patrol officers standing in front of the door, but also because they were afraid of leaving a criminal record that would affect the smooth process of becoming an official citizen in the future. Maximus squeezed into the crowd, listening to them speculate about the reason for the suspension of the application. It must be known that this was not the first time. Before the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Kingdom of Daionia had also implemented this measure because they did not have much land left. Therefore, a few people guessed that this was the same reason. However, even more people refuted this, because after the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Kingdom of Daionia had obtained a large amount of land. Until now, there were still a lot of unused land waiting for people to develop. When someone thought of a possible reason, someone immediately refuted it, leading to endless arguments in front of the household registration office. But when someone put forward an idea, no one dared to refute it. He suspected that Hades had sent an oracle to the king of the Devers, and that was why today's incident happened. This bizarre idea was actually echoed by some people. They proposed to go to the temple of Hades to pray and ask the great god to retract his order. Maximus listened for a while and felt that they were just making wild guesses without any evidence, but it made sense. These freedmen who came to apply were all newcomers and had no foundation in the kingdom. How could they get reliable insider information? Maximus gradually calmed down. He looked back at his wife and children who were waiting for him at the corner of the street. Since he couldn't get the application now, he should find a place to settle down first. Maximus squeezed his way to the entrance of the household registration office. The patrolman guarding the door immediately asked him what he was doing. "To rent a house," replied Maximus. The patrolman looked at him from head to toe and let him in. Maximus had already asked the workers in the slave camp. If he wanted to rent a house, he didn't have to go door to door in Turii City. Most of the rental information was gathered in the household registration office in each city district. Maximus walked into the household registration office. In front of him was a spacious hall. There were already many people queuing up in front of the counters. Of course, the household registration office wasn't just for freedmen to become citizens. It also had many other things to do. For example, registering the criminal records of the people of the kingdom was mainly provided by the patrolmen and the courts. Registering the meritorious deeds of the people of the kingdom, large-scale meritorious deeds such as war, large-scale public works. Of course, this was provided by the department. But for some individual meritorious deeds, they had to bring the department's certificate to register. If they were found to be fraudulent, the punishment would be severe. There was also the registration of changes in the household registration of the people of the kingdom. When a citizen of the kingdom moved from one town to another, or from one city district to another, they had to register at the new district's household registration office. All the information related to their household registration would be transferred later, but this process was very complicated and took a long time. It was also easy to lose some information and cause losses, so under normal circumstances, the people of the kingdom wouldn't change their household registration so easily. Of course, this was with the exception of freedmen who didn't apply for citizenship. They moved around a lot, but they still had to move to a place to register. This was for the convenience of management. Otherwise, if the patrolmen found out that they didn't register, they would very likely be expelled. The household registration office was the most important place that anyone who lived in the kingdom would have to deal with. Of course, the household registration office was also the most burdensome of the departments. It was better for small towns, but for a large city like Turii with a population of hundreds of thousands, the people in the household registration office were very busy every day. Thus, the number of people in the household registration office was also the largest in the kingdom. The reason why the household registration office took up so much space was because more than half of its space was used to store the information of the citizens. The unique household registration system of the Kingdom of Dionia created two important problems. First, it required a large number of people who knew how to write records. This might be a big problem for other city-states, but Dionia had been promoting school education for almost 20 years, and the people it had cultivated were more than enough to meet the needs. Second, it required a large amount of writing materials. Because Egypt and Dionia were allied, most of the papyrus produced in Egypt was sold to the Kingdom of Dionia, and the price increased year after year. This not only made the household registration office somewhat unable to bear, but even the Ministry of Finance was constantly complaining. This was because not only did the household registration office consume a large amount of papyrus, but also the Ministry of Commerce, hospitals, schools, and even the Ministry of Finance were large consumers. The entire Kingdom of Dionia was a country built on the collection of information, records, and statistics. This predicament finally forced the Devers to put aside their inner conflicts and resolve to make convenient and practical paper. He told his wife, Christoya, some of the processes of the village's paper-making workshop that he had learned about when he was a village official in his previous life. She arranged for her subordinates to be in charge of research and development. And now there was already some progress. The walls of the household registration office's hall were painted black, and at first glance, it made people feel depressed. However, this was definitely not because the household registration office wanted to curry favor with Hades and create a hell-like environment. Instead, it was because they could use white pen to write the information they wanted to release on the black walls. For example, the notice temporarily suspending the application of freedmen was written in very large and eye-catching words on the front wall. There were also messages such as a certain citizen's meritorious service has been confirmed. And so on. These announcements were written neatly and clearly on each wall, and they were usually kept for 2 or 3 days. After the people who had come to register saw these announcements, they did not need to line up to ask questions anymore, and this also saved a lot of time for the staff to answer. Of course, some announcements were made here so that others who understood the situation could raise objections after seeing them, making it easier to investigate. Like the others, Maximus raised his head to look at the wall. After a while, he felt his neck ache, but he still did not see the rental information. He had to ask the patrol at the door, and only then did he know that the small room next to the hall was the rental. After thanking him, he hurried over. Compared to the bustling hall, this place was much quieter. Other than the staff sitting behind the wooden counter, there was no one else. Seeing Maximus come in, the staff asked rather warmly, "Are you here to rent a room?" Maximus nodded. "Have you applied for citizenship, or have you not? Or are you already a probationary citizen?" "Originally, I was going to apply, but now it has been stopped." When the staff heard this, not only did he not become cold, but he also became more enthusiastic. He pointed to the opposite wall and said, "You have not applied, so you cannot enjoy the rental provided by the kingdom. You can only rent a private room. The information for private rooms is written on the opposite wall, you can choose for yourself." Since the establishment of Dionia, Turkestan had developed rapidly, and the population had expanded rapidly. The rental market had always been very hot, but it had always been the private sector that enjoyed the benefits. Later, the Minister of Commerce, Marigi, made a suggestion. When the kingdom's cities and towns, including Turkestan, were first planned, there were a lot of empty spaces in the inner and outer city. Instead of leaving them empty, it would be better to first build a large number of temporary residences on these empty spaces, and rent them out at a price that was slightly lower than the market price. This was both a benefit for those who temporarily did not have land, and a bit of income for the kingdom's treasury. Since land was readily available, free labor was available, and the kingdom had abundant stone mines and endless volcanic ash accumulated by the 2 volcanoes, it would not cost much to build a large number of public rental houses. Thus, this suggestion was accepted by the Devers, and was quickly carried out by the Ministry of Construction. Considering that the people who needed to rent houses were mainly outsiders, free citizens, and probationary citizens, and that the place they most often went to was the household registration office, the Ministry of Household Registration was put in charge of the public rental houses. This was a bit of compensation from the Devers to this busy department. The Ministry of Household Registration handed over most of the rental income to the kingdom's treasury, and kept a small portion for their own use, so that they could hire temporary workers when they were lacking in manpower. Although the kingdom left some leeway for private rentals, the appearance of public rentals was still a huge blow to private rentals. In the past, private rentals were too expensive, the facilities were not good, and the service was not good enough. This caused many outsiders to rather stay in the citizens first, and then immediately apply for public rentals once their applications were approved. Even though private rentals had improved, the situation was still not good. Later, some smart private homeowners went to the Household Registration Department to discuss and finally reached an agreement. These homeowners could post their rental information on the Household Registration Department, and the Household Registration Department would recommend them. However, the price would be regulated by the Ministry of Commerce, and they would have to pay taxes on time. At the same time, they would be subject to the supervision of the construction department. Although the homeowners had to pay a certain price, with the endorsement of the kingdom's public department, they were naturally favored by those in need. In the end, other homeowners had no choice but to join in. Otherwise, there would be no business. Thus, the chaotic rental market in the kingdom gradually became more standardized. Of course, the job of recommending public rental and private rental was a lucrative one, especially in Turin. It was inevitable that there would be corruption and bribery. Many times, they were reported by the protector of the Devers, which infuriated them. They ordered the Minister of Supervision, Sesta, to personally investigate and arrest a group of household registration officials. Only then did they suppress the evil. Until now, this area was still the target of the protector of the kingdom. The reason why the Household Registration Department staff was happy to see that someone wanted to rent a private house was that once the rental was successful, some homeowners would express their gratitude to him. For example, they would treat him to a meal, give him a basket of fruits, and so on. Since it was too insignificant, the supervisory department would not bother with it. The Household Registration Department staff recommended a better private rental house to him, but Maximus turned a deaf ear to it. After all, he was literate, and he already had his own requirements for the rental house. First, the house had to be large enough because he had a family of 4. Second, the rent had to be cheap because he did not have enough savings. He planned to spend most of his money on his children's studies in the future. According to his understanding, it would take him at least 5 to 6 years to become a citizen of Daionia. During this period, his children would not be eligible to study in Daionia schools. They could only go to private schools. Although the tuition was expensive and the quality was not as good, he could not let his children waste their time. Maximus finished reading the densely packed rental information on the wall. He roughly locked on to 5 or 6 targets. He then took out 10 oper and bought a small piece of papyrus. A piece of papyrus cost less than 10 oper, but it included the service fee of the Household Registration Department. He copied down the address on the paper, thanked the Household Registration Department staff, and left the Household Registration Department with his family to find the homeowner according to the address on the paper. The first homeowner he found was a widow. Her husband was a soldier of the 1st Legion, but he died in battle in Latin. She did not remarry and lived alone with 3 children, relying on the 30 acres of land left by her husband on the Sabari plain. She let her slaves work the land while she rented out the house. She lived a good life. However, when she saw that the homeowner was from Rome, she immediately refused to rent out. She resented that because her husband had died under the spear of the Roman. Maximus had no choice but to leave. The second homeowner he found was a disabled man. He was a soldier of the 2nd Legion and had been seriously injured in the war with the Rome. Both of his legs were amputated. He could tell that Maximus was from Rome at first glance. He did not even give Maximus a chance to speak before he chased him out of the house. Maximus had been to the city of Turin a few times before, but he always entered in a hurry and returned after finishing his work. He did not have the chance to interact with the Turin residents like he did today. This time, he deeply experienced the impact of the war on the Turin. Many of them might not have a good impression of the Rome people. It made Maximus even more vigilant. He finally found the third homeowner. It was a middle-aged man. Maximus could tell that his left leg was disabled from the awkward way he walked. He had a bad feeling about this. As expected, the middle-aged man said as soon as he saw Maximus, "You must be from Rome." Maximus' heart skipped a beat, but he had to tell the truth. "Yes, I'm from Rome. I've just regained my freedom and am preparing to live in Turin. That's why I want to rent your house." The homeowner did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Maximus and continued with a sigh, "Although many people think that the Rome people and the Latin people are the same race and look the same, it's hard to tell them apart. But in fact, the Rome people are very different from the Latin people. They are more confident and imposing. 5 years ago, I was still the captain of the First Legion. I participated in that large-scale war and fought with many races. In my memory, the battle with the Rome people was the most difficult one. It was much more difficult than the battle with the Carthage people. Among them, the defensive battle with Ostia is still unforgettable. I still remember that the Rome army launched an all-out attack on Ostia. We managed to repel one wave, but another wave came. We fought until late at night. The soldiers were so tired that they couldn't stand up. When they saw the corpses of the Rome people lying on the ground, many people thought that you had suffered heavy casualties and would rest and not attack again the next day. Who knew that when the next day came, you would blow the bugle to attack and attack for 3 days in a row? My left leg was injured at that time. I saw some familiar comrades die in the battle. At that time I really thought that I would follow them to infernal purgatory. I didn't expect that His Majesty would order us to retreat and burn Ostia. At that time many people in our legion were very unwilling. Since the establishment of the First Legion, it was the first time that we retreated in the face of an enemy attack. Although it was His Majesty's order, we have to admit that if we insisted on defending, the First Legion would probably suffer heavy casualties. Hearing the homeowner's sigh, Maximus was silent for a long time before he said in a low voice, "At that time, I was the squadron leader in the team that attacked the city. It was the battle that destroyed our confidence, which led to our final defeat. Fortunately, we all belong to the same kingdom now. There will be no more war." The homeowner comforted him and then said, "You are here to rent a house, right? That's not a problem. How much do you want to rent?" Maximus originally thought that this family had no chance, but the homeowner's words surprised him. He immediately said, "I hope to rent a room in the building near Asinu, La Arena for 8 drachmas a month." The homeowner was about to speak, but the servant standing at the side whispered something in his ear. He was slightly surprised and asked, "You are living with your wife and 2 children?" Maximus nodded. "They are waiting outside the door." The homeowner thought for a while and said, "The house on the top floor is cheaper and larger, but it is made of wood and is located at a high place. It can't block the wind at night and will be colder, especially in winter. Your children are still young, so they might get sick easily. How about this? It's still the same building. There is an empty room on the 3rd floor that hasn't been rented out yet. The area is not small. The original rent is 25 drachmas. I can rent it to you for only 13 drachmas a month. What do you think?" Maximus was surprised, but he did not accept it immediately. Instead, he asked cautiously, "May I ask why you would give such a great benefit to a stranger?" The homeowner was not displeased by his hesitation. Instead, he said seriously, "Because you are from Rome, and you are from Rome who has fought against us. Your bravery has won my respect. You came to ask for my help, but you bravely admitted that you used to be my enemy. This kind of honesty makes me feel more at ease. Also." The owner of the house looked at him carefully, and then said with certainty, "You should have been serving in the slave camp. Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to gain your freedom before the celebration of Hades, but you did it. You must have performed very well, and that's why you were pardoned. Although I lost some money, I think it is worth it to get to know a person from Rome who is worth befriending." The homeowner's words were honest. Maximus was moved. He solemnly bowed and said, "Thank you for your trust. I am willing to rent the room on the 3rd floor. My name is Maximus. I am Brutus Maximus. Nicodemus, I am now the chief of the village to the south of the slave camp. Nice to meet you." The homeowner also returned the greeting seriously. Maximus was not a little dissatisfied because the homeowner only said his name. As far as he knew, many citizens of Dionia were born as refugees or slaves. Now that they had become the first citizens of the kingdom of Dionia, they did not want to take the name of their lowly father as their surname. Instead, they wanted to use their name as the surname of their descendants. Therefore, they still maintained the name without the surname, which was approved by the king of Devers. Nicodemus asked his servant to bring Maximus and his family to the rental building. The building was located not far to the north of the Asanu Amara Arena, just beside the main street. It was bustling with traffic and was very prosperous, which also caused the rent of the housing here to soar. This rental building was the most common building in the outskirts of Turin. It was first designed by the engineers of the Ministry of Construction for public rental housing. Since it could maximize the use of space and provide more housing, it could also take care of business and safety. Soon, it became popular in the densely populated outskirts of Turin. The main body of the building was made of stone. It was about 13 meters high and had a total of 5 floors. The bottom floor was used for shops and offices, and the upper 4 floors were for housing. The roof could be used for storage. Of course, in order to make more money, private owners often built wooden attics on the roof. The center of the building was an open space, which could ensure that both sides of the floor were exposed to sunlight and air circulation. Maximus followed the servant into the building. At first glance, he saw a square pool in the open space in the center of the building. Clear water was gushing out from the mouth of a statue of a Greek god, Poseidon. In the middle of the pool was another statue of a Greek god. He was very familiar with this one, Hades, the patron of the kingdom of Dionia. In fact, according to the Greeks, it wasn't Hades's job to be in charge of rivers and springs. However, ever since Hades performed a miracle at the Turi spring and resurrected Poseidon, the people of Dionia gradually thought that Hades was the true protector of the springs and drinking water. Poseidon had become his assistant instead. At this time, there were a few women carrying earthen jars by the pool, chatting as they filled the water. The children were playing around the pool and the stone pillars around it. 2 of Maximus's children were eager to join in, but Fulvia stopped them. Although Maximus was surprised and confused about how the water came out of the pool, he didn't ask. Instead, he followed the servant up the stairs to the 3rd floor, along the slightly dark corridor, and arrived at the room for rent. They met a few tenants along the way, and they all greeted the servant humbly. Obviously, the owner of the house usually let the servant take care of the entire rental building. Although the room was simple, with only a bed, a table, and a few chairs, it was clean and spacious, and the lighting was good. It was much better than the house he lived in the slave camp, so Maximus immediately decided to rent it. After putting the package in the room, he followed the servant to the tax office and signed the rental agreement. It was already dusk when they finally settled the matter of renting the house. Both Maximus and his wife were a little hungry, and the 2 children were no longer in the mood to play. Therefore, Maximus decided to bring his family to eat and fill their stomachs. There were many restaurants near the place they were renting. Among them, Christoia's was the most famous. It was full early, and there were still people queuing outside. However, considering the price, Maximus finally chose to eat in a street pub that was cheaper. This kind of street pub usually only had a ring-shaped counter, and there were many round holes in the stone counter. Open wine, beer, and clay jars were placed in these holes. At the end of the counter, there would be a shrine inlaid on the stone wall, but it wasn't usually for Hades. Instead, it was for the Greek god of wine, Dionysus. When Maximus and his family walked into the tavern on the street, there were already some customers in the tavern, making the small tavern seem a little crowded. The cook in the middle of the counter saw them and immediately asked with a smile, "What would you like to eat and drink? Do you have anything to fill your stomach?" Maximus asked as he looked at the bottles and jars on the counter. "Bread, cheese, vegetables, nuts, and olives. We can provide them to you right away. Of course, if you need some hot soup, we can also cook mutton and beef soup, wheat porridge, and bean porridge on the spot, but that will take some time." The kitchen maid looked at Maximus' family and estimated their needs. She said fluently, "Of course, the most important thing here is that we can provide you with all kinds of wine and beer produced by the kingdom, and the price is relatively low. Give me 4 pieces of bread, 4 slices of cheese, 2 bowls of oatmeal and a big bowl of haggis soup," Maximus said after thinking for a while. Don't you want to drink? The kitchen maid tried her best to persuade them. Looks like you've walked a long way. You must be tired and thirsty. Why don't you have a glass of beer to moisten your throat and relieve your fatigue? Maximus wasn't someone who could be easily persuaded, but when he saw the customers holding glasses and talking loudly at the counter, he suddenly changed his mind. I'll have a glass of beer. What kind of beer do you want? The kitchen maid pointed at a round hole on the counter and said enthusiastically, I recommend Kristoya beer. It's made by the brewery under Princess Kristoya. They invented the beer of Dionia, so their beer is the most authentic, best to drink, and very refreshing. It's very popular among the people of the kingdom. Because of the high demand, most of the production is bought and stored by those damn rich merchants and officials to entertain guests at banquets. There aren't many on the market. Our pub got some because of special connections. Although it's a little expensive, it's very rare. Although Maximus was a little tempted by her words, he still suppressed his desire and said, just give me a glass of ordinary beer. Although the kitchen maid failed to persuade him, she didn't show any disappointment. She smiled and said to him, okay. Then 1 loaf of bread is 5 opal, 4 loaves of bread is 20 opal. That's a total of 67 opal, which is equivalent to 9 drachma and 3 opal. Pay up first, I'll prepare your food immediately. Well, the price of this dinner was close to a month's rent. If it was in the past, Maximus wouldn't care about such a small amount of money, but more than 3 years as a slave had taught him the hardships of life. He took a deep breath and counted out 10 drachmas and 4 opal from his money bag. The kitchen maid looked at the crowd and shouted, hey! There's a child who wants to eat. Everyone, please give up your seats. With her sharp voice, someone really stood up from the bench against the wall. Fulvia hurriedly squeezed over with the children, thanked the diners, and sat down. Maximus, on the other hand, stood by the counter. After a while, the kitchen maid put the bread and cheese he ordered into a small wooden basket and handed it over. Maximus felt that the bread was still warm, and he couldn't help but secretly nod at the pub's thoughtfulness. The kitchen maid opened a wooden lid and used a slender wooden spoon to reach into the clay pot in the stone pit. She scooped up the beer, poured a full cup, and handed it to Maximus. As for the oatmeal and mutton soup, they still needed time to boil. Maximus took the beer and drank a mouthful first. He immediately felt his dry throat moisten. In fact, there was no beer in Rome in the past. Maximus started to like drinking this cheap and worry-relieving drink in the slave camp. The family sat in a corner and began to eat. Maximus chewed on the bread while carefully listening to the diners' conversation. Hey, have you heard? It's said that the kingdom is preparing to send troops to the southern Iberia and northern Etruria to build a fortress defense might be cancelled. You're wrong. It's impossible to cancel it. If the kingdom doesn't send troops to the border for defense, then the looting of the barbarians in the mountains will not be stopped. They will only become stronger and more rampant. They might even launch an attack on the kingdom's border territory. Isn't that just right for the kingdom to launch a war and destroy these barbarians? Maybe we can also get some military merits and become citizens sooner. I heard that the kingdom is not going to launch a big war in the next few years because the last war only happened a few years ago. The consumption is too great, and they have not recovered yet. You're right. But that's not the only reason. It is said that whether it is northern Etruria or southern Iberia, there are mountains everywhere, and the terrain is dangerous. Most of the indigenous tribes live in the mountains, and if they can't beat the kingdom's army, they are likely to hide in the mountains. It will be very difficult for the kingdom to completely destroy and conquer them, so it is necessary to first send troops to defend the border and crack down on those barbarians who come to invade. But I heard that because the people's opposition is too great, the decision to send troops to defend the border may be cancelled, and instead, they will hire free people to form a border defense army. The diners let out a cry of surprise. Is this true? Maximus' heart skipped a beat, and he looked over. Most of the diners were wearing simple linen shirts and looked shabby, obviously of relatively low status. Only a few were dressed more elegantly, and this person who seemed to know a lot of inside information was one of them. He took a sip of beer and said proudly, of course it's true. When have I, Gorgon, ever lied to you? Let me tell you, this matter has been discussed by the higher-ups, and the reason why it can't be decided is because it takes a lot of money to hire troops, and the kingdom can't take out more money to support a mercenary army specially responsible for guarding the border. But I heard from a good friend who serves as a palace guard that His Majesty the King of Devers once said very firmly in the meeting that the kingdom's border troops must be established as soon as possible. Because the kingdom's territory is constantly expanding, it will take 10 days to half a month to lead the army from Turai to the border to arrive, and it may take 2-3 months or even half a year in the future. Once the enemy invades and mobilizes the army to face the enemy, I'm afraid the enemy has already occupied the border area and killed countless people of the kingdom. Therefore, it must be established to guard the safety of the kingdom's border. If there is really no money to establish a mercenary army, then he must send troops to guard the border for a long time regardless of the people's opposition. His Majesty the King of Devers is sincerely thinking for the kingdom, but those Daionia citizens are too selfish. Another diner sighed and said, if I become an official citizen, I'll definitely support His Majesty's decision and guard the border as a soldier of the Legion without hesitation. Tisk. Another diner said disdainfully, as a registered free citizen, if the kingdom decides to establish a mercenary army made up of free citizens, I'll definitely join it without hesitation. And I don't want an opal's salary, I just want to become an official citizen of Daionia immediately. A few other diners agreed with him. If you become an official citizen and have a piece of land, you'll definitely regret it, someone suddenly said, and it immediately caused a burst of laughter. The Kingdom of Daionia has a vast territory and a large population. Why doesn't it have the money to support a small mercenary army? Another diner asked doubtfully. How can there be money? Gorgon belched, his face slightly red, and said with a slightly emotional tone, look at the roads of the kingdom, aren't they all very smooth and wide? Isn't every bridge made of stone, both strong and durable? Isn't the arena in every town spectacular and luxurious? But do we need money to build them? Do we need money to maintain them? The kingdom's territory is vast, and there are many towns and cities. In order to manage them well, we need many officials to devote themselves. Then, do we need to pay them? The cost of maintaining these takes up most of the national treasury's expenditure. Where is there any extra money? The kingdom works hard to maintain such a good environment for the citizens, but how much tax do the citizens pay? Only 1% of the annual income. A diner shouted, these Daionia citizens are so lucky. I come from Delos, and my mother state was once again incorporated into the Athens Maritime Alliance. Athens forced us to provide monetary donations, which is 60% of my income. That's why I had to leave my mother state and come to live in Daionia. Isn't it the same for my mother state, Milos? We were forced to join the Peloponnesus Alliance and have to pay a lot of tribute to Sparta every year. In order for Sparta to cope with the Corinth War and this time's War of Thebes, the taxes I pay every year are not less than 20% of my income. In a naval war last year, Athens won the dominance of the Aegean Sea. My mother state took advantage of the situation to leave Sparta and join the Athens Maritime Alliance. I thought that life would be easier, but I didn't expect that the people of Athens also want money, and the tax rate is still the same. I had no choice but to come to Turai, sigh. Another diner also took over the conversation and poured out his grievances. Their experience also resonated with other diners. After a while of complaining to each other, the man named Gorgon said loudly, compared to our former mother state, Daionia is indeed a good place for us to live. Even though the treasury is so tight, His Majesty the Devers and the ministers still do not want to raise taxes for the people. But a 1% tax is really too little, and the official citizens' lives are so good. Why don't they take the initiative to pay a little more tax and help the kingdom solve this financial problem? That way, they can build a border army made up of free citizens. This also solves the problem of them being sent to the border for a long time. Gorgon is right. These official citizens own so much land anyway. A little more tax won't affect their lives. If they don't even dare to pay more taxes, how can they have the face to call themselves warriors who protect the kingdom? The topic of the diners quickly shifted to whether the citizens should pay more taxes to help the kingdom build a border army, and the atmosphere of the discussion became more and more heated. Maximus wasn't too concerned about this topic, but he noticed that every time the man named Gorgon opened his mouth, the discussion became more intense. Maximus actually wanted to hear them talk about why the census office suspended the registration of freedmen applying for citizenship, but when he received the oatmeal and haggis soup from the kitchen maid, the diners were still discussing this topic endlessly. Meanwhile, he himself had just arrived, so it was impossible for him to start a new topic in an unfamiliar environment. Finally, when Gorgon left, he looked at Maximus, who was staring at him from time to time, and nodded to him with a smile. Maximus, of course, nodded back politely. Seeing him walk away slowly, Maximus picked up the bowl and returned it to the kitchen maid behind the counter. He then asked, intentionally or unintentionally, "The person who left just now greeted me, but unfortunately, I don't know who he is. His name is Gorgon, and he's a clerk in the city hall of Turii. I heard that he's going to become an official citizen soon. Don't be fooled by his high status, but he's very friendly and knows a lot of things. He's also a frequent customer here. He often says that although our shop is small, the quality of the wine is good, and the food is delicious." The kitchen maid was not wary at all. She said a lot of things enthusiastically and praised her shop. When Maximus heard this, the first thought that popped up in his mind was, should I apply for a job in the city hall as a scribe or writer? Of course, it was necessary to consider how to earn money to support the family in the future, but the most important thing now was to decorate the house. But when the family walked out of the tavern, the sky was already dark. Based on his experience in Rome and the slave camp, Maximus judged that all the shops in the outskirts of Turii must be closed. But the scene he saw surprised him. Many shops were lit with candles, there were still many pedestrians on the street, and the patrol team was still patrolling. Seeing the streets lit up by countless candles, Maximus and his family were overjoyed. They bought a bed and some cloth from a furniture shop not far from their rented place, and some candles from a candle shop next door. They also bought some pots from a pottery shop. Finally, they spent some money and entrusted the furniture shop's labor to move these things to their house. After a period of busy work, the room looked brand new. Although Fulvia looked a little tired, she kept wiping the sweat on her forehead, but her eyes shone with happiness. "Maximus, we finally have a new home." Maximus looked at the two children who were playing on the bed, and his heart was filled with emotions. He nodded wordlessly. There were more than a dozen military camps in the kingdom of Dionia. They were not only bases for military training for the citizens, but also military fortresses. Among these military camps, the Turii military camp was different. Not only was it the largest and had the most citizens participating in the training, but it also had a unique function: training officers. In the past, the staff of the Ministry of Military Affairs mainly trained and learned in this military camp. After the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Devers ordered that all mid-level officers must undergo training and pass the assessment before they could be promoted to senior officers. The training location was also set in the Turii military camp, which made the Turii military camp even more dazzling in the Dionysian army. That morning, the tactical practice room in the Turii military camp was full of people. In the middle of the field were the two most outstanding people among the senior students, Sextus and Patroclus. They were going to have a practical deduction assessment. Tomid, the chief of staff of the Inquisitor, he had taken over the position of chief of staff after Felicius resigned after the war in the Western Mediterranean, coughed and said, "I announce the start of the assessment." The room immediately fell silent. The referee, the commander of the 2nd Legion, Matones, held a wooden plate in front of the two people who were about to take the assessment and asked, "Which one of you wants to throw the dice?" Sextus said modestly, "Cross, you go first." "Okay." Patroclus simply grabbed a square dice carved from sheep bones on the wooden plate and threw it gently. "It's an even number." After seeing the result, Matones immediately ordered, "Patroclus, you'll attack next. Sextus, you're mainly in charge of defense. Next, you'll throw the dice." Sextus cautiously grabbed the two dice and tossed them up with all his might. The two dice spun on the ground a few times. When Matones saw them clearly, he said loudly, "It's a 9. The other referee, the former chief of staff, Felicius, immediately picked up a form and looked at it. He then said, "The tactical map number 9 is a mountain with an average height of more than 300 meters, and there's a river with a width of 50 meters. As soon as Felicius finished speaking, it immediately caused a round of discussion among the team officers who were watching the battle. It was obvious that such a terrain was very advantageous for the defense side. At that moment, a large wooden map was placed between Patroclus and Sextus. While the two of them carefully observed the map and began to think about possible tactics, the chief referee and the other 4 referees, all of whom were at least legion commanders, and all of whom had rich battlefield experience and outstanding achievements, were also making use of the time to discuss in low voices. After a while, the chief referee, Tormid, stood up and said in a clear voice, "In view of this tactical map, after discussion, we have finally decided that the defense side will have 4,000 soldiers, including 500 medium Samurai infantry, 1,500 light Samurai infantry, 1,500 Samurai javelin throwers, and 500 Samurai pikemen. The attacking side will have 20,000 soldiers, including the 2 legion of Dionysia 18,000 soldiers, 200 siege troops, 500 Dionia cavalry, 500 mountain reconnaissance troops, and 500 supply camps. The defending side will have an advantage in supplies. As the attacking side is deep in enemy territory, they can only carry their supplies once and can only supply them for 30 days. After 30 days, if the outcome of the battle cannot be decided, the attacking side will be declared the loser." As Tormid spoke, Patroclus and Sextus picked up the wooden boards in their hands and recorded the data. After he finished speaking, the two of them looked at the map and compared the data on the wooden boards, thinking about it. This is an example of the battle where the kingdom attacked the Samurai mountains. Although the terrain is complicated and marching is difficult, Patroclus has 2 royal legions under his command. As long as we can find the main force of the Samurai, we should be able to win. I don't think it's that simple. Didn't the instructor say that the combat power of the Samurai people is not weak, especially their javelin throwers? Besides, they are good at fighting in the mountains. The reason why we were able to conquer them is that we have never really fought with the Samurai people in the mountains. We have destroyed their main forces on the plains several times. Now that Sextus can defend the mountains with all his strength, the situation will definitely be very different. The way I see it, Patroclus will make more use of the 500 mountain reconnaissance soldiers he has. They are the key to victory. The spectating officers discussed in low voices. The 2 protagonists were still staring at the map, deep in thought. At this time, Tormid said again, "I hereby announce the start of the tactical assessment." Clang! A crisp bell rang. The 2 protagonists stood up and took a few steps back. 10 soldiers carried a few wide wooden boards into the field and erected them on the wooden boards, blocking the 2 protagonists' vision of the entire map. Of course, Sextus had the advantage of defense, so he could see a larger area of the map, while Patroclus' vision was limited to the southwest corner of the map. Several tactical executors also held tactical chess pieces and stood beside the 2 protagonists. These tactical chess pieces were small wooden sculptures of heavy infantry, light infantry, javelin throwers, cavalry, and so on. When they were placed on the map, it made the serious tactical assessment a little fun. At this time, Matonis picked up 2 dice and threw a 7. After the referees checked the table, they said loudly, "Day 1, heavy rain." After hearing this, the 2 protagonists thought about it and used a white pen to write down the measures they would take on the first day. Then, the executors brought their wooden boards to the referees' table. After the referees looked at the orders on the wooden boards, they decided that it was feasible. Therefore, the executors started to place the tactical chess pieces on the map according to the orders on the wooden boards. Matonis threw the dice again, then looked at Patroclus and said loudly, "Day 2, heavy rain." There was a small commotion among the spectating officers, but Patroclus' expression didn't change. After thinking for a while, he wrote down his decision again. While most of the officers in the tourist barracks were gathered in the tactical training room to watch the 2 protagonists take the assessment, the King of Devers arrived at the tourist barracks accompanied by Minister of Military Affairs Alexis. Upon receiving the news, 1st Legion Commander Leotychides hurried over to welcome them. After learning that there was a tactical assessment going on in the barracks, the Devers told Leotychides not to inform them for the time being. He took the guards to the military conference room to wait. "Perseus, who do you think will win?" Devers chatted with Leotychides since he had nothing to do. Patroclus was quick in mind and bold in action, Sextus, careful and self-possessed, were both excellent officers. According to the information I received, in this assessment, Sextus will be in charge of defense, and Patroclus will be in charge of offense. This arrangement is in line with their fighting style. However, fighting in the mountains, defense is more advantageous. If Patroclus wants to win, I'm afraid he will need some luck. Yes, luck is an important factor in the outcome of a war, and it's up to the gods to decide. But in the assessment, it depends on the luck of the referee who rolls the dice. Divers said jokingly, then changed the topic. What do you think about the matter of sending the legion to the border to build a defensive fortress? Your Majesty, I think it's not a problem to send each legion to the border in rotation for more than half a year. In fact, each legion doesn't stay at the border for too long, and there are nearly 20 legions in the kingdom. It would take at least a few years for them to take turns. Besides, these legions have many slaves, and their families have enough labor to take care of the household chores. Leotychides answered without hesitation. Henopolis pursed his lips and thought to himself, of course you, Persosus, would say that. Is there anything else in your eyes other than military affairs? Ever since you became the legion commander of the First Legion, the citizens of the entire Tulii region have been complaining about you. They've even given you the nickname Iron Man. Devers listened attentively and nodded from time to time. After chatting for a while, Devers seemed to remember something and asked, Persoius, you haven't been home for the past 6 months, have you? Leotychides was stunned and immediately replied, Your Majesty, I just took over the First Legion and want to familiarize myself with it as soon as possible, so, Devers waved his hand and advised with concern, don't be too anxious. Judging from the current situation, there won't be any major wars in the kingdom in a short period of time, and the First Legion won't be sent to the battlefield anytime soon. You have all the time in the world to familiarize yourself with the First Legion. You should take some time to go back and accompany your family. Your home is in the city of Turin, and it's not too far away, but you haven't gone back even once in the past 6 months. Your family has already gone to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Those who don't understand this situation might think that I, Devers, have imprisoned you here. I don't want to be wronged like this. Divers said jokingly. He then patted Leotychides on the shoulder and said in a gentle but irresistible tone, Tomorrow, you can go home and rest for a few days. Let yourself relax, and let the soldiers relax, okay? Leotychides hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, Yes, Your Majesty. That's right. You should know how to strike a balance between work and rest. Devers laughed. Henoborus's lips curled up slightly. As the two were talking, the chief of the palace guards, Marcius, walked into the military conference room. Your Majesty, the tactical assessment has ended. Who won? Henoborus asked curiously. Sextus won. Marcius reported to the Devers, who were equally curious. Patroclus was unlucky. It rained heavily for a few days before the battle began, which prevented his army from crossing the river. However, he still insisted on building a bridge to attract Sextus's army on the other side of the river. He secretly sent some of his army to build rafts upstream and take the risk of crossing the river by force. Although Sextus had arranged many scouts to monitor the upstream bank, he discovered this situation and quickly sent his army to stop it. However, the referee ruled that due to the distance, Sextus's army could not arrive in time. Although Patroclus's army succeeded in crossing the river, many soldiers drowned because of the rising water. Sextus decisively led his army to retreat back to the mountains. Patroclus immediately set up a defensive camp on the other side of the river. It took the whole army a few days to cross the river. During the march to the mountains, his army was constantly harassed by Sextus's Samnite light infantry, which slowed down their marching speed. During this time, Sextus built a simple defensive fort on a dangerous terrain along the way and hoarded a large number of soldiers. The two sides launched a fierce offensive and defensive battle. Due to the narrow mountain road, Patroclus could not fully deploy his superior forces. Moreover, at critical moments, the heavy rain was thrown many times, which seriously affected Patroclus's attack. Therefore, when the time was up, his army still could not break through the blockade. However, he secretly sent 1,000 soldiers mainly composed of mountain scouts to attack the main camp of Sextus's army by climbing the mountain and taking detours. But because Sextus's main force was still there, and Patroclus's army had run out of food, the referee ruled that Sextus was the winner. However, based on the performance of both sides, the referee unanimously ruled that both of them passed the tactical assessment. After listening carefully, Devers said emotionally, although it was just an armchair strategy, it also made them realize the difficulty of fighting in the mountains. However, since this tactical assessment was set in the Sammonite Mountains, did the referee consider that the troops should avoid the rainy season in spring? I asked Tormid, and he said that the time of the battle was set in summer. Therefore, when designing the table, only 2 of the 12 weather options were related to rain. They were light rain and heavy rain. However, in the assessment, they threw the worst option many times. After Marcius finished speaking, Devers was a little surprised. After a moment, he shrugged and said, "This just shows that the capriciousness of war is beyond our control. I think today's tactical assessment was very good. It taught them a good lesson." As Devers spoke, noisy footsteps came from outside the door. Devers did not speak anymore. He took his exclusive helmet from Henoboris and put it on his head. Military Minister Alexis led Chief of Staff Tormid, 2nd Legion Commander Matones, and other generals into the meeting room. After saluting to Devers, they stood to the side in turn. Then Patroclus and Sextus walked in. They already knew what was going to happen next, so they were very excited. After saluting to Devers, they stood ramrod straight. Devers looked around the room and said solemnly, "Let's begin." Military Minister Alexis stepped forward and unfolded the papyrus scroll tied with black cloth. He read aloud, "In view of Patroclus and Sextus' outstanding military achievements and excellent results in passing the general assessment, after discussion between His Majesty the Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs, the 2 of them have been promoted to Legion Commander." As soon as his voice paused, there were cheers all around. Patroclus and Sextus' nervous faces also had smiles on them. Alexis continued, "In addition, Patroclus will be appointed as Legion Commander of the 14th Legion, mainly in the Latin region, and Sextus will be appointed as Legion Commander of the 18th Legion, Southern Iberia region, immediately without delay." At the side, Felicius and the others were a little surprised. It was reasonable for the 2 to be promoted to Legion Commander, but it was rare for them to immediately be given actual positions after being promoted. After the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Devers issued 2 reforms to the army. One was that a squad officer must undergo a study and assessment to be promoted to a general, and the other was that as long as an officer met the requirements, he could be promoted to a general, but he might not necessarily get a definite military post immediately. Because there were only so many general posts in the kingdom, there might not always be a vacancy, so they had to wait. They often had to teach in the barracks for a few months or even a year before they could take up their post. Obviously, Patroclus and Sextus did not expect to be so lucky. Although they tried to suppress it, their joy was still evident on their faces. The Devers stepped forward, took a brand new commander's helmet with a purple and red crown from Marcius, put it on Patroclus, and then said in a deep voice, "Congratulations, Commander Patroclus. This time you will go to Rome and take over the 14th Legion. Now that the Gauls are frequently attacking the northern border of Etruria, they may attack the south at any time. Whether the kingdom sends reinforcements to help the Etrurians defend the border or not, the Latin region is very likely to become the front line of the war. So when you get there, not only must you step up the training of the soldiers with the military training officers, but you must also be vigilant at all times and work hard to think of strategies to deal with the enemy. Once the war breaks out, I hope that the 14th Legion can become the main force to defeat the Gauls. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will definitely lead the 14th Legion to ensure the safety of the kingdom's territory and protect the people of the kingdom from harm." Patroclus gave a powerful military salute and replied solemnly. The Devers nodded, then turned to Sextus, took another commander's helmet, put it on, and said, "Congratulations, Commander Sextus. But as the new commander of the 18th Legion, your task is not easy. The southern territory of Iberia is the most unstable part of the kingdom. There are many natives around the border who harbor ill intentions towards the kingdom, and there are also many people in the territory who are not completely loyal to the kingdom. When you get there, while working with the local officials, you must also actively go into various places to investigate and understand the situation of the people so that you can have your own independent judgment. While strengthening the training of the legionnaires, you must also make full use of the military training time and use various methods to increase the recognition of the citizen soldiers towards the kingdom. I hope that under your leadership, the 18th Legion will become the mainstay of the southern region of Iberia. Of course, the kingdom is also keeping an eye on the situation there. We won't let you fight alone. The words of the Devers put a lot of pressure on Sextus, but he still punched the left side of his chest with his right fist and said resolutely, Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will complete the task and defend the southern part of Iberia. Crotocatax walked out of Rome's city hall. The breeze that blew against his face lifted his tired spirit. He nodded to the palace guards on both sides and walked down the stairs. Every time he stepped on the square of Rome, a sense of joy rose in Crotocatax's heart, because the old square, which had not been renovated for decades, had been greatly renovated when he served as the construction officer of Rome. It was completely new. Seeing the people walking and playing happily in the square, he could not help but smile. Often at this time, he would subconsciously look to the north. The temples on Capitoline Mountain exuded a magnificent brilliance under the setting sun, which was also a result of his painstaking efforts. Because of this, he was loved by the people of Rome. All passers-by who passed by would greet him warmly, and he would respond enthusiastically. Of course, under normal circumstances, the people would not approach him. This was because there had been an attempted assassination of Crotocatax 2 years ago. After the incident, the people of Rome knew that this gentle and kind young official was actually the eldest son of the King of Devers, and they also understood why he was always followed by a group of guards. And after the assassination, Crotocatax requested the inspection office and the court not to expand the scope of the case when tracking down the criminals involved in the incident, and not to harass the families of the criminals. These actions further increased the people's love and respect for him. Crotocatax's mansion was not far from the city hall. It was on the top of the Palatine Mountain, separated from other residences, and guarded by the palace guards. When Crotocatax walked into the mansion, his wife, Dido, immediately came out of the main building and came forward to greet him. Looking at his wife who was smiling like a flower, Crotocatax's thoughts ran wild. A few years ago, when he learned that his father had engaged him, and that the woman was a Carthage's woman, and she was a few years older than him, he was quite resistant. However, he had always been obedient to his father's decisions since he was a child, so he did not explicitly object. However, at the beginning of their marriage, his attitude towards his wife was cold. However, after constant contact, his attitude changed. He deeply felt that his wife was not only beautiful, but also very cultured. She was also very concerned about him, and at the same time, she was a very intelligent and capable woman. Although the women of Ionia were much more open than the traditional Greek women, outstanding women like Dido were still very rare in the kingdom. It was her unique character that strongly attracted Crotocatax. In his heart, Dido's importance gradually surpassed his sister, Cynthia. You're back. You must be hungry. Dinner is ready. Dido looked at her husband, who was a little tired, and went forward to hold his arm, saying with concern. What's delicious today? Crotocatax held his wife's hand and asked casually. There's your favorite fried beef, and codfish that your mother sent over, Dido replied. Codfish marinated in salt? Codfish was delicious, but it was not produced much in the Mediterranean Sea, and it was not easy to catch. Once it left the sea, it was easy to rot and not easy to preserve. This made codfish a relatively expensive delicacy. It would take at least 3 to 4 days to travel from Thurii to Rome on a fast boat, and if it was not salted, it would have long since stank. This was why Crotocatax asked this question. It's not salted. Seeing the surprised look on her husband's face, Dido explained, Your mother put the codfish in a clay jar, filled it with ice, and then sealed it. She wrapped it in several layers of cloth and kept it in a cool place at the bottom of the boat. So when it arrived, the ice had not completely melted, and the codfish was still relatively fresh. I asked the chef to make fried codfish, that's too extravagant. She went through so much trouble just to send a few fish. Crotocatax frowned. This fish is not for you to eat. Dido rolled her eyes at him and touched her abdomen. After Chris was sent to Thurii, your mother found out from Pello, Dido's trusted maid, that I was pregnant again, so she sent a lot of things to express her condolences, and not just this codfish. Crotocatax hurriedly corrected himself. That's a gift. Of course it's a gift. You see, my mother is very concerned about you. Dido was silent for a moment, then said softly, it would have been better if she hadn't taken Chris away. Parents miss their grandchildren very much. Besides, with Chris pestering you every day, you won't be able to rest properly. This isn't good for the child in your belly. Have you forgotten what the doctor warned us last time? You're right, I shouldn't have mentioned this again. Let's go eat first, or the food will get cold. Dido was straightforward and walked into the dining room with her husband. Here, have another one. Clotocatax forked another piece of codfish and placed it on Dido's plate. I'm already full, I can't eat any more. Dido forked the codfish on her plate back to Clotocatax. You're full already? You're pregnant now, you should eat more, Clotocatax advised with concern. I'm only 3 months pregnant, so I don't have such a big appetite. Hurry up and eat, you haven't eaten much just now. Then hurry up and take a walk in the courtyard. It's good for your body. Okay. Dido nodded in response, looking at her husband who was engrossed in eating the fish, her eyes full of love. When she first agreed to marry Clotocatax to the king of Devers, it was completely out of necessity. How could she not know that her husband was also dissatisfied with the marriage when they got married? But at that time, she knew that Clotocatax had become the pillar of support for herself and the entire Magonid family in the kingdom of Dionia, so she tried her best to make this young husband fall in love with her, and it was during this process that she gradually and truly fell in love with him. Not only because of his identity, his appearance, but also because of his gentleness and his respect for women. In this era, whether it was in Dionia or in Carthage, men who truly respected women were rare. This was also one of the reasons why the proud and independent Dido had never married. On the other hand, Clotocatax had been influenced by the king of Devers since he was a child, and under the influence of what he saw and heard, this habit was deeply ingrained in his bones, so Dido felt that she was very lucky. Of course, there was always a trace of unease in her heart. After all, she was several years older than Clotocatax, and now she was almost 30 years old, and her mother-in-law, Christoia, had always seemed to have a bad impression of her. Therefore, not only did she meticulously care for her husband in life, but she also tried her best to help him in his career. She thought that in this way, even if she grew old in the future, Clotocatax would not be willing to leave her. Today, Cornea came to see me, Dido said softly. Cornea? Clotocatax could not remember who this person was for a moment. Wife of Licinius Stolo, judge of Rome. Licinius Stolo. Clotocatax was familiar with the name because he was now the registrar of Rome. From time to time, Stolo would come to the registrar's office to retrieve files or submit a citizen's criminal record. Clotocatax and Clotocatax had many opportunities to interact with each other. He knew that Stolo was impartial and rarely made mistakes in court affairs. He was very popular with the people of Rome. Of course, it was also because he was a citizen of Rome. Clotocatax had always believed that as one of the few capable and proactive citizens of Rome's Dionia, Stolo would have a bright future ahead of him. Is she here to plead for Stolo? After years of training, Clotocatax was no longer as naive as he was when he first started doing things. He immediately knew the reason for Stolo's visit. Yes. Stolo was asked to go to the registrar's office for investigation. Cornea was very worried about it, so she came crying to me. Her husband has always worked for the kingdom. He has never colluded with the former nobles of Rome to rebel. She begged me to speak for her husband, and I agreed, Dido said calmly. Are you close to Stolo's wife? She has attended a few of my banquets. We got to know each other after a while. How should I put it? She's not exactly a traditional Rome woman. She has a little bit of a noble lady in Rome, Dido said in a serious tone. Ever since she married Clotocatax, Dido had been living with him in Rome. But when she was about to give birth, Christoia strongly requested that Dido come to Turiae to give birth. Thus, Dido stayed in Turiae for a while and witnessed her mother-in-law organizing a few Turiae noble ladies' parties. After she returned to Rome, she followed suit. Due to her special identity as a prince's wife, many noble ladies from Rome would attend her banquets, including the wife of the governor of Rome, the Assists. Moreover, Dido was good with money and power. Thus, her banquets gradually became famous in Rome. Clotocatax did not stop her because it would help him expand his influence in Rome and meet the requirements of the Devers. Recently, the Turiis Inspection Office has arrested a group of rebels who tried to assassinate Father at the Greek Scholar Conference. Most of them are former Rome nobles. Stolo's identity is special, so he must have had dealings with them in the past. It's normal for him to be investigated. But according to my understanding of him, he's a smart man. He won't be involved in such a stupid conspiracy. Besides, Father used to admire him. I believe it's just a routine investigation. He'll be home soon. Maybe he's already having dinner at home, Krotokatax said confidently while eating the codfish. I thought so too, so I simply agreed to it. After all, we don't need to do anything to gain their gratitude, Dido blinked her bright eyes. Oh you. Krotokatax pretended to shake his head helplessly. He picked up another piece of fried codfish. Just as he brought it to his mouth, he thought of something and put it down again. Then he said seriously, even a person like Cornea from Rome feels uneasy about this arrest. I'm afraid the other former nobles and citizens of Rome will be even more worried. I'm worried that this will cause instability in the kingdom. I think Father must have considered this problem when he made this decision, and has the corresponding measures to deal with it. Don't worry. Dido said this not to comfort her. Ever since she joined the kingdom of Dionia, she deeply felt that the strength of Dionia today was inseparable from her father-in-law. He was a man with great political wisdom and treated her very well. During the time when she lived in Turii, not only did he care about her, but whenever Kristoia criticized him, he would come forward and speak up for her. After Margot's death, she found the shadow of her father in another person. Krotokatax agreed with his wife's words. He finished a piece of codfish with relief. Suddenly, he remembered something and said softly, "Today, I received a letter from Father. In the letter, he asked me to tell you that the kingdom wants to transfer the governor of Sicily, Hacker, back to Turii." Ah. Ever since she experienced the betrayal of Carthage and the death of her father, Dido thought that she could face everything calmly. But when she heard the news, she still felt a little flustered. Krotokatax saw through his wife's thoughts. He gently squeezed her hand on the dining table and said with a smile, "Father doesn't want to idle Hacker. He wants to invite him to Turii to be the rotating president of the Senate." Dido was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Which of the 5 rotating presidents has a vacancy?" "It's a seat that Father specially created for him in the Senate. It's clear how much Father values him." Krotokatax had heard from his wife that after most of the Magonid family members had moved to Iberia, Margot and Hasdrubal had been fighting outside all year round. At home, it was Dido and Hacker who had spent the most time together, especially during the war in the Western Mediterranean. The two of them had to worry about the safety of their loved ones and stabilize the situation in the territory. They had to comfort and support each other. Although they were only cousins, they were better than real siblings, so their relationship was very good. Thus, he continued to comfort his wife and said, "Besides, Hacker's health has always been poor. The matters in the southern region of Iberia are so heavy. Transferring him back to Turii will be good for his health. Besides, he will also be closer to us. Chris is already more than 2 years old, but he still hasn't seen his uncle." After being comforted by Krotokatax, Dido relaxed a little. But she seemed to ask casually, "Who will be the new governor of Sicily?" "Father didn't say in the letter." Krotokatax thought for a moment, then said with a serious face, "I think Father will definitely send a very capable senator to take over. In the past year, the Iberian territory has been frequently attacked by the indigenous people, which has a lot to do with the inaction of the local officials. It needs to be properly rectified. We don't want to see the area that your father spent 10 years to conquer finally become a paradise for the indigenous people." Dido was silent for a moment, then relaxed her brows and said softly, "Clotho, you are right. Since the southern region of Iberia has become the territory of the kingdom of Dionia, then it should be reassured to let the kingdom govern it." "Do you still need a bowl of soup?" "I'm already full." Krotokatax put the knife and fork on the table, and the servants hurried over to clean up. "Clotho," Dido asked softly again, "when can we return to Turii?" This still needs to be decided by Father. Krotokatax's desire to go home was not very strong, mainly because he was freer here. His efforts were recognized by many people, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. So he thought for a moment and said, "Father left me here in the hope that through my efforts, the people here will recognize the kingdom of Dionia more and support our royal family. I haven't done enough. Maybe I need to stay here for a few more years. I'm only a resident of Rome now. Maybe when I become the governor of Rome, I won't be far from going home." As Clotho Catax said, the news of a group of former nobles of Rome being arrested spread throughout the kingdom, and it did make some citizens of Rome in the kingdom of Dionia nervous, but they soon received the news that Sextus had become the head of the legion. Then, an even bigger news shocked them. The rotating president, Lucius, resigned from the post of governor of Turiae and was replaced by Manlius Publius, a former great noble of Rome and now a senator of Dionia. Turiae was the center of the kingdom, and its governor was far more important and powerful than other towns in the kingdom. It must be a senator trusted by the king of Devers. And this new news strongly proved that the arrest this time was not to purge the former nobles of Rome, but it was indeed these people who were plotting a rebellion. The king of Devers still trusted and was willing to put the former noble citizens of Rome in an important position. Publius becoming the governor of Turiae was also a major event in the political arena of the kingdom. Publius, who had always kept a low profile and had never been a governor before, was suddenly nominated by the outgoing Lucius. This not only surprised many senators, but at the same time, he was also strongly opposed by them. But with the full support of the Devers, he finally sat in this important position. Even though the dust had settled, the senators still had a lot of criticism about it, but soon their attention was attracted by another major event, the death of the finance minister, Murses. Since the founding of Dionia, Murses had always held the authority over the finances of the kingdom. Even though many elders had quarreled with him over the issue of money, they had to admit that it was precisely under his strict and shrewd management that the kingdom's finances did not collapse despite several life and death and costly wars. Instead, the kingdom managed to hold on and become as powerful as it was today. Of course, they were not worried that Murses' death would cause chaos in the kingdom's financial management. In fact, his successor had long been revealed. During the period when he was ill and bedridden, Archipedes received his recommendation and the support of the king. He did a good job as the acting finance minister, and many people thought that he would officially take over this important position. In the few days that Murses' body was resting, the king of Devers and his wife, the 5 rotating presidents, various ministers, senators, officials of various levels of the kingdom, and even many Turiae citizens went to pay their respects. There was a long queue in front of the mansion that he lived in every day. When Murses was alive, he was not as popular as he was now. The kingdom's evaluation of his death was also intense, especially after his will was announced to be donating most of his inheritance to the kingdom. The senators no longer had any objections. The statue was placed in the Pantheon, and at the same time, a statue of him was erected in front of the Ministry of Finance. Even for his funeral, the opening of the Congress of Greek Scholars was postponed for a few days. A few days later, the Senate announced another important news. The only governor of the kingdom of Dionia, Hacker, who had served for more than 4 years, stepped down, and was replaced by the senator Bagul as the governor of southern Iberia. The Senate also created a rotating president position, which Hacker would take over after he was transferred back to Turiae. The important changes in the political arena of the kingdom of Dionia did not attract much attention from the general public. Now, the hottest topic in the streets and alleys of the kingdom was whether the citizens of Dionia should pay more taxes to increase the kingdom's military expenditure and solve the security problem of the border. From the very beginning of the fierce debate, most of the registered freedmen and prospective citizens supported paying more taxes, while the vast majority of citizens opposed it. Many citizens began to think that as long as they don't have to experience the pain of guarding the border for a long time, it is worth paying more taxes. And now the main topic of the people's debate has become the question of how much taxes should be paid. The whole process of evolution only took 10 days. The rapid change was partly the result of the full promotion of the intelligence department, and the other main reason was that most of the citizens were the first generation of the kingdom of Dionia. They were all participants and founders in the process of the establishment and rise of the kingdom. They promoted the growth of the kingdom of Dionia with their sweat and spears. At the same time, under the long-term influence of the law of Dionia and the temple of Hades, they developed a strong sense of ownership in their hearts. When the kingdom did encounter difficulties and needed them to sacrifice a little of their own interests to provide help, they could finally make a reasonable choice. In the taverns on the street, the diners were still arguing fiercely. I hope the direct tax paid by the citizens should be 15%. Since traditional Greek city-states like Athens, Corinth, and Thebes are willing to pay such high taxes for the public interest of the city-states, and some of the taxes are even higher than this, the citizens of Ionia, who are known as the most patriotic and own a lot of land, should calmly accept this tax rate. 15% is a little high, and it was only 1% before. Now, it's suddenly 15%. This change is too big, and I think many people can't stand it. 7 or 8% should be more reasonable. I say, all of you are so happy to discuss the tax issue here, but have you ever considered that we will also increase the tax if the official citizens want to increase it? I'm single, and no matter how much tax I pay, I can make do with my life. I don't have to worry about starting a family for the time being, so I'm not worried. Of course I've considered this problem. I think that the more taxes we pay, the richer the kingdom will be, and it will be more beneficial for us freedmen and preparatory citizens. This is because after the kingdom pays for its military expenses, it can use more money to build better public facilities, buy more food to stabilize food prices, and subsidize the hospitals to reduce the medical fees. These benefits will be greater for us than the official citizens. After all, they are already rich enough and don't care too much. That makes sense, so I've decided to change my mind and support the 15% tax. The group of people were chatting happily when they suddenly heard the cook shout, "Maximus, you're here. Ah, or a glass of beer?" Yes. The diners immediately looked over, and a busybody immediately asked, "Maximus, how did it go when you went to look for a job today?" I say, are you stupid? Do you even need to ask? Just by looking at him, I know he didn't succeed. Maximus forced a bitter smile and tried his best to explain. Actually, during the interview, the person in charge of the library was already willing to hire me as a scribe, but the person next to me said a few more words. After he found out that I'm a slave freed from Rome, he hesitated and said to me, if I come back in a few months, when the incident has calmed down, he'll definitely hire me. I say, Maximus, don't blame the tourist officials for not hiring you. The conspiracy of the people in Rome hasn't ended yet. They want to assassinate the great king of Devers. This is a huge matter. The tourist city hall is so close to the Senate and the palace. If they really hire you and you cause trouble again, they'll all be implicated. So, for the sake of safety, of course, they won't dare to take the risk to hire you. That person said it nicely. A few months later. Haha, I think the tourist city hall won't dare to hire people from Rome for a year or two. The customer's words made Maximus's expression turn ugly in an instant. Don't talk nonsense. Another customer comforted him. Maximus, don't listen to him. It's not that serious. Everyone knows that His Majesty the Devers has always treated all the races in the kingdom equally. He will never allow such a thing to happen. So, this is only temporary. It doesn't even need to wait for a few months. Just wait and see, things will get better soon because the new tourist chief executive is about to take office. He's Manlius Publius. He's a true Rome. How can he allow the city hall to discriminate against his compatriots? You don't understand. The first customer retorted, Publius being the chief executive of Turris has always been controversial. In order to avoid suspicion and safety, it's very likely that he will strictly control the people of Rome in the city of Turris in the early days of his administration. Maximus listened and felt more and more uneasy in his heart. This was because the assassination of the Devers also involved Publius' eldest son. Whether he knows that I'm the one who reported it or not, the relationship between us in the past must have been destroyed. Not only can I not go to him for help, I'm afraid I have to hide from him. It seems that I can't go to the city hall of Turris, and I don't want to go back to the slave camp. Do I really have to go to the port of Turris to look for work? But in this way, the opportunity to become an official citizen as soon as possible will be reduced a lot. While Maximus was thinking painfully, another customer sighed, these damn Rome people. Oh, Maximus, I'm not talking about you. They made such a big deal that the security of this year's scholar conference is much stricter than in previous years. With our identity, it's much more difficult for us to enter and exit the school freely and listen to the speeches of the scholars. What's so good about those speeches? We can't understand them. Instead of sitting there blindly, it's better to use this time to earn more money and come here to buy a few more glasses of wine. That's right. That's right. You guys don't understand. I can't understand most of the speeches of the scholars, but you can see some celebrities that you usually can't see at this conference, such as Senator Ansatanos, Senator Matt Iris, and of course, our great King of Devers. Many of you may not have seen our king in person even once, but I can see him every year. If I'm lucky, I can even enter the venue where he is and listen to his speech at a close distance. That's really, the intoxicated look on this customer's face made the hearts of the others itch. Someone eagerly asked, "Tell us, what did His Majesty say at the scholar conference?" This. His Majesty is the descendant of Hades, the god of heaven. He has been inspired by God. In private, some scholars call him the Omniscient. His speech was so profound, how could I possibly remember it? I only remember that before the speech, he humbly thanked everyone for coming to listen to his speech. Isn't that how all the speeches in our kingdom start now? How could His Majesty be like them? I think you're just bragging. In fact, you've never heard His Majesty's speech at all. A customer questioned, and the others also booed. They were dissatisfied with this person's self-satisfaction, so they took the opportunity to make a fuss. The customer became anxious. Of course I've heard His Majesty's speech. Let me tell you. I tell you. There's something very interesting that happened at this year's Scholar Conference. Not only did His Majesty give a speech, but Prince Apox also came on stage to give a speech. Prince Apox? I remember he's the second son of His Majesty Devers. He shouldn't be 18 years old this year, right? A customer obviously expressed his doubts. You don't know this. Although Apox is not an adult yet, he's the descendant of Hades. He's been very smart since he was a child. Not only did he graduate from Turii school early, but it's said that all the colleges in Dionia Academy competed to get him to study in their academy. They even fought over this. As a result, Apox became an official student of both the School of Mathematics and the School of Liberal Arts at the same time. This has never happened since the establishment of Dionia Academy. The customer said arrogantly, he's been studying in the academy for a few years. Now, he can give a speech at the Scholar Conference and express his own opinions. What's so strange about that? We're just a little curious. After all, he's young. The customer who raised the question before said embarrassedly. Seeing that the other party had admitted defeat, the customer didn't take advantage of the situation. Instead, he expressed his understanding. In fact, it's not just you who think so. Some scholars in the venue also think so. A few people from the Pythagorean school of Tarentum tried to make things difficult for Prince Apox. In the end, don't be fooled by Prince Apox's young age. He's very talented. Soon, those Tarentum people were speechless. In the end, everyone cheered for him. You didn't see the depressed look of the Tarentum people. It was really satisfying. The people of Tarentum have always thought highly of themselves, as if they were nobler than anyone else. In fact, it has long been affiliated to the kingdom of Leontini, Tanis, Potentia. These former allies of the kingdom of Tarentum have successively merged into the kingdom of Tarentum, but it still maintains its status as a free city. This time, Prince Apox was able to surpass the people of Tarentum in the field of knowledge that they are most proud of. It's a pity that we didn't see it with our own eyes. Let's drink to the smart and intelligent Prince Apox. Someone suggested loudly, and everyone immediately responded. While everyone was drinking and celebrating, Maximus looked gloomy. The son of the king of Devers had become famous in the kingdom at such a young age, but his own child was still far from being able to attend Turin school. Sigh, another glass? The cook's voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head and saw that the cook had scooped up a spoonful of beer and placed it in front of his wooden glass. He shook his head, but the cook comforted him, "This is free. It's on me. Don't worry, there will always be a way." Since moving to the outer city, Maximus had been looking for a job every day. At the same time, he would come to the tavern on the street at dusk for a glass of beer. On the one hand, it was to relieve the depression in his heart, and on the other hand, he wanted to get more information from the diners. As time went by, he gradually became familiar with everyone, and everyone roughly understood his situation. Maximus took the wooden glass that was filled with beer and hesitated whether he should say thank you. The cook then said, since there is no chance in the Turin City Hall, you can actually consider going to the city hall of another town, such as Xianxia, which is also a big city of the kingdom. It's not too far from Turin. Perhaps because it's inland in the mountains, and there are more Briti residents, many free people are unwilling to go there. I heard that the city hall there is a shortage of employees. If you go there, it should be easier for you to be hired, and maybe you will get more opportunities to make contributions. Hearing this, Maximus' heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said sincerely, thank you. The cook smiled and said, you're welcome. In fact, I can't control my mouth. If you really go to Xianxia, I will lose a good customer who can patronize my business every day. I say, if you can't bear to part with Aphrodite, you might as well marry Maximus. A customer teased. The cook's eyes immediately widened. She slammed the wooden spoon on the counter and scolded, did you drink too much? You're talking nonsense again. Do you want me to get someone to pour a can of cold water on you to wake you up? Nelius, you're such a lowly person. If you don't provoke Aphrodite every day and let her curse at you, you'll feel uncomfortable, won't you? I don't think he's cheap. He's just a cat in spring. How so? It's rutting season. Ha ha ha, the group of people joked around, and the atmosphere in the tavern became livelier. At this moment, a sharp-eyed customer waved his hand toward the outside of the tavern and shouted, Gorgon, you're here. Gorgon strode into the tavern and nodded at the customers. When he saw Maximus, he hesitated for a moment before saying to the cook, follow the old rules. When the cook was preparing food and drinks for him, someone already asked loudly, Gorgon, is there any news today? Gorgon glanced at the customers who crowded over, then looked at Maximus who was leaning on the counter at the side. He then said seriously, there is indeed a very important news today, especially for Maximus. Maximus, who was already listening attentively, was stunned. He could no longer care about being reserved and immediately asked, what news? There's news from the Senate this afternoon. The issue of whether to send legions to defend the borders that has been spreading like wildfire has finally come to a conclusion, Gorgon said solemnly. The Minister of Military Affairs, Helos, submitted a proposal to the Senate to hire free people to form a border army to defend the northern border of Etruria and the southern border of Illyria. Archipedes from the Ministry of Finance represented the Minister of Finance, Merces, in the Senate and submitted a proposal to request for a direct tax of 6% to solve the military expenses of the new army. Are they really going to increase the taxes? Many customers said in unison. Only Nelius shouted in surprise, only 6%? That's too little. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately reprimanded by the others. In addition, the Minister of Household Registration, Raphael, has also submitted a proposal. Gorgon frowned. The noise in the tavern forced him to increase his volume as he continued. He proposed to extend the period of time for free people to become citizens of Daionia from the original 5 to 6 years to more than 10 years. Only free people who accept the kingdom's employment and become soldiers of the border army can become official citizens of Daionia after the 5-year service period. In addition, if free people are willing to rent land in the southern region of Iberia, then after settling there for 7 years, they can also become official citizens smoothly. As Gorgon spoke, the noise in the tavern gradually disappeared. In the end, there was a strange silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gorgon. This made Gorgon a little uncomfortable. He lowered his head to drink a mouthful of beer, coughed a few times, and then looked at the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell on Maximus. Sir Raphael's proposal has little impact on all of you, because according to what he said in the Senate, free people who have applied for registration before the proposal takes effect will still become official citizens in 5 to 6 years according to the original Immigration Act. Therefore, Maximus is the most affected. After saying this, Maximus's face suddenly turned pale. Is this old bastard Raphael out of his mind? Isn't he afraid of the resentment of the entire kingdom's free people for daring to make such a proposal? A customer immediately scolded angrily. What's there to be afraid of? He lives in the inner city and has many guards to protect him. It's a little difficult for us to enter and exit the inner city, let alone see him. Besides, it's impossible for him to make such a proposal to change the Immigration Act that has been in effect for 20 years without the support of the King of Devers in advance, isn't it, Gorgon? Another customer calmly analyzed. However, Gorgon did not respond to his question. Instead, he lowered his head and drank another mouthful of beer. Maximus. Let's not worry. Whether it's the Immigration Act or the Tax Act, they have been in effect for almost 20 years. It won't be so easy to pass them. After a long time, the citizens of the kingdom will gather together to oppose them. These proposals may eventually be rejected by the Senate. A customer said confidently. His words were echoed by everyone, including the cook. Even Maximus felt refreshed, thinking that he had seen hope. At this moment, Gorgon sighed and said, "In fact, these proposals have been passed." In the afternoon, the various departments of the City Hall of Turin, especially the Department of Inspection, have received an urgent notice, asking the officials to remain vigilant and pay close attention to the situation in Turin. During the period when the bill is announced, the stability of the order in the city must be maintained. What? It's passed? Such an important bill has been passed so quickly? What are the senators doing? Are they sleeping? The customers roared angrily to vent their surprise and uneasiness. The senators are not sleeping because His Majesty the Devers has also proposed a bill to divide the kingdom into more than a dozen regions and set up regional administrations. The highest position will be the regional governor. It is said that the governor's duties are somewhat similar to the previous wartime governors. He can govern all the cities and towns in the region and has considerable power. The senators must reserve enough time to discuss this important bill and think about the candidate to be the governor of these regions. Gorgon explained with a strange expression on his face. He had been in Turin for so many years, but this was the first time he had heard of 4 important bills related to the future of the kingdom appearing in the Senate within a day. This was definitely not a coincidence. It was the masterpiece of the wise king. Aren't the Immigration Act and the Tax Act more important than the bill to set up the regions? I think these senators only care about whether they can become the governor or not. They don't care about the interests of the people at all. Yes, that's right. The quarrel in the tavern made Maximus, who was already depressed, feel a splitting headache. He pushed the wine glass back to the cooking maid and pushed away the diners in front of him with all his might before he staggered out of the tavern. "Maximus, are you okay?" Someone shouted with concern behind him. Maximus did not respond at all. His feet felt like he was dragging something heavy as he staggered forward in a daze. After walking for a while, he came to the front of the building he rented. Looking at the passers-by coming and going, a sense of sadness welled up in his heart. "I've made a huge sacrifice, and I've made up my mind to bring my family into this new kingdom. However, ever since I brought my family out of the camp and came to this huge city, nothing went smoothly. The news I heard today completely destroyed all my plans for the future. Is this Jupiter's punishment for betraying my people? Or is it because I haven't completely believed in Hades, so he doesn't protect me at all?" Although life in the slave camp was tough, he had been working hard because he had the goal of obtaining freedom as soon as possible. Now that he was free in this prosperous city, he felt an unprecedented sense of loss. Where should he go in the future? "Maximus! Maximus!" A shout came from behind him. Maximus turned around in a daze, but the person who called him was Gorgon. Maximus was surprised. Although he frequently went in and out of the tavern by the street for more than 10 days, so he knew this well-informed Gorgon, he did not think that he was familiar enough for Gorgon to chase after him alone and care about him. With vigilance, Maximus asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" Gorgon walked up to him and said in a serious manner, "I want to talk to you about your job search." Maximus was not a refugee who came across the sea to Dionia to seek a better life in his hometown. He was once an aristocrat in Rome. Not only did he have many years of experience in government affairs, but he also participated in many wars. If it were not for the fact that Rome was conquered, it would not take long for him to enter the Senate of Rome. He also had rich political experience. Every time he saw Gorgon enter the tavern, he always felt that this person was intentionally or unintentionally leading the customers to argue and spread some news. This practice reminded him of some tricks of the Rome senators to fool the people. Therefore, he thought that Gorgon was not simple, so he did not have much contact with him. At this time, Gorgon's initiative to contact him made him even more vigilant. He immediately refused. "I'm sorry, I have to go home now. I don't have time." Gorgon raised his eyebrows, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Then, he calmed down and said unhurriedly, "5 days ago, you were attacked by a Rome man on the way to the demo government office in the western outer city. If it weren't for the patrol team who arrived in time and arrested the criminal, I'm afraid you would still be lying in the hospital receiving treatment now." In order not to worry about his family, Maximus did not tell anyone about it. He did not expect Gorgon to say it out loud. His expression immediately changed. "How did you know?" Gorgon sneered. "Do you think the patrol team just happened to appear there? I'm afraid you don't know that your youngest son was playing by the pool in the middle of the building you rented yesterday. If it weren't for someone stopping him, he would have been kidnapped by a man from Rome. Do you have time to talk to me now?" Maximus' expression changed drastically. He did not expect that the people of Rome, who hated him for his betrayal, would target his family. He almost wanted to rush to his family immediately, but he suppressed the impulse. He stared at the man in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Gorgon put away the sarcastic smile on his face, and his temperament suddenly changed. He said solemnly, "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Gorgon, and I work for the Intelligence Department of the Kingdom of Dionia." The Intelligence Department of the Kingdom of Dionia? Hearing this term, Maximus instinctively felt a sense of fear. It was the consequence of being interrogated overnight in the slave camp. He subconsciously took a step back and whispered, "What do you want to talk about?" Gorgon glanced at his retreating foot as if he could see through his mind. He looked at him with sharp eyes and said softly, "You should know very well that your report has caused some people in Rome to resent you. You and your family have become the target of their revenge. The reason why you are safe now is because of the secret protection of our intelligence department. However, this protection is not indefinite." Maximus stared at him, but there was a hint of weakness in his eyes. He could hear the threat in Gorgon's words, but Gorgon's words had also hit the nail on the head. Gorgon, however, changed the topic as if nothing had happened. "Master Tratus, the Director General of the Turii region of the Intelligence Department, once wanted you to join us, but you refused. At that time you must have thought that there was a better way to go since you had just regained your freedom. But now, maybe you have the patience to work hard in the kingdom for more than 10 years, so that you can obtain the qualification of an official citizen? Or you can go to the southern region of Iberia to settle down, but that place is not very stable. When the indigenous people attack, can you escape safely with your wife and children? Or do you finally decide to leave the kingdom and live in other strange places?" Every word of Gorgon was impacting Maximus' psychological defense. His eyes began to flicker, and after a while, he squeezed out a sentence. "What do you want to say?" "Join us." Gorgon's voice was not loud, but it was powerful. In the past, there was no intelligence department in Rome, but many nobles had a group of hangers-on who were responsible for prying into the privacy of the people, inciting the people, using underhanded methods to rob the people's land, and so on, doing some dirty things. So Maximus thought that the intelligence department of the Kingdom of Dionia was also doing such despicable things. Of course, as a noble, he would not care about it, but now he seemed to be in a desperate situation. Maximus's expression was uncertain. He hesitated and struggled for a while, then tentatively said, "What's the benefit of joining you? Can you make me an official citizen as soon as possible? Even if our intelligence department directly serves His Majesty Divers, it is impossible for us to become an official citizen directly because of the restrictions of the Dionysian law. But we have more opportunities to make contributions, and we can help you become an official citizen faster," Gorgon said with a straight face. "Even if our intelligence department directly serves His Majesty Divers, there is still the restriction of the Dionysian law. I remember you are not an official citizen yet," Maximus said with a slightly sarcastic tone. Gorgon smiled slightly. "In fact, I have been an official citizen for a long time. Because of the need of official business, I deliberately let the customers in the tavern think so." "So, you are from Epirus, and you only came to Dionia 5 years ago. Is this information also false?" "It's all true. But not long after I came to Dionia, I joined the intelligence department and was ordered to carry out a mission at Puchetti's Brindisi naval base. During the invasion of Epirus and Peloponnesus Peninsula, I won their trust and acted as a guide. In fact, I secretly told the 9th Legion the route of their march, which eventually led to their destruction. For this, I made a great contribution. 2 years later, I became an official citizen and was transferred back to Turii. Gorgon said proudly, "Don't think that our intelligence department looks insignificant. In fact, it is very important. Once something important happens, not only the city governor, but even the wartime governor and military commander have to take the initiative to ask for help from the intelligence director of each region. Their military achievements are all thanks to us. Just like His Majesty Divers said, we are the hidden heroes of the kingdom, protecting the safety of the kingdom with all our might." Seeing that Maximus was lost in thought, Gorgon struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Not to mention, you have joined the intelligence department. Although you are not a citizen yet, you have become one of us. Your family will be fully protected by us. Your life will also be greatly improved, because you may carry out missions with another identity, and you can receive double the salary." Maximus listened to Gorgon, so he could not make a decision at the moment. He said hesitantly, "Let me go back and think about it." Gorgon saw that he was a little tempted, and then said, "You'd better make a decision as soon as possible, because the arrest of the suspects who conspired to assassinate His Majesty the Devers is almost over, and our protection of your family is also coming to an end." When Maximus heard this, he suddenly became anxious and blurted out, I have decided to join you." Gorgon smiled triumphantly, "That is a wise choice. Report to the White Courtyard next to the inspection office in the western outer city tomorrow morning." On the same night, one of the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate, the recently stepped-down governor of Turii, welcomed a distinguished guest at his residence, the governor of Catani, Milan. Milan was the governor of Catani after Cypros was transferred to Turii. He had just finished his term of office and came back to report on his work. Back in those days, Lysias and Milan were political enemies in Crotone. They fought fiercely for their own interests. Later, Lysias won, and Milan was expelled from Crotone by the General Assembly. At that time, he hated Lysias very much. It was not until Dionysius led the army of Syracuse to invade Greece that Milan was recalled back to Crotone. For the survival of the city, the two temporarily put aside their differences and worked together. It was not until Crotone was incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia that the two no longer had any conflict of interest. Instead, because they were both senators of Crotone, they needed to support each other in the unfamiliar political scene of Dionia. Therefore, the hostile relationship between the two finally improved. After more than 10 years of interaction, the two people of Crotone, who were once enemies and had different personalities, finally became good friends. "Milan, you didn't come tonight because you're worried about the debriefing tomorrow, did you?" Lysias asked with a smile. "What's there to worry about? Catani has been developing more and more prosperous in the past few years. The senators know that I have a lot of credit for this." Milan was quite confident. He said straightforwardly, "All right, stop pretending. You know why I came to see you tonight. The regional governor. I want to become the governor of Eastern Sicily, and I need your support." The regional governor of Eastern Sicily. Lysias was not surprised. He rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, "It is indeed not one of the regional governors that His Majesty needs to personally appoint. The Devers proposed in today's Senate meeting that as southern Iberia, Rome, and western Sicily are located at the border of the kingdom, the situation is more complicated. For the security and stability of the kingdom, he must personally appoint the candidate for the regional governor. The other regional governors are all freely elected by the senators, and he will not interfere in any way. In fact, the Devers exchanged the right to elect the regional governor for the approval of the other 3 resolutions, and everything is as he had planned. Ever since you became the governor of Naxos, you have many years of experience as a governor, and your performance is not bad, especially in the last war. Furthermore, you are very familiar with the situation in eastern Sicily. Logically speaking, it should not be a big problem for you to be elected as the regional governor of eastern Sicily. Do you support him or not? Or not? Just say it, don't be so long-winded, Myron said impatiently. Since you want to be the regional governor, don't be in a hurry. Let's slowly analyze the situation and come up with a good countermeasure, Lucius said discontentedly. If you just want me to say it, fine. I agree to support you, you can go back now. Good. Good. I was wrong. Say it, say it. Myron had to admit defeat. Logically speaking, with your qualifications and achievements, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become the governor of Eastern Sicily. Lucius said in a low voice. Of course, if it wasn't for Cyprus's cleverness, leading the Trine people to support Dionia early on, and making the king of Devers more favorable to him, I would have had the right to fight for the position of the wartime governor of Sicily, Myron said indignantly. Lucius's expression changed slightly, and he immediately advised, don't talk nonsense. Senator Cypros is smart and capable. Not only did he make great contributions in the Western Mediterranean War, but he also assisted His Majesty with us after becoming the rotating president of the Senate. He also provided great help to the recovery of the kingdom after the war. If His Majesty hears what you said, I'm afraid your dream of becoming the regional governor will be dashed. I'm just saying it here. Why would I be stupid enough to spread it around? You're being too careful, Myron said disapprovingly. Besides, His Majesty promised today that he would not interfere in the election of the regional chief executive. Lucius's expression suddenly became serious. He said in a deep voice, Myron, as your friend, I solemnly warn you that it's best to always be in awe of His Majesty the Devers. I've been the rotating president for many years, and I've spent a lot of time with His Majesty. He's far more powerful than you think. If he knows that you're disrespectful to him, he has ways to make you never become the regional governor, and I'll have to stay away from you in the future. Myron was shocked by Lucius's sudden change of attitude. He was stunned for a moment, and quickly corrected himself. How would I dare to disrespect His Majesty? I'm just... Good. Good. I swear to Hades that I will never say such things again. Now tell me, what are the chances of me becoming the governor of Eastern Sicily? Instead of answering directly, Lysias asked, how many years have you been in Eastern Sicily? Including the time I spent in Naxos, it should be 8 years. Myron counted with his fingers and could not help but sigh. 8 years is indeed too long. Lysias also sighed. You still remember what happened between Antonios and Laodigian, right? Myron's heart skipped a beat. You mean, I think you should know that in order to prevent that incident from happening again, there are very few elders who can serve as the chief executive of a town for more than 10 years, or even less than 8 years. Although you're in 2 different towns, they're too close to each other and belong to the same region. If you become the chief executive of Eastern Sicily, you'll definitely serve for more than 10 years. I think during the election, there will definitely be some elders who covet this position that will criticize you for this problem. It'll be almost impossible for you to be elected. This. Myron slumped on the chair as if he had been hit in the head. However, he immediately realized something and forced himself to pull himself together. He asked, you just said that you support me to participate in the election. Do you mean? Lysias smiled and said, although the possibility of becoming the chief executive of Eastern Sicily is not high, with your qualifications and achievements, you can definitely compete for the chief executive of other regions. Do you have any intentions? His Majesty just announced this proposal this afternoon. I only want to run for the chief executive of Eastern Sicily and have no time to think about other things. But since the chance of becoming the chief executive of this region is not high, I can also run for the chief executive of other regions. Myron quickly thought it through. Then let's see which chief executive is more suitable for you. And easier to win? Lysias analyzed unhurriedly. The chief executive of southern Iberia has been confirmed to be Bagul, the chief executive of Rome is Assists, and the candidate for the chief executive of Western Sicily. Although His Majesty has not publicly announced it, it shouldn't be you. Then, we exclude Eastern Sicily. By the way, there's also the Crotone region. Oh, right, there's also the Crotone region. If you want to govern our hometown, I'm afraid that some of the senior elders will raise doubts and say that you're biased. To avoid trouble, we'll exclude it as well. Next, although there are not many towns in Corsica and northern Sardinia, the mining and smelting of various metals there are very important to the development of the kingdom, so its weight in the kingdom is not low. The last time Stromboli served as the wartime governor of Sardinia was because of the urgent needs of the kingdom during the war. He himself is old and lacks energy, and has long been tired of serving in the local areas. This time, it's estimated that he won't be the chief executive of Sardinia. If you're interested, you can go and compete for it. But you've never had the experience of managing a mine before, and this may become a weakness that your opponents can use against you. I'm not interested in being a mine foreman, Myron said simply. I've been in Sicily for too long. Since I can't be the chief executive of Eastern Sicily, I don't want to stay in Sicily anymore, so, you won't be competing for the chief executive of the Strait of Messina, Syracuse, and southern Sicily. Lysias suddenly realized something as he spoke. He looked at Myron and asked, "Do you already have a goal?" Myron grinned. "I was inspired when I was talking to you just now. What do you think of the chief executive of the Messapi region?" The Messapi region. If it was said that it was difficult to govern the people there in the first few years after the kingdom conquered it, now that more than 10 years have passed, the Messapi region has long since become like the other regions of Greater Greece, and it's not difficult to govern. As a result, it has no special characteristics among the dozen or so areas newly divided by the kingdom. The population of this region is not large, and the land area is not large. There are some fertile arable lands, but the output is not within the top 5 of the various regions. There are also some good livestock, but it can't compare with the Bruttii region and Lucania municipality. It has both sea and land trade, but it's not very prosperous. Such a region that seems a bit mediocre in all aspects, and can only rank in the middle of the strength of the various regions of the kingdom. Why did you choose it? Lysias was a little puzzled. He knew that Myron was not a person who liked mediocrity. On the contrary, he liked to be proactive and enterprising. Choosing the Messapi region did not seem to fit his personality. The Messapi region has a characteristic that other regions don't have, Myron smiled mysteriously, and then said seriously, it's closest to the Peloponnesus Peninsula. The closest to the mainland of Greece. You mean? Lysias seemed to understand something from Myron's slightly excited face. He was surprised, but then shook his head and said, "That's impossible. The kingdom's current strategy is still to develop northward, not to mention that the kingdom has not yet recovered from the Western Mediterranean War. The benefits obtained from the war have not been fully digested, so it's impossible to launch another war in a short period of time." Of course I understand that. Myron still insisted on his own opinion. But sometimes the situation develops quickly, and we can't do what we want. Just like the Western Mediterranean War, we also insisted on developing northward, but no one expected that Carthage would be the first to declare war on us. The situation in Greece is complicated, and the war has lasted for so many years. Maybe one of the city-states will pay a certain price and ask the kingdom to go and quell the war, which will move His Majesty and the Senate. After all, our Dionia is so powerful, and it's so close to the mainland of Greece. These Greek city-states that are troubled by the war will not have any thoughts. At this point, Myron leaned back in a more comfortable position and said leisurely, "Since the candidate for the governor of Rome has been decided, I can only choose Messapi to take a gamble. Who knows, there might really be a war during my term of office. At that time, maybe I can take advantage of it like Cyprus, because the naval base of Brindisi is next to Messapi, and the nearest port town to the Greek mainland, Odrum, is in the Messapi region. Not long ago, the Athenian navy also landed on the island of Kekala, which is very close to the Messapi region, making this Greek island dependent on them. Although you haven't personally led troops to war for more than 10 years, you're still so eager for war." Lysias shook his head helplessly and then said, "Since you've chosen Messapi, we can do this. First, let someone nominate you as a candidate for the governor of Eastern Sicily. After you fail in the election, when it's time to elect the governor of Messapi, you can then take the initiative to express your willingness to participate in the election. Since your first failure is not due to lack of political achievements and qualifications, but only because of the unfortunate reason of serving for too long, the elders are likely to sympathize and support you. Of course, to be more secure, I suggest you talk to Antares again tonight and seek his support." Antares. Ever since I came to Sicily, I haven't had much contact with him for 8 years. Myron seemed a little regretful. "It doesn't matter. We've known Antares before we joined Dionia, and you've had a good relationship with him over the years. And according to the new regional division, his motherland, Kremissa, has also been assigned to the Crotone region, so we're all in the same region now. Lysias smiled and encouraged him. Alright, then I'll go in a while, Myron replied without hesitation. In the residence of another chairman, Cypros was a little surprised when he saw that it was Hictas who came to visit. He asked with a smile, "Why? Are you also here for the election of the regional governor?" Hictas shrugged helplessly. "Sir Chairman, ever since His Majesty announced this matter in the afternoon, the Senate has been like boiling water. The debate hasn't stopped even when the meeting is adjourned. When I came here just now, I saw several streets full of carriages. Everyone is seeking help for the election of the regional governor. How can I just stand by and watch? But you haven't even become a town governor yet. It's still too early for you to be a regional governor." The reason why Cypros was so direct was because after Syracuse was conquered, as the wartime governor of Sicily, he was able to stabilize the order of the once largest city-state in Sicily in a relatively short period of time. Hictas had contributed a lot. After that, when the governor of Syracuse had yet to be determined, Cypros had also helped him a lot. Therefore, both parties had established a very good working relationship. Later, Hictas was transferred to Thurii and was taken care of by Cypros many times. Over time, the two became good friends. "Of course it's not for me, but for Syracuse," Hictas said seriously. "You also know that ever since Sir Adrianx became the governor of Syracuse, he has been governing Syracuse very well for the past few years. My relatives and friends in Syracuse have praised him many times in letters. I'm thinking that since the development of Syracuse has just gotten on the right track, instead of electing a senator who is unfamiliar with the people of Syracuse and doesn't understand the situation of Syracuse, it's better to elect Sir Adrianx. He should be able to make the development of this region better, so I've specially come to visit you to get your support. Hictas, I've told you several times. You're now a senator of the Kingdom of Dionia. Don't just keep your eyes on Syracuse and speak for the interests of Syracuse. You have to look broader and pay attention to other towns. Only then can you get the approval of His Majesty and the other senators." Cypros reminded him solemnly. "I've listened to what you said, and I'm slowly changing. In the past few days, regarding the proposal of whether we should accept the Frentanis' request to form an alliance with them, send our navy to help them patrol the coast and drive away the pirates, I've also expressed my opinion. But Syracuse is my foundation. If I don't speak for its interests, the people at home will scold me," Hictas said earnestly. Cypros stopped there. Seeing that Hictas understood, he directly answered the election question that Hictas mentioned. "You don't need to worry about whether Adrianx can become the governor of Syracuse. He's one of the founding fathers of Dionia. He's more experienced and has deeper connections than me. Not to mention anything else, the senators in the army will definitely support him fully. The key question now is whether he's willing to become the governor of Syracuse. Instead of trying to convince me, you might as well convince him." Seeing that Hictas wanted to speak, Cypros waved his hand and said, "You don't have to worry. After the meeting, His Majesty has discussed with the 5 rotating presidents. For the sake of fairness, we've decided to postpone the final election to 10 days later. This way, the senators who are serving as governors in each town can come back in time to attend this important meeting." "Then I'm relieved." Hictas breathed a sigh of relief. "You might as well worry about yourself first. After the establishment of the regional governor, the position of the governor of a town will be open to the middle-ranking officials of the kingdom. By then, the competition for the position of the governor will be very fierce." "You're still the adjutant of the town governor, right?" Cypros asked with concern. "The adjutant of the administrative governor of Amendolara." Hictas complained when his position was mentioned. "Amendolara may not be big, but there are a lot of things to deal with. Most importantly, most of the citizens there will barge into the town hall to report problems to us. For example, the pavement in front of their house is cracked, or the canals in their fields have collapsed, and so on. These are all trivial matters. You can't punish them for their rudeness, but you have to try your best to help them solve their problems because they all have that little disc pinned on Bolton, the founder's medal of Dionia." Cypros nodded, expressing his understanding. "The old citizens of Amendolara have a special status in the kingdom. Even if I'm in Amendalara, my situation is not much better than yours. But after 3 years of special training in Amendalara, I believe that not only are you familiar with the laws of the kingdom, but you are also proficient in handling the various government affairs of the town. After the election of the regional governor, there will be a lot of vacancies in the position of the town governor. You have to seize this opportunity to seek the position of the town governor as soon as possible. This will be beneficial to your future development in the kingdom's political arena. Hictas was touched by Cypros's sincere words. He said earnestly, "Thank you for the reminder, my lord. I will definitely strive for a promotion, and I hope that my lord can give me more support." Cypros did not hesitate and immediately agreed. "Of course I will speak for you, but in the end, the appointment of the town governor will be decided by His Majesty. But you did well in Amendalara. I believe that it will not be a big problem for you to become the town governor." "That's great." Hictas looked excited. "Oh, how is your nephew Samaratus now?" Cypros asked. "He's still the same as before, not interested in becoming a political official of the kingdom. He only wants to be an officer. Now he has a part-time job as a firefighter in Amendalara, focusing most of his energy on military training. Everyone's ambition is different. He can become a soldier, and if he can be promoted to a commander in the future, he also has a chance to enter the Senate. This is also a very good path," Cypros said with a smile. "But when the war breaks out, who knows what will happen?" Hictas sighed. "Well, it's getting late. You should go back quickly. Staying here for too long will not be good for you and me," Cypros said softly. Hictas did not hesitate. He stood up, bowed respectfully to Cypros, and turned to leave the mansion. That night, not only the high-ranking officials of the kingdom frequently came and went in the city of Turin, but most of the ordinary people also gathered in restaurants and taverns to discuss the resolutions that were announced in the Senate today. After that night, when the news gradually spread throughout the kingdom, the same phenomenon also appeared in various cities and towns. The Minister of Inspection was worried about this and asked the Devers for advice. "Your Majesty, should we temporarily issue a curfew? To prevent accidents from happening?" After thinking about it, the Devers did not agree. He only said slowly, "No, we must believe in the citizens of the kingdom." Despite the Devers' statement, the Department of Inspection did not dare to take it lightly. They urgently informed the inspection offices in various cities and towns to send more people to patrol at night. However, after a few days, except for the increase of people drinking and causing trouble at night, the increase of labor fights at the port, and the protests of the local councillors in various cities and towns against the resolutions, the whole kingdom was relatively stable. As the king of Devers said, we must believe in the citizens of Dionia. Whether it was out of patriotism, sense of responsibility, or fear of being sent to the border, or because the 6% tax was really not worth mentioning to them who were rich. Moreover, the Devers had the intelligence department make a plan in advance, step by step, so that the citizens would unknowingly reduce their aversion to the tax increase, and even feel lucky that the tax was not too high. In short, the citizens of the kingdom calmly accepted the new tax bill. The citizens did not protest, and the registered freedmen and prospective citizens did not dare to cause trouble at this time. Otherwise, once they had a criminal record, it would be very difficult to become an official citizen according to the new immigration bill. The people who were really dissatisfied were the freedmen who wanted to join the kingdom of Dionia but had not yet registered. But they were not enough to cause too much trouble to the kingdom, and the new immigration bill was not completely cut off. Their road to becoming a citizen of Dionia was just more difficult. Once they gradually recovered from disappointment, anger, drunkenness, and noise, and accepted reality, they had to make a choice: should they join the newly formed border army and strive to become a citizen of Dionia as soon as possible? Or should they continue to live safely in the kingdom and obtain citizenship after a longer wait? Or, because they were too old to meet the recruitment requirements, but they could still take the risk to settle in the south of Iberia? The quietness of the domestic situation also made Divers, who had always seemed calm and collected, secretly relieved, so that he could receive his good friend, the great scholar Plato from Athens, in a more relaxed mood. The Devers held a banquet in the palace to entertain Plato and his proud disciple Lysippus. They also invited the foreign minister and historian Ansitanos, the dean of the Academy of Arts of Dionia, and also Plato's old acquaintance in Athens, Lysias, to accompany them. This time, not only did I feel very sorry that I didn't hear your special speech at the conference, but it also made the whole conference lose a lot of color. The Dever said to Plato with a regretful face. Plato smiled and said seriously, I've already talked about my views in the previous scholar conferences. If I don't have something new, how can I stand on the podium again? Besides, there are many young scholars who gave wonderful speeches at this scholar conference, especially your son Apox. He has made such an amazing discovery at such a young age. It's really enviable. Moreover, most of these young scholars came from your Dionia Academy. It can be seen that your Dionia's long-term unremitting investment in education has finally begun to bear fruit. In contrast, other city-states, including our Athens, have fallen behind a lot. At this point, Plato's face showed some worry. Yesterday, Hypsippus's speech also won the praise of many scholars. Plato, you don't have to worry about not having a successor. Lysias comforted him. Hypsippus hurriedly got up to thank his elders. Plato was not modest. He pointed to his nephew and said, compared with the first scholar conference, the current Hypsippus has indeed made great progress. However, so far, he is the only young scholar in my academy, while many outstanding young scholars have emerged from your academy. This gap is very big. The Dionia Academy is a public institution of the kingdom. It is funded and supported by the treasury of Dionia. Every year, the most outstanding students who graduate from the schools of the kingdom's towns are selected and further trained. Naturally, the success rate is very high. On the other hand, the academy is personally funded by you. It is limited by funds, space, and the number of teachers. You can't recruit more students. Of course, this is incomparable. However, I heard that the reputation of Academy has already begun to spread throughout the eastern Mediterranean Sea. I believe that gradually, there will be more outstanding youths from various Greek city-states willing to study at your academy, and the situation will greatly improve. Lysias consoled. Plato sighed, as I wrote in the book New Republic, if a country or a city-state wants to achieve sustained prosperity, the first thing to do is to focus on education. Education can not only give young citizens wisdom, but also cultivate them to have a sound mind and morality from an early age. Only when the quality of the citizens is improved and they know how to think, can the entire country develop healthily. Unfortunately, we Athenians do not think so. They are interested only in the immediate interest, and wish to distribute the wealth of the treasury equally. So a few years ago, at the assembly, they unanimously agreed to introduce an allowance for the assembly. Half a drachma is given to any Athenian who attends the assembly, and this allowance increases as the prices of goods rise, and even extends to participation in other assemblies. After tasting the benefits of sharing the wealth of the city-state, they officially passed the implementation of the theater subsidy system the year before last. During the Athens celebrations, poor citizens would occasionally be given subsidies to buy theater tickets. This tradition first began in the time of Pericles. For this reason, they also specially set up a financial officer to manage the theater subsidy. Plato said worriedly, now that the citizens of Athens enjoy the benefits of sharing the wealth of the city-state, they hope that the city-state will distribute subsidies more frequently and in greater amounts, and the remaining taxes of Athens will become less and less, and the ability to cope with the economic situation will become less and less. But as the citizens of Athens become more and more comfortable, they become less and less willing to engage in arduous and dangerous military operations. Some time ago, Conon's son, Timotheus, proposed in the council that we should lead the navy around the Peloponnesus Peninsula, attack the Spartan navy, and completely establish the superiority of the navy of Athens. The council passed his proposal, but no funds were allocated for the expedition. The people were also not enthusiastic about joining the army. Timotheus had to raise money himself, hire soldiers, and pay them to form the fleet. After conquering Cæcila Island, due to the lack of funds, the sailors refused to fight for him again, and the whole military operation was hastily ended halfway through. Timotheus was not the only military commander who encountered such a predicament, but also Iphicrates, Chabrias. These outstanding generals of Athens also suffered from the restrictions of military funds, resulting in a series of military operations in Athens in the past few years to little effect. This also caused the outstanding generals who were willing to serve Athens to often serve foreign monarchs, which also gave them enough money or the ability to borrow money to support the military operations they carried out for Athens. For example, Iphicrates often served the Thracians, and he also married the daughter of the Thracian king. Timotheus had a high reputation in Ionia, and he also married the daughter of the king of Asia Minor. Usually, they spent more time abroad than in Athens, because they had more freedom, could live a luxurious and flashy life, and would not be criticized by public opinion. In the long run, how much loyalty would they still have to Athens? This is simply a vicious cycle. But the citizens of Athens can't see these dangers. Most of them only care about the free theater, and the money they can get from sitting in various venues every day. This is the saddest thing. After listening to this, Devers did not want to express his opinion on the affairs of Athens, but after thinking about it, he still said seriously, the government of Athens is not willing to spend money from the treasury to form an army to fight a war, which will lead to a worse result. The generals of Athens use their own funds to pay the mercenaries, and the mercenaries naturally listen to the orders of the generals, not the government of Athens. The government of Athens has completely lost control of the army, and it is difficult to order the army to carry out the strategy it has formulated. Even if the general in charge of the army has some kind of ambition for Athens and orders the army to attack Athens, do you think the mercenaries will listen to him? Plato was stunned. He slowly put down the wine glass that was brought to his mouth, and after a while, he said hesitantly, although there are some conflicts between Timotheus and Iphicrates, the generals of Athens today are still full of love for Athens. But you are also right. Since the army is working for the city, of course, the city should also pay for the soldiers and ensure their lives. Both sides have an obligation to each other. But if one side gives up this obligation, of course, the other side has the right to not carry out this obligation. The day before yesterday, when I came to Thurii, I had already heard about Dionia raising taxes to form a border army. The people of Dionia are indeed very happy to have a strong and wise government. Plato took a sip of wine. He did not want to discuss this annoying issue anymore, so he continued, the reason why I came to Thurii this time is that I spent some time traveling to other cities and towns in Dionia. Oh. The Devers said with a regretful expression, you should have told me in advance and let me arrange it for you. That way, your travel will be more convenient and safer. I didn't tell you because I wanted to give myself more freedom to wander around and let my eyes see things more real. Plato pointed at his eyes and asked mischievously, Dear King Devers, are you afraid that I will see something bad when you want to arrange it for me? The Devers laughed heartily, you should know me. I have nothing to worry about. Indeed, I should congratulate you. Plato said with great interest, I went to the south, the former military town of Carthage, Lily, and to the big city of Rome in the north. I also stayed in Bereventum, the former central town of the Simonians for 2 days. The territory of Dionia is indeed vast. It took me a lot of time just to get there. However, I would like to correct what you have just said, Your Majesty. The journey has been very safe, whether by sea or by land. I have not encountered pirates or bandits, nor have I seen any war. Everywhere I have passed through has been peaceful and tranquil, even in the territory of the Simonians, whom the Greeks called fierce barbarians. You know, more than 10 years ago, Greece and Sicily were at war just like Greece itself. The war between the Greek colonial city-states, the war between the colonial city-states and the indigenous people, the war between the Greek city-states and the Carthage. Today, the war in Greece itself is still going on, but the western side of the Adriatic Sea is a completely different scene. This is the great change that the existence of the Kingdom of Dionia has brought to the western Mediterranean. Plato took another sip of wine and continued to say loudly, I also have to mention another important change. Although the journey is long, the transportation is very convenient. The sea route is smooth. The port towns that I went to, no matter big or small, have relatively complete port facilities, and the management is also orderly. As for the land route, I have to mention the roads that you have spent a lot of money to build. They are flat, wide, and strong. Even in the mountains of Simonia and Lucania, they still exist. You have also built roads in the territories of the Walsi and Campanians. Oh, you call it the road network. It is indeed a network. This network connects most of the races on the Italian peninsula, providing great convenience for their travel and trade, and also strengthening communication between the people of various races. When I walk on the road, there is always an endless stream of pedestrians on the road. Most of their faces are filled with an optimistic spirit. I see a desire on their faces. This desire makes them appear to be in a hurry, whether it is driving a cart or carrying a parcel. But this hurry is not because of poverty, but for a better life. And this desire is given by the kingdom of Dionia. Well said. Ansatalo's loud praise did not interrupt Plato's desire to continue speaking. Dear King of Devers, you once criticized my views in the Republic, saying that I only care about the citizens of the city and despise the slaves and foreigners. This time, whether it is in the south or north of Dionia, what I have seen and heard has shocked me greatly. The people of Rome, the Phoenicians, the Simonians, and even the Volsci who are not citizens of Dionia are trying their best to speak Greek, Dionia, although most of them speak it very awkwardly. I have also met several foreign children asking me questions many times. All these have made me realize that even the completely ignorant and backward indigenous people can be educated to have the same wisdom and love Greek culture as us, and those who are illiterate and unwilling to change are the ones who should be despised by us. Plato took another sip of wine and raised his voice again. When I first met you, I once praised you as the real king of philosophy, but now I find that this statement is not entirely correct. This time, I stayed in Rome, Benedum, and Lily for a period of time, carefully observing the governance of the towns under the jurisdiction of the Dionia officials. Although these towns have different situations and environments, there is one thing in common: the Dionia officials there are very serious and responsible in performing their duties, governing the towns under their jurisdiction in accordance with the laws of Dionia, and according to the situation I observed, the governance is good, and the administrative efficiency is very high. I once said, when people are sick, they need to find a professional doctor. When merchants want to ship goods, they all know to look for an experienced captain. It's such a difficult task to govern a city well, yet we let the inexperienced and selfish citizens of the city participate in it. How can a city develop well? But it is exactly what many Greek city-states do, and as far as I know, the senior officials of each town in Dionia are promoted step by step through experience. They have enough experience and wisdom to deal with and solve the various problems encountered by the town. This is what you once told me about selecting the best and appointing the best. So, the original sentence I said should be changed. Not only King of Devers, you are a true philosopher, many of your officials are also philosophers. It is under your governance that Dionia has become strong today. Dear scholar Plato. The Devers, who was in a high position, had heard too many compliments over the years and was used to it, but to be praised by a great man who was known as the father of Western philosophy in his previous life, he still felt a little proud. With a pleasant smile on his face, he tried to be humble and said, "Did you come today to praise Dionia? Since Dionia has done well, why not praise it?" Plato raised his glass and said, "Let us praise Dionia together." The Devers smiled and also raised their glasses. After finishing the glass with the others, Plato shook his head as if to shake off the slight drunkenness that had surged up. He pinched his face hard and then said, "Dear King of Devers, do you still remember Esocrates?" "Of course I remember." The Devers said with a puzzled expression. "He was a famous orator and rhetorician in Athens. We invited him to speak at the first and second Greek Scholar Conference, but when we invited him again, he refused to come again. I used to think that it was because we did not take good care of him during the previous reception, so he was dissatisfied. Your Majesty, although Esocrates is a strict person and does not like to talk much, he is not a person who likes to fuss about this aspect." Lysias, who had lived in Athens for many years and had close contact with Esocrates, explained, "According to what I know, he has also built a school in Athens and has been busy teaching students for the past few years, so he may not have the time to come to Thurii to attend the conference." "Oh, I see, he has also built a school." The Devers looked at Plato with interest and asked, "Doesn't that mean that there is competition with your school?" Plato said frankly, "My school and Esocrates' school have different objectives. His school focuses more on teaching students how to use words and sentences, how to speak, and how to better conduct public and political life. It is more practical. On the other hand, my academy focuses more on studying the political system of the city-state and how to build a more perfect country. But it is true that there is a certain competition between our two schools. Just last year, I had a debate with him." "Oh? The Devers looked surprised, but in fact, not only did he know about the debate, but he also had a rough record of the debate in his mansion. This debate is also related to Dionia, Plato said seriously. I believe that one of the main reasons why Esocrates did not accept your invitation to attend the scholar assembly in recent years is that he believes that the existence of the kingdom of Dionia is a great threat to the Greek mainland, Plato said seriously. How is that possible? Lysias was a little surprised, but before he could finish, Ansitanos continued, I can also prove this. In the 14th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 380 BC, when our war with Carthage had just begun, at the 99th Olympia, Esocrates gave a speech called the Speech of All Greece. The main content was to call on all Greek city-states to stop the war and unite against the foreign threat, to restore the glory won by the Greek ancestors in the Greco-Persian War, to complete their unfinished business, and to liberate the Greek compatriots in Asia Minor who were enslaved under the rule of Persia. Any Greek who made peace with Persia or was even tempted by Persia to start a civil war should be cursed. But at the end of this speech, he also mentioned, well, this is what the original text said, today, we gather at the Olympia to thank Zeus for his blessing on the Greeks, but we should be able to feel that compared to a few decades ago, this event has become a lot more deserted, not only because of the war, but also because there are fewer city-states participating. Tarentum, Crotone, Locri, Thurii, Syracuse, Agrigento. These colonial city-states of the Western Mediterranean, the vanity and superficiality of their people in the past events have indeed made us despise them, but without them at the event, we will feel lonely. They used to be a member of our Greek family, but now they have all become subordinate towns of the kingdom of Dionia. Is Dionia a country of the Greeks? They have never shown up at the Olympia, Pythia, Nemea, or the Isthmian Games, and Delphi has never set up a sacred treasury for them. This shows the attitude of the priests, who represent the will of the gods, towards this Western Mediterranean kingdom, not only because there are too many barbarian citizens in its country, but also because it distorts our understanding of the gods. Dionia believes that Hades is the lord of the gods, not Zeus, and he also allows his citizens to believe in the gods of the foreign races. Can't Dionia, which has such terrible behavior, be called a Greek country? Of course, the citizens of Dionia, who have been influenced by this misconception, can't become Greeks of the same faith as us, but why don't we protest against their wrong practices, or even send troops to intervene? Because Dionia is very powerful. It has gathered its strength through the annexation of many Greek colonial city-states. It can even force Naples, which is still a strong independent city-state, not to participate in this year's event, just because it is afraid that Dionia will be dissatisfied with it. While we are killing each other for our own interests under the instigation of the Persia, Dionia has swallowed our children and colonial cities in the Western Mediterranean kingdom and expanded into a huge kingdom. Although it has not shown any malice towards us so far, it is so different from us, and so close to us. Once there is a conflict, the consequences will be severe, O wise Greeks. To our east is our enemy, the Persia, who has never given up on enslaving us. To our west is our neighbor, a powerful kingdom that we can't fathom. Our situation is so dangerous, shouldn't we abandon our prejudices and, like how we faced the invading army of Persia decades ago, unite again, defend our homeland, and regain the glory of our ancestors? Why didn't I know there was such a speech? Lysias was very surprised after listening to it. At that time, the Thebes and Athens were already at war with Sparta. Neither side dared to offend Persia and us, lest it lead to a change in the war situation. Therefore, they deliberately banned the spread of this speech. This speech was obtained by the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when they were on a diplomatic mission to the Greek mainland. They spent a lot of effort to obtain this manuscript. Ansitanos explained, from this speech, it can be seen that Esocrates regards Dionia as a potential threat to the Greek mainland. Ever since your victory over Carthage, Esocrates has regarded Dionia as a real threat to the Greek mainland and Athens since last year. Not only does he often preach this view to his students, but he has also given several speeches at the General Assembly to remind the people. Ever since I participated in the General Assembly of Greek scholars for the first time, I have written many articles on the political system of the Kingdom of Dionia, suggesting that the Greek city-states led by Athens can learn from them. Every time, many citizens of Athens, even the citizens of Thebes, Corinth, and other city-states would scramble to copy and circulate the articles. Plato said with a serious expression, so, Socrates regards me as a supporter of the kingdom of Dionia and must refute me in front of the public in order to unify the citizens of Athens. So who won the debate in the end? Lucius asked curiously. Plato said calmly, you're more familiar with Socrates, so you should know that Socrates has a hoarse voice and is better at writing than speaking. That's why he sent his student to debate. Of course, I also sent Spicippus to take up the challenge. Judging from the result of the debate, we should have won, but judging from the subsequent developments, it didn't eliminate the doubts that the people of Athens have about Dionia. Instead, it increased their fear of Dionia. Socrates has achieved his goal. In the past 2 years, Athens has been a little alienated from Dionia. What's the reason? Is it just because Dionia is stronger? Anxitanos asked. There are several reasons, Plato said thoughtfully. Although Dionia hasn't set foot in Greece in the past few years, it has long signed a friendly agreement with Sparta. However, it refused to form an alliance with Athens and the Thebes during the 2 wars, the Corinth War and the Thebes War. This made the people of Athens a little wary. More importantly, Athens' maritime trade has been facing competition from Dionia. Although some goods of the same type are almost the same in quality, Dionia provided more goods at a lower price. This caused Athens to lose some of its traditional city-state markets, such as Cyrenaica and Crete. This also made many merchants in Athens and expatriates in Athens vigilant. Under their instigation and support, the General Assembly of Athens passed a resolution 2 years ago. The city-states that joined the maritime alliance led by Athens must not allow goods from Dionia to enter the city-state market for sale. I know about this. Our Minister of Commerce, Marigi, even angrily suggested to His Majesty to send an envoy to Athens to protest and take the same measures, but His Majesty didn't agree. Anxitanos said emotionally. There's another reason. Plato looked at the devers who were listening. When Pericles summoned the Greek city-states to build the city of Thurii, he originally hoped that this sub-state of Athens could become a pivotal power in the western Mediterranean Greece, thereby expanding the influence of Athens. Later, because of the War of Peloponnesus, which led to the fall of Athens, this goal could not be achieved. Now that Thurii has become the center of the kingdom of Dionia and the western Mediterranean Sea, I'm afraid that some of the Athens elites who want to restore the glory of Pericles will bear grudges against them. I don't care if Athens is wary of Dionia or not. At this moment, Devers spoke. With a scrutinizing gaze, he observed Plato's reaction. I just want to know, Plato, do you think Dionia is a threat to Athens? Dear King of Devers. Plato said frankly, after the debate with Socrates, I have a little doubt, so this time I seriously traveled around the kingdom of Dionia. What I saw and heard, confirmed in my heart that the kingdom of Dionia is not a threat to Athens, but the hope of Athens and even all the Greek city-states. Plato's answer was somewhat unexpected to the Devers, who blurted out in surprise, why? Plato replied with a serious expression, the Greek territory is narrow, with many mountains and little land. The land is barren, and survival is difficult. The city-states on that land have been at war for decades for their own interests. The people are in exile, and the land is barren. In the long run, the city-states will eventually die out. Now it seems that in order to completely end this terrible situation, a very powerful force must intervene to force the city-states such as Athens, Sparta, Thebes, and Corinth to know their place and not dare to fight again. Only then will peace come. Persia can't do it, it wants Greece to perish. Only Dionia will treat the city-states of Greece equally, just like the Simonians and Rome. It is even possible to build flat roads between the mountains of Greece, so that trade between the city-states can be carried out more freely and conveniently on land and sea, so that the people of the city-states can enjoy peace and happiness under the order set by Dionia. Plato's increasingly excited voice echoed in the palace. Anxitanos and Lysias looked at each other. They did not expect Plato to have such great expectations for Dionia. It made them excited, but they did not know how to respond, so they looked at the Devers together. The Devers tapped their fingers on the table while listening carefully. There was no obvious emotional fluctuation on their faces. When Plato finished speaking, he smiled faintly and said seriously, for the time being, Dionia has no plans to interfere in the political situation of Greece. I understand. Plato said knowingly, I only hope to see the Greek mainland have a long period of peace in my lifetime. After that, everyone at the banquet tacitly stopped talking about this matter and talked about other topics. When the banquet was over, the Devers personally sent Plato out of the palace. Plato said softly in a slightly tipsy voice, "Dear King Devers, I remember that you were hired by Prince Cyrus the Little of Persia to go on an expedition to Persia. In order to fight for the throne, the Persia royal family killed each other, causing political turmoil. It must have left a deep impression on you. Well, when I returned to Thurii, I heard many words of praise for Prince Apox, and Alcibiades had sincerely invited me to a banquet several times, but I refused." "Oh." The Devers responded calmly and did not say anything else. After sending Plato and his disciple away, he returned to the palace and called Aristides. "Tomorrow, go to the Ministry of Military Affairs and inform Alexis to suspend the warship orders given to Alcibiades' shipyard." "Yes." Aristides immediately responded and did not ask further. The Devers continued, "If Alcibiades wants to ask the Ministry of Military Affairs for the reason, let Alexis answer. Just say that I said, since he doesn't want to concentrate on his business, then don't do it." A few days later, the Devers returned to the mansion and was sitting in the study, thinking about the political affairs during the day. There was a knock on the door. "It's Apox." "Come in." The Devers smiled kindly. Apox calmly sat down opposite the Devers. The Devers looked at his second son up close. Apox was only 17 years old. He was tall and slender, and he had inherited more of Agnes' looks. He was very handsome, but his eyebrows were brimming with confidence and vitality. "Father, Uncle found me today. He told me," Apox said straightforwardly. The Devers blinked and asked calmly, "Oh, what did he say?" Apox did not respond directly. Instead, he said in a clear voice, "Father, I remember you once told me that a great scholar is more likely to be remembered by future generations than a king." "Yes, I said that. Everyone knows that Thales of Miletus was a sage, but no one remembers who the consul of Miletus was at that time." "Father," Apox said sincerely, "I'm not interested in the throne of Dionia. I'm only interested in learning and researching. I only hope that I can have more creative ideas in the future to benefit the people and be admired by future generations. For this, I can swear to Hades," Apox said excitedly as he raised his hands. The Devers pressed his shoulders firmly and looked at him lovingly. He said softly, "Good boy, I've watched you grow up. Of course, I know what you want. This is a small punishment for Alcibiades. I'm just angry that he interfered with your studies and destroyed the deep relationship between you and your brother. Don't worry, I not only respect your choice, but I also fully support you. I hope that you can become a greater scholar than Thales in the future and illuminate the history of the development of human culture." "Thank you, Father. I will definitely work hard." Apox was excited by the Devers' words. He calmed down with difficulty and hesitated for a while before saying, "Father, I have another request." "Tell me, what is it?" The Devers smiled. Apox scratched his head and his expression became shy. I want to marry Nelia." "Who's Nelia?" The Devers pretended to be surprised. "The daughter of the former 4th Fleet Navy Commander Melchias, and Eunice's classmate." Apox gathered his courage and said everything in one breath. "Oh. Have you discussed it with your mother?" "Father, Uncle has been going to my mother's place to matchmake me, so I hope to ask for your permission first." "Will Nelia agree to your proposal?" "She will definitely agree." "All right, I agree. We'll hold the wedding when you're of age." The Devers looked serious and agreed straightforwardly. "Thank you." Apox gave the Devers a strong hug excitedly. The Devers smiled and patted his son's tender shoulders, but he sighed in his heart. "My children are all grown up and are about to get married and have children, but I'm starting to get old." The captain walked into the cabin and said to Hacker, who was resting, "My lord, we're almost at the mouth of the Kreti River." "Got it." Hacker slowly sat up and put on a thick leather robe. He stood up and said to Hasdrubal, who was still drinking with his head lowered, "Brother, shall we take a look outside?" "I'm not going." Hasdrubal replied stiffly. Hacker knew his temper and did not try to persuade him further. He slowly walked out of the cabin with the help of his servants. Standing at the side of the ship, Hacker could see the long white breakwater at the mouth of the Kreti River from afar. Countless ships were passing through it, making it look like a busy beehive. When the ship got closer, he realized that there were many water gates on the breakwater. All cargo ships have to pass through the water gate on this side and obtain a wooden sign indicating that they are docking at the dock before they can enter. The water gate on the other side of the breakwater is responsible for inspecting cargo ships leaving the dock. If they don't have the wooden sign, they will be fined. However, large ships like ours don't need to pass through the water gate on the breakwater. Instead, we walk through the wide waterway in the middle and accept the inspection of the patrol ships, the captain explained to Hacker in detail. Why do we have to make the inspection process so complicated? It's too much of a delay for the trading ships to enter the port to deliver the goods. One of Hacker's subordinates pointed at the long line of cargo ships outside the water gate and raised his objection. Letting them delay outside the water gate is better than letting them swarm in and cause congestion at the mouth of the Kreti River, wasting even more time. There are many ships outside the water gate, right? In fact, there are even more ships in the estuary. Without effective management, it will be a disaster. The owner of the ship said with a serious expression. You're right. Hacker nodded in agreement. The owner of the ship directed the large passenger ship to bypass the long line of ships in front of the breakwater and enter the middle waterway. In the middle of the waterway, there was a large wooden platform. A wooden house was built on it, and the flag of the Kingdom of Dionia fluttered high in front of the wooden house. The passenger ship stopped in front of the platform, and an official came out of the wooden house. He asked the owner a few questions and looked at the documents the owner had handed over. Then, he was surprised and immediately jumped onto the passenger ship. He strode in front of Hacker and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master Hacker. Hacker nodded politely in return. We received news that the passenger ship you're on might not arrive until tomorrow or the day after. Therefore, His Majesty and the Senate might not be prepared today. I have to send a fast ship to the inner city port to inform them. Therefore, I have to ask you to wait here a little longer. I hope you can forgive me, the official said apologetically. That's not a problem, Hacker agreed. We didn't want to come at first, but we only agreed after your king sent several letters inviting us. Now that we've come all the way from Iberia, you don't want to let us in. Is this how you treat your guests? Since you don't want us in, then we won't go in. Let's go back. Back to Iberia. Hasdrubal was swaying at the entrance of the ship. He of the ship of Iberia of the ship. Hasdrubal of the captain of the port of the ship. Don't worry about him. He's drunk too much. Let's just follow the procedure and do what we have to do. Hacker comforted him as he gave his subordinates a look. Very quickly, his, and a few strong soldiers of the captain helped, and forced of Hasdrubal into. The passenger ship docked behind the wooden platform. The captain of the port stayed by Hacker's side, chatting with him to pass the time. Hacker stood at the bow of the ship, watching the ships pass by from the front, back, left, and right without stopping. He suddenly realized that the position of the estuary ship control center was very ingenious. The front was the estuary, the left and right were the breakwaters and water gates, the north bank was the entrance to the main port of Turin, and the back of the ship led to the city of Turin. All the ships converged here, so the estuary ship control center had 10 fast ships with eye-catching signs on their sails. They were in charge of directing and clearing the river. Even though the frequency of the ships and the clamor of the river made Hacker feel uncomfortable, he didn't hide in the cabin again. Instead, he asked with interest, how many ships enter the estuary of Kreti every day? On average, about 5,000 ships. The captain thought for a moment and said, at most, it can reach 10,000 ships, but that's usually during the Hades celebration. Even though Hacker had expected this, he was still shocked by the number. That many ships? Of course, this is only the number of ships entering the estuary of Kreti. It doesn't include the ships from other ports along the Sabari coast. For example, there's a large fishing port not far north of the estuary. Every day, thousands of fishing ships enter and leave the port, providing fresh seafood for the people of Turin. Next to the fishing port, there's another port that's used to transport livestock. To the south of the estuary, the former naval base of the first flotilla has been transformed into a port for the people. Many of the residences in the naval base have been transformed into hotels, and the place is overcrowded. Every day, more than 1,000 passenger ships enter and leave the port. The ships that enter and leave the estuary of Crete mainly provide daily necessities for the people, such as wine, olive oil, cloth, wheat. The captain explained in detail. When he saw that Hacker still looked doubtful, he explained, "My lord, the reason why the Turan ports are so busy is because if they don't do this, Turan would not be able to survive." Why? Although Hacker had his own guesses, he still wanted to get to the bottom of it. Because Turan has too many people. According to the statistics from the Census Department at the end of last year, Turan and its surrounding areas alone have a population of about 300,000, and the entire Turan region has a population of more than 400,000. There's no other city in the Mediterranean Sea that's as big as Turan. The captain's face was filled with pride as he continued to say, "But with such a large population, we need to consume a lot of resources every day, such as food, olive oil, wine, meat, fish, and so on. The goods transported by the ships are recorded in tons. It's far from enough to rely on the food, olive oil, and other resources produced by the Sabari Plain and its surrounding areas. We need the entire kingdom or even the entire Western Mediterranean to supply it. Furthermore, there are many wealthy citizens in Turan. Not only do they need to eat and dress well, but they also have a higher demand for life. For this reason, many precious goods are transported here from other parts of the Mediterranean Sea, such as spices from Persia, luxurious cloth, and exquisite gold and silver jewelry, perfumes and cosmetics from Egypt, ivory from Africa, and marble from Greece. That's why there are so many merchant ships coming to Turan every day, causing our original main port to be unable to accommodate them. We can only build docks on both sides of the river to meet the demand." As he listened to the captain's explanation, he looked to the left at the corner of the main port on the north bank of the Crete River. There were masts and oars there, and not a trace of the color of the sea could be seen. Hacker could not help but recall the scene of Carthage's port in the past. In his impression, even when Carthage's sea trade was at its most prosperous, it was far from the scale of Turan's port today. This was not only the result of meeting the needs of a huge city with a population of more than 400,000, but it was also a display of the comprehensive strength of a powerful kingdom. This made Hacker even more certain that the decision he had made back then was correct. As the two of them spoke, the noise around them suddenly became louder. The river captain glanced behind him and immediately revealed a look of joy. He said, "Lord Hacker, the ship that will welcome you is here." Hacker turned his head and saw a large ship sailing towards him from upstream. Its hull seemed to be made up of 2 warships, and there was a wooden building in the middle of it, Double-Headed Dragon. The name immediately flashed across Hacker's mind, but it was obvious that this ship was different from the flagship of the Carthaginian navy. It had a black hull and a red wooden building. The 2 bows of the ship did not have horns, but 2 wooden statues that looked like dog heads. Around the wooden building, there were palace guards dressed in velvet and purple robes standing on the railings. The flag of King Diolia was fluttering on the towering mast. After the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Ministry of Military Affairs considered building a special ship for the King of Devers, so that he could use it when he went out on patrol or when he led an army. Otherwise, it would be too simple and crude, and not befitting of his noble status as a king. After the shipsmiths received the task, after much discussion, they finally decided to use Carthage's Double-Headed Dragon warship as the blueprint to build the king's ship. Considering that this ship would often enter and leave the Crete River, they even reduced the size of the entire warship. In the end, this was the image that appeared in Hacker's vision. Although there were not many opportunities for it to sail after it was built, and most of the time it was docked at the pier in the inner city, it was already a household name among the tourists. Therefore, the ships in the river would try to dock on both sides as much as possible, and the entire central waterway quickly became wide and unobstructed. The ship quickly stopped next to the passenger ship that Hacker was on, and then a wooden ladder was set up. A middle-aged man wearing a white Bolton robe embroidered with black patterns walked up the passenger ship. He was tall and thin, and had a refined temperament. At this moment, the river captain immediately went forward and bowed respectfully. He said, "Greetings, Lord Henoboris." The middle-aged man smiled and returned the greeting. "Thank you for your hard work." He was Henoboris. Of course, Hacker had heard of this senator of Dionia who followed the king of Devers all year round. Just as he was sizing up the king's confidant, Henoboris came up to him with a smile. "Lord Hacker, welcome back to Turin. I am Henoboris, the clerk of the king of Devers, and I am here to welcome you on behalf of His Majesty the King and the Senate. I have read Lord Henoboris' War of Southern Italy many times, and it is very interesting. I have long wanted to meet you and have a good chat. Now that I have seen you today, it is indeed as I imagined." Hacker intentionally paused, and then said in a more serious tone, gentle and refined, as expected of a historian. Henoboris smiled even more brilliantly. "It is my honor to receive Lord Hacker's praise. If there is a chance in the future, I must chat with you more. His Majesty and the elders are still waiting at the pier. Lord Hacker, please board the ship with me and hurry to the inner city." "All right." Hacker replied straightforwardly. Henoboris glanced behind him and asked, "Where is Lord Hasdrubal?" Hacker replied calmly, "He drank too much on the way here and is now sleeping soundly in the cabin. I think it will be difficult for him to wake up once we reach the inner city." "Oh." Henoboris nodded and was about to speak. At that moment, the river official came over and whispered a few words in his ear. Hacker immediately showed an understanding expression and said, "Then let Lord Hasdrubal rest well. I shall not disturb him." Henoboris led Hacker up the ship and up the wooden building. Hacker looked into the distance and immediately felt that his vision had broadened. He could look past the pier on the shore and see the layers of houses and the bustling crowd behind him. Just as the surrounding ships intentionally or unintentionally drew closer, curious to see what kind of noble person the king's flagship would welcome, the twin-headed dragon ship had already turned around. Two fast ships in front opened up a path, and under the full power of a few hundred sailors, the ship began to move upstream. The passenger ship that Hacker was originally on also followed closely behind. Thurii was different from Rome. Rome was tens of miles away from the mouth of the river, and the river was winding. Ships going upstream from the mouth of the river had to rely on towing to reach the river port outside the city. On the other hand, Thurii was only 5 or 6 miles away from the mouth of the river, and the main body of the city was located downstream from the confluence of the Creti and Cosini rivers. The river was wide and the water was gentle. Under normal circumstances, ships did not need to rely on towing to go upstream and reach Thurii. Hacker stood on the wooden deck of the ship and had a clearer view of the situation on both sides of the river. Indeed, just as the river official had said, the tourists had transformed both sides of the river into docks. Not only were all the riverbanks covered with solid stone slabs, but there was also a 5-meter-high trapezoidal stone platform on the riverbank every 10 meters or so. There was a stone ring at each end of each stone platform, and a wooden machine was placed on each stone platform. It extended a long wooden arm towards the river. There were pulleys, ropes, and an iron hook hanging down from the wooden arm. The end of the wooden arm was clamped by 2 huge wooden wheels, and the other end of the rope was tightly tied to the ground, making it look like a huge snail. Hacker knew that this was the crane invented by the people of Dionia. It had long been famous in the western Mediterranean, just that it hadn't spread to the port towns of southern Iberia. Hacker carefully observed the entire unloading process of the cargo ship. The cargo ship would slowly stop by the riverside in front of the stone platform. Then, laborers from the shore would go over and tie the mooring ropes on both ends of the ship to the holes on the 2 ends of the stone platform. This way, the cargo ship would stay close to the dock. The personnel operating the crane would lower the wooden arm, loosen the ropes, and hang the hook down. The crew members would hang baskets of goods on the iron hook, and then, the slaves in the wooden wheels of the crane would step on the wooden wheels with great effort. The wooden wheels would rotate quickly, tightening the ropes, and the iron hook would pull the goods up high, separating them from the cargo ship. At this time, the personnel on both sides of the crane would pull the ropes, control the wooden arms, and slowly park the goods on the flat ground in front of the stone platform. The entire process was fast, labor-saving, and highly efficient. It didn't take long for half of the cargo to be unloaded. Regardless of whether it was the crew or the laborers on the shore, they all seemed to be very relaxed. Hacker also noticed that there were semi-open warehouses not far behind these stone platforms. The goods that were unloaded from the ship would be transported to these warehouses by the laborers. Behind these simple warehouses, there were rows of huge, rectangular, enclosed warehouses. Each of them had a roof that was about 6 meters high, and an arched door that was 4 meters high. The area of each warehouse was not smaller than 2 arenas. Moreover, through the small window at the top, one could see that the walls of the warehouses were quite thick. Only such a high-quality warehouse could allow the owner of the goods to be at ease with the safety of the goods. At the same time, more goods could be stored, and the goods could be transported out more easily. Haka, who had led the administration of the southern region of Iberia for many years, was very clear about the process of the cargo ship entering the port. After the laborers at the dock unloaded the goods and parked them in the temporary warehouse, the owner of the ship would immediately go to the port to rent a warehouse for storage, and then pay the laborers to transfer the goods to the warehouse for storage. Then, he would go to the market in the city to contact a buyer. This process would usually take 2 or 3 days. Of course, if the buyer was contacted beforehand, then the situation would be much better. However, in a situation like Turiai, where the unloading dock, temporary warehouses, and warehouses were all close together, it was undoubtedly much more convenient. From this, Haka deduced that with the way the Turiai people did things, the famous Turiai market in the entire western Mediterranean might not be far from here, and this was indeed the case. He could not help but let out a sigh, which attracted the curiosity of Henoboris. "Master Haka, what are your thoughts about coming to Turiai?" Haka pointed to the dock by the shore and sighed sincerely. "Look at the stone docks where the cranes are placed, the temporary warehouses, and the cargo warehouses. They are neatly lined up side by side on both sides of the Krati River like an army, extending all the way forward, the end almost impossible to see. How spectacular! I believe that any outsider who sees such a scene would be in awe of the power of the kingdom of Dionia, and would not dare to have any thoughts of going against it." Henoboris looked at him, and then turned to look at the shore. "Let me tell you an interesting fact. There was a famous scholar in the kingdom, Lysias. One time, he was preparing to write an article describing the docks by the Krati River. He decided to first investigate the docks by the river, and returned not long after. His friend asked him, why so fast? He said, when I reached the river, I found that the docks were full of people, and it was extremely noisy and ear-piercing. The cranes were creaking, oxen and donkeys were neighing incessantly, and the irascible workers were shouting loudly. The air was terrible, mixed with the smell of wine, olive oil, and the sweat of people. I stood there for a while, and felt my head was swollen. With the help of my servants, I had to push aside the people who were blocking the way, and with great difficulty, I managed to walk out. And in the process, I stepped on donkey dung twice." Haka could not help but laugh when he heard this. Henoboris sighed, and gazed into the distance in a daze, murmuring, "I still miss the Turiai of 10 years ago, especially this Krati River." It was clear and serene, inviting wild and fanciful thoughts. Sigh, but now, not only is the river crowded and noisy, the water has also become muddy, and there are many boats sailing at night. Haka sighed, but no city or country doesn't want their city to be like this, because it means prosperity and power. Henoboris patted the railing with both hands, and smiled again. "That's why I'm just a clerk, and you're the governor. But I suggest that after you settle down in Turiai, it's best to buy a piece of land in the northern mountains, build a villa, and stay there a few times a month. The air there is fresh and quiet, and it's good for your health." As the two chatted, a huge building in the distance entered Haka's eyes. A stone bridge that was 100 meters long lay across the wide Krati River, like a giant beast overlooking the passing boats. This should be the Great Stone Bridge of Turiai, and it was said to be the first stone bridge built in the western Mediterranean. It was truly spectacular. Haka looked ahead, and heard Henoboris say, "We're about to enter the inner city's docks." Following the direction in which Henopolis was pointing, Haka saw the city wall that lay between the layers of buildings. There used to be an iron chain blocking the river here. Henoboris pointed at the tower by the riverbank in front, but his eyes looked at Haka beside him. He said in a seemingly casual manner, "It was abandoned more than 10 years ago, but, when the war with Carthage broke out, it was urgently used again. But now, it's completely abandoned, because there are no longer enemies that threaten the kingdom from the sea." Haka nodded calmly. In recent years, there were even elders who suggested to tear down the entire inner city wall. Fortunately, most of the elders objected, and it wasn't passed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to stay in this city of Turiai. Haka observed for a while, and understood why Henoboris said this. He could already see that the streets within the city wall were not as dense as those outside, and the houses were neat and spacious. There were fewer pedestrians, but it seemed leisurely, as if the city was another world, but there was only one place that was more lively, and that was the inner city's dock that the ship was heading toward. Compared to the long river docks that he had seen before, the inner city's dock seemed too small. There were only 6 trestles, but each berth was extremely spacious, and there was more than enough space for a large ship that was dozens of meters long. Furthermore, the trestles were paved with stone slabs, and could accommodate 2 carriages passing side by side. There were also several stone platforms and cranes. There was a rather large waiting area behind the dock, and it was specially set up with long, colorful cloth canopies. This was both for shade and for aesthetic purposes. There were rows of comfortable seats under the canopies, and they were all filled. Hakka's gaze quickly searched the crowd by the shore. When he saw a man who was dressed the same as the others, and only had a small dazzling golden crown on his head, Hakka was excited, but he also suddenly felt a little nervous. When the Devers in the waiting area saw the ship enter the dock, they immediately stood up and led the elders to the trestles. After the wooden ladder to disembark was set up, Hakka refused the help of the servants and slowly walked down the ship. He came before the Devers, bowed deeply, and said, "Your Majesty, the former governor of the southern region of Iberia, as well as your loyal student, Hakka, has arrived." Originally, according to the etiquette of the Kingdom of Dionia, the Devers were going to wait for Hakka to finish saluting before saying some words of comfort. However, he didn't expect Hakka's first words to make him freeze, and he casually said, "My student?" Hakka looked at the Devers with admiration and said sincerely, "Yes, Your Majesty. The Kingdom of Dionia that you've created and the system of government that you've taken the lead in formulating have fascinated me. I've been studying it all this time, and I've even used some of my insights to govern the southern part of Iberia from time to time. However, there are still many inadequacies, so I've come to Turin this time to learn from you." Henoboris, who had followed closely behind, heard this and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Hacker, you don't seem to like talking much, but when you start talking, you're actually so good at flattering." The Devers smiled happily and stepped forward to hold Hacker's hands, saying, "You've managed the southern part of Iberia very well, especially the strategies that you've implemented for the various Iberian tribes in your territory. You're very unique, and it's worth us learning from you." "So, as a teacher, I don't dare to be called that. You're very talented in handling government affairs, and you can completely take charge. It's just that the affairs of the kingdom are complicated now, and there are many problems that need to be solved urgently. I'm also having a headache, so everyone and I are looking forward to seeing you. I believe that with your participation and brainstorming with us, we'll be able to come up with more creative resolutions and bring the governance of the kingdom to a higher level." Hacker immediately replied, "I'm very willing to come to Turin and do my part for the kingdom." "Good. Good." The Devers smiled and patted his hands, looking at him with concern. "However, before I give you more burdens, I have to nurse your body back to health first. Otherwise, if you fall ill, Dido will come looking for me." In the eyes of the Devers, Hacker's body was extremely thin, and his face was dark and gloomy. He looked completely sickly, and he wasn't even 30 years old yet. This made the Devers feel fearful. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for taking care of Dido these past few years." Hacker expressed his gratitude again. "Hey, I haven't thanked your family for raising such a good daughter-in-law for me. Not only is Didwa beautiful and virtuous, but she is also smart and capable. She has also given birth to a lovely grandson for our family. The whole family likes her very much." The people around them smiled kindly. When they saw the two of them chatting, they suddenly realized that although it was the first time Hacker had come to Turii, he was a relative of the King of Devers. Seeing that he was getting along so well with His Majesty, they might have to change their attitude when interacting with him in the future. "Herpes!" Devers suddenly shouted behind him. Medical Minister Helps responded immediately. "I'll leave Hakka's treatment and recuperation to you. You have to visit him personally to ensure his health." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hacker was a little frightened and immediately said, "Your Majesty, this Helps is an important minister of the kingdom and a famous doctor respected by the people. How can I trouble him with a small illness like mine?" And waste his precious time. I'm a doctor. How can treating a patient be considered a waste of time? Helps walked forward and carefully looked at Hacker. He worriedly suggested to Devers, Your Majesty, Master Hacker doesn't look too good. He might be too tired from the long journey. I suggest that he return to his residence to rest as soon as possible so that he can recover his energy. Devers already had this thought, and after Help's reminder, they agreed with him even more. They immediately said cautiously, You're right. How about this, Hacker? Go back to your new residence and rest. At the same time, let Helps treat you. After you've recovered, you can slowly familiarize yourself with the senators during the Senate meeting. Your Majesty, I'm still in good health. There's nothing wrong with me. I want to take this opportunity to get to know my colleagues. Hacker didn't want to leave in a hurry without greeting and thanking the senators who had come to greet him, so he quickly expressed his stance. Master Hacker, don't force yourself. Your health is very important to the kingdom. Senate Chairman Lucius hurriedly advised, Your Majesty has always been very concerned about the health of the senators. Everyone will understand. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of opportunities in the future to slowly get to know each other. But Hacker still wanted to object. Devers straightforwardly said to Henoporus, Let's do it this way. Send Master Hacker to his residence first. Oh, right, where's Hasdrubal? He drank too much and is sleeping on the ship. I didn't want to disturb your Majesty, so I didn't wake him up. Hacker braced himself and said. Devers obviously saw something fishy going on, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he said with some concern, Since that's the case, don't wake him up. When you've all rested and recovered your energy, I'll set up a banquet in the palace to welcome you. I heard that Hasdrubal loves to drink. I have the best wine and beer in the Western Mediterranean, and there are many military senators who are good drinkers attending. I'll definitely let him drink to his heart's content. In order to welcome Hacker's arrival, the Devers and the Senate put in a lot of effort, such as preparing a residence for him. Logically speaking, there was no space in the inner city to build a residence for a senator, and some of the senators who joined the kingdom later lived near the outer city. This time, the Senate specially put up a notice on the bulletin board in front of the Grand Assembly Hall, buying houses from the citizens of the inner city and promising great discounts. However, very few people responded. In the end, it was Sostatus, a merchant from the Turii Chamber of Commerce, who transferred the residence left behind by his father, Cunagurata, to the Senate in exchange for a piece of public land in the outer city and the approval of the Devers. The Ministry of Construction specially sent people to carefully renovate the residence. When Hacker, Hasdrubal, and the others arrived in Turii, they immediately moved into their new residence. Just as Helps had predicted, Hacker had been on a boat for a long time, and this morning, he had forced himself to look at the entire city of Turii from the Kreti River. He had been exposed to the river breeze for a long time, but as soon as he entered the residence, he fell ill. Helps brought medical staff with him to diagnose and treat him. At dusk, Helps rushed to the Devers' residence. Master Hacker has been exposed to the river breeze for a long time, which is why he has caught a cold. I've already given him medicine, and I believe that after the fever subsides, he will get better in a day or two. Helps reported. Fortunately, you reminded me in time today. The Devers temporarily heaved a sigh of relief. He knew very well that Hacker had just arrived in Turii, and nothing could go wrong. Otherwise, the Iberian citizens and the Phoenicians from other regions would have bad guesses. For example, Hacker was in good condition in Iberia, but when he arrived in Turii, he was bedridden. This must be the work of the king of Dionia and the senators. Your Majesty. With a worried expression, Helps continued, after examining Master Hacker's body, I discovered that the reason why he is weak and sickly is because he has a heart disease. His heart sounds very loud and very noisy, very similar to many patients with heart diseases I've treated in the past. We've obtained your consent and the consent of the patients' families. Under the witness of God Hades, we've dissected a few patients with this heart disease who eventually died of illness. We discovered that their hearts are slightly different from the hearts of ordinary people. The places that should be sealed are missing, and the places that shouldn't be sealed are sealed. Moreover, they seem to have this problem since birth, So, you named it primary heart disease. I've heard a series of lectures about this in the past few years at the Scholar Conference. This is a very remarkable discovery. Devers praised, but there was still a layer of gloom between his brows. He asked straightforwardly, as far as I know, primary heart disease can't be treated. So, based on Hacker's current physical condition, how long do you think he can live for? Your Majesty, based on our current level of medical skills, it is indeed impossible to treat this disease. In fact, we discovered that there should be many types of primary heart disease, and we're currently working hard to classify them bit by bit through dissection. This is a very long process. But according to our statistics and observations of these patients, as long as they can live past the age of 20, their heart disease is usually relatively mild. As long as their living conditions are good, they don't engage in excessive labor, and they can receive treatment in time, their lifespan will be relatively long. That's good. That's good. Devers's brows relaxed, and his entire body relaxed. He said in a gentle tone, "You've worked hard, helps. I'll leave Hacker's long-term treatment and nursing to you. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Although we can't cure this disease, we can still delay Master Hacker's symptoms." Helps said confidently. "It's getting late. Have dinner at my place tonight." Your Majesty, I received an urgent message from the hospital on my way here. They've received a patient with a serious condition, and the symptoms are very strange. I need to rush to the hospital to consult with this patient. All right, then I won't keep you. Helps bowed respectfully, turned around, and prepared to leave. Devers saw that Helps was a little hunched over, and his hair was white. His gait was slightly trembling, and he looked very old. Devers was very touched, and he couldn't help but say, "Helps, you have to take care of yourself. I can't leave you, just like 20 years ago in Persia." Helps' body trembled slightly. He turned around and bowed respectfully to Devers again. Just like how he always responded to Devers's instructions 20 years ago, he said, "Yes, teacher." 4 days later, in the morning, Hacker and Hasdrubal, who had recovered from their cold and regained their spirits, left the mansion after breakfast. One sat in a sedan while the other walked, treading on the flat and sturdy streets towards the Senate. Along the way, there were many people dressed in white robes with black stripes. They were obviously the senators who were going to attend the meeting. They walked in twos and threes, greeting each other with a smile. Those who were familiar with each other gradually gathered together, excitedly discussing the topic of the day. Some groups had already gathered more than 10 people before they even reached the square. Hence, passers-by would give way to them and greet them, receiving friendly responses from them. Hacker was a newcomer, and he was sitting in a sedan. Even though some senators cast curious glances at him from time to time, no one came up to him to ask questions. Ever since Hasdrubal came to Turin, other than attending a banquet at the mansion of the Devers, he had not shown himself in public. Very few people knew who he was. It was only when they were about to reach the Grand Assembly Hall that someone happily greeted him. Hasdrubal could not remember who that person was. "I'm Antiocha of Mazara," the person said with a smile. Hasdrubal's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the person's face. Remembering something, he said angrily, "It's you. You led the Mazarans to secretly open the city gates." "Brother," as His Majesty said at the banquet, "no discord, no concord. The past is the past. Now, we are all citizens of Daionia, and we are all colleagues working together. We should be closer to each other." Hacker poked his head out of the sedan and reminded him. "Lord Hacker is right," Antiochus said with a relieved smile. "We are all Phoenicians, outsiders to Turin. We should help each other. Of course, I am very happy to listen to Lord Hacker and Lord Hasdrubal's instructions. I believe the other Phoenician senators have the same idea." Hasdrubal snorted and turned his head away. He did not reply. After attending the banquet in the palace last night and talking to the Devers, Hacker already had an idea of what to do. He said calmly in the palanquin, "Thank you for your trust, Lord Antiocha. I will do my best to live up to your trust." Antiocha immediately smiled. Soon, he summoned several Phoenician senators from western Sicily and Sardinia. When the other elders saw the Phoenician elders, who were usually ignored, gathered around a sedan chair, they more or less guessed the reason. They could not help but think more highly of the sickly new chairman. Hasdrubal couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw the round building that looked like a giant egg. He and Haka were going to enter from the side door because it was closer, but Antiochus suggested, since this is the first time you and Haka are attending a Senate meeting, you should enter from the front door. That way, you can show your presence. Even Hasdrubal, who had a grudge against Antiochus, had to admit that Antiochus' suggestion made sense. They bypassed the senators lining up to enter through the side door and came to the front of the Grand Assembly Hall. There were also senators lining up to enter. Hacker stopped the sedan chair and walked out with the help of his servants. He stood in front of the steps and looked at the Victory Square and the towering memorial pillar in the center. The statue of the goddess of victory at the top was particularly dazzling under the light of dawn. Although it was still morning, there were already many pedestrians in the square. Some were officials working in various departments near the square, some were peddlers working in the shops by the side of the square, some were preparing to go to the Supreme Court for hearings, and some were just taking a walk to relax in the square. There were also some children chasing and playing in the square with puppies. The patrolling team in velvet clothes did not stop them. Instead, they smiled and helped the children who fell to the ground up and patted the dust off them. It was a lively scene. Hacker looked for a while and sighed. Victory Square is much bigger than Carthage's square. Hasdrubal wanted to say, but Carthage's square is much more magnificent than this one. But then he heard Antiochus say, it's really big. After that war, Turiae held a triumphal parade. I was there to see it. This square can accommodate nearly 40,000 soldiers, which is equivalent to 5 legions. That scene was really shocking. Hasdrubal remained silent, but from his restless expression, he must be thinking about something. Hey, what's this? Hacker pointed curiously at the protruding platforms on both sides of the steps. The 2 platforms were connected to the main entrance of the Grand Assembly Hall. There was a fence on the platforms, and the stone walls of the platforms were welded with bronze protrusions. In between the protrusions, there were round shields, making the stone walls of the platforms look like they were made of bronze. This is the public podium of the Senate. It was remodeled 3 years ago. During major celebrations, important events, or the passage of important bills, His Majesty the King of Devers and the rotating chairman will give speeches to the people here. Antiochus looked at Hasdrubal, pointed at the bronze protrusions, and said, and this is the bronze ram of the warship. It was unloaded from the captured Carthage's warship. And those bronze shields were also seized by the Dionysian army in that war. Antiochus saw that Hasdrubal's expression was very ugly, and quickly added, but most of them came from Rome. His Majesty the King of Devers once said, the reason why the podium is designed like this is not to show off military achievements, but to remind the people, and also to remind the senators, that it is not easy for Dionia to achieve what it is today. Everyone must always be vigilant, and remember that those who fight too much will die, and those who forget to fight will be in danger. Hacker carefully listened to these words, and then showed a look of admiration. He said, His Majesty the King of Devers is indeed wise. I believe that under his leadership, the kingdom of Dionia will become even more powerful. Hasdrubal finally could not help but say angrily, if those idiots in the Senate of Carthage understood this, they would not have become like this today. Hacker obviously did not want to talk about this. He looked at the senators in front of him, who were looking at him, and said softly, let's go, and line up. Antiochus immediately said, Lord Hacker, you are the rotating chairman. You can enter the hall directly. Antiochus deliberately spoke very loudly. The surrounding senators heard his voice, and immediately focused their attention on him. They began to whisper among themselves. The ceremonial officer who was on duty at the main entrance quickly ran down the stairs, and said uncertainly, Lord Hacker? I am. Hacker nodded. Then please follow me. After saying this, the ceremonial officer turned around and walked up. Hacker turned back to look at his brother. Fortunately, I didn't make you line up here. If you fainted, it would be a joke. Hurry up. Hasdrubal. Waved his hand impatiently. Hacker slowly walked up the stairs under everyone's gaze. Then, he saw a golden pillar as tall as a person in front of him, facing the main entrance of the Grand Assembly Hall. There were some words engraved on the pillar. He walked closer to take a look. It was written in Greek, XX miles from Crotone, XX miles from Syrium, XX miles from Hadrumetum, and even XX miles from Sisi, the central city of southern Iberia. This is a milestone. It records the distance between the Victory Square and all the major cities in the kingdom, the ceremonial officer explained. Milestone. Very interesting. Hacker patted the pillar lightly. He knew that Daionia was not Carthage. According to its unique system of government, the numbers on the pillar actually represented the distance and area that Daionia's power could cover. Impressive. Sir, please sign your name here. Arriving in front of the tall wooden door, the ceremonial officer held a wooden board in one hand and a white pen in the other as he spoke to Hacker. Hacker saw that the time was marked at the top of the board, and that there were already some names written on it. Without hesitation, he wrote his name and then asked curiously, "Does every elder who attends the meeting need to sign?" "Yes. This way, we will know which elders did not attend or were late, especially those who have no administrative appointment and should attend the meeting. If they are absent many times within a month, they will be criticized and punished by the Overwatch Council. Those who do not attend for a long time may even be stripped of their status as elders." Hacker nodded lightly, but in his heart, he was thinking, I and Hasdrubal, as elders of Daionia, have not been to the Senate for a few years. What should I do? The ceremonial officer seemed to understand his thoughts and continued, "Previously, you and Sir Hasdrubal guarded the southern region of Iberia for a long time, and the situation was special. But now that you have returned to Turii, I hope that you will abide by the rules of the Senate in the future." "Of course." Hacker immediately replied solemnly. Under the signal of the ceremonial officer, the guards made way for them to enter the door. Hacker followed the ceremonial officer in and then went up another flight of stone stairs. Soon, they arrived in front of the second wooden door. There were also guards stationed here, and they were politely searching the bodies of the elders who entered the door. The ceremonial officer turned his head and said, "Sir, because there are often fierce arguments in the meeting hall, and when people are excited, there may be insults and even small conflicts. For the safety of the elders, this is a necessary inspection." "I understand." The sickly Hacker agreed with this. After calmly accepting the soldier's search, he followed the ceremonial officer into the meeting hall. As soon as he stepped through the door, Hacker's gaze was immediately attracted by a large pure white chair carved from ivory in the center of the hall. It was placed firmly on a stone platform about 2 meters high, and the back of the chair was covered with brown lion skin. It proudly faced the countless wooden chairs surrounding it. Diagonally in front of it was the only black wooden table in the hall, and behind the wooden table was a smaller ivory chair. According to Hacker's understanding, that should be the seat of the rotating president who was in charge of the meeting that day. Around the central open space, there were 20 levels of stairs that rose like an arena. Each level was neatly arranged with countless wooden chairs, stacked on top of each other. Even Hacker felt a little dizzy looking at them. They surrounded the throne in the center like stars surrounding the moon. At this time, there were already some people seated in the hall. Some of them noticed Hacker, who was following behind the ceremonial officer. A few people quickly stood up from the center of the front row and walked towards Hacker. They were led by Lucius, Cypros, Sidorum, Antares, and Herman, the 5 rotating chairmen. "Welcome, Lord Hacker. We heard that you were sick a few days ago, and we didn't have the nerve to visit you. Are you feeling better now?" Lucius asked with a concerned expression. "I'm really sorry to have made you worry." "I'm fine now," Hacker said apologetically. "Today is my first time attending a meeting. I thought I could arrive early, but it seems that I'm still late." "You're not late," Cypros explained. "It's just that we've always been used to arriving early, because we have to communicate and discuss the topics that are to be discussed that day in advance to avoid accidents. Then I'll try to arrive early when there are meetings in the future," Hacker said knowingly. "Let's not block the passageway and affect the people behind us. Let's go back to our seats and talk in detail," Antares reminded. The few of them brought Hacker to the front row, and Hacker immediately noticed that there were 6 white chairs that stood out in the center of the almost entirely black chairs. These were the ivory chairs that belonged to the rotating president. Did this mean that the rotating president's position in the Senate was so unusual? While Hacker was thinking, he saw Cypros pointing to the seat on his left and said, "Lord Hacker, your seat is here." Hacker walked over and sat down. Suddenly, he realized that this seat really did belong to him. This was because the name Hacker was carved on the ground under his feet. Looking at the seats around him, there were also names carved on them. Cypros saw what he was doing and immediately explained, "The seats in the hall are not to be taken randomly. Each seat belongs to an elder, and the name of the elder is engraved under the seat. If an elder takes a seat randomly during the meeting, the ceremonial officer will give him a warning, and if he refuses to heed the warning, he will be expelled from the hall." Hacker nodded, silently raising his guard. Actually, 10 years ago, other than some special seats, the rest of the seats could be sat at will. Antares poked his head out and said, "Therefore, during every meeting, the familiar elders would sit together. They would sit here and there, making them very scattered. Moreover, they liked to gather together to discuss, so the order was rather messy, causing the efficiency of the meeting to be low. Later, it was Lord Sesta who put forward a proposal to address this, and it was approved." Hacker nodded again. During this period of time, he had studied the politics of Dionia in detail. He knew that Sesta was the minister of supervision of the kingdom, and he had been in this position for almost 20 years. It was said that he was a cold person, and he had punished many officials and even elders. Many officials were afraid of him, but the majority of the people respected him, calling him the kingdom's Aeacus, one of the 3 infernal judges. Under Antares' intentional pointing, Hacker saw an old man sitting in the same row not far from them. From the side, his body was straight, his eyebrows were thick and long, his nose bridge was high, his nose was big, his lips were thick, and his eyes weren't big. "This is Sesta?" While Hacker was thinking, the old man turned his head and made eye contact with him. Hacker immediately felt a sharp light shoot out from the old man's small eyes, like a sharp knife stabbing into his own eyes. But soon after, the elder retracted his radiance, and his stern face became a bit more peaceful. He nodded towards Hacker, then stood up and walked towards one of the ceremonial officials. He said a few words to him, and the disciplinary official immediately ran out of the venue. It seems that Sesta feels that the elders are entering too slowly, so he asked the ceremonial officer to hurry them up, Antares said with a sigh. Antares sighed. As he introduced, "Lord Hacker, we aren't the first to attend every Senate meeting, but this old fellow. Although this is also his duty, he has been doing this for the past 20 years. I really can't help but admire him. I really don't know if the next minister of supervision will be like him." Hacker looked at Sesta, who was standing in front of the hall like a solid stone pillar, and suddenly asked, "Lord Cypros, you just said that a seat belongs to a senator, but if the senator is no longer here, the name will be covered by cement, and after it hardens, the new senator's name will be engraved on it." Cypros said emotionally, one of his feet lightly rubbing against the ground. Only then did Hacker notice that the color of the name engraved on the ground was a little different from the color around it. He heard Cypros say softly, "This seat previously belonged to Lord Cornelis." Hacker did not say anything after hearing that. For someone like him who had been suffering from illness for many years, he was similarly touched. "Lord Hacker, there are a total of 615 senators in the Senate. It will be difficult to remember all of them in a short period of time," Antares suggested. "But you can first remember the main senators, such as the ministers of the various departments of the kingdom. Their seats are on both sides of us. The senators who were established in the kingdom of Dionia are the most senior, so their seats are in the first 2 rows. There are also the senators who have been serving as town governors for many years and have only been promoted to legion commanders in recent years. They are in the 3rd to 6th row." Hacker listened attentively and asked, "So, my brother Hasdrubal will be sitting at the back?" "Of course not," Lucius interrupted. "Due to Lord Hasdrubal's special situation, after the banquet last night, His Majesty specially discussed with us and finally arranged a special seat for him. I believe he will be satisfied." "Where is his seat?" Hacker was curious. By the time Hasdrubal walked into the hall, it was already crowded with people. It was unusually lively. If not for the ceremonial officer leading the way, he would not have known where to go. "Lord Hasdrubal, this is your exclusive seat. From now on, you will be seated here when attending Senate meetings." The ceremonial officer finished speaking and turned to leave. It was the seat on the left of the 3rd row. Hasdrubal stood in front of his seat. He felt the oppressive feeling of being stared at by the people around him when he walked through the corridor had lessened. He felt slightly relieved. As soon as he sat down, the person in front of him turned around. "Lord Hasdrubal, we meet again." Hasdrubal looked at the person. It was Amyntas, whom he had chatted happily with last night. "Lord Hasdrubal, I'm still a little dizzy from the drinking competition I had with you yesterday." The person next to Amyntas turned around as well. It was Matones, another Dionia general whom Hasdrubal had met at the banquet last night. "Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? You can't even beat me in drinking." Amyntas mocked. "As long as I can beat you in wrestling, that's enough," Matones retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Just as the two were about to bicker, the senator next to Hasdrubal turned around and smiled. "Lord Hasdrubal, nice to meet you. I am Dionia's 7th Legion commander, Tiger Telos." Considering Hasdrubal's personality, the Devers had specially invited Amyntas and Matones to accompany him at the banquet last night. Amyntas had sparred with Hasdrubal in Serena City. Although Dionia had won in the end, it had been a very intense fight. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Amyntas and Hasdrubal had a mutual appreciation for each other. Furthermore, due to his old age and the many old injuries he had sustained, it was difficult for him to move around. As a result, he had no choice but to resign from his position as the 1st Legion commander. In the end, the Devers appointed Leotychides, who did not belong to the expeditionary army and had much less experience than them, to take over. This made Amyntas a little unwilling. Hasdrubal was the only person who had defeated Leotychides in that war, and his personality was to his liking. In addition, his background was special, so with Amyntas's intention to win him over, he, Matones, and Hasdrubal had a great time drinking last night. Hasdrubal, who had fought in the Iberian region for more than 10 years, was also willing to stay with Amyntas, Matones, and other Dionia generals. Not only because they had similar interests and had many topics to talk about, but also because after the banquet last night, the Devers had specially talked to him and given him an appointment. This caused the former general of Carthage, who had been idle for several years because of his decadence, to finally pull himself together, and also made him realize that having a good relationship with the Dionia army would be beneficial for him to carry out his mission. Both sides had the intention to be on good terms, so the atmosphere soon became warm, and Hasdrubal no longer felt like he was in a strange environment. "His Majesty has arrived." Accompanied by a loud shout, the closed wooden door at the back of the center of the hall, which Hacker was facing, opened. The originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down. 4 palace guards in military uniform came out from the door, surrounding the crowned king of the Devers and entering the hall. The elders in the hall quickly stood up. Dragged by Tiger Telos, Hasdrubal also stood up reluctantly. Only when the Devers sat down on the throne did the elders sit down one after another. At this time, the palace guards stood around the throne, and the ceremonial officers under the Ministry of Supervision also took their positions. 3 recording officers of the hall held pen and paper, sitting at the edge of the center of the hall. The rotating chairman, Antalis, stood up and walked to the podium. Everything was ready. The Devers looked around, and their eyes finally fell on Hacker in the front row. They smiled as a greeting, and then nodded at Antares. Clang! Antares rang the small bronze bell on the table, and then the ceremonial officer in front of him shouted, "The meeting begins." In the past, it was the rotating president who did the talking, but there were more and more senators, and it was very laborious to talk to them all day long. Moreover, the 5 rotating presidents were all older, and there were several cases of the rotating presidents shouting hoarsely and collapsing from exhaustion at the end of the meeting. Therefore, the young ceremonial officers took over the job later. Antares cleared his throat and said loudly, "The bill that His Majesty proposed to divide the territory of the kingdom into 19 regions has been passed. Today's main topic is for us to elect the governors of these regions. Because the region of Rome, southern Iberia, and western Sicily are located at the border of the kingdom, the situation is complicated and the situation is relatively bad. For the safety of the kingdom, special candidates have been selected. Assists will be the governor of Rome, Bagol will be the governor of southern Iberia, and Antonios will be the governor of western Sicily." There was a little commotion in the meeting. Before, the Devers had not decided on the candidate for the governor of western Sicily. Some people might still have some expectations, but when they heard it was Antonio's, they immediately lost their temper. Although Antonio's had made mistakes before, he had been the governor of the important cities of the kingdom for many years, and during the war in the western Mediterranean, he was the wartime governor of the Donau region. It was not an easy task to firmly control the Donau region that had just been conquered and then invaded by the Samnite people. This showed his outstanding governance ability. In addition, he was once a high-ranking general in the army with outstanding achievements and high qualifications, so no one raised any objections. The rest of the governors will be elected by the senators according to the previous governor election rules. Antares paused, then continued, but when recommending candidates, there is a principle that must be followed. The candidate for the governor must have more than 4 years of experience as a town governor. This rule was determined by the senators during the last meeting. It was mainly to ensure that the senators who were elected as the regional governors had sufficient administrative experience. Of course, it also ruled out the possibility of the senators who became the senators of Daionia after the Western Mediterranean War becoming the regional governors. No matter how regretful some people were, Antares raised his voice and continued, "I hereby announce the start of the election for the regional governor. First of all, the first region to be nominated is Corsica. Is there anyone who wants to nominate?" In fact, Alenia was the only town in Corsica, including 8 or 9 settlements with only a few hundred people. Whether in terms of population or land area, Alenia was far from the big cities such as Crotone, Cosenza, and Catanae. It was not even comparable to the medium-sized towns such as Spoleto, Cremissa, and Udiere. However, after it was divided into a region by the Devers, this small island became much more important in the eyes of the senators. After all, no matter how small it was still a region. The ceremonial officer scanned the hall. Among the 8 senators who raised their hands, he chose the one with the most seniority. This was also a new rule implemented by the Senate in recent years. During the meeting, the senators were not allowed to stand up and speak. They had to raise their hands, and the ceremonial officer would call out their names according to their age and seniority. This way, it could minimize chaos and improve efficiency. "Sir Strompoli." Strompoli stood up and said slowly, "I recommend Philocrates. Although he is young, he has a lot of experience in government affairs. He was once a scribe in the royal household department." Oh, that was during the time when Daionia was still in the Union, not the kingdom. Strompoli purposely emphasized the qualifications of the candidates he recommended. Court Recorder, Minister of Construction. Governor of Castellan, Governor of Santa Iberia. Although he has only been the town governor for 5 years, he is the only kingdom governor who managed a metal smelting center for a long period of time. In the 4 years that he was in charge of Santa Iberia, the production and quality of the metal smelting center have been improving year by year. He was even praised by His Majesty. As he said this, he reached out his left hand and pointed at the Devers in the middle of the hall. Divers neither denied nor nodded in confirmation. After all, he had already promised not to interfere with the election of the regional chief executive, so he had to remain calm as much as possible. He did not want to mislead the elders in the hall with a random action. For a region like Corsica that also focuses on metal smelting, I think Philocrates is the best candidate. Strompoli looked around and finished his last sentence confidently. Out of the 7 senators who raised their hands, 5 quietly lowered their arms. It was not because they felt that Philocrates was the best candidate to be the chief executive of Corsica, but because they felt Strompoli's determination to support Philocrates from his words. After Cornelis, Strompoli was the leader of the Amendolara faction in the Senate. Amendolara was only a small city with a small population, but it held an important position in the kingdom of Daionia. This was because it was the first town that the king of Devers occupied after he led his mercenary army to Great Greece. In the early days, the citizens of Amendolara played an important role in the development of the entire kingdom of Daionia. People like Cornelis, Raphael, Scombros, Strompoli, Tridademos, and Plotzelus all held important positions in the Senate. Although Scombros, Cornelis, and Plotzelus had passed away one after another, the Amendolarans were the first to participate in the kingdom's politics. Moreover, Strompoli and the other senators loved to support the Amendolarans, so the Amendolarans made up a large proportion of the people who participated in the kingdom's politics at a young age and gradually became senators. What was more noteworthy was that more than half of the mercenaries settled in Amendalara. Many of them married Amendallaran women and even adopted many Amendallaran orphans as their children. Therefore, some of the military senators could be said to be Amendallarans. As long as there was no conflict of interest and no special instructions from the Devers, they would firmly support the Amendallaran senators' proposal. In addition, as the Amendallarans were the first to join the Daionia, they had a good relationship with the senators of other factions, especially the gentle Cornelis, who had helped many people. Therefore, these senators felt that they could not compete with the Amendallaran faction. To avoid offending the protective old man, they voluntarily gave up. However, Strompoli did not feel relieved because he heard the ceremonial officer shout, "Sir Vespa!" This old man. Strompoli could not help but curse when he saw Vespa stand up shakily not far away. Ever since Vespa resigned from his position as the rotating president, he rarely attended the Senate's meetings, citing his old age as an excuse. This was the first time he had appeared in the meeting in half a year, and it was clear that he had come prepared. I recommend Demabas. Although he is relatively young among the senators, he has a lot of experience in Dionia's politics. Not long after His Majesty came to Italy, he became a soldier under His Majesty's command when he was only 17 years old. He made great contributions in the battle to capture Nudum and defeat the Crotone. However, he was injured in the battle to capture Grimentum and had to retire from the army. Then, he turned to administration. As we all know, before Corsica, Sardinia, southern Iberia, and a small part of Etruria belonged to the kingdom, there were two main metal mines in the kingdom, the copper mine in Turiae and the iron mine in the mountains west of Grimentum. Demabas served as the person in charge of the iron mine for 5 years, 1 year more than Philocrates. He has rich experience in managing the mine. During those years, under his management, the iron mine continuously provided the kingdom with enough iron ore and iron ingots for initial smelting. This ensured that our soldiers had a large number of relatively cheap weapons, and contributed to the expansion of the kingdom. At this point, Vespa coughed a few times and looked at Strompoli. His expression was calm, but his words were aggressive. I think that to become the regional governor of Corsica, one must not only have the ability to manage the mine, but also have the ability to govern and assimilate other races. Half of the people in Alenia are Phoenicians, and a small part of the territory north of Corsica is occupied by the Etruscans. Therefore, the new regional governor needs to be able to handle the relationship with our close neighbors and allies, the Etruscans. Demabas served as the governor of Poseidon for 3 years, and the governor of Pompeii for 3 years. His achievements have been recognized by the senators. The people in these two towns are diverse, and they are both close to the allies. The northeast of Poseidon's territory is bordered by the territory of Abenalum in the Simone Mountains. When Demabas first became the governor, the war in the western Mediterranean had just begun, and Abenalum was still an ally of Daionia, not a dominion. Demabas handled all of these well, so I think he is the best candidate for the regional governor of Corsica. However, none of the senators dared to belittle him. In fact, even if Vespa did not speak much, his presence was a strong show of support for Demabas. He was one of the leaders of the Lucanian faction, and Demabas was a Lucanian. Vespa's speech represented the support of the Lucanian faction in the Senate. In the Senate, the Lucanian faction was equally influential. Vespa's son, Bagul, and son-in-law, Assists, were senior senators and important ministers of the kingdom. Now, they had been appointed as regional governors. The other leader, Hegemon, was not only the rotating president, but he also had many daughters and was in-laws with many senators. He had a lot of influence in the Senate. In addition, as the Lucanians had been fighting with the mercenaries led by divers for a long time, their development in the kingdom's military could not be underestimated. Other than Elder Lazaru, who had made outstanding contributions, there were also many Lucanians in the army serving as middle and senior officers. The two powerful Senate factions clashed in the first round of the election, but it did not make the other senators retreat completely. The third person to recommend the candidate stood up. He was the Minister of Agriculture, Bucos. He was not afraid of the dissatisfied gazes of Strompoli and Vespa. He said calmly, "Everyone, I would like to recommend Mikeps as the regional governor of Corsica. I think everyone is familiar with him. Since the establishment of Daionia, he has been working in Turiae. He is served as the village chief, agricultural adjutant, the person in charge of the copper mines in Turiai, the governor of Demo, the governor of Abyssinia, the governor of Heraclea. He had a wealth of administrative experience, as well as experience in managing metal mines. As for his experience in managing other races, which town in the kingdom didn't have a mix of races? Every official faced such a problem, and the kingdom had long since developed a set of mature administrative experience, especially for someone like Mykeps, who had direct contact with various races for a long time in government affairs. He had long since gotten used to it. As for his experience in dealing with the allies, that was not a big problem. The kingdom is already so powerful, and most of the allies have become our vassals, especially the Etruscans. They are extremely reliant on us now, so how could they abandon us so easily? In summary, I think Mykeps is the most suitable candidate for the regional governor of Corsica. Burkos's words were very direct, but the senators looked at each other in dismay. What's going on? The first election was already a clash between the three major factions since the establishment of Dionia's Senate. The Turiai faction was also one of the most important factions in the Senate of Dionia. They had once suppressed the other factions and dominated the affairs of the Senate. However, the Polixus incident had dealt a heavy blow to them, causing many influential senators to be imprisoned, such as Enanilus, Maciscus, Oriphis. Coupled with the death of the influential Cunigurata, Burkos and Ansitanos, due to their personalities and abilities, did not shoulder the responsibility of leading the Turiai faction, which led to its decline in the past few years. However, Turiai was, after all, the central town of the Kingdom of Dionia. There were many talented Turiai officials with outstanding political achievements who entered the Senate in recent years, and it was showing signs of a resurgence. The three senators stood in the first and second rows, one on the left, one on the right, and one in the middle, forming an approximate isosceles triangle, representing the three major factions in the Senate. Since the establishment of Dionia, they had been pushing the kingdom's rapid development. This made the other senators both sigh and vigilant. Looking at the resumes of the three candidates, they all had similar experiences. They were all in their 40s, had served as legionnaires when they were young, had made meritorious contributions, and retired from active service due to injuries. It was precisely because of their performance in the military that they were successfully elected as the village chief of their village. Due to their outstanding performance, they were noticed by the important figures of their faction, and were subsequently taken care of. For example, during the war in the Western Mediterranean, Strompoli was urgently appointed as the governor of Saras. He made some requests to the Senate, and only agreed to take office after they were satisfied. One of the requests was to transfer Philocrates, who had just been appointed as the governor of Castellon for a year, as his deputy to help manage Saras. It did not take long for Philocrates to be recommended as the governor of Santa Iberia. Although at that time, the ranks of the governor of a town in Dionia were not clearly divided. However, as a town under the jurisdiction of the Turiai region, many senators believed that the position of the governor of Castellon was only a little higher than that of the governor of Dermo. Since Santa Iberia was a famous financial and smelting center in the Western Mediterranean, becoming the governor of Santa Iberia was much more important. Wiesba and Bagul had contributed a lot to Demaba's becoming the person in charge of the Lucania iron mine and the governor of Poseidonia. Similarly, Burkos had a lot to do with Mykeps becoming an official in the Ministry of Agriculture and managing the copper mine. The mine was also under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Agriculture. Although they had received a lot of care along the way, their political experience in Dionia was about 20 years, far longer than the time that many senators had spent in the Kingdom of Dionia. They could not help but sigh at their inferiority. There were several senators in the three major factions who had such rich political achievements at such a young age. Although this was because the three major factions had participated in the establishment of Dionia and had the advantage of time, it also made the other senators feel the pressure of competition. But now, due to the good political experience of the three, the senators could not find any obvious flaws in them. So they simply remained calm and unruffled, wanting to see the excitement of the three major factions colliding with each other. However, just as the ceremonial officer announced the start of the election, Strompoli looked at Wiesba and then turned to look at Hegemon. He blinked and suddenly said, "I'm sorry, I choose to abstain." There was a commotion in the hall. Many of the senators were stunned. Strompoli might be old, but he was stubborn and would not easily admit defeat in an argument. Why did he withdraw before the battle even started? Xianxia and Hegemon seemed a little surprised. The ceremonial officer frowned and said loudly, Sir Strompoli, since you have already proposed a candidate, your abstention now does not count. Does Sir Flocrates agree to abstain? Flocrates stood up from the back of the hall. He looked at Strompoli, who was still standing. After their eyes met, Strompoli simply said loudly, I agree to abstain from being a candidate for the governor of Corsica. Then, next up is Damabas and Myceps. Before the ceremonial officer's voice trailed off, Bucco said, I also abstain. There was another commotion in the hall. Some of the senators saw the clues and sneered without saying anything. It was the ceremonial officer's first time encountering such a situation. He looked back at Antares nervously. Antares motioned for him to remain calm, and then said loudly, Are there any senators to be elected? Due to the withdrawal of Flocrates and Myceps, a few senators saw an opportunity. They proposed candidates with the attitude of giving it a try. Now, including Damabas, there were 3 more candidates. Antares nodded to the ceremonial officer. The ceremonial officer took a deep breath and said loudly, The nominations are over. The election begins. Senators, please choose the most suitable governor of Corsica from these 3 candidates. The 5 scribes immediately held a wooden board with the names of the 3 candidates written on it. Each of them was in charge of an area of the hall. From the back to the front, they began to ask each senator in a low voice about the candidate they had in mind. Some senators said it out loud, while others did not speak and pointed at the names on the board. The scribes used a white pen to underline the names they had chosen. Behind the scribes, there was a prosecutor who was responsible for ensuring that the scribes strictly followed the rules of the hall and did not cheat. Every year, the Senate held countless elections for the governor of the town. Everyone was already familiar with the process, and the tabulation was soon completed. Antares did not say the result immediately, but wanted to submit the tabulation results to the Devers first. The Devers did not take it and waved their hands. I have said before, the election of the governor is completely up to you. I will not interfere. Antares expressed that he understood. He held the wooden board, faced the elders, and read aloud, according to the statistics, Damabas has obtained 545 votes. So the final election for the Corsica region's chief executive is Damabas. Does anyone have any objections? No one in the hall expressed any objections, but many people understood that Damabas had obtained such a high number of votes because Strompoli and Buccos had abstained. After a while, Antares said loudly, I announce that Damabas has become the governor of Corsica. Congratulations, Sir Damabas. There was a burst of applause in the hall. Damabas stood up with a face full of joy and bowed to the people around him. After a while, Antares stretched out his hand and gestured downward. The ceremonial officer immediately shouted, The meeting continues, please keep quiet. Next, we will proceed with the election of the governor of the northern region of Sardinia. As soon as Antares finished speaking, he saw a familiar figure stand up. Strompoli coughed lightly and said solemnly again, I elect Flocrates. The reason for the election has been stated before. There were a few chuckles in the hall, but it quickly returned to silence. In the northern region of Sardinia, besides the metal smelting center Santa Iberia, there was also a relatively wealthy and prosperous seaport town, Saros, and a small coastal town, Olbia, which was also rich in precious metals. There were many nuraghes in the mountainous area of its interior, so it was obviously more attractive than the Corsican region. 4 more senators were recommended, but the final result of the election was Flocrates, who won more than 60% of the votes and was elected by an absolute margin. Looking at the current situation, Hacker understood that the 3 electors at the beginning of the meeting must have reached some kind of tacit agreement. The fact that these 2 young senators could be elected with such a high number of votes meant that they had the support of the other 2 electors who represented the other 2 electors. Hacker's guess was right. When Daionia was first established, the Turii faction led by Cunigurata and the Amendolara faction led by Cornelis had cooperated with each other to suppress the power of the Devers. Later, when the Devers became king and Cunigurata passed away, the Senate finally tamed the Devers. However, people from other regions continued to enter the Senate, attacking the dominant position of the Amendolara faction and the Turii faction. In order to ensure their right to speak in the Senate, they roped in the Lucanian faction, which had always been on good terms with them and had been rising in status. As long as there was no conflict of interest, the senators of the three factions could basically maintain the same. So when Strompoli saw that the situation was not good and could not guarantee that Philocrates would win, he immediately took the initiative to give up and gave Vespa and Hegemon a look. The two Lucanian senators who had worked together for many years immediately understood what he meant. Bucos, who had always been busy with government affairs and was not very flexible in politics, only reacted after Ansitanos quietly reminded him and chose to give up. Thus, the three factions silently reached an agreement. Many senators who understood the situation applauded and congratulated Philocrates, but at the same time, their hearts were pounding. They did not know if Mikeps of Turiae would jump out again during the election of the chief executive of the region. Next is the election of the chief executive of the southern region of Sardinia. The rotating chairman, Antares, continued to push forward the proceedings of the meeting. In the southern part of Sardinia, there were 7 or 8 original Phoenician towns headed by Carolus. More than half of them were coastal towns with a large population and prosperous sea trade. Moreover, they had fertile plains along the river. The strength of such a region was not weaker than some regions of Greece, so it naturally attracted many elders to elect them. After carefully looking at the person who raised his hand, the ceremonial officer shouted, "Lord Breru." Brel quickly stood up and said in a loud and clear voice, "I recommend Lord Terrace." Sir Terrace's ability was obvious to all. He had served as the administrator for more than 10 years and had outstanding achievements in every term. He had also actively responded to His Majesty's call and went to the Latin region during the war. He bravely served as the administrator of Ostia, which was at the forefront of the war, and successfully assisted the expeditionary army to victory. Moreover, Sir Terrace adhered to the law of Dionia. During the Laodicean incident, he was one of the few Sicilian senators who had no dealings with Laodicean. Therefore, I think only Sir Terrace can govern the southern part of Sardinia, which has a majority of Phoenicians and is relatively wealthy. Furthermore, there will be no corruption or bribery. Breru's words were very straightforward, and it made Antonios feel a little awkward in the meeting hall. Sidorum also felt awkward. He did not expect that Breru, who was also a Briti, would recommend an outsider without consulting him first. But in fact, although the Briti were one of the races that joined Dionia earlier, the large-scale rebellion in the southern Italian war caused the British power to suffer heavy losses in Dionia. Since Bagalipi's death, Sidorum became the leader of the Briti. However, unlike Vespa and Hemont, he cared more about the people of Vigo City and did not care enough about the development of other young Briti officials. Therefore, the cohesion of the Briti in the kingdom's political arena had always been insufficient. In recent years, as Sidorum grew older, he realized that the Briti's talents were declining, and only then did he begin to pay attention to this problem. Although Breru was a Briti, he had been in the army all year round and was more familiar with the military elders. Even when he was removed from his position as the head of the 7th Legion in the Western Mediterranean War because of a mistake, he did not quit the army. After the war, he was appointed by Helos as the military training adjutant. In fact, it was an instruction given by Devers. Because he believed that any other legion commander in Breru's position at that time would have no choice but to give the order to rescue. Although he had paid a lot of sacrifices, he maintained the hearts of the people of Catania and the morale of the army. Breru made the right choice, but he was guilty of it. When he was removed from his position, it was to uphold the dignity of military law. Later, he was appointed to make up for what the Ministry of Military Affairs owed him. He had a better relationship with the military elders than with the Briti. And Sidorum felt that with Broom's political skills, it was impossible for him to say those words. He had never seen him interact with Terrace in the past. He must have been instructed by the military to recommend Breru. Was it Felicius? Or Alexis? Sidorum looked suspiciously at the two military officials who were whispering to each other. Finally, his gaze landed on the other Briti elder, Saru. Before Sidorum joined Dionia, Saru was the successor that he had groomed for Vigor City. However, after Briti joined Dionia, despite Sidorum's full support, Saru's development in the kingdom's politics did not go too well. He was not good at handling political affairs, and after several setbacks, he lacked confidence in managing a region on his own. Saru, on the other hand, had always been very interested in commanding troops. However, he had been dissuaded by Sidorum from entering the military as soon as possible. Later, when the political scene was not going well, he wanted to transfer to the military, but he was too old and could no longer start as a team officer. At this moment, Saru was looking at Sidorum anxiously, because Sidorum was also ready to let Saru recommend a person, Hesitatus. Although Hesitatus was not a Brudi, he had lived in the Brudi region for decades. Most of the people he had led in the rebellion were still living in the Brudi region, and there were a few talents in the kingdom's political scene. More importantly, Hesitatus had been the chief executive of the important cities in the kingdom many times, and his administrative skills were quite good. Sidorum had worked with him in the Senate for the past few years. When he felt that the Brudi people were not good enough, he wanted to bring Hesitatus and his people into his faction. However, in the eyes of some elders, Breru belonged to the Brudi faction. He had already recommended Terrace, and now that Sidorum recommended Hesitatus, the elders who supported him would be at a loss. Most importantly, since Breru had the support of the military, Sidorum did not have the confidence to let Hesitatus win. After thinking about it, he shook his head at Sidorum. Sidorum's judgment was accurate. Although Terrace had a few competitors, he was still chosen with the highest number of votes. The candidates for the 3 regional governors had been confirmed. The day's election seemed to have just ended. Because the regions that were to be discussed next were all within the borders of Italy and Sicily, which was what most of the elders were most concerned about. Therefore, many people subconsciously straightened their backs and waited for Antares to speak. The next area to be elected is the eastern plains of Campania. The eastern plains of Campania not only included the former towns of Campania such as Annona, Niconia, Ralla, Caesarea, and Pompeii, but also the former towns of the Simonians such as Cautum and Beneventum. It could be said that it occupied the most important and best area in this area, thus achieving the strategic goal of controlling and balancing the Simonians and Campanians. However, because of its importance, there were also many elders who favored it. The first elder to stand up was Borit. In fact, he was not a very senior elder of Daionia, but he had cooperated with Daionia for a long time. In the Southern Italian War and the Western Mediterranean War, he provided great help to Daonia's final victory. He also took the initiative to persuade his people to merge Potentia, an extremely important Lucanian town to the kingdom, into Daionia. Therefore, since the day he entered the Senate, he was highly regarded and respected by the elders. Out of respect, the ceremonial officer asked him to be the first to speak. I recommend Sesima. Sima has been the chief executive of Nudum, Elia, Copsa, and other towns. He's very familiar with the Lucania and Samni mountains. He's also very familiar with the Samni people. I believe that as the chief executive of the eastern region of Campania, he'll be able to maintain the stability of that region and prevent the Samni people from causing trouble. Although Borit's words were short, it was obvious that he still had a deep prejudice against the Simonians. Saru finally stood up. I recommend Hegesidas. Gorkys, the former elder of Castellan, also stood up and recommended his good friend, Amicus. Tryphias, the former elder of Heraclea, recommended his good friend, Tedepras, the elder from Metapontum. Of these referees, one stood out in particular, Mentatitius, the present president of the College of Dionysia, who, though unlike his good friend Madiris, sometimes attended the meetings of the Senate. In order not to delay the study of these scholarly senators, it was passed, at the suggestion of Dyphus, that they should be excused from attending meetings except those of great importance. Never took part in the election of the governor of the town. An elder once asked him, and his answer was, I study mathematics. Any formula and theorem must be calculated by myself to determine if it is correct or not. I don't know much about your achievements, so I can't recommend anyone randomly. Otherwise, I will mislead everyone and affect the affairs of the country. But now that he stood up, the elders could not help but be curious about who he was recommending. Nico Marcus is the person I want to recommend. I won't say much about Nico Marcus' ability. His statue in Odlum says it all. What I want to say is that during the war in the Western Mediterranean, he responded to His Majesty's call and went to the Latin region. He did his best to help Suracists reorganize Rome that had just been conquered. Later, he tried his best to govern the city of Gabii that was plundered by the flames of war. Mentodicus emphasized the words plundered by the flames of war. After Gabii was conquered, the citizens were all reduced to slaves to serve as a deterrent to the other Latin city-states. Mentodicus had some opinions about this. Devers, who sat in the middle of the hall, still looked calm, as if he did not hear what he said. That's why I think Nicomachus should become the regional administrator and contribute more to the kingdom. What Mentodicus said made Sidorum feel that something was wrong. Why did it sound similar to what Brem said? He suddenly looked at Devers. Hemont and Lysias were the same. Of course, they would not notice anything strange from Devers's calm face. After this round of recommendations, some elders began to raise objections. Sir Kelsima indeed understands the situation in the Samni Mountains, but to be the chief executive of the eastern region of Campania, not only does he have to maintain the stability of the region, but he also has to develop the region better so that he can better assimilate the Samni people around him. In this regard, Sir Sima does not seem to have outstanding performance in the past. Sir Hepsidus does have a rich resume, but he did not work in the northern cities. I'm afraid he does not know much about the Samni people. The referees had to answer these questions one by one to avoid negatively affecting the candidate they recommended. After some debate, the result of the vote, Nick Marcus narrowly won. Nicomachus stood up with an incredulous look on his face and bowed in all directions to express his gratitude. His exaggerated antics and humorous words elicited a burst of laughter from the audience, which also eased the gradually tense atmosphere. Next up is the Strait of Messina region. The region of the Strait of Messina includes the towns of Liguim, Messina, Torina, and the northern coast of Sicily, as well as the archipelago of Lipara. This region, though narrow and sparsely populated, is endowed with the Strait of Messina, which is of great strategic and commercial value. One of them was very eye-catching, Cypros. As the rotating chairman, he actually stood up to recommend someone, which naturally caused a small commotion. And the person he recommended was Amicles. Perhaps the other elders would think that since Cypros was the governor of Catanae, and Amicles was the governor of Messina, the two of them had worked together for several years in the eastern part of Sicily, so they must have a good relationship. That was why they took the initiative to recommend Cypros. But the Devers knew through the intelligence department that Cypros and Amicles did not have much contact, so he recommended Cypros out of the public interest. This was what he admired about Cypros. In the 2 years since Cypros became the rotating chairman, his advice to the Devers were all based on the interests of the kingdom, and there was almost no selfishness, unlike Sidorum and Hemont who thought too much about their own race. Although Lucius was a little better, as the head of the rotating chairman, he did not do enough. Antares was also a good person. He could see the big picture, but sometimes he was a little impatient. Who knew if he would recommend a candidate today? The Devers' eyes lingered on Antares for a moment, then turned to Amicles. The senator from Castellan looked a little surprised and nervous. Perhaps he did not expect Cypros to recommend him, but he was also looking forward to this position. It was just that he had lost the election for the governor of the eastern part of Campania, so he was a little worried. So was Amicles suitable to be the governor of the Strait of Messina? The Devers thought about it and felt that Amicles was indeed a suitable candidate. It seemed that Amicles was a gentle man who was not aggressive enough. When he was the chief general of Castellan, he succumbed to Dionia's aggressiveness. When he was the governor of Messina, he took the initiative to bow down to the tough governor Ligim. When he was the governor of Gela, he took the initiative to go to the mountains to negotiate with the cold-blooded leader of the Psychier. But on the other hand, was this not a kind of wisdom? So during the years when Greece was at war, Castellan was not affected too much. In the end, the people happily joined the kingdom. Now, Ligim and Messina were still in conflict, but the years when Amicles was in office was a period of relatively good relations between the two cities. It was also because of Amicles' actions that many Psychier people took the initiative to move to the sparsely populated Gela, which made Gela the fastest to recover after the war among the towns on the south coast of Sicily. Great wisdom may appear slow-witted. The Devers looked at the ordinary-looking old man in the crowd and gradually felt a little hopeful. Perhaps he could really solve the decades of conflict between Ligim and Messina once and for all. Thinking of this, he shifted his gaze to the Minister of Commerce, Marigi, who was sitting on the right side of the front row. Their eyes met and quickly moved away. After 2 more candidates were announced, the commander of the Second Fleet, Middleades, stood up and said loudly, "I also recommend Amicals. Although I have not had much contact with him, when the Third Fleet went south to fight on the north coast of Sicily, we received his full support and help. I feel that he is a good governor, so I recommend him." His words were simple and crude, but no one found it funny. That was because Mithridates was now the most popular hero in the kingdom. He had made great achievements in the war in the western Mediterranean Sea. His support would undoubtedly increase the chances of Amicals being chosen. Of course, there were also some senators who were not convinced. Amicals used to be the governor of Messina. If he becomes the governor of the Isthmus region again, it would be against the law of Daionia if he serves too long in the same region. Cypros was already prepared for this. He explained calmly, "Lord Amicals only served in Messina for 4 years before being transferred to the governor of Gela. Even if he wins, it would not violate the law of not serving in the same region for more than 8 years. Cypros easily refuted the doubts, and Myron could empathize with him. If he had not discussed with Lysias beforehand and received his reminder, he would have been in big trouble today, and all his efforts would have been for naught. The final result of the vote was that Amicals won by only 5 votes. Apparently, Amicals did not expect such a result. He stood up in a daze. When he bowed to the applauding senators, he also expressed his gratitude to Cypros and Middleades. Many of the senators were secretly sighing. The coward Amicals was too lucky to be favored by Cypros and Middleades. But apparently, they did not realize that the real mastermind was sitting in the middle of the hall like a wooden statue. The next election is the Catania region. Antares' words made Myron sit up straight. He knew that with Lysias' cautious character, he would not directly recommend himself, so he was curious who Lysias would recommend. But the first senator to stand up had nothing to do with Lysias. He was Alcibiades, the brother of Agnes, and a relative of the king of the Devers. Although he had such a special status, he had not held any position in the kingdom's politics. But his business was growing, and he had become a famous businessman in the kingdom. It was because of his special relationship with the Devers that he rarely participated in the election of the town governor, and the few times he did participate were related to Phaedon. So when he stood up, the senators could guess who he was going to recommend. Today, Alcibiades was not as proud as he used to be, and his actions were even a little wretched. He was trying to avoid the Devers' eyes. Ever since the Ministry of Military Affairs conveyed the words of the Devers to him, he immediately realized that he had crossed the line with the Devers, and was terrified. He had asked his sister several times to explain to the Devers, but the Devers had not agreed to meet him. This time, he attended the Senate meeting for 2 reasons. One was for his good friend, and the other was to find a chance to meet the Devers. But when he stood up and saw the expressionless Devers in front of him, he could not help but panic. I recommend Phaedon. As the current governor of Catania, not only did Lord Phaedon quickly restore the devastated Catania to prosperity, he also actively helped the tribes of Sycur near the western edge of the Catania plains, helping the Sicilian mountain people who had gone through the flames of war and had no choice but to join the kingdom through difficult times. In the end, many tribes took the initiative to walk out of the mountains and accept Phaedon's jurisdiction. It seemed like that sentence had quite an effect. Divers could, of course, hear the panic in Alcibiades' heart from his slightly trembling voice. Previously, Agnes had defended Alcibiades, saying that he was surprised by his nephew's intelligence and could not help but want to show it off to others. That was why he was so flamboyant, but other than that, he did not have any other intentions. However, the Devers did not really believe these words, because it did not explain why he wanted to invite Plato to a banquet. Was it not because he knew that Plato was on good terms with them, and that Plato strongly advocated the philosophy of the king, so he wanted to use him to influence them, as they had read too much about the history of the struggle for royal power in their previous life? The Devers were not afraid to speculate about this matter with the worst of intentions. Perhaps in the past, Alcibiades had indeed put all his interest and energy into business, and had no interest in politics or power. However, he had now become a big merchant, and his wealth was comparable to that of a country, so it was inevitable that he would have some other thoughts. After all, he was the son of the shrewd Adilicus, so there was bound to be some inheritance. Therefore, the Devers decided to ignore this relative for the time being, and would continue to reduce the orders for his shipyards until he remembered this lesson. Although they had opinions about Alcibiades, it did not affect the Devers' admiration for the candidate he recommended. The first impression that the Devers had of Phaedon was that he was fearless when facing Dionysius's army, courageous in battle, and indomitable. After Phaedon joined Dionia and participated in the kingdom assembly, the Senate held a meeting to elect the chief executive of the town. The Hegemon hero, who was very interested in Dionia's unique system of government, did something that shocked everyone present. Not only did he volunteer to participate in the election, but he insisted on doing so even after the chairman tried to dissuade him out of goodwill. His reason was that he was good at grasping Dionia's laws and political system in practice. This slightly angered the chairman and the elders. With the mentality of teaching him a lesson, and at the same time to ensure the stability of the kingdom's political situation, they simply elected him as the chief executive of Amendalar, and at the same time, provided him with 2 experienced administrative assistants. In the beginning, Phaedon encountered a lot of trouble in his first period of office. He was not familiar with government affairs, the officials were not willing to cooperate, the people protested daily, and the entire town's administrative affairs were almost at a standstill. The Senate was ready to remove him from office at any time. However, Phaedon was not intimidated by the difficulties. Full of energy, he seized the time to learn Dionia's laws and system at night. During the day, he ignored his status and humbly consulted his subordinates. Not only was he able to accept the people's protests, he even personally went to the places to investigate and study. Gradually, his positive attitude influenced the officials, and the people also moved the people. The officials began to cooperate, the people complained less, and the government gradually got on the right track. 4 months later, Amendalar's government affairs returned to normal. A year later, Phaedon was able to handle the town affairs like a veteran who had served as a governor for many years. However, his hands-on and inquisitive style had not changed. Although Amendalara was a very stable town, it was not easy to manage it well. But after 3 years, most of the people here unanimously declared that Phaedon was the best governor they had ever met. That was already amazing. When they thought about Phaedon's experience in the kingdom's administration, they were even more astonished. Some of the chairmen even had the thought that perhaps Amendalar should be governed by inexperienced elders. Perhaps only they could maintain their humility toward government affairs and have the patience to satisfy the demands of the picky citizens of Amendalar. That was why the Senate chose Publius to take over the position of Amendalar's chief executive. Phaedon's outstanding performance also aroused the curiosity of the Devers. In order to see how capable this elder was, they secretly ordered him to be the chief executive of Naxos. That time, there were fewer people who opposed the election. Judging from the current situation, Phaedon's governance was still outstanding, especially the series of measures taken against the Sikar tribe west of Mount Etna. Strictly speaking, this was not under the jurisdiction of the chief executive of Naxos, but he was brave enough to take responsibility and was not afraid of trouble. He decisively took over the matter, and the final results were good. This proactive style of doing things was what the Devers admired the most. It was also a good quality that a chief executive of a region should have. At that moment, the Devers looked at Phaedon in the middle of the hall. His sculpture-like face was covered with pitted, weather-beaten skin. He looked extremely cold, but also as calm as an old official. In fact, he was not even 50 years old, and he had only been a chief executive of the kingdom for 6 years. He had been a chief executive of a town for almost 6 years, and his resume was enough to show disdain for others. What the Devers did not understand was that Phaedon was tough, and Alcibiades was flexible. Their personalities were not compatible, but they still got along well. Perhaps it was because they were both from Lygum, or perhaps they had worked together to quell the chaos in Lygum, and thus formed a friendship. Or perhaps it was because their personalities complemented each other, but in any case, with the support of Alcibiades was a relative of the royal family after all, and he had some supporters in the Senate. The other elders would not want to have a conflict with him unless it involved great interests, and with Phaedon's own ability, he believed that he could win a lot of support. Moreover, Phaedon had fought side by side with the generals of Dionia in the war against Italy, and he had made a good friend. He believed that his odds of winning were very high. As long as he did not do something illegal with Alcibiades in the future, the Devers were willing to give these excellent administrative talents a bigger stage to make full use of their abilities. After Alcibiades sat down, another elder stood up and said, "I recommend Myron." So, it was Pharnaeus from Kyrenia. Myron was not surprised at the recommendation. After all, Kyrenia used to be a member of the Crotone alliance. Lucius was familiar with the leaders of Kyrenia before, and after he joined Daionia, he strengthened his relationship with these elders from the former Crotone alliance, but it was a pity that it was difficult to unite them into another major faction in the Senate. The reason was simple: 3 of the 5 rotating presidents were from the former Crotone alliance. Although Cypros had a good relationship with many people, he had never been too close to anyone in private, nor did he form a faction, and Teres and Lucius did not get along well. Therefore, the Clotho faction, which Lucius had hoped to form the most powerful faction in the Senate of the kingdom, was still a bubble. The land of Catania was vast and had a large population. Agriculture, commerce, forestry, and animal husbandry were all relatively prosperous. Therefore, there were many competitors, and the arguments between them were more intense. Myron's long tenure in the Catania region was pointed out. Phaedon was also questioned about his short time as the town's governor and his lack of experience. He was questioned if he could govern such an important region well. There were also candidates who were directly exposed for the mistakes in their resumes, and so on. Arguments were everywhere in the meeting hall. Usually, it was time for the ceremonial officer to play his role. He would stop the emotional elders from speaking insulting words, and he would also warn those who stood up and spoke against the order of the speech. In short, they were trying their best to maintain the order of the meeting hall and prevent this sacred place from turning into a noisy market of verbal abuse. The heated arguments in the meeting hall could not change the elders who already had a candidate to support, but it could influence the elders who were still neutral. This was also what the Devers hoped to see. In such a competitive situation, the elders who were mediocre and did not have any achievements in the past did not dare to stand up for election. This was to avoid being criticized by the others, which would lead to embarrassment and embarrassment. Only in this way could the elected governor be at least above average. The final result of the election was, Phaedon won. As Myron applauded and congratulated Phaedon, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Although the election was going as Lucius expected, he also felt nervous when he saw how fierce the competition was. The next election is for the Syracuse region. The name Syracuse alone was enough to attract many elders to participate in the election, but when the ceremonial officer called out Felicius' name, everyone's heart tightened. The people from the army were finally going to make their move. "I recommend Lord Adrianx." Felicius only said this one sentence before he stopped, because he thought that Adrianx's political achievements were already widely known, and he did not need to say more. However, he gave many elders the impression that the people from the army were indeed domineering. His recommendation scared off some of the candidates, but it also aroused the dissatisfaction of others. Therefore, there were also a few people who participated in the election. The debate was still intense, but the final result was still, Adrianx won with a high number of votes. It was proven that, as one of the founders of Daionia and another important faction in the Senate, although the army did not usually take the initiative to speak up in meetings, once they got serious, they could influence the direction of the meeting. The next election is for the south coast of Sicily. Antares' words made the Devers pay a little more attention, because he originally had his eyes on Amicles, but now that Amicles had become the governor of the Strait of Messina, he wanted to see what kind of candidate the elders would recommend. Unexpectedly, the first name that the ceremonial officer called out surprised him. Lord Amyntas. Amyntas stood up abruptly, his 2 sharp eyes swept over the elders who were whispering to each other, and his voice was loud enough to drown out the noise in the meeting hall. "I recommend Agathia. He once followed His Majesty on an expedition to Persia, and was also a founding elder when Daionia was first established. He is fully qualified to be the regional governor." Amyntas' reason was simple and crude: to compete in seniority. The reason why the Devers were surprised was that if this was a joint decision of the military elders, someone would have told them beforehand. Since there was no one, it could be a personal decision of Amyntas. Could it be that Amyntas, who had never been interested in Senate meetings, wanted to develop his career in the Senate after retiring from active military service? Of course, Agathia and Amyntas were good friends when they were on the expedition to Persia. They had been in close contact all these years. It was understandable that Amyntas wanted to help his friend. However, there were many mercenaries who turned to politics. Helos, Capys, Cesta, Adrianx. Agathia was one of the more inconspicuous ones. He had been the chief executive of a town many times over the years, but he had always followed the rules and did not have any outstanding achievements. Therefore, the Devers did not think that he could govern the war-ravaged area well and lead the people of the south coast of Sicily and the Xianxia people out of the post-war predicament as soon as possible. Of course, nothing was absolute. After all, Agathia was an old subordinate of the Devers. He had always been diligent in completing the tasks assigned to him. Therefore, the Devers did not intend to stop him. However, if Amyntas thought that the military elders and other elders who were on good terms with him would support him, it would be a big mistake. The kingdom of Dionia had been established for almost 20 years. There were nearly 100 military elders, each with their own interests and aspirations. It was no longer the time when the mercenary elders could respond to a single call. Even the navy, which had the least number of elders, could not be completely united. Sometimes, they would even be divided into two factions, the Seclian and the Middleades, not to mention the army, which had a large number of people. Rising stars with outstanding military achievements like Persosus and Printos would not mingle with the mercenary elders at all. New elders like Patroclus and Sextus would not listen to the elders. Generals from other regions like Lazaru and Eurasa also had their own aspirations. Even the mercenary elders themselves were not monolithic. There were differences in the military headquarters and the generals of the various legions, as well as differences in personality and style of doing things, such as Alexis and Amyntas. This was what the Devers hoped for. Only he could unite the military elders. If they could not unite themselves, then the Devers would be worried. The second person to stand up was Saru, who was still recommended by him, Hegesidus. The Devers recognized Hegesidus' ability. However, did Saru have the confidence to recommend Hegesidus at this time? Did he have the confidence to win against the military elders? Or could it be that Sidorum, who was behind him, had seen through Amyntas' act and thought that the south coast of Sicily was small and sparsely populated? Furthermore, it involved complicated issues such as post-war reconstruction and the integration of the Xianxia people in the mountains. Therefore, the competition would not be too fierce? The Devers glanced at Sidorum, who was sitting in the front row of the meeting hall. This old fellow was quite smart. He knew how to bully the weak. However, would things really go as he wished? The Devers leaned back on their seats and watched quietly with interest. As expected, there were only a few people who recommended Hegesidus. However, just as the ceremonial officer was about to announce the start of the voting, a shout came from behind him, "Wait, I also have a candidate to recommend." There was an uproar in the meeting hall. Antares stood up and said confidently, "The law does not stipulate that the rotating chairman of the meeting does not have the right to vote." "Oh, this is interesting." The Devers stroked his chin and guessed the candidate Antares was going to recommend. They were ready to watch a good show. Antares cleared his throat, straightened his chest, and said loudly, "The person I want to recommend is Creru." Creru, who was sitting in the meeting hall, was stunned when he heard this. He did not discuss this with Antares beforehand and did not expect the rotating chairman to recommend him. Originally, he was a little interested in the position of the chief executive of the south coast of Sicily and was even prepared to recommend himself. However, when he saw that both Amyntas and Saru had recommended candidates, he felt that his chances of winning were not high. Hence, he chose to give up. He did not expect things to take a turn. Lord Creru's first time as the chief executive of a town was in Napotitia. After that, he has been in the Sicilian mountains for 4 years. His political achievements have been rather outstanding and he has won the trust of the Xianxia people. We all know that the territory of the south coast of Sicily is mostly in the mountains, and the majority of the population is the Xianxia people. If we can solve the problem of the Xianxia people, the problem of the south coast of Sicily will be solved easily. Creru is the best candidate. The Devers nodded secretly. He thought that what Antares said made sense. To be honest, he had really forgotten about Creru. Sidorum was a little restless. First it was Briru, and now it was Creru. One after another, the Abyssinia people embarrassed him and made the other senators laugh at him. Although Abyssinia had long belonged to the Turii, they were still the Brudi people. In the past, Krayru loved to be close to Bagalipi and did not have much contact with him. But now, he was the leader of the Broody people and the rotating chairman of the Senate. If he wanted to participate in the election, why didn't he tell him? Why did he let this guy interfere? Sidorum looked at Antares, who was standing behind the podium, and felt a little depressed. Antares did things according to his own preferences. He could refute someone in the meeting hall in front of the many senators, and he could also recommend that person if he felt that the person was suitable during the election of the town's chief executive. Although he did not have any faction, many senators still recognized him as the rotating chairman. With his recommendation, Hesytus might not necessarily win. Just when Sidorum was feeling depressed, the debate in the meeting hall had already begun. Krayru first stayed in Hina for 4 years, and then in Enna for 4 years. He has stayed in the same area for 8 years. This is beyond the time limit. He should not participate in the election of the chief executive of the southern region of Sicily. You have to understand that in the last regional administrative plan made by His Majesty, Hina was assigned to the Catania region. So there is no problem that you said. The southern region of Sicily has mountains and many coastal towns. Sir Krayru's previous experience has been in the mountains, so he obviously lacks experience in governing coastal towns. As a senator of the kingdom, you don't even know the geography of the kingdom. I really feel ashamed for you. Isn't Nepetia a coastal town? It was during Krayru's reign that Nepetia's port was expanded, and the sea trade was also developed. From this, we can see that he has experience in governing coastal towns. Antares refuted all the senators who raised their opinions until they were speechless. This also helped Krayru to be elected. Of course, this also had to do with Breru's good performance in the Western Mediterranean War. Not only did he cooperate well with Alexis, Lazaru, Epitines, and other generals, he also actively cooperated with Cypros, Myron, and Adrianx to reorganize and govern the Sykyr people. These senators not only voted for him, but also led others to support him. When the results were announced, Krayru was both surprised and happy. His expression was a little funny, but this result was mainly due to his own hard work. Amintas was a little annoyed, but Agathia was a little indifferent. He used to be a penniless mercenary, but now he was a respected senator of the kingdom, governing a town with thousands or even tens of thousands of people. His power was even greater than the chief general of a city. He was already very satisfied. Of course, this also had to do with his old age. His energy had decreased, and his desire to enjoy life was getting stronger. Hesytus was depressed that he had lost again, but the election continued. The next region to be elected is the Downey region. Finally, it was Greece's turn. The senators sat up straight again. The first to stand up was the commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion, Plagueis. I recommend Torlex. Plagueis was a Masapi. He did not recommend the leader of his own race, Aparosha, but he recommended the leader of the Puchetti tribe. However, this was not surprising, because everyone knew that he did not get along with Aparosha. The reason was simple: when the Dionysian army attacked the Masapi territory, Aparosha, the leader of the Udii tribe, was the first to lead his people to surrender. This led to many Masapi tribes learning from him, and the conquest of the entire Masapi became much easier. At that time, Plagueis, who was still stubbornly resisting, hated Aparosha. Even after more than 10 years had passed, and the two were now colleagues of the kingdom, this resentment had not completely disappeared. Therefore, Plagueis was unwilling to interact with the Masapi senators led by Aparosha, and was more willing to interact with the Puchetti people, who were once of the same race. Of course, most of the senators did not care about the grievances between Plagueis and Aparosha. They were concerned about the recommended Torlex. He had served as the town's governor for several terms, and his performance was average. He did not have amazing political achievements, but he had a good son-in-law, Marcellus Adorus, who used to be called Devers. Adorus. He was the adopted son of the king of Devers. It was said that the king was very concerned about this adopted son, and he was about to be promoted to a captain at a young age. In the past, the senators had taken Torlex's special identity into account and tried to make things convenient for him as long as there was no conflict of interest. At this time, they all subconsciously looked at the king of Devers in the center of the hall. However, the Devers' calm expression did not reveal any of it. Just as some senators were considering whether to support Torlex, another person stood up and said, "The person I recommend is Anthrapolis." There was a commotion in the hall. Both the person who recommended and the person who was recommended surprised them. Antonios, the former viceroy of the Dauni War and the newly appointed governor of the western region of Sicily. Although he was once demoted due to the Laodigian incident, he rose again very quickly, and his influence in the kingdom's political arena was still huge. Anthrapolis, an elder who switched from the intelligence department to the political arena. It was precisely because of this special identity that many senators kept a respectful distance from him. Lord Anthrapolis responded to His Majesty's call and resolutely went to the Latin region. Antonio's tone was a little familiar, and Lucius subconsciously looked at the Devers again. After assisting the assists to stabilize the order in Rome, Lord Anthrapolis resolutely asked His Majesty to be the governor of Saturnicum City. What a courageous act! All of you should know that Saturnicum City had a plague during the war. It hasn't even been half a year, and Anthrapolis bravely took up the heavy burden of rebuilding Saturnicum City without the slightest fear of the risk of being infected by the plague. In the past 20 years of the kingdom, no other senator has done such a crazy but admirable thing. Only Anthrapolis, and 5 years have passed, and under his rule, not only has Saturnicum been rebuilt, it has also become more prosperous than before. Therefore, I believe that Lord Anthrapolis is the most qualified to be the governor of the Dauni region. After Antonios finished speaking, the hall that had been filled with incessant discussions suddenly became quiet for a moment. Then, Priest Hades' scepter Priest Plazinas took the lead to applaud, and gradually, the entire hall was filled with applause. Anthrapolis had no choice but to stand up with a humble expression and bow to the people around him to express his gratitude. Antonios looked at the elders who were applauding and sneered in his heart. Some of you might think that I'm recommending Anthrapolis because he helped me during the conquest of Syracuse, and now I'm returning his favor. You're wrong. I'm just carrying out His Majesty's order. What a bunch of fools. Did they really believe what His Majesty said, "You can decide the election by yourselves, and I won't interfere"? In fact, he has been controlling the entire election since this morning. He just didn't use Marigi and Plazinas, whom you're familiar with. Thinking about it, Antonios couldn't help but look at Devers, but after meeting Devers's deep gaze, he quickly looked away. To be honest, if he used to admire Devers's leadership ability and long-term vision, he had been completely subdued by His Majesty's terrifying political control over the past few years. Anthrapolis' mind was recalling what his brother, Aristides, had said to him a few days ago. You don't have to worry about no one supporting you during the election. His Majesty won't forget those who contributed greatly to the kingdom during the most difficult times. He will never let these important positions be occupied by those who don't contribute during crucial times and only come to pluck the apple after the event. My brother is right. I have a high chance of becoming the chief executive of the Dauni region. Anthrapolis was ecstatic. He had decided to accept Antonios's favor and completely erase the incident of him slapping him in the face back then. The truth proved that with the Devers' secret support, the election would be very smooth. Anthrapolis was elected with a high vote. When he had to stand up again and thank the elders, he was very emotional. From today onwards, he was no longer the newcomer who had just entered the political arena and was despised by others, but an important minister of the kingdom. In order to achieve the goal he had promised, he had worked tirelessly and even took risks several times. Finally, he got what he wanted. The next election is the Pucetti region. Lord Ansitanos. The name that the ceremonial officer called out shocked everyone. They were all curious. This famous scholar of the kingdom and the highly respected foreign minister usually focused on foreign affairs and academic research, and rarely had close contact with other elders. Who would he recommend? I recommend Aparosia, Ansitanos stood up and said slowly, and then fell silent. The reason why Aparosia could become the leader of the Messapi elders was not only because he was the first to surrender to Daionia, but also because he was really capable, decisive, and good at judging the situation. He had served as the town's chief executive several times, and the Senate's evaluation of his performance was above good. But more importantly, he also had a good son-in-law, the court clerk Henneborus. When Henneborus joined Daionia, he had a dowry, Laus. Logically speaking, he should have a good future in the political arena of the kingdom, but he chose the humble position of the court clerk and held it for more than 10 years. Usually, he did not like to interact with other elders, except for his former subordinate Ariandos. But no elder dared to look down on him, because he was the confidant of the king of the Devers, and it was said that he could joke with the majestic king sitting in the center of the hall. Although Henoboris did not give much help to his father-in-law, this relationship alone gave Aparosia some prestige in the Senate. Except for the stubborn Pleclus, the other Masapi elders were willing to take him as their leader. And the person who could get Ansitanos to recommend Aparosia was naturally his student, Henoboris. When Henepolis, who was sitting in the hall, felt divers gaze on him, he shrugged helplessly and thought to himself, if it wasn't for this damned old man who convinced my wife and kept muttering in my ear every day, annoying me to death, I wouldn't be willing to do this. You know, in order to get teacher Ansitanos to recommend me, I promised him that I would collect a lot of precious historical information for him. There were still a few elders who were competing for the position of the Puchetti region's governor, and they were not weak. But the person who recommended Aparosia was too special. Ansitanos did not form factions, but he was a good person and had a good reputation. He had a good relationship with the mercenary elders, Vespa, Hemont, Lysias, Sidorum, and other elders who had joined the kingdom a long time ago. They were naturally willing to give him face when there was no conflict of interest. In addition, Ansitanos could also influence a group of special elders, who were nicknamed the scholar-type elders by the people of the kingdom, such as Menditix, Martyres, Herpes, Stesicotas, Heraclides, and so on. They were actually not too interested in the election of the regional governor. If it wasn't because the meeting was too important and required them to attend, some of them would probably not have come. Sitting in the meeting hall, most of them did not have any inclination. They all voted based on the recommendation of the person who recommended them, the arguments on the field, and their personal likes and dislikes. Now that one of them, Scholar Ansitanos, was also recommending someone, they would definitely vote for the person he recommended. So the final result was that Aparosia was elected. Torlex was a little envious of this. They were both representatives of the same race, and both had a son-in-law who had a close relationship with the king. Obviously, Henoboris could give his father-in-law more help than Adoris. Besides, Adoris was a stubborn man, and he changed his great name. It was not that Torlex did not ask his daughter to ask Adoris for help, but Adoris refused to beg his majesty and even reprimanded his wife. The next regent to be elected is Masapi. Hearing this, Myron immediately became nervous. Then he heard the ceremonial officer shout, "Lord Lysias." Myron was surprised. When the cautious Lysias discussed with him beforehand, he had decided that the other elders would nominate the two candidates in the meeting. But now he had changed his mind and was going to do it himself. The reason why Lysias changed his mind was that he found that the competition for the election had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Cypros and Antalis had come out personally. If he did not use his prestige to personally recommend the candidate, it was very likely that he would fail miserably and cause Myron to lose the election. In fact, his hunch was not wrong. Myron could see the future potential of the Masapi region, and the other elders were not fools. One after another, Elder Tryphias of Heraclea, Elder Blamados of Trine, Elder Lartines of Elia, became candidates. These elders had joined the kingdom at the same time as Myron, and were more senior. Hence, the competition was fierce. In the end, Myron was elected, and it had to be said that the personal recommendation of the rotating chairman, Lysias, played a big role in Myron's election. Following that, in the election for the chief executive of the Crotone region, Bucos once again recommended Myceps, and he was finally successful. Of course, the Lucanian faction and the Amendalara faction also played a part in this. In fact, Divers was very disgusted with the practice of forming factions and excluding the other senators. However, Vespa, Strompoli, and the others had followed Divers for many years and knew the king well. They did not dare to go too far, and each of them only recommended one person before stopping. Moreover, all the nominees were young and promising senators, so Divers turned a blind eye to it. During the election of the chief executive of the southern region of Magna Graecia, a name recommended by the elders also caught everyone's attention. He was also a relative of the king of the Devers and Princess Cynthia's father-in-law, Paliandolus. He had only been the chief executive of the town for 5 years. He was indeed diligent and down-to-earth, but he was far from being as outstanding as Phaeton. He knew that in his heart, so when someone mentioned his name, he hurriedly stood up, thanked the person for the recommendation, and then said that he had no intention of participating in the election. He was the only senator who voluntarily gave up the election. The Devers felt that his self-awareness was rare. In the end, Trophius was elected. After that, Sesima was elected as the governor of the Bruttii region, Latines was elected as the governor of the Lucania municipality, and the most important region of the kingdom, the Turii region, was the last to be elected. Because the original Turii region had the nature of a region, the towns and cities under its jurisdiction occupied most of the newly divided Turii region. Under the suggestion of several chairmen, the Devers finally abolished the original administrative unit of the Turii region, and this was approved by the Senate, thus avoiding the conflict between the governor of the Turii region and the governor of the region. Originally, everyone thought that this would be the most intense election, so many powerful senators deliberately avoided it and went to compete for other regions. In the end, the ceremonial officer called out the first name, which made the hearts of the remaining senators who were interested in the election turn cold. Lady Alexis. Military Minister Alexis was also participating in the election, so it was very likely that he represented the opinion of the entire military faction. I elect Lord Helos. Alexis's voice was not heavy, but it was a heavy blow to those who were still hoping for a fluke. Both of them were mercenaries, both of them had contributed a lot to the kingdom, and both of them had served as military ministers. However, the difference between Xilos and Alexis was that Xilos also had great achievements in civil affairs. Even before the Western Mediterranean War, he had served as the governor of many towns. After he left his post as military minister, he went to the Samni Mountains and became the governor of Beneventum. Furthermore, his achievements were outstanding, and he was a rare all-rounder in both politics and military affairs. More importantly, during the expedition to Persia more than 20 years ago, he had a close relationship with the king of the Devers, and now he was one of the ministers that the Devers trusted. Therefore, the final round, which was originally thought to be the most competitive, was completely one-sided. Helos had already obtained more than 70% of the votes, and was successfully elected as the governor of the Turii region. When all the results were settled, the long meeting was finally coming to an end, but the senators were excited, disappointed, and so on, as if they were not satisfied yet. The Devers kissed his throat and finally said, "Congratulations to the senators who have become the governor of the region. The efforts you have made in the past have been recognized by most of your colleagues today. However, the promotion will only bring temporary joy. What you will face will be a greater test. You will have to manage more towns and more citizens. The difficulties will undoubtedly be much greater. Some of the administrative experience you have gained in the past may not be suitable for the new government affairs. You will need to put in more effort. You will need to constantly practice and solve the difficulties to find an effective way to govern the region. You will need to use this experience as a reference for future generations. I also hope that you can make these regions more prosperous, and live up to the recommendation and trust of the other senators. As for the senators who aspire to become one of them in the future, I hope that you will continue to work hard and get more achievements to win the recognition of your colleagues and me. I believe that you will eventually be like them, and become a regional governor or an important minister of the kingdom. Because the kingdom has a vast land and a large population, it needs more excellent administrative talents to manage this great country that is still expanding. You are the elites of the kingdom, and you must bear this heavy responsibility." The words of the Devers dispelled the disappointment in the hearts of many senators, and also ignited the hope in the hearts of more senators. In the warm applause, the meeting came to an end. A few days later, the elected regional governors went to the areas they were responsible for. As the first regional governors of the kingdom, the first thing they had to do was to select suitable officials according to the framework of the regional administration established by the administrative office of the kingdom, to enrich the entire administrative organization. Half a month after the new Immigration Act was announced, the recruitment of the Border Guard Corps also began. Seeing that things could not be changed, the free people in the kingdom began to make choices for their future. In the end, many young free people came to Turii, and according to the requirements of the announcement, they flocked to the Turii barracks, ready to pass the registration and selection to become mercenaries of the Kingdom of Dionia. At the same time, the two newly promoted corps commanders also went to their new stations. Patroclus went north to Rome to take over the 14th Legion and replace Printos. Printos also had outstanding achievements in the war in the western Mediterranean, so the Devers wanted to put him in an important position. However, considering that he came from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade and was later directly transferred to the General Staff Office, he lacked further familiarity with the affairs of the corps and had served in the corps. In order to avoid being criticized in the future, after the war, he was specially sent to form a new corps in the Latin region. After a few years, his performance was satisfactory, and the Devers thought that it was time to transfer him back to take over the work of the General Staff Office of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Sextus took a ship to the south of Iberia to take over the 18th Legion and replace Chalcidas. After the war in the western Mediterranean, Chalcidas, who was once the first captain of the 8th Legion, was promoted to corps commander because of his contributions in defending Selinus. However, he was too inexperienced, and in order not to let his colleagues gossip, under the suggestion of the Devers, he took the initiative to apply to form the 18th Legion in the south of Iberia. This was indeed the most bitter, tiring, and troublesome task. At that time, the kingdom of Daionia was still unable to completely control the south of Iberia. Most of the territory was still governed by the members of the Maganid family, and the people under the jurisdiction were either Phoenicians, Carthage, or Iberian natives. There were very few immigrants from Daionia, so after Chalcidas arrived, he was restricted a lot. However, he still overcame many difficulties, and after a few years of hard work, he built the Iberian barracks, formed the 18th Legion, and tried his best to train the citizens there in accordance with the requirements of the military law. However, Chalcidas was obviously unable to command them as well as the other legions. Coupled with the lack of cooperation from many local officials, the 18th Legion was not very effective in defending against the invasion of the Iberian natives. Now that Bagul had become the new regional commander, he would strengthen the management of the territory and eliminate those unqualified officials. Moreover, the southern region of Iberia would also have an additional border legion. The 18th Legion, which had always been in a defensive position, finally had a good opportunity to counterattack. Unfortunately, at this time, Chalcidas was transferred back to Turiae, which would perhaps become a great regret for him. Not long after, the Ministry of Military Affairs also announced the names of the commanders of the two border legions that were being formed that the generals had been looking forward to for a long time. One was Stephos, who was a captain in the Western Mediterranean War, but his achievements were not as dazzling as his good friend Patroclus, so he was promoted 2 years late. However, because there was no vacant position, he had been in charge of training team officers in the Turiae barracks. Now, the vacancy had finally arrived. Although in the eyes of many Daionia generals, the soldiers of the border legions were all made up of free people and seemed to be a level lower than the existing legions, according to the regulations of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the ranks of the commanders and team officers were the same as those of the other legions. At this stage, they were all held by the regular officers of the kingdom. Squad leaders were not considered officers. The name of the other commander surprised the generals. Hasdrubal, a member of the Maganid family who had once fought against the main force of the Dionysian army in the Western Mediterranean War. Why is it him? Many of the generals were puzzled, and some even quietly went to the Ministry of Military Affairs to ask. The public reason was that Hasdrubal was a senator of the kingdom, and also a high-ranking officer of the kingdom. After the southern part of Iberia was incorporated into the Kingdom of Daionia, the Iberian army originally commanded by Mago was ordered to be disbanded, but considering Hasdrubal's prestige among the local people, and to make it easier to form a new legion in Iberia, the Devers specially created a high-ranking military position for him, the military training officer of the southern part of Iberia. In fact, they hoped that he would be able to call on the local people to actively participate in military training, and the real specific matters would be done by a group of military training officers under him. However, Hasdrubal obviously did not care about this position. The double blow of defeat and surrender, as well as the inability to grasp real military power, made him decadent for several years, but this military position has never been removed for him. At the same time, he had followed Mago to fight in Iberia for 10 years, and had a wealth of combat experience fighting the fierce natives in the mountains. This was precisely what he needed to rely on in the upcoming border defense operations. The real reason why the Devers appointed him as the commander of the border army was that after Hakkar, Hasdrubal, and several other important members of the Maganid family were transferred from the southern part of Iberia, the kingdom would then focus on the reorganization of the region that had not yet been fully brought under its rule. Not only in terms of civil affairs, but also in the military. Therefore, by making Hasdrubal the commander of the kingdom's army, he would be willing to serve the kingdom and use his influence to weaken the hostility of the former officers and soldiers of the Iberian army living in that region towards the kingdom, giving them hope again, and thus ensuring the stability of the region. Of course, Hasdrubal was indeed a military talent, and this was also an important reason why the Devers were willing to use him again. However, Hasdrubal was not familiar with the military system and tactics of Daionia. He still had to deeply participate in the recruitment and training of the free people, and thus truly become the commander of the Daionia kingdom's army. After that night's banquet, in the open conversation between him and the Devers, he finally seriously expressed his willingness to work in this area. In the Western Mediterranean War, the Dionysian army's ferocity in defending the city gave Hasdrubal a lot of trouble. In the frontal battle, they only fought once, and the Daionia coalition army led by Leotychides was defeated. However, on the right flank of the real legion of Dionysia, Hasdrubal's Fenu infantry, which he relied heavily on, were beaten back. This made him very interested in the legion of Dionysia. The Ministry of Military Affairs was busy building the border army, and the Ministry of Finance was also busy. The new tax act had been announced, and it was gradually accepted by the people of the kingdom. Although there were still a few months before the national direct tax was imposed, the new Minister of Finance, Archipedes, had begun to urge the tax offices of the towns to estimate the income of the people under their jurisdiction in advance, and then calculate the possible total tax according to the new tax rate. Based on this figure, a new financial distribution plan was drawn up and submitted to the King of Devers for reference. The new Immigration Act, the new Tax Act, the formation of new armies, the establishment of new administrative divisions. A series of new measures were being implemented in an orderly manner. It meant that the development of the kingdom had entered a new track. The kingdom's governance was more efficient, its finances were richer, and its military security was more guaranteed. It was also in this year that the war in Greece entered a new stage. After the Battle of Xianxia, the Thebes became famous. They seized the opportunity to drive away the garrisons of Sparta around the Thebes, and gradually united the neighboring cities of Piotia, which further strengthened their strength. They also sent troops to occupy the northern area of Corinth Bay and the southern area of Piotia, which supported the Sparta's support, so that they could prevent the Sparta from landing there again and directly threaten the safety of the Thebes from the south. After receiving this news, Sparta had no choice but to send King Cleombrotus to lead an army to cross the Corinth Bay by boat to help the Thebes to repel the invading army of Thebes. Just as the two sides began a new round of battle, an emissary from the city-state of Thessaly, Phartharus, arrived in Sparta. The messenger's name was Polydamas, and he had a high prestige in the city of Pharsalus. Whenever Pharsalus fell into internal strife, the people would unanimously agree to let him manage the citadel and entrust him with the financial revenue and expenditure of the city-state. Whether it was religious affairs or administrative revenues and expenditures, he could act in accordance with the law and arrange everything in an orderly manner. At the end of every year, he would submit a detailed account of the city's finances. If there was a deficit, he would pay out of his own pocket to make up for it. Therefore, not only was he respected by the people of Pharsalus, but he also enjoyed a great reputation throughout Thessaly. Naturally, when such a person came to Sparta, he was given a grand reception by the Council of Elders, who granted his request and held a special meeting for him. And in this meeting, Polydamas mentioned one thing. Thessaly was located in the north of central Greece. The northern part was separated from the territory of Macedonia by mountains. The kingdom of Zeus, the Greek-revered Mount Olympus, was located in it. The western part was bordered by the mountains of Epirus, the eastern part was bordered by the Aegean Sea, and the southern part was bordered by the Mare region. Hot Springs Pass was one of them. Geographically, Thessaly was surrounded by mountains. Countless streams flowed down from the mountains, converging into many rivers, carrying the soil in the valleys and alluvial into fertile plains. Therefore, it supported a large population. In addition to the developed agriculture, the many sloping hillsides of Thessaly provided natural high-quality grasslands for raising horses, and the plains at the foot of the mountains provided a vast open space for horses to gallop. Therefore, Thessaly was famous throughout Greece for its horses and cavalry. Note: in history, Alexander the Great's famous war horse Bucephalus came from Macedonia. Most of the 5,000 cavalry that he brought to Persia also came from Thessaly. Although Thessaly had such a good geographical condition, there were many conflicts between the city-states of Thessaly, and there were endless wars. Therefore, it had never become an important force in the whole of Greece. However, this divided situation began to change in recent years. Philai was the only city-state that had a prosperous port trade in the territory of Thessaly. In addition to its developed agriculture, it was also the wealthiest city-state in the whole of Thessaly. There was a citizen in the city-state of Philai named Iazon. His father gave him the name of an ancient hero when he was born. Iazon was the main character in the legend of the Golden Fleece, hoping that he would be successful when he grew up. Iazon did not let his father down. After he grew up, he used various means and finally became the overlord of Philai. However, he was not satisfied. He used the wealth of Philai to recruit 6,000 mercenaries and gave them strict training. He gave generous rewards to the soldiers who performed bravely in battle, and gave good care and treatment to the injured soldiers. If they died in battle, he would arrange a grand funeral for them. Therefore, the mercenaries were loyal to him and were willing to fight to the death for him. The cavalry of Thessaly was well known, and the heavy infantry here was also quite famous. They were all in his newly formed team. However, Iazon still felt unsatisfied. Over the years, he had paid attention to the Greek war in the south of Thessaly, which made him realize the importance of the light shield soldiers. Iphitrax, the general of Athens, was good at commanding the light shield soldiers in Thessaly and had made many achievements. The mountains around Thessaly were also rich in excellent light shield soldiers. Therefore, he commanded this well-trained and brave army to conquer the Malachi, the Donopus, the race in the mountains north of Thessaly, and the Epirus in the mountains northwest of Thessaly, thus strengthening his mercenary team. Under his powerful rule, the strength of Philai grew stronger day by day. Taking advantage of the fact that the Greek overlord, Sparta, was busy dealing with the war between the Thebes and Athens and could not focus on the north, he forced several northern city-states of Thessaly, such as Larissa and Cronon, near Philai, to surrender to him. Then, he set his sights on Pharsalus. Pharsalus was located in the center of the Thessaly region. It had always been a powerful state in this region. Many Thessaly city-states looked up to it. If he conquered it, he would be able to unify the entire Thessaly region more smoothly. Therefore, Iazon led tens of thousands of troops and marched towards Pharsalus in the south. Pharsalus also hurriedly summoned other allied armies to fight against the invading enemy. After winning the first battle, Iazon did not immediately launch an attack on the city of Pharsalus. Instead, he sent messengers into the city to persuade them to surrender. He also specifically found Bordamas, who was the commander of the allied forces at that time, and brought him a letter personally written by Iazon. In the letter, Iazon told Bordamas straightforwardly that with the powerful force in his hands, he could completely annihilate Pharsalus and its allies in one fell swoop. The reason why he did not do so was that he hoped that the city-states of Thessaly, led by Pharsalus, would be willing to join the Thessaly alliance that he had established. So that they would not be ready to conspire and rebel, but would do their best to jointly safeguard the interests of the alliance. He also hoped that Bordamas would do his best to assist him and help him become the Tagus of all the people of Thessaly, Thessaly's name for the overlord of Thessaly. He would also give Bordamas a generous reward, so that Bordamas would be above everyone else. In the letter, he also showed Bordamas his ambition. As long as Thessaly was under the rule of a Tagus, the many years of war would be quelled. There would be sufficient food, a large population, well-trained mercenaries, so that he could send an army of 6,000 cavalry and more than 10,000 heavy infantry at any time. He could form an alliance with the city-states of Pyotia headed by the Thebes in the south. If he could liberate them from the control of the Sparta, they would definitely listen to him. At the same time, he could also control Macedonia in the north, because it was here that the people of Athens obtained the wood for shipbuilding. With this, he could build ships far more than those of the Greek city-states in the south, forming a powerful fleet. And his real goal was not the barren land in the south, nor the tiny islands in the Aegean Sea, but Persia on the vast continent in the east. since the Greek mercenaries in the past and the army of Agesilaus later could kill their way in and out of Persia, and he had a stronger army, he had full confidence to conquer the kingdom of Persia and obtain unprecedented glory and wealth. Polydamas was astonished by the ambition which he expressed in his letter. After Bordamas calmed down, he wrote a letter back to Iazon. He thought that the issues mentioned in Iazon's letter were indeed worthy of his consideration, but Pharsalus and other originally allies of Sparta, after Sparta helped the king of Thessaly defeat the Chalcidian alliance, it increased its influence in central and northern Greece. Pharsalus and many other Thessaly city-states also formed an alliance with Sparta. Without any excuse, it was immoral to break away from the alliance and turn to their enemies, and this would not be blessed by the gods. Iazon quickly gave a reply. In the letter, he praised Bordamas greatly, saying that he was a man who kept his promises, and such a person was more trustworthy. He also suggested that Bordamas could send an envoy to Sparta and ask for help from Sparta. At the end of the letter, he said very confidently, "If the gods allow you to persuade Sparta to send an army strong enough to fight me, then I can only wait and see and accept any consequences of this war. But if they can't provide you with enough help, then you'd better do as I asked before. The whole of Thessaly will be united under me, a new Tarchus." In order to show his sincerity, Iazon also stopped the siege and led the army back to Phyllis. The Phasaelis were faced with a difficult choice. In the end, they decided to make a final effort and send Bordamas to Sparta for help. At the Sparta Council of Elders, Bordamas told the Sparta elders and prosecutors everything in detail. He also reminded them, "If you Sparta decide to rescue our Thessaly, it is best to send your most elite troops. If you only send an army commanded by ordinary officers and composed mainly of released Herods to the north, then it is best not to act rashly. Because Iazon not only has a strong army, but he himself is also a smart, capable, and far-sighted general. The battle he commanded has never failed, so he will be a strong enemy of Sparta." After Bordamas' speech ended, the Sparta people did not immediately make a decision on it, but they obviously attached great importance to it. They sent people to Thessaly to understand the situation, and at the same time, conducted a serious count of the number of troops sent overseas. In the end, the Council of Elders gave Bordamas a clear answer: "Dear Bordamas, the main forces of our Sparta are either at war with the Athens navy or with the Thebes, so for the time being, we cannot provide enough reinforcements to Phasaelis. However, we hope that the Thessaly alliance led by Phasaelis will not easily surrender to Iazon. As long as you can resist the invasion of the Phyllis army, when our war with the Thebes is over, we will immediately send strong reinforcements to support you." When Bordamas came to Sparta and saw that there were few people in its territory, he had some expectations in his heart. So after receiving the confirmation from the Council of Elders, he did not show any negative emotions such as surprise or disappointment. He calmly thanked the Sparta people for their frankness and then set off for his home country. As soon as he returned to Phasaelis, he asked for an immediate citizens' meeting and told everyone about Sparta's decision. The disappointed and frustrated citizens of Pharsalus finally made a decision after a heated discussion. Polydamas once again went to Philai as an emissary to meet Iazon. He stated to him, "As long as Iazon promises not to harm the people of Pharsalus, not to invade the land of Pharsalus, and not to destroy the citadel of Pharsalus, the people of Pharsalus are willing to become sincere allies of Iazon and help him establish the rule of Tarchus." Iazon was overjoyed after hearing this and immediately made an oath of alliance with Bordamas. Later, Bordamas even sent his son to Iazon as a hostage. It did not take long for the people of Pharsalus, led by Bordamas, to convince the allies who were close to them. In the spring of 374 BC, the 19th year of the kingdom of Daionia, the emissaries of the Thessaly city-states gathered in Pharsalus and jointly elected Iazon as the Tarchus of the Thessaly people. After Iazon became Tarchus, he began to unify the city-states of Thessaly. While promising not to interfere with the internal affairs of the other city-states, he also formulated a new Tarchus law: no war was allowed between the city-states, and conflicts and disputes had to be settled by him. No city-state was allowed to sign any agreement or join any alliance with other city-states, and all foreign affairs were decided by him. Each city-state had to pay tribute on time every year, and the amount of tribute would be decided by him according to the financial resources of each city-state had to provide a certain number of cavalry and heavy infantry, and the specific amount would be decided by him according to the strength of each city-state. During peacetime, he would train these soldiers regularly and lead them into battle during times of war. In addition, he also adopted Borodamaz's opinion and unified and reduced the commercial taxes between the city-states, allowing the free flow of goods. This greatly strengthened the economic ties between the city-states of Thessaly, and allowed the inland trade to gradually become prosperous. By the end of the year, Iazon had obtained more than 8,000 cavalry and heavy infantry from the entire territory of Thessaly, numbering no less than 20,000, and the number of light shield-bearers was the same. After his strength was further enhanced, he immediately issued orders to the various races and tribes in the mountains around Thessaly, requiring them to pay tribute according to the amount determined by Tarchus Scopas of the Thessaly people during the War of Hybo decades ago. If anyone did not pay, they would be attacked by his army. Some tribes were afraid of Iazon's terrible strength and chose to submit, while some unruly tribes refused his request. Therefore, Iazon decisively led his army to go on a crusade, thus igniting the flames of war in northern Greece. While Iazon was elected as Thessaly's Tarchus, the people of Athens encountered a dilemma. On one hand, they saw that their former enemies, the Thebes, were growing stronger and stronger with their help, but they still refused to pay tribute to help maintain the expenses of the Athens fleet. On the other hand, Athens' own finances were strained because of various military expenses. Of course, even so, the citizens of Athens were unwilling to cut the subsidies for watching the plays. Therefore, under the proposal of Chief General Callistratus and others, the assembly passed a resolution to negotiate with Sparta alone. Soon, Athens sent an envoy to Sparta. This was exactly what Sparta wanted. For the past few years, their army had been fighting in the territory of Boeotia. Although they had achieved some small victories, they had never been able to defeat the Thebes. Instead, the Thebes had become stronger and stronger, and Sparta's prestige had declined year by year. Now, it was getting more and more difficult to fight against them. The navy of Athens was an even bigger headache for Sparta. Not only could they not fight against them, but they also could not stop the navy of Athens from cruising the waters of Peloponnesus as if they were strolling in their own backyard. They wantonly attacked Sparta's allies, which seriously threatened the safety of Sparta's rear. Therefore, the armistice agreement between Sparta and Athens was quickly signed. After Admiral Timotheus of Athens, who was fighting outside, received a notice from the executive committee of the generals, he prepared to lead the fleet back to Athens. However, on the way back, he landed on the island of Zakynthos without permission, took control of the city-state on the island, and announced that the exiled city-state would be allowed to return to their homeland. After Zakynthos became an ally of Sparta, it received the support of Sparta to expel the Democrats. When Sparta heard this news, they thought that Athens had violated the armistice agreement. Therefore, they called on their allies to jointly fund and build a fleet to protect the rights and interests of all the allies in the sea. At the same time, Sparta also asked the new commander to lead this fleet to launch an expedition against Kerkyra. The Kerkyra people who were under attack immediately asked for help from Athens. Athens could not allow Kerkyra, who had just joined the Maritime Alliance, to be bullied by Sparta. Otherwise, as the leader of the Maritime Alliance, Athens would inevitably lose the trust of the other allies. Moreover, Kerkyra's geographical location was unique. It controlled the Bay of Corinth and various city-states along the southern coast of Kerkyra Island. It was the best base to launch an invasion against Peloponnesus from the west. At the same time, it was also an important trading route between the western and eastern Mediterranean Sea, so it could not be abandoned. For various reasons, this time, the citizens of Athens did not elect Timotheus as the commander of the fleet. Instead, they elected Iphicrates, one of the generals of Athens. Therefore, the armistice agreement between Athens and Sparta lasted for less than a few months before war broke out again. The eastern side of the Adriatic Sea was constantly at war, while the western side was a scene of peace and prosperity. In September, after the people of Dionia enjoyed the joy of the harvest, they were looking forward to the upcoming Hades celebration. Every day, thousands of people poured into Thurii, the largest city in the western Mediterranean Sea. Every day, the center of the kingdom of Dionia was bustling with excitement and joy. It was in such a lively and suffocating atmosphere that Ocradon entered the inner city of Thurii. Since the war in the western Mediterranean Sea, he had not been to Dionia. This time, he came to Thurii because Dionia had sent an invitation, requesting that Carthage send an envoy to attend. The Hanoverian faction had important matters to discuss with Dionia, so they forcibly appointed Aukradin, who was somewhat familiar with Dionia, to attend the Hades celebration. Although Aukradin had represented Carthage in negotiations with Dionia many times in the past, he had never actually been to Thurii. This big city of hundreds of thousands of people gave him a greater shock than when Hacker first came to Thurii. After all, during the celebration, the floating population in the city was much greater than usual. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the countless busy docks on both sides of the Crete River. He could not help but think, if Carthage had won that war, would the city of Carthage be the same? But the facts cannot be changed. Thinking too much would only add to his worries. The more prosperous Thurii was, the more the strength of the kingdom of Dionia would be. This would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the subsequent negotiations. Aukradin frowned and fell into deep thought. The ship sailed into the inner city of Thurii, but stopped outside the docks. Because there were already many ships docked at the docks and were busy unloading goods, there were no extra trestles for the time being. Therefore, there were still some passenger ships waiting outside the docks, and Carthage's ship was the last to arrive. Aukradin's attendant took a small boat and went ashore to investigate. When he came back, he reported, "My lord, I found out that the ships that are now unloading goods are the Etruscan fleet. They have 20 ships, and I heard that most of the ships are loaded with bronze utensils, blankets, cloth, gold and silver products, olive oil, wine, and other goods. I heard a few Iberian sailors bragging at the docks that their alliance had even forged a golden crown for the king of Dionia, inlaid with many gems." Egerton wasn't surprised. According to the information he had gathered, the Etrurian alliance had been suffering from the invasion of the Gauls from the north for the past few years and had no choice but to rely on the assistance of the Dionians. Last year, the Dionians had specially sent troops to the northern border of the Iberian alliance to ensure the safety of their territory. For this reason, the Etrurians naturally had to do something, which was not surprising. What about the ships in front? Are they all Etrurian as well? Oakton asked with interest as he looked at a large cargo ship in front of him. It had a taller side and a one-story building. When I was passing by those ships in the small boat just now, I observed them carefully. Although most of their sailors are Phoenicians, it seems like. The attendant hesitated with anger. The people on the ships are dressed like Namibians and Mauritanians. Even with Oakton's self-restraint, it was difficult for him to remain calm at this moment because the Carthage people blamed half of the war on the Namibians' rebellion. After that, the Namibians, who were once like slaves, turned around and frequently attacked Carthage's land. So, be it in the past or present, the Namibians were a pain in the heart of the Carthage people. Oakton quickly calmed down and asked in a deep voice, "Why did they come with so many ships?" "It seems that many of the ships are carrying horses," the attendant replied. Oakton understood. "That's all the Namibians have to offer." "My lord." The attendant hesitated and whispered, "They are all giving gifts to Dionia, but we didn't take anything." "Isn't this?" Oakton raised his head. "The fact that Carthage can send an envoy to the celebration is the best gift we can give to the Hades of Dionia." Although Aukradin said so, he knew in his heart that Carthage's status in the western Mediterranean was no longer what it used to be, but many of the Carthage elders had not fully adapted to this new change, including Hanno. Therefore, the Carthage emissaries who had brought generous gifts to the other emissaries looked shabby in comparison. This undoubtedly made the negotiations with Dionia more difficult. While Aukradin was deep in thought, the Etruscan emissary delegation had finished unloading their goods and left the dock. Next, it was the turn of the Namibian emissary delegation and the Mauritanian emissary delegation to enter the inner city dock. After a while, the sound of horses neighing and people shouting could be heard. The pier became unusually lively. Suddenly, a deafening scream came from the shore, and it lasted for a long time. Even Aukradin, who was outside the port, could hear it clearly. "Oh my God, what monster is this? It's huge. This might be. Perhaps it's the giant bull of Lucania." "Idiot. Does a cow have such a long nose? Moreover, the horns of a cow grow on its head, but its horns grow on its mouth. Then, tell me, what is it?" I've never seen it before, how would I know? But we can ask these Mauritanians. Hearing these screams, Akhenaten was surprised. Could it be that the Mauritanians had sent elephants that lived in the interior of Africa to Turai? Although he had never seen it, he had heard that there were many elephants further south in the territory of the Namibians and Mauritanians. Most of the ivory traded in the Carthage city market came from there. In fact, ivory was also very popular in Turai, especially when the Temple of Hades was rebuilt. But when the real owner of the ivory walked out of the cabin and came to the shore, it still shocked the onlookers. There's such a giant beast in this world. Could it be a descendant of some ancient monster? Compared to the citizens who were shouting and letting their imaginations run wild, the officials of Talii who came to greet the emissary delegation were shocked. They were more worried about how much damage these behemoths would cause to the city if they went berserk because it seemed difficult to control them. After all, the citizens of the inner city were either elders, ministers, or ordinary citizens. Their identities were not ordinary. If a large number of casualties were caused, these insignificant officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would not be able to bear the responsibility. Even though the Mauritanian emissary repeatedly explained to the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that although the animals looked huge, they were actually gentle and would not easily hurt people. At the same time, he ordered the elephant handlers to command the elephants to kneel before the officials, using their long trunks to make all kinds of funny gestures such as waving and nodding. But it did not completely dispel the officials' doubts. Instead, it made the cheers of the onlookers even louder. Fortunately, it did not take long for hundreds of palace guards to arrive. They were ordered by the king of Devers to bring the elephants to the elephant pen specially built for the elephants on the Hill of the Kings. Thus, under the careful guidance of the elephants' men, the 3 elephants, 1 male, 1 female, and 1 calf, moved with slow and heavy steps over the flat and sturdy streets, following the route the triumphant army would take, advancing towards the west of the city. The people in the inner city who got the news came out of their houses, including some elders. They stood by the roadside, curiously watching the giant beasts that they had never seen before. Under the efforts of the palace guards to maintain order, the excited people did not cause the elephants to panic. Instead, they enjoyed the rare honor of being a triumphant army, and the people were filled with anticipation for this year's celebration. By the time the Carthage emissary arrived at the port, it was already afternoon. Akhenaten had been waiting on the ship for nearly 4 hours. So when he came ashore, he grumbled to the Daionia official who came to greet him, "Turai is such a big city, but it has such a small port. Any visiting foreign emissary would not be able to feel the grandeur of Daionia as the most powerful country in the Western Mediterranean. Instead, it's a kind of cowardly pettiness." The Daionia official was not offended by Akhenaten's bluntness. Instead, he admitted frankly, "You're right. We've also realized that this is a big problem. This inner-city river port was built before the kingdom was founded. At that time it had sufficient capacity. However, in recent years, foreign emissaries have been visiting too frequently, and many of them did not come empty-handed." At this point, the official glanced at the lonely passenger ship behind Akhenaten. "So this river port is now insufficient. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has reported this problem to His Majesty. Although both sides of the inner city have been occupied by buildings and there is no extra space to build a new river port, His Majesty has held several executive meetings with ministers on this issue. I believe a solution will be found soon." Akhenaten nodded in understanding. In fact, he just wanted to vent his anger. He did not care whether the problem of Turai's river port could be solved or not. He changed the topic and asked seriously, "I request to meet the King of Devers. I represent the Carthage Senate to discuss something important with him. Can the Ministry of Foreign Affairs convey my request to the King of Devers?" The official looked at him and said seriously, "According to the administrative regulations of the kingdom, all foreign affairs are the responsibility of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If you have any request, you can write a letter first and submit it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Our officer, Lord Ansitanos, will judge whether it is important or not, and then decide whether to let us discuss it or to pass it to His Majesty. However, there have been many envoys visiting these days, and each of them has a request. I heard that the letters in Sir Ansitanos' office have piled up into a mountain. Besides, he has to attend classes in Dionysia Academy and is almost overwhelmed. Even if you submit the letter, I'm afraid it will take some time before he can give you a reply. Aukradin was dumbfounded. In the past, he had negotiated with Dionia during the war. He had gone directly to the barracks to meet the King of Devers. He never thought that it would be so complicated and difficult to meet the King of Devers in Turii. He did not know how to respond for a while. Seeing that he was silent, the official suddenly said, "In fact, there is another way to solve your problem." "What is it?" Aukradin asked immediately. During this time, His Majesty saw that there were many diplomatic affairs during the celebration and was worried that Lord Ansitanos would be too busy, so the day before yesterday, he specially arranged for a rotating president of the Senate to help him temporarily manage the diplomatic affairs. You can look for him directly. Maybe he will bring you to meet His Majesty. Look for him directly? Don't I need to submit a letter first and then get his consent? Aukradin was a little confused. Other emissaries may not be able to, but you might be able to, because you are Carthage's man, the official said with a meaningful smile. Aukradin's heart skipped a beat, and he asked with a trembling voice, What is the name of the rotating president? Ha ha ha. As expected. Aukradin smiled bitterly, and his heart felt like it had been overturned. He could not tell what he was feeling. Early in the morning, at the King of Devers' mansion, the Devers walked into the dining room after their morning exercise, only to find Kristoya and Agnes there. Where are the children? They hurriedly finished their breakfast and went to see the elephants. Eunice and Bryant's have always liked to join in on the fun, but this is the first time I've seen the usually calm Apox so eager, Kristoya complained. As long as the children are happy, it means that my decision to bring these elephants up the mountain was the right one, the Devers said as they sat at the dining table. Agnes immediately served him a bowl of hot oatmeal and said with a smile, "Yesterday evening, Olivia dragged me to see the elephants. She was very excited when we came back, and insisted on sleeping with me. She even talked excitedly for a long time. This is the first time I've seen her talk so much. To be honest, the gods' creations are truly wonderful. Look at those two elephants. They're so huge and mighty, but they're very docile, especially that little one. Her little trunk tugs on the mother elephant's tail and refuses to let go. The mother elephant doesn't get angry, and instead continuously uses her trunk to suck up leaves for the little elephant to eat. This reminds me of Avria when she was young. She's always like that, always sticking close to me, afraid that I'll leave her," Agnes said as she smiled and sighed. Devers looked at Agnes, who was rarely so lively, and said with a smile, "I see that you seem to be infatuated with these elephants." "That's right." Kristoya finally found someone who understood her, and complained loudly, "Agnes just told me that she won't be going to the Temple of Hera today, and that she's going to stay at home and watch the elephants. She even asked me to accompany her. Tell me, we're almost 50 years old, how can we be like children? Besides, I'm so busy now, where would I find the time to sneak around and watch elephants? In my opinion, let's put everything else aside today and go see the elephants with the children, and enjoy the joy of being together as a family," Devers suggested loudly. "All right." Agnes smiled like a flower, and immediately clapped her hands in agreement. Kristoya frowned slightly, and just as she was about to object, Devers gently pressed down on her hand and said softly, "You're busy every day, let yourself relax today." Devers's concerned gaze softened Kristoya's heart. "All right, we'll stay at home with the children today, and won't go anywhere. But, it's not a good idea to place the elephants next to the mansion. Although they look docile, they're still so big, and if they go berserk one day, they'll be a danger to us. Also, these elephants are rare animals that the people of the kingdom have never seen before. After they were transported to the mountains yesterday, many people wanted to come in and see them, including some elders. This morning, the children even let their friends pass through the sentry post and come up the mountain to see the elephants. In the long run, it'll be difficult to ensure the safety of this place. I've already considered this matter," Devers said unhurriedly. "Kristoya, we'll have another business deal coming up." "What is it?" Kristoya immediately perked up. "Build a zoo." "Zoo? We've heard stories of Heraclea strangling a Nemean lion since we were young, but have you ever seen a real lion?" The two sisters shook their heads. In fact, in this era, There were still prides of lions in the interior of Asia Minor and the two rivers, but Miletus was a coastal city-state, and Greek women were not allowed to travel far, so Christos had no chance to see them. We've heard of the story of Apollo shooting the python to death. You may have seen snakes, but have you seen a real python? The two shook their heads again. We've all heard that there are hippos and crocodiles in the Nile River in Egypt, but what do hippos and crocodiles look like? There were probably not many people who had actually seen Dionia. Devers tapped his fingers on the table, and said confidently, then why don't we build a zoo? Keep these strange animals in a zoo, let them live in a fixed area of the park, and create a suitable living environment for them. Do you think the public will come to see them? Of course there will. Agnes immediately replied, just an elephant is enough to make the people so crazy. When I came back yesterday, I heard the captain of the palace guards at the foot of the mountain complaining that the people wanted to force their way in to see the elephant, and almost got into a fight with them. Christoia had been in business for many years, and immediately understood the meaning of Devers's words. She asked uncertainly, you mean, just like when football and football games are held in the arena and people are charged tickets to watch the games? That's right. Devers secretly praised his wife's quick thinking, and continued to explain, after all, it takes money to raise these animals, and a large number of people are needed to maintain the whole zoo. The money collected through tickets can make up for these costs. As for where the rare animals in the zoo will come from, we don't have to worry at all. The city-states and forces that are on good terms with Dionia, or want to be on good terms with Dionia, will take the initiative to send them to me after they know that I'm building a zoo and collecting rare animals, in order to strengthen our friendship. With the expansion of the kingdom's territory, our zoo will only grow bigger, and house more and more rare animals. At that time, tourists will not only be able to eat delicious food, watch competitions, soak in hot springs, and enjoy celebrations. They will also be able to see the zoo. Whether it is the common people, school students, or academics, they will not have to risk their lives to travel far, and they will be able to understand and study most of the rare animals in the world. This is a very fortunate thing. At the same time, we will let them know how great God is. He not only created us humans, but also so many wonderful animals. We are not alone. Devers spoke eloquently about the future of the zoo, but his heart was filled with emotion. When he heard from Ansitanos that the Mauritanian emissary delegation had sent a few elephants, his first reaction at that time was that these must be the legendary North African elephant, a branch of the African elephant. Petrus had defeated the Roman army several times with it, and Hannibal had also incorporated it into the army to pose a threat to the Roman people. Unfortunately, it had become extinct during the era of Rome, not because of war, but because of the gladiatorial games that the people of Rome were passionate about. The people of Rome captured all kinds of beasts from all over the Mediterranean, and then transported them to the Colosseum for the gladiators to kill. They earned money, and at the same time excited the audience. Devers had read an article in his previous life about a Roman emperor who held a grand gladiatorial game to entertain the people of Rome. During the whole gladiatorial game, thousands of beasts were killed. During the continuous killing by the people of Rome, not to mention the North African elephant, there were no more lions, leopards, and other beasts in the entire Mediterranean region. If it were not for the fact that the Sahara Desert was difficult to cross, which allowed the animals south of the desert to survive, modern people in his previous life would probably only know about African elephants, lions, and other beasts in the literature. It could be said that the Westerners in his previous life had pursued a crazy way of survival from ancient times to the present. In this life, Devers wanted to change them. Then he would start by cultivating the good habits of children and animals in the zoo. Akradin asked the official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dionia to submit his request to see the king, but there was no news for 2 days. Seeing that the celebration was about to begin, he became anxious and had to listen to another idea given by the official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. During the celebration, not only did many foreign envoys and distinguished guests come to Turiai, but the governors and important officials of various towns would also try to find time to come back to participate in the celebration. At the same time, visits to the important ministers of the kingdom would also become more frequent. Generally speaking, the residences of the 5 rotating presidents and the ministers of various ministries would become crowded. Logically speaking, Hacker's residence would be even more so. Since the two brothers came to Turiai last year, Hasdrubal immediately became the commander of the army and soon went north to take up his post. Hacker, on the other hand, became the official rotating president of the Senate. Even though he was still recovering from his illness, Devers could not wait to let him take charge of some government affairs so that he could quickly familiarize himself with the kingdom's political system. In addition, another important member of the Maganid family, Dido, had become a princess and even gave birth to two little princes. The Maganid family was a hot topic in the kingdom's political scene. One could imagine that the number of officials who visited them should be like a school of carps in the river, but in reality, there were very few visitors. This was because Hacker had publicly announced he is sick and weak and needs to rest, so he does not welcome officials to visit his home. On top of that, Herpes even endorsed him. At first, the officials of the kingdom were skeptical, but since the few Phoenician senators visited and were rejected, they finally confirmed that what Hacker said was true. After Aukradin arrived in Turiai, he deliberately learned about the situation in this area. Coupled with the many years of enmity between the Maganid family and the Hanoverian faction, he had always been hesitant. But now, he had no choice but to brace himself and pay a visit, but he did not expect to receive approval. Of course, this former noble of Carthage, now an important minister of the kingdom of Dionia, received guests from his hometown in a very special way, to soak in a bath. Baths were invented by the people of Dionia, but after the two countries first signed a peace treaty more than 10 years ago, they were quickly introduced to Carthage. The Therme Hot Springs was a place that the people of Carthage loved to visit, but of course, it now belonged to the kingdom of Dionia. Although Aukradin was surprised by this request, he was already surprised that Hacker was willing to give his opinion, so he did not dare to refuse. The bathroom in Hacker's house was built strictly according to the traditional layout of Dionia's bathrooms. When Aukradin finished the first procedure and walked into the hot spring, Hacker was already sitting in the pool. Aukradin had never seen Hacker before, but he had long heard that Hamilco, the head of the Maganid family, had a very intelligent second son. Unfortunately, he was born with a disease, and the doctor who had treated him had diagnosed that the child would not live past the age of 20. But now, although Hacker was slightly thin and weak, his face was ruddy and his eyes were bright. He did not look like someone who was about to enter the grave. Hacker looked at him and said in a calm tone, "After I came to Turiai, the doctors of Dionia suggested that people like me, who cannot do strenuous exercise, should soak in bathrooms more often. It is good for my health. I followed the advice and soak in baths every day. When you came, I was in the middle of a bath, so I invited you here to meet me." Initially, Oakton was prepared to be teased, but he did not expect Haka to explain himself. This gave him a little more confidence in today's meeting, so he smiled and said, "Even the people of Carthage almost all admit that Dionia's medical skills are the best in the entire Western Mediterranean. So, the suggestion they gave you is naturally correct. You look very healthy now. Dionia is better than Carthage in many ways, not just in terms of medical skills." Haka's tone was still calm. "But for all of you, it's best to hope that I can live a few more years, because it will be good for Carthage." Haka's words made Oakton feel refreshed. He seemed to feel that Haka was expressing goodwill to Carthage. "Please sit down, Master Oakton." Haka pointed to the other side of the hot pool and said, "There's another reason why I asked you to meet me in the bathroom. The tourists believe that it's best to talk while soaking in a bath, because both parties are honest with each other, and there's nothing to hide." Oakton nodded. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the pool and sat on the stone bench in the pool. "A glass of wine? This is the best wine produced by the Orifice family of tourists. There's not much of it, and you can't usually buy it in the market. These few cans of wine were given to me by His Majesty. He said that drinking some while soaking in a bath is good for one's health." Oakton wanted to refuse, but after hearing what Haka said, he changed his mind. "Then I'll have a glass." The servant standing by the pool poured him a glass of wine. After Oakton took it, he took a small sip and felt that it was sweet and sour. He could not help but sigh and say, "To be able to soak in comfortable water every day and drink such good wine, such a life is so comfortable. Master Haka, I really envy you." Haka said calmly, "The people of Carthage can also enjoy such a life. It's just that you are still clinging to the past and are unable to accept reality." Hakka's words were a little vague, and Oakton could not accurately grasp what he meant. So, he asked tentatively, "You mean?" Hakka did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, "I know that the nobles of Carthage have also developed the habit of soaking in a bath over the past 10 years, but what do you think is the difference between Daionia and Carthage when it comes to bathing?" Although he did not know why Hakka was asking this, Oakton thought about it seriously and answered, "The people of Carthage have removed the tedious steps before taking a bath. We just soak in a hot pool, then massage and shave. In fact, the steps that Carthage people have removed are exactly why the people invented the bath. The people of Daionia people invented the bath. They believe that bathing is a good exercise, while Carthage people see it as." Without waiting for Oakleton to respond, Hacker scooped up another handful of water and asked, "Do you know where this water came from? Do you know how this water came to be?" If he was in Carthage, Oakton would definitely say so. But here, he felt that it was not so simple, so he answered bluntly, "I don't know. It flowed into my house." Hakka's answer surprised Oakton. "The City Hall of Turin specially built a pool in your house?" According to Oakton's understanding, the Daonians built high bridges to divert water from the rivers into the city. They built ponds in the important areas of the city that covered a large area, and then built sealed waterways to supply the water to the people of the city. It's not a pool. It's a hollow pipe as thick as the shaft of a spear made by the Ministry of Construction of Daionia in conjunction with the ironware merchants. It's connected directly to the water tower, and then buried under the ground, all the way to the kitchen of my house. His Majesty the Devers named it the water pipe. The servants don't need to go to the nearby pool to get water. They just need to turn on the switch of the water pipe, and the water will flow out naturally." Hakka explained proudly. Oakton was amazed, but he also realized, this water pipe uses copper as the main material, so the cost of copper and the cost should not be a small amount, right? It is indeed a large amount, but the cost is paid by the residents who apply for the installation of the water pipe, and the water fee has to be paid monthly. The water in the public pool is free. This is because the Waterway Administration has also designed a device that can calculate the water consumption of the residents. Even though the cost is not low, many people have heard of the news and applied for the installation of the water pipe. However, it has only just been put into operation, and it consumes a lot of copper, so it is only being installed in the inner city for now. Someone once suggested, change to cheaper and more abundant lead to make the water pipe. As you know, there are a lot of lead mines in Corsica and the southern part of Iberia that Daionia has just acquired. However, His Majesty severely criticized this proposal, saying that when lead is dissolved in water, it is very harmful to the human body. Now the ironware merchants are rushing to research cheaper and more durable materials to make water pipes, such as using tin as the main raw material. Because once the research is successful, they can earn a lot of profit just from the patent fees alone. Perhaps in a few years, you can see water pipes in the homes of the rich citizens of other towns in the Kingdom of Daionia. When Hacker finished speaking, he saw that Oakton was listening attentively, so his expression gradually became serious. He said in a low voice, "Because of the glory of Carthage in the Western Mediterranean in the past, the people of Carthage have always been proud to think that their mother state is the best country in the Western Mediterranean, and that they have the best culture in the Western Mediterranean. Even other races are barbarians in the eyes of the people of Carthage. I used to have this kind of pride when I was in Iberia, but after coming to Turin and staying here for more than a year, the pride in my heart has disappeared. Although Daionia is a new kingdom, it is much better than Carthage. I believe that when you enter the estuary of the Kratai River, everything you see will make you think the same. Just the city of Turin is already much stronger than Carthage, not to mention the kingdom of Daionia. Crotone, Catanae, Rome, Syracuse. These big cities are not inferior to Carthage in terms of strength, but they are not Utica. Although Utica is an important ally of Carthage, it may not listen to the orders of the Senate of Carthage at critical moments for its own interests. However, all the towns in the Kingdom of Daionia are under the direct jurisdiction of His Majesty the King and the Senate. When war breaks out, they can concentrate all their manpower and financial resources to fight the enemy with all their might. This is the main reason why Daionia was able to defeat Carthage in the Western Mediterranean War. After the defeat in that war, Daionia's national strength skyrocketed day by day, while Carthage was weakened to the point that it may not even be as strong as Catanae. In such a situation of extreme disparity in strength, you are still stubbornly resisting. We have no intention of fighting against Dionia at all. Aukradin was shocked and quickly defended himself. We just want to live our own lives. But now those lowly eastern Namibians are frequently attacking our territory. If it weren't for the peace treaty signed between Carthage and Dionia, and the fact that the eastern Namibians are Dionia's allies, we would have gathered our army and attacked these abominable Namibian tribes long ago. Hacker sneered. You didn't fight back? No, you have already fought with the Namibians, but you suffered a defeat. That was just a small battle. We wanted to teach the Namibians a lesson and make them retreat. We didn't expect them to send so many warriors. Aukradin defended himself. If that's the case. Hacker opened his arms and held the edge of the pool. He said calmly, I can suggest to His Majesty that you choose to ignore the Namibians when you attack them. Aukradin did not expect such an answer from Hacker and was momentarily speechless. Hacker took advantage of the situation and said, You see, I just said that the current Carthage people are unwilling to accept reality. You are an obvious example. With the current strength of the Carthage, can they defeat the eastern Namibians? Now, the Namibians have gotten rid of their fear of the people of Carthage. Although they still have their own way of doing things, they can still reach an agreement on the matter of fighting against the people of Carthage. In addition, they can now obtain better weapons and armor from Dionia. If Carthage gathers the strength of the Phoenician alliance and goes all out in a battle, they may be able to win, but I believe that the casualties will not be small. The problem is, can Carthage still command the Phoenician cities on the Afrikaans like before? Aukradin was about to say yes. But when he saw Hacker's half-smiling face, he swallowed his words and looked slightly embarrassed. Yes. The Phoenician alliance is no longer as tightly united around Carthage as before the war. As time passes, anyone with a discerning eye can see that. Carthage is weakening day by day, and the kingdom of Dionia, with its vast territory and large population, has become a powerful existence that no race or city living in the western Mediterranean can avoid. Especially the Phoenician cities east of the Robin Peninsula, they rarely listen to Carthage's orders. Instead, they frequently send messengers to Hadrumetum. It is said that it is to allow their merchants to more easily enter the vast market of the kingdom of Dionia. Hadrumetum is like a poisonous needle that has been stuck in the body of the Carthage alliance, and it has begun to unleash its destructive power. Let me tell you the truth. Hacker splashed the water on his chest and gently rubbed it. Then, he slowly immersed his body in the water. I was the one who suggested to His Majesty, divers, to order the eastern Namibians to invade what little land you have left inland. When Oakley heard this, he was first shocked, then angry. He could not help but yell, Why are you doing this? Even if there is a grudge between the Magonid clan and Lord Hanno, you are a Carthage. You still have the blood of the Queen of Dido that Carthage established. How can you do something that threatens the survival of all Carthage? Did you come here just to teach me a lesson? Although Hacker's voice was soft, it was like a cold breeze that sent chills down Oakley's spine. It immediately drove away the dissatisfaction in his heart, and he quickly regained his composure. Lord Hacker, even if you are now working for Dionia, you are still a Carthage man. I hope you can stop letting the eastern Namibians keep invading Carthage's territory and give your compatriots a chance to live. Oakley lowered his stance and spoke in a very sincere tone. I'm doing this to give my compatriots a chance to live. Hacker put away his lazy expression and said with a serious face, If Carthage continues to fight against Dionia in the dark, it will not do Carthage any good. In a few years, you will find that Carthage is completely isolated in the entire western Mediterranean. Even the Phoenician allies, who were once closest to you, will leave you one by one. Ever since we signed the peace treaty with Dionia, our Carthage has been adapting to the new order in the past few years. We have been busy restoring our trade. We have never had the thought of secretly fighting against Dionia, nor have we taken any hostile actions. I don't know why Lord Hacker would say that. On the contrary, Dionia incited the eastern Namibians to invade Carthage. That is a violation of the agreement. Is Dionia going to tear up the good image of keeping its promises that it has always flaunted and declare war on Carthage again? Oakley said with a look of indignation. Hacker looked at him coldly and spat out a word softly, Masalai tribe. The voice immediately pierced through Aukradin's fake anger. He wanted to defend himself again, but Hacker continued, "Do you need me to recite the entire contents of the secret negotiation between Carthage and the Massili tribe?" Aukradon was immediately discouraged, and he was even more alarmed at the fact that Carthage was under such terrifying surveillance by Daionia. Judging from the conspiracy between the Carthage and the Massili tribe, it can be seen that the Carthage Senate still has some illusions. But I believe that you, who have witnessed the prosperity of the great city of Turii, will know that even if the Massili tribe gets your help and really unifies the tribes of western Namibia, it will only be a small problem for the powerful kingdom of Daionia. We can easily dispatch 2 or 3 legions to completely pacify them. But for the Carthage, this will be a disaster related to the survival of the city-state. So the kingdom has let the eastern Namibians attack Carthage to make you realize how weak Carthage is now. Hacker gestured to the servant to pour him a little wine, and then slowly swirled the wine glass in one hand. His expression became serious. "I'm a Carthage, and I know my compatriots very well. Most of them prefer to do business rather than wage war, prefer to enjoy life rather than suffer on the battlefield, and are more afraid of death. So even when Carthage was at its most prosperous, it could never defeat the Greeks of Sicily. It's because the Carthage people are not a people who like to fight. They lack courage and tenacity. In the past, you could still get the Namibians and mercenaries to fight for you, but now that you have no one to rely on, I think the elders of Carthage should extinguish any remaining ambition in their hearts and let the people do what they want to do. For example, in the past, the people of Carthage did not like to bathe very much. Ever since the people of Daionia invented baths, the people of Carthage began to like bathing. Another example is that in the past, the people of Carthage did not like to go inland to do business because the transportation was very inconvenient. But since the people of Daionia built wide and flat roads, the merchants of Carthage frequently went deep into the mountains of Bruttii, Lucania, and other places to gain trade profits. Also, like the water pipes that I just mentioned to you, as long as it is put into use in the ordinary urban areas of the kingdom, I can guarantee that it will not take long for the people of Carthage to figure out how to make it so that they can enjoy clean water without going out. There are many examples like this. You see, although the people of Carthage say that they hate Daionia on the surface, in fact, they are always paying attention to the new things created by Daionia and enjoy the huge trade system created by Daionia. So why not let the people of Carthage completely integrate into this system? In this way, the safety of Carthage will be completely guaranteed, and the people will enjoy everything that Daionia has built with peace of mind. I believe that with the ability of the people of Carthage, in a few years, they will become richer than before." Aukradon was silent. Hacker did not say anything else, but used his hand to gently stroke the warm pool water. After a while, Aukradon asked in a low voice, "You mean to let Carthage and Daionia form a true alliance?" With the current strength of Carthage, it is impossible to establish an alliance equal to the status of Daionia. It can only become an ally of Daionia, Hacker said bluntly. Of course, I suggest that it is best for Carthage to become a free city of the kingdom of Daionia, just like Tarentum. You should know how comfortable the people of Tarentum are now. Aukradon's face turned a little ugly, but he suppressed his anger and did not let it rise again. Hacker said leisurely, "I know that you can't make the decision on this matter. In the end, it is still up to the Senate to make the decision, but I hope that you can make the decision as soon as possible, because the evidence of your collusion with the Marsili tribe is conclusive. Once the Marsili people stir up trouble in western Namibia, the messengers of Daionia will go to Carthage and question you for breaking the peace agreement. At the same time, the 3 legions of Sicily will quickly assemble, ready to land in Africa at any time. By then, the situation of Carthage will not be as relaxed as it is now." Aukradon's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Master Hacker, we do have some verbal agreements with the Marsili tribe, but that is only for the eastern Namibians." Hacker rudely interrupted him, "Let's end the discussion on this matter here. You go back and think about what choice Carthage should make, and let those stupid senators think about it. Now let's talk about another matter, which is also another matter that you came to Turii to discuss with His Majesty. Don't you find it strange? A few years ago, the precious metals transported from Iberia by Daionia ships were sold to all the merchants in Carthage, but since last year, they only sold to merchants belonging to the neutral faction." Aukradon looked at the strange smile on the young man's face, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He said in surprise, "Could it be you?" "Yes, this is also my suggestion to His Majesty." Hacker said casually, and turned to look at his servant. The water temperature is a little low, let them heat it up a little more. Master, but your body, I feel good today, it's okay if the water temperature is a little higher. The servant looked at Akherdan, who was a little worried, but he did not dare to disobey Hacker's orders, so he quickly ran to the wooden door and gave orders to the slaves waiting outside. Of course, Akherdan could not suddenly attack, but his eyes were full of caution as he looked at Hacker, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This sickly-looking young man was so terrifying, and every measure he took against Carthage was a heavy blow to Carthage's weak spot. Hacker slowly took a sip of wine, and then looked at the bright red wine left in the wooden cup. His eyes became solemn and distant, and he murmured, "When I was 5 years old, I learned from others why I was different from other children. It was because I might die in a few years. When I was 9, my father returned from Sicily in defeat. He was depressed all day, and often because he heard people ridiculing him, he locked himself in his room. In the end, he killed himself. When I was 13, I followed my brother to Iberia, a strange and barbaric place. Uncle Mago told me, this is to obtain a bright future for the Maganid family. But I actually understood that it was because my uncle lost in the power struggle in Carthage, and had to find a way out for himself. When I was 27, the people of Carthage, because the army in Sicily was completely wiped out, were instigated by some people to attack the elders of the Maganid faction. They could not survive in the city, and could only flee to Iberia with their families. But Dido and I decided to find a way out for ourselves. After experiencing so many things, I understood the principle that if you did something wrong, you would be punished by the gods, and you would have to pay a heavy price for it. The Maganid family's current situation was the result of constantly paying back the debt. But Hacker's gaze was like a knife piercing into Akherdan, and his voice was cold. What role did the Hanoverian faction play in that war? The generals you strongly recommended, Montenegro, Anubis, and the others, were all incompetent people. Their repeated failures not only consumed a large amount of Carthage's war resources, but also frequently attacked the confidence of the people of Carthage. When my uncle and brother were fighting with all their might in Sicily, not only did you not provide them with full support, but you used all kinds of means to reduce their support and slander their achievements. If I didn't know that you were born and raised in Carthage, I'm afraid I would have suspected that you were planted by Dionia. Hearing this, Akherdan immediately wanted to refute, but Hacker raised his voice again and said sternly, Now, the Maganid family has already paid a heavy price for that war, but has the Hanoverian faction been punished? At least not yet, especially after Esaruba's death. The Hanoverian faction has completely taken control of the Senate, and many of the neutral senators had no choice but to switch to you. Just 2 years ago, you actually called that person the Great Hanno. What a ridiculous thing to do. The main culprit who caused the defeat of the war, the sinner who caused the once powerful Carthage to become an ordinary city-state that has to rely on others to live, has the cheek to call himself the Great. Hacker let out a contemptuous laugh, and Akherdan remained silent. Hacker looked at him and said in a low voice, It seems that you still have a problem with Hanno's shameless actions. Now that God has given me the right to punish those who have done wrong. I've said it before that you are lucky to have met me. If my brother Hasdrubal was here, he would have killed all the senators of Carthage to vent his anger over his defeat. If Dido was here, she would have always believed that the death of her father, Maganid, and all the people of Carthage could not escape responsibility. She would have wanted everyone to be punished. At this point, Hacker intentionally paused for a moment. When Akherdan heard this, he was indeed worried. He did not think that Hacker was trying to scare him. Dido and Hasdrubal were both important members of the Maganid family, and Akherdan naturally had a deep understanding of them. The possibility that they would take revenge on Carthage was indeed in line with their personalities. Even if they were not in Thurii now, one of them had become the commander of the Legion of Dionysia and regained her military power, while the other was the only princess of the royal family of Dionia. She had even given birth to 2 little princes, so naturally, she would be loved by the royal family. If they continued to hate Carthage, it would indeed be a terrifying thing. As for me, Hacker said firmly, I only ask that the Senate of Carthage expel the leaders of the Hanoverian faction, like Hanno, Tepanlaco, and the rest of their families from Carthage. I want them to suffer the pain that we suffered back then. Then, I can guarantee that the grudge between us and the people of Carthage will be written off. By the way, this does not include you, because His Majesty thinks that you are a good person. Aukradin was not happy that he could escape punishment. Instead, he said solemnly, I'm sorry, but the Senate of Carthage will not expel a few prestigious senators just because of your threats, they will. Hacker said confidently, when the people of Carthage find out that the attacks of the eastern Namibians are getting more frequent, and that the merchants of Carthage cannot enter the territory of the Kingdom of Dionia and its allies to trade, and when they know that all this is caused by the Hanoverian faction, do you think they will collectively protest to the Senate and expel these black sheep? Just like how they collectively protested against the Magonid family back then. Although the water was getting hotter, Aukradin's heart was getting colder and colder. He put on a brave front and made a final struggle. You are violating the peace treaty, I am not violating it. Hacker looked at him with a straight face. As long as Carthage expel Hanno and the others and join the Kingdom of Dionia, I can guarantee you that the people of Carthage will live a better life in the future, and this is what our family hopes to see. As one of the senators of the Carthage Senate who was good at diplomacy, this was the first time Aukradin felt so powerless. Everything was out of his control, and this made him very nervous. He lowered his head and looked at the steaming water in front of him, and said in a low voice, After I meet the King of Devers, I will consider your suggestions. Hacker chuckled. Master Aukradin, don't you understand? His Majesty will not meet you at all. He has given me full authority to deal with the foreign affairs of Carthage. Aukradin's body trembled. Once again, he looked at Hacker with despair in his eyes, but more than that, there was a pleading look in his eyes. He opened his mouth with difficulty, but no words came out. Hacker showed a sympathetic look and said softly, I know it is very difficult for you to make these decisions, but no matter how difficult it is, in order for the people of Carthage to live better, and for your family to continue living in the land you are familiar with, you must make a decision as soon as possible. Time waits for no man. Once September is over, the north wind that represents the arrival of winter will blow. Aukradin's heart instantly turned cold. Seeing Aukradin leave in a daze, Hacker felt an indescribable sense of joy in his heart. He poured himself another glass of wine, raised it high, and said sincerely, Thank you, His Majesty, for giving me a chance to take revenge. After saying that, he drank it in one gulp. For the next 2 days, Aukradin was still trying hard to get an opportunity to meet the King of Devers through various channels, but without a doubt, he had failed. Although the celebration was about to begin, he was not in the mood to continue staying in Turin. He anxiously returned to Carthage by ship and began to secretly discuss countermeasures with people. On September 9th, the Hades celebration began. People from various towns and cities of the kingdom crowded on both sides of the main road in Turin, giving flowers and cheers to the soldiers who were marching from the military camp in the north to the Victory Square for inspection. They were outstanding soldiers and team officers who had been selected from various legions, fleets, and cavalry, and had participated in many battles. They proudly held the military flags of their legions, brigades, and companies as they passed through the 3 triumphal arches of Turin. The triumphal arches were engraved with the most important battle scenes of the Crotone War, the Southern Italian War, and the Western Mediterranean War. They represented the 3 most crucial moments of Dionia since its establishment, the War of Alliance, the War of Founding, and the War of becoming a powerful nation. The procession of legions of soldiers passed through them one after another, which meant that it was this powerful army formed by the citizens that enabled Dionia to rise from a weak state to a strong one, and finally become a powerful kingdom. Behind the army was a procession of people from more than a dozen regions of the kingdom. Compared to the orderly procession of soldiers, the procession was very loose, but it was more lively. They excitedly interacted with the people on the streets, which made the atmosphere of the celebration more lively and joyful. The procession of people in the game fluttered in the wind, and the cheers were endless as they walked into the Victory Square. On the podium in front of the Senate's Grand Hall, Devers led the important ministers and senators of the kingdom. They were dressed in splendid attire and stood upright, smiling as they watched the procession pass by the podium. On both sides of the podium, the invited allies, envoys, and distinguished guests witnessed the unprecedented grand celebration with different expressions. Some were genuinely happy for Dionia, such as the Walshes and the Hernasai, some were glad that they could join the Daionia alliance in time, such as the Etruscans and the Simonians, some were worried and fearful, such as the Ciancini. After all, when the entire procession filled the Victory Square, along with the equally dense crowds of spectators around the square, the inner city of Turi had become a sea of people. There were at least 70 to 80,000 people, which was more than the population of a city-state and equal to the population of a major race. And this was just a drop in the ocean of the huge population of the Kingdom of Daionia. The crowd in the square was so loud that it was suffocating. But when the Devers walked to the podium, the square quickly regained its tranquility. Only the voices of the Devers and the announcer echoed in the square. Citizens of the Kingdom of Daionia, today we are gathered here to celebrate God Hades. Ever since the establishment of Daionia, we have encountered many difficulties and setbacks over the past 20 years. But under the protection of God Hades, we have overcome one obstacle after another through our united efforts. Today, we can puff out our chests and announce to the world that Daionia has become a powerful kingdom. Not only are we not afraid of any enemy's challenge, but we will also provide support and protection to any country or force that wishes to be on good terms with us. God Hades is very satisfied with all the achievements of Daionia. He has issued an oracle. Not only will he continue to protect the people of the kingdom, but he will also allow the name of the Kingdom of Daionia to be crowned with the holy name. Any enemy who dares to offend the kingdom is equivalent to directly violating the territory of the great god, and will be punished and cursed by him. Citizens, thank the great Hades. Cheer for the holy kingdom of Daionia. As soon as the Devers' voice trailed off, a tsunami of cheers erupted inside and outside the square. Long live the merciful Hades! Long live the holy kingdom of Daionia! Every citizen who was cheering with their arms raised was filled with fanaticism. From then on, they firmly believed that they were born and died. They were no longer afraid of any hardships and difficulties, because they were already the people of the great God on earth. In the fanatical atmosphere, the inspectors who maintained order began to arrange for the procession to gradually leave the square. Then, a large-scale theatrical performance began. The birth of Pluto, the founding of Daionia. One after another, traditional plays of the kingdom were performed in the square. The actors in the square performed very hard, and the audience outside the square was also extremely focused, bursting into applause and cheers from time to time. When the last play, The Battle in Sicily, came to an end, the sun had already risen to the middle of the sky. At that moment, a familiar bell rang from the northwest. It rang 9 times in a row, followed by another 9 rings after a short interval. The spectators at the side of the square turned their heads to the north and were pleasantly surprised to see a huge golden statue standing on the hill of the gods. It was incomparably dazzling under the sunlight. Oh! That's the statue of Hades. The rumor is true. The kingdom has really built a statue of Hades that is comparable to the statue of Athens in Athens. Even though the sunlight reflected off the statue was so dazzling, the people still opened their eyes wide and focused their reverent gazes on the hill. Their faces were filled with excitement and fanaticism. Soon, they discovered that not only did the statue bring them joy, but the newly rebuilt temple in front of them was just as delightful. Not only was it taller, wider, and more magnificent than before, but the triangular fascia painted on the top of the temple was more colorful and colorful. It was even sparkling like the stars in the sky. In fact, it was a pioneering work of the craftsmen. They crushed the stained glass made from sea sand and mixed it with the paint to create the effect under the sunlight. The Greeks had always believed that the temple was the home of the gods. The place where the gods lived must be a magnificent building, and the rebuilt temple on the top of the hill was undoubtedly in line with their extreme imagination. Thus, under the command and guidance of the patrol team, the citizens impatiently turned into streams of people and surged towards the hill of heavenly gods. The closer they got to the hill, the more they felt the majesty and size of the statue. However, it did not give off an oppressive feeling. On the contrary, it lowered its head, which made it easy for the people to see its face. The benevolence and compassion it showed made the people want to get closer to it. Not long after, the entire hill was completely surrounded by people, except for the area around the temple at the top of the hill. The people crowded around the perimeter formed by the palace guards. People piled on top of each other, back to back, tiptoed, widened their eyes, and focused their attention on the temple and the giant statue. Some observant people also found the biggest difference between the appearance of the new temple and the other Greek temples. There were many small square windows on the stone wall under the triangular ornament on the roof of the temple, and there was a sculpture in each small window, which looked very strange. However, the people who were standing in the distance and could not see clearly did not know that these were not ordinary sculptures. They were not only the main Greek gods such as Zeus, Hera, and Apollo. There were also the statues of the goddess Amara of the Bredians, the god Bosani of the Simonians, the statues of Jupiter and Diana of the Romans, and other gods that were revered by the other races in the kingdom. The statues of these gods were erected on the stone walls, surrounding the statue of Hades in the temple, like stars surrounding the moon. The meaning of this was self-evident. Divers was standing in front of the temple with a solemn expression. Beside him was the scepter priest Plazinas, who was wearing a pure white robe. Behind him were dozens of priests and saintesses of Hades, who were also wearing white robes. Prienus coughed softly and slowly took 2 steps forward with the help of his cane. As he spoke, the priests also spoke in the same language. Unlike the ordinary voice transmitters, they could speak in a uniform tone and the same emotions, thus producing an amplified resonance. Therefore, although no one shouted hysterically, they could send the words of Prienus to the ears of every person on the hill like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Citizens of Dionia, believers of Hades, today is a day worthy of celebration. We have rebuilt the golden body for the great Hades and rebuilt his residence so that he can live more comfortably in the temple and better protect us. Before the establishment of Dionia, the contributions that Hades had made to the Greek people had been buried. Not only did no one praise his achievements, but they also feared and distanced themselves from him. Until his descendants, the Devers, appeared and built a powerful kingdom in just 20 years. They worshipped Hades as the kingdom's patron god. Not only did they make hundreds of people become believers of this great god, but they also made the justice, strictness, dedication, and sacrifice that Hades had been fighting for become the ideals followed by the entire kingdom's people. This made Hades very happy. In order to thank his descendants for the great deeds they had done for him, he passed down an oracle and allowed the king, the Devers, to use his name. As long as the Devers and their descendants continue to worship him and continue to perform their duties on the earth, then he will always protect this family. Anyone who attempts to maliciously invade will be cursed by him forever. At this point, Prienus looked back at the Devers, bent down, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the holy Hades king, please put on your crown and accept the congratulations of the believers." The Devers solemnly took the delicate wooden crown made of ebony and fern from the black tray and slowly put it on their heads. The surrounding people once again burst into cheers like a tsunami. Long live the king, the Devers! Long live the king, the Devers! Ever since they landed in Greece, seized Thurii, established Dionia, defeated Crotone, ousted Syracuse from the throne of hegemony, reduced Carthage to an ordinary city-state, and established the most powerful kingdom in the history of the Western Mediterranean, the Devers' prestige in the kingdom had reached its peak. Moreover, without Cunigarata, Cornelis, and the others holding them back, not a single elder objected to the important decision of this celebration. This allowed the Devers to easily shroud themselves and their families with a layer of divine light. It was a sunny morning. Maximus was strolling on the streets of the military camp. Rather than calling it a military camp, the soldiers preferred to call it a military city. Compared to the nearby Etrurian towns, it was more like a city. The entire camp was square, with a radius of 1 mile, surrounded by a 5-meter-tall wall made of thick, square bricks. There were also 10-meter-tall towers built every 50 meters on the wall. The ground of the entire city was completely paved with hard stone slabs. This avoided the puddles and muddy ground caused by rain and snow. It also gave the soldiers a sense of security when they walked on the flat and hard road. In this camp made entirely of stone, they could defend against any powerful enemy. The reason Maximus was here was because after he joined the intelligence department of Dionia last year, he received a new appointment while he was still undergoing training. He was asked to apply as a free citizen to join the mercenary corps that was being formed to head to the border of Etruria. After successfully joining, he had to constantly monitor the corps and report information about it as well as the situation of the enemies around it. In the beginning, Maximus resisted the order psychologically because he did not want to be far away from his wife and son. He even purposely performed poorly during the interview, hoping to not be selected. However, there were not many free citizens who were literate in the first place, and Maximus was able to write fluent essays in the Dionic language. He was also able to count, and he was a rare talent in the new army. He was recruited on the spot, and was immediately given the position of a statistician in the supply camp. Just like that, Maximus became a member of the Etrurian border corps. After that, he was gathered together with all the recruited free citizens in the Thurii military camp and trained for 3 months. It was a grueling 3 months, as though it was hell. In order to allow these rookies who lacked military training and had not even participated in battles to become qualified Daionia soldiers as soon as possible, the Ministry of Military Affairs sent out a large number of military trainers to train them with high intensity. Furthermore, logisticians like Maximus had to participate as well. There was a good reason for this. The logisticians of the various corps of Daionia had to participate in battles as support soldiers during critical moments of battle, and the border corps was no exception. However, without military skills and familiarity with Daonia's military tactics, how could these logisticians cooperate in battles? That was why they had to train together. Fortunately, the intensity of the logisticians' training was not as high as that of the corps soldiers. Moreover, high-intensity training meant that there was sufficient food supply. Therefore, Maximus would follow the logisticians of the corps from time to time to purchase food in the city of Thurii. During this period, Maximus's ability to manage money and bargain with merchants was displayed, attracting the attention of the higher-ups of the corps. By the end of the 3-month training, Maximus had been promoted to the chief procurement officer. This was the third most important military position in the corps supply camp, second only to the supply officer and the guard officer. Not long after, more than 8,000 soldiers of the border corps had entered Etruria's borders. By then, after many rounds of discussions between the kingdom and the Etrurian alliance, the division of land for Daionia had been agreed upon. The location of the barracks had also been determined. Through the combined efforts of the engineers sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs and the laborers provided by the various Etrurian city-states, the general outline of the barracks had been formed. Maximus followed the corps' headquarters to the barracks not far from Florentia, a city-state in the north of Etruria. Then, the soldiers had to use the construction skills that they had just learned and were still rusty with to complete the barracks. In the arduous process of building the barracks, the recruits would further learn to obey orders, bear hardships, and cooperate with each other. They would completely get rid of the sloppiness of being free citizens and gradually become soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. Similarly, in the process of building the barracks, Maximus's ability to organize and coordinate was fully displayed. Therefore, a few months later, the Legion's supply officer was transferred back to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Then, the Legion commander directly ordered that Maximus would temporarily take over the role of the supply officer. Since there was no new successor, many soldiers thought that as long as Maximus stayed in this position for another year, when he had enough experience, he would officially be promoted to the position of supply officer. Maximus thought so too, but he knew better. The reason why he was able to become an important military officer of the Kingdom of Daionia within a year from an unknown freed slave with no background, and was likely to become a mid-level officer in the Kingdom of Daionia within a year or two was related to his ability, but it was more likely that the intelligence department played a role behind the scenes. Regardless, it was beneficial for him to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Daionia. Because of this, he was no longer so upset about joining the intelligence department. There were very few people on the streets of the barracks. Some of them were soldiers who had just finished their shift yesterday, and it was their turn to rest today. They were idling and chatting by the roadside. Some were soldiers who were in charge of cleaning, transporting garbage, feeding livestock, and so on. But no matter who saw Maximus, they would greet him respectfully, "Good morning, Lord Maximus." Of course, Maximus would greet them back politely. The logistics officer had the power to purchase and distribute supplies. He was the life and death officer of the soldiers. During the time that Maximus was in charge, not only was he fair and selfless, but he also improved the supply of supplies and 3 meals a day. So even though he was a free man, he won the respect of the soldiers. Maximus enjoyed this respect because it meant that his ability was recognized by the soldiers. He was no longer as averse to life in the barracks as he was in the beginning. He began to integrate into it. Of course, this was also because as an officer, he had more holidays in a year, and he could go back to Turiai more often to spend time with his wife and children. Maximus greeted everyone along the way and arrived at the center of the barracks. Other than the barracks headquarters, the most important building here was the granary. In order to preserve food, the engineers of the Ministry of Construction had racked their brains to design the public granary of Daionia. It was a long and narrow two-story building with few and small windows to prevent food from spoiling due to high temperature or wet rain. However, in order to ensure that the granary was cool and ventilated, there were many air vents around the bottom of the granary. The floor of the granary was laid on top of the air vents. This way, even if rats and other pests entered the room through the air vents, they would not be able to enter the granary through the floor and harm the grain. In order to prevent the walls from cracking due to excessive pressure from the accumulated food or other items in the cabin, there were also buttresses outside the walls of the granary. There were also many large dry wooden boxes in the granary, which were used to store the raw materials of the soldiers' staple food, flour. When the soldiers needed to use the flour, they only needed to open the bottom of the wooden box, and the flour would flow out. Thus, the flour was basically in a sealed state, and its shelf life was naturally longer. By the time Maximus arrived at the granary, it was already filled with more than a dozen pack carts, each loaded with sacks of flour. The purchasing supervisor approached him and reported, "Lord Maximus, the Etruscans have sent us 20 tons of flour this time. I've sent 6 tons each to Lucca and Arretium's barracks, leaving 8 tons here." Note, the Etruscan alliance had given the entire northern and northwestern border to Daionia. Based on the terrain and the situation of the Gauls' invasion, the Ministry of Military Affairs had set up military camps near the 3 Etruscan border city-states, Lucca, Florentia, and Arretium. Maximus carefully checked the records and signatures, and then frowned. The autumn harvest has just ended, and I've never heard of any of the Etruscan city-states having a bad harvest. They shouldn't have provided us with such a small amount of grain. The Etruscans said, "The wheat has just been harvested, and time is too tight. They don't have enough manpower, and they can't grind much flour. If we're willing to grind our own flour, they're willing to provide the wheat directly." The purchasing supervisor said, "But I refused because we're also short on manpower, and we don't have enough stone mills. So, the Etruscans could only promise to send us the grain after half a month." "You've made the right decision." Half a month later. Maximus made some calculations, and then said, "Our grain reserves are enough to last for half a month, but you'll have to keep an eye on them at all times, and urge the Etruscans to prevent them from delaying." "All right. Our transport ships should be arriving soon, right?" "Should be within the next few days. When we go to Pisae, an Etruscan city-state near Lucca, and it's a coastal town, don't forget to remind them to send more mutton and wool next time. The winters here are colder, and some of the soldiers suffered frostbite last year. Hopefully, we'll be able to survive this year. I've heard that the prices of cattle and sheep in the livestock market in Turiai have plummeted this year, and that's because the tribes in central Italy have also sent their livestock to Turiai to be sold. There are too many cattle and sheep in the livestock market. I believe that the Ministry of Military Affairs can easily fulfill our request. I've noted it down." Later, when the laborers move the flour in, try to empty half of the granary. Then, collect more hay and store it in the granary. Winter is coming, and we need to store more fodder for the livestock and the war horse. "Yes." Maximus instructed the purchasing supervisor as he watched the laborers unload the sacks of flour from the ox carts and carry them into the granary. At the same time, his trusted statistician was also seriously checking if the quantity of flour matched what the purchasing supervisor had said. After the statistician had confirmed it, Maximus did not immediately sign his name on the account book. After the entire loading and unloading process was completed, he would come back to the granary in the afternoon to confirm it. Now, he had to take his leave. His next destination was the armory. The supply camp was not only in charge of the food reserves, but also the storage of weapons and equipment. Yesterday, the barracks had sent a company to repel the Gauls who had attacked the Florentia territory. When they returned, it was too late, so he did not have the time to check the damage to the weapons and equipment and the spoils of war. According to Maximus's habit, the verification was usually carried out on the same day. Postponing it to the next day was already a delay in his work. The armory was built not far from the barracks gate. This was for the convenience of the army when they went out to battle. In fact, there were not many weapons and armors in the armory. They had been distributed to the soldiers long ago, and the soldiers would take care of and maintain them themselves. During the break, these armors, shields, spears, daggers, and javelins were placed in the soldiers' dormitories. If they were damaged during non-combat and could not be used, they would even have to pay compensation. This was because these weapons and equipment belonged to the kingdom, unlike the soldiers of the regular army, who already owned their own weapons and equipment. The armory mainly stored military supplies such as tents, blankets, shovels, and other consumable weapons such as arrows and javelins. There were also a few armors and weapons. When Maximus rushed to the armory, he learned that the guards of the armory had already sent a batch of javelins and arrows out of the city to the training ground. They had just gone through a battle yesterday, and they still had to go through military training today. This commander from Carthage was always strict with his soldiers. Maximus thought about it and decided to go to the training ground. Most of the barracks in Dionia had their training grounds set up in the barracks. The training ground could be changed to a football or rugby field at any time. However, the 3 barracks located at the northern border of Etruria did not have their training grounds set up in the barracks. The main reason was that there were not many soldiers stationed in each barracks, and it was not easy to provide reinforcements in a short period of time. In order to facilitate defense, they had to try their best to reduce the area of the barracks. Therefore, military facilities such as the training ground that occupied a larger area could only be set up outside the barracks. Knowing that Maximus was going out of the city, his entourage quickly came from the stable to fetch a horse. Maximus got on the horse, and after passing the inspection of the city guards, he left the barracks. The entire area within 50 meters of the barracks was covered by a trench system. From the city wall to the outside, they were divided into deer abatis, trenches, shallow trenches, lily bushes, digging deep pits and burying sharp stakes, meat hooks. When Maximus left the city, he caught a glimpse of a squad leader leading the soldiers to place trees with many sharp branches into the shallow trenches. It was because of the existence of these defensive facilities that the barracks had never been disturbed even though the area was often attacked by the Gauls. After passing through the trap area, it was the civilian area. The family members of the border legion soldiers were not allowed to follow the army. However, after the barracks were built, some Etruscans moved to settle near the barracks because they thought they would be safe with the protection of the Dionia soldiers. In fact, they were rarely attacked by the Gauls. The Senate of Dionia had passed a resolution to allow the Etruscans to settle in the new territory of the northern border of the Kingdom of Dionia. They could rent land and apply to become citizens of Dionia according to the new Immigration Act. Apart from that, there were also some Etruscan merchants who opened shops here to earn money from the border legion soldiers. Pottery shops, blacksmiths, shoemaking shops, cloth shops, and butcher shops were built one after another along the main road. Of course, the most popular among the soldiers was the tavern. The soldiers who participated in the battle yesterday were given a day off today. Some of them applied for leave from the barracks and went to the tavern for a drink. They asked for a can of watered wine, a can of beer with a lot of residue, 1 or 2 plates of stewed chickpeas, a plate of sliced bacon. The cost of the drinks was not worth mentioning to the soldiers who were paid every month, but it was enough for a squad of soldiers to sit around the table, drink and chat for half a day. Boris, your performance yesterday was the worst. Our brothers have already started fighting the Gauls, but you are still far behind, affecting the performance of our entire team. Sigh, forgive him. It's his first time on the battlefield. It's normal for him to be afraid. I'm not afraid. It's just that the strap of my leather sandal broke. That's a good reason. It really broke. That's also your fault. It's already stipulated in the military law that soldiers must take good care of their equipment. Shoes are also part of the equipment. If you don't check them properly, you can't blame others if something goes wrong during the battle. Fortunately, yesterday's operation was an attack. If it was a retreat, you would have been caught by the enemy, and no one would have been able to save you. That's hard to say. Boris might have taken off his shoes and run faster than us during the retreat. Alright, let's stop talking. Apart from falling behind at the beginning, Paulus performed very well in the subsequent battles. Brothers, think about our first time on the battlefield. We weren't much better than Boris, so don't blame each other. Remember, our team is a whole. Only by helping each other and fighting side by side like brothers can we defeat our enemies and let ourselves live well. Captain is right. Let's have a toast to celebrate yesterday's victory and the fact that none of us were injured. Cheers. The soldiers shouted and drank the wine in their glasses. The pretty young waitress hurried over to pour them wine. Suna, have you thought about it? Marry me. When I retire, follow me to Turiai. That's the greatest city in the world. One of the soldiers, under the influence of alcohol, said out loud what was on his mind. The other soldiers immediately began to jeer. Although the waitress was a little shy, she had experienced a lot of this since she had always been in public to make a living. She said in a sweet voice, Captain Nikapelos, I heard that soldiers are not allowed to get married during their service. Of course, Nikapelos was on his soldier's side, so he said seriously, there is indeed such a rule, but you can get engaged first. I heard that there are already several families in our residential area that are engaged to soldiers in our barracks. That's right, you can get engaged first, the soldiers at the table cheered loudly. The soldier who said he wanted to get married was laughing foolishly. The waitress wasn't too flustered. She turned her head to look at the kitchen and said, I can't make the decision for such an important matter. My father has to say it. The tavern owner who was chopping meat in the kitchen had been paying attention to the commotion in the restaurant. He immediately shouted in broken Greek, no. After that, the sound of the meat cleaver colliding with the chopping board became louder. A soldier laughed and said, Karatas, who told you to hold Suna's hand when you were drunk and offended your future father-in-law? When did I hold Suna's hand? Karatas looked confused. You were drunk, so of course you don't remember. The captain was afraid that you would be locked up, so he told everyone to keep it a secret. Karatas saw that he spoke as if he was telling the truth, so he swept his gaze across every teammate, including the captain. Seeing that they all had an expression of it's true on their faces, his heart was instantly shocked. In the end, he looked at Suna in embarrassment. But Suna had already hidden in the kitchen. Suna, this guy actually dared to bully you. Let me teach him a lesson for you. A person at the table next to him stood up and said loudly. It was a soldier from another squad. This is between me and Suna. It's none of your business. Get lost. Karatas, everyone says that you're the strongest soldier in our squad, but I'm not afraid of you. Let's have a good competition today. Whoever wins, Suna will be his. Come on, don't cry when you get beaten up later. Just as the two soldiers collided with each other and the comrades around them were jeering, the two squad captains quickly stopped them. Stop it. Do you want to be punished by the military judge? At the mention of the military judge, the excited mood of the soldiers suddenly felt as if a can of cold water was poured over them. Almost everyone had experience of being punished by him in the military camp for more than a year. So, everyone returned to their seats and quietly drank. Karatas, on the other hand, was still a little unwilling. He said angrily, Kid, let's have a good competition in the next team's football game and see who's better. Let's have a competition. Who's afraid of who? The soldier also responded, unwilling to be outdone. After the small disturbance subsided, the tavern was still lively and full of laughter. After the soldiers drank and relaxed here, they would wander the streets of the civilian area and go to various shops to buy some daily necessities they needed. However, they had to rush back to the barracks before sunset to participate in the squad captain's gathering roll call. If they were late, they would inevitably be punished. Whether it was cleaning the toilet, feeding the livestock, boiling water in the bathroom, cleaning the streets, they were all hard and tiring work. So, under normal circumstances, the soldiers would return to camp on time. Most of the construction of the flat and wide stone road that Maximus rode on could be attributed to the soldiers of the Border Legion. Building roads was also part of the Border Legion's military training. In the past year or so, the Legion commander had taken out a lot of time to let the soldiers build this road. 4 months ago, the road was connected to Florentia. Just last month, another road connected 3 barracks and finally connected to the port city of Pisai. However, the road, which was undoubtedly more than 10 times longer, was completed by tens of thousands of laborers recruited by the Etrurian alliance under the command of the engineers sent by the Ministry of Construction of Daionia. All of this was to better guarantee and strengthen the defense of the border. The training ground was not far from the barracks and was next to the civilian area. It was a vast flat grassland that had been repaired. On one side of the grassland, there were dozens of hard wooden stakes that were taller than a person. Under the supervision and guidance of the team officers, the heavy infantrymen held long shields and bayonets, or short swords, and repeatedly practiced stabbing, or slashing, at the wooden stakes. On the other side of the grassland, there were many targets. The infantrymen were practicing with their bows and javelins. In front of the furthest target, a man wearing a helmet with a purple and red striped crown was throwing a javelin. He ran a few steps, roared, and threw with all his might. The javelin flew over 50 meters and penetrated the thick wooden target. Behind him, there were a few other men in the same high-ranking officer's armor cheering loudly. The other soldiers seemed to be used to it, and no one looked at them curiously. Even though Maximus could not see the face of the man throwing the javelin, he knew that it was Hasdrubal, the legion commander of the border legion. The legion commander from Carthage always liked to take part in training and set an example, which was why he was respected by the soldiers. Maximus jumped off his horse, adjusted his helmet and chest plate, and walked straight to the training ground for the infantrymen. The armory keeper who was guarding the piles of javelins and arrows saw Maximus and immediately went up to him. "Good morning, Lord Maximus. Did you use up a lot of your weapons after yesterday's battle?" Maximus asked directly. "Not much, Lord Maximus," the keeper replied. The keeper replied, "I heard that there were not many Gauls who attacked Florentia yesterday. Our troops arrived just in time, and the Gauls were still looting the village. So, the officers sent the heavy infantry to attack instead of the light infantry. The battle ended quickly, and the soldiers' armor and weapons did not suffer much damage. So far, no one has requested to change their armor and weapons." Maximus nodded and asked, "Did you find anything?" 2 Gauls' helmets, 5 greatswords, 14 wooden shields, 25 spears, 19 sets of Gauls' clothing, and they also captured 4 Gauls. The keeper paused and said softly, "Early in the morning, the treasurer came. He said, 'We have no use for these things. He wants to take them all and sell them to the merchants.' I said, 'I can't make the decision. I have to get your approval, Lord Maximus.'" In Persia's expeditionary army, there was a person in charge of the treasurer in the mercenary army, and this position was retained until the establishment of the Daionia alliance. After the establishment of the kingdom, the logistical support system of the army became more complete, and the soldiers were all citizens of the kingdom. Therefore, there was no longer a treasurer in the army. The spoils of war were handed over to the supply camp for safekeeping, and finally, the quartermaster sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs would deal with them, or gather merchants to auction off the spoils of war, or transfer part of the spoils of war to the treasury. Some of the money obtained was used to compensate the families of the soldiers who died or were injured in the war, some was deposited in the treasury of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and some was transferred back to the army as rewards for the soldiers' victory. However, the border army was different. The soldiers were hired and paid every month, and the money came from the treasury. Therefore, there was a special treasurer, who was sent by the finance department. There was a debate between the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Finance Department on who should handle the spoils of war of the border army. In the end, the Devers made the decision and handed it over to the treasurer of the army. The reason why he did this was for safety reasons. After all, the soldiers of the border army were not citizens of Daionia. Handing over the most important property of the soldiers to the finance department could prevent the affairs of the mercenary army from being completely controlled by the Ministry of Military Affairs or the head of the army. Managing the spoils of war was the responsibility of the supply camp officer, but it was assigned to the newly appointed treasurer in the border army. Maximus was a little dissatisfied, but he was just an agent, and he was not a citizen of Daionia, so he could only bury his dissatisfaction in his heart and get along with the treasurer on the surface. At this time, he said calmly, "I know about this, you did a good job. After we go back to the armory to confirm this batch of spoils of war, you can let the treasurer take them away, but you have to confirm the number and let him sign it." "Yes, sir." Maximus A middle-aged man in a white robe walked over. Kopanis. When Maximus saw who it was, a smile immediately appeared on his face. We just had a battle yesterday. Instead of treating the injured soldiers in the medical camp, you came here to stroll around. Aren't you afraid of being criticized by Sir Hasdrubal? There weren't many injured in the battle yesterday, and their injuries weren't serious. One doctor and 2 nurses were enough to treat them. I didn't have to treat them myself. I've been bored staying in the medical camp for too long, so I came out for some fresh air and to take care of the training soldiers. Commander Hasdrubal saw me and even praised me for being responsible, Kopani said rather proudly. According to the requirements of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the supervisor of the medical camp had to be a doctor who had graduated from Dionia's Academy of Medicine, had worked in medicine for more than 10 years, and had rich experience in emergency treatment. However, because the border legion stayed at the northern border of Etruria for a long time, they were always in danger. Unlike the regular legion, the medical personnel could go home after the war ended, and they were basically not summoned for regular military training. Therefore, the senior doctors of Dionia who had settled down and lived a good life were basically unwilling to take up the position of supervisor of the Border Legion's medical camp. Therefore, the Ministry of Military Affairs had no choice but to lower the requirements for the supervisor of the Border Legion's medical camp, and they were prepared to rotate the position every 6 months. Even so, not many doctors signed up. Kopanis had only been a doctor for 5 years after graduating from the academy, and he was not even 30 years old. The reason he was chosen by the Ministry of Military Affairs was not only because of his decent medical skills, but also because he was willing to work in the Border Legion for a long time. Because of his young age, he would occasionally do something out of line, but because he had led the medical personnel to do many things in the past year, everyone was tolerant of him. Maximus smiled but did not say anything. Kopani stopped smiling and said seriously, I received news from Pisai yesterday. In a few days, a batch of herbs, bandages, and other medical supplies will be sent from Rome. I need a pack to go to Pisai port to collect them. A legion of Dionia usually had a relatively large pack. It had 300 to 500 laborers, 150 to 200 cows, horses, donkeys, and other pack animals, and 80 to 150 carts. It seemed like there were quite a few of them, but every time the army advanced, the supply camps, engineering camps, and medical camps all had large amounts of supplies that needed to be transported. In reality, the transportation capacity was rather tight. Due to the fact that the supply camp took up the majority of the transportation, there were also more transportation tasks, and the supply officer had more management ability than the medical chief and engineering chief. In order to make it easier to manage and command, before the Western Mediterranean Sea War, the Ministry of Military Affairs had already made a rule: the army's caravans would be placed under the supply camp, and the supply officer would be in charge of managing it. If the engineering and medical camps needed transportation, the supply officer would have to take care of it. Therefore, Maximus asked directly, how many medical supplies do you have? About a ton. Maybe 2 tons. Kopani stammered. You know, the medical camp has been here for more than a year, and their supplies have been replenished once, but there are always wounded soldiers. Now, the herbs and bandages are almost used up. How many resources are there? I can't remember, but at least give me a rough number. Maximus said in annoyance. After spending a year with this young man, he knew that this fellow was not sensitive to numbers. This time, Kopani spoke more fluently. I heard that there are 2 cargo ships coming. Maximus thought for a moment, then said, I'll send you 30 carts, but for safety's sake, I'll have to request a company of guards from Lord Hasdrubal. Request from me for what? Hasdrubal had already appeared beside them. Maximus and Kopanis immediately explained the situation to Hasdrubal. Hasdrubal nodded in agreement, then asked, Maximus, has the military rations that the Etruscans promised us every year arrived? Maximus immediately explained the situation to him. Hasdrubal immediately frowned. That won't do. You have to hurry them up and get them to deliver the rations as soon as possible. Yes, Lord Commander. Maximus replied loudly, then asked in a slightly suspicious tone, is there something going on? Hasdrubal hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to tell them his guess so that they would be on their guard. Autumn is the harvest season, and it's also the time when the natives go on a rampage. According to the Etruscans, the Gauls are usually the most rampant during this time, but this year, the Gauls' attacks have lessened, which is a little unusual. These few days, the scouts from the mountain ridge have come back to report that the Gauls who live near us in the mountains to the north have suddenly migrated north. They wanted to go further north to investigate, but the Gauls have increased their vigilance and manpower there, resulting in the deaths of a few scouts. They did not get any more information, but the situation is so unusual that I'm afraid it's not a good thing. We have to be vigilant and prepare our defenses. After chatting with his two subordinates for a while, Hasdrubal ran to the heavy infantry to lead the soldiers in training. Lord Hasdrubal, you're thinking too much. Maybe it's because our presence has made the Gauls feel that the price of looting here is too high, so they've moved to another place, Kopani said disapprovingly. Maximus looked at him and said seriously, if that's the case, the Gauls won't be the most terrifying enemy in the eyes of the races in northern Italy. Hurry up and bring your supplies back. We might be busy from now on. As a citizen of Rome who had personally experienced the Gauls conquering his homeland, Maximus knew how terrifying the Gauls were. Even though he hoped that Hasdrubal's intuition was wrong, his rationality told him that he could not be too wary of the Gauls. It was almost dusk when Hasdrubal gathered his troops and returned to the barracks under the afterglow of the setting sun. The first thing the soldiers did when they returned to the barracks was not to eat dinner, but to take a shower. When the engineers chose a site for the barracks of the Border Corps, they specifically chose a place beside a river. When they built the barracks, they even buried a clay pipe between the barracks and the river, so that the water from the river could be drawn directly into the barracks. Part of the water could be used for drinking, and the other for bathing. The commander's residence was located next to the central command of the barracks. It was rather large, and had its own kitchen, dining hall, master bedroom, secondary bedroom, servants' quarters, stables, and a small private bathroom. It could be said to be quite luxurious, mainly because the Ministry of Military Affairs allowed the family of the commander to follow the army, so there would inevitably be some servants. But in fact, Hasdrubal had stayed here for more than a year, and had never allowed his wife and children to stay in the barracks for a period of time. Usually, only 2 servants took care of his daily needs, and even his meals were mostly eaten in the collective dining hall. To make sure that the residence was not wasted, he even allowed his adjutant and a few high-ranking officers to stay in the barracks. From time to time, he would go hunting in the mountains, and if he hunted a lot of game, he would hold a small banquet in the residence, inviting his subordinates and mid-ranking officers to attend. But today, there were only 2 people in the dining hall of the residence, Hasdrubal and his adjutant, Xianxia. Even though Xianxia was a member of the Maganid family, and had once led an army of tens of thousands in battle, it was not an easy task to become the adjutant of the Legion of Dionysia. According to military law, the adjutant of a legion was a mid-ranking officer, and must have at least 5 years of military service, participated in at least one war, served as a squad leader, division leader, or even a company leader, and then studied for a year in the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs before he could become the adjutant of a legion. It was only because of Hasdrubal's insistence and the special approval of the Devers that Xianxia went through a few months of special training and became the adjutant of the Etruscan Border Corps. At this time, Hasdrubal was reading a letter. He looked up in shock. Carthage and Ionia have formed an alliance? It's not an alliance of equals. It's Carthage who serves Ionia. Xianxia reminded him. Huh? Hasdrubal was taken aback, and then anger appeared on his face. Last year in Turii, I heard Hacker mention this. After returning from Ochriden, the Carthage Senate has not responded. I thought they had become tougher this time, but I didn't expect them to be even weaker than before. This is a disgrace to the Carthage people. I heard from Dido that the reason Carthage agreed this time is because the 17th Legion sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs, the military base is in Lille, and the soldiers are from the western region of Sicily, easily wiped out the rebellious Massili tribe, enslaved all of their captives, and distributed their land to other tribes in West Namibia. The Carthage Senate must be terrified, afraid that they will become the second Massili, so they took the initiative to ask for an alliance with Ionia, afraid of death. Hasdrubal snorted coldly. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, how did the Carthage deal with Hanno, Tepanlac, and the others? According to our request, they were banished from the city of Carthage. Just banishing them is too easy for these D*MN bastards. Hasdrubal was not satisfied with this. He immediately asked, how did Dido react when he heard the news? In the past, in the southern part of Iberia, Hasdrubal was busy fighting all day and did not see Dido often. Although they were cousins, they were not close. It was not until he led his legion to be stationed at the northern border of Etruria that he became close to Dido, who lived in Rome. Because they were both in a foreign country and a foreign land, kinship became precious. The two of them began to interact more, mainly with Dido's help and support, and their relationship quickly improved. Dido is not happy about this either, but she said that the king of Devers wrote her a letter, hoping that she would not stop Hanno and the others from escaping to the eastern Mediterranean. Otherwise, when the news of their deaths reaches Carthage, the Carthage nobles will panic, and the alliance between Carthage and Ionia will be in trouble. Oh, the king of Devers also promised that even if Hanno and the others escape to Tyre, they will not be able to escape Dionia's punishment. But that is not now. What does that mean? Hasdrubal blinked and asked in surprise, does the king of Devers intend to declare war on Persia? It's not impossible. Kisego seemed to have noticed Hasdrubal's words as well, and had analyzed it carefully on the way back. He said, Eastern Phoenicia is a vassal state of Persia. If they send their fleet to participate in the war in the western Mediterranean, it is equivalent to Persia declaring war on Ionia. However, both sides have tacitly not mentioned this until now. However, when the war in the western Mediterranean was about to end, Persia had sent messengers to the king of Ionia to stop the war against Carthage. It is said that they even threatened the king of Devers, but the king of Devers firmly refused. The king of Devers is a strong-willed man. I'm afraid he still remembers this matter. Fighting against Persia. Hasdrubal leaned back in his chair, his eyes filled with infinite longing. He said excitedly, daring to fight against the mighty Persia, this is the bearing of a rising kingdom. Looks like I need to make more achievements here, so that I can lead my army to seek revenge on Hanno in the future. 5 days later, in the early morning of the Delian barracks in the territory of Florentia, sentries were patrolling on the walls. Look! There's an enemy, shouted a sentinel, pointing to the front. A cloud of black smoke rose from the mountains in the north. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a plume of black smoke rising from the mountains in the northeast, and then from the northwest. In a short period of time, there were at least 6 or 7 spots of black smoke rising into the sky as far as the sentries could see. They were all from the sentry towers built in the mountain ridges around the camp. Usually, it was rare to see 2 plumes of black smoke at the same time, but today's situation was unprecedented. Quick, inform the commander that the Gauls are invading, the patrolling officer said nervously. Not long after, the alarm in the barracks rang. The soldiers quickly put on their armor, picked up their weapons, and ran out of the dormitory. The civilians in the civilian district also received the emergency notice. They quickly packed their important belongings and fled to the nearby city of Florentia. Escorted by his subordinates, Hasdrubal climbed to the top of the northern wall and saw tens of thousands of Gauls pouring out of the mountains, charging towards the barracks in a black mass. It was the first time Hasdrubal had seen such a large number of Gauls, but he was experienced in battle and did not panic. Instead, he said calmly, inform all the soldiers to prepare for defense. At the same time, send messengers to inform the other 2 barracks to hold their positions and not to help each other. Yes, sir. Send messengers to Rome immediately. Inform the governor of Rome, assists, that the Gauls are invading Etruria, and ask for reinforcements. Yes, sir. After making the arrangements, Hasdrubal looked at the nervous soldiers around him and shouted, soldiers of the Border Legion, they say that the Gauls are scary, but we have defeated them many times. They may have a lot of soldiers now, but these natives are not good at sieging cities. We have strong defenses and enough food. As long as we hold our ground for 10 days to half a month, the kingdom's reinforcements will arrive. Then, we can work with them and destroy the invading Gauls. You have done a great service, and the kingdom might reward you by shortening the time you can become an official citizen. Roar! 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 The soldiers roared excitedly. In the evening, a banquet was about to be held in the residence of the assistant governor of Rome, Cloto Catax, to celebrate the prince's promotion to the governor of Venus. All the invited guests had arrived, except for the most important guest, the governor of Rome, Assists, who had yet to arrive, so the banquet had not yet begun. However, the guests knew that Assists was busy and never attended any banquets. He only agreed to come this time because of Clotho-Catax's special status. It was an honor to be able to attend, so the guests waited patiently with anticipation. At the head of the banquet, Clotho-Catax was having a pleasant conversation with his brother-in-law, Patroclus. Since Patroclus became the commander of the 14th Legion last year, the two families, who were originally relatives, had more contact with each other now that they lived close to each other. At this moment, a man rushed into the hall and said loudly, "Sirs, we have just received news that the Gauls have invaded the Etruscan territory. Lord Assists has ordered you to go to the administrative office immediately to discuss countermeasures." Everyone recognized that this was the clerk of Assists, so naturally, the order he conveyed would not be false. There was an uproar at the banquet, but no one rushed to leave. Everyone looked at the host of the banquet. Clotho-Catax stood up without hesitation and said, "The invasion of the Gauls is a big deal, we have to hurry to the administrative office." Then he said to the servants, "Pack all the dishes and send them to the administrative office. Everyone may be busy until late into the night. How can we eat without dinner?" The servants hurriedly went to work, and the guests praised Clotho-Catax for his thoughtfulness as they followed him out of the residence. In the inner room, Dido was also entertaining the families of the guests. She said it was to celebrate her husband's promotion, but to her, it was also a celebration of Hanno's expulsion and Carthage's joining the Daionia alliance. When the news from the hall reached the inner room, the women looked panicked. Only Dido remained calm. She comforted the crowd loudly, "Madams, there is nothing to worry about. The Gauls' army is far away in the north of Etruria, and our border legions are keeping them in check. Our Rome region and the surrounding allies will soon organize a large reinforcement army to cross the Tiber River and repel the Gauls who have invaded Etruria. In the south, the kingdom will soon send more reinforcements after receiving the news. The Gauls will not be able to set foot in Rome at all. Don't worry." With Dido's comfort, the wives of the officials not only gradually eased their panic, but also ate happily. The administrative office of Rome was also located in the city of Rome, only 2 blocks away from the city hall. When Clotho-Catax, Patroclus, and the others entered the meeting room, Assists was giving orders to the officials under him. "Immediately go to Celse and inform the Walsi to send reinforcements according to the covenant and fight with our army against the invading Gauls. Immediately go to Forentyrum and tell the Hernici that the Gauls are coming. Let them gather their troops and gather in Rome. Immediately go to the Sabines and tell them to send reinforcements as soon as possible." After receiving the orders, the officials hurried out of the meeting room. They did not even have time to return home. They acted as messengers, mounted their horses, brought their attendants, and rushed to their destination in the dark of the night. When Assists saw Clotho-Catax come in, he said to him seriously, "I'm sorry that your banquet can't be held. And with the enemy at hand, Rome is short of manpower. As the adjutant of the administrative office of Rome, you have basically taken charge of the main government affairs of Rome for more than a year, so I have no choice but to ask you to temporarily suspend your post in Way AI and help me manage Rome for the time being. At the same time, take on the heavy responsibility of providing logistical support for the army." After Assists took office as the administrative office of Rome, the Devers did not remove him from his original position as the administrative office of Rome. Instead, they let him continue to hold the post. However, Assists did not forget himself because of the power in his hands. Instead, he made a decision that Clotho-Catax would gradually take over the administrative affairs of Rome, citing that he had to manage the administrative affairs of the entire region and was too busy. But he never expected that a year later, the Devers would transfer Clotho-Catax to Way AI. "I am willing to listen to your arrangement, Lord Assists. I will contribute my greatest strength to resist the Gauls and defend Rome," Clotho-Catax said firmly. The Assists had expected Clotho-Catax to answer like this. He immediately arranged for the young man to lead a group of officials to count the material reserves in Rome over the past few years, estimating how much food and materials could be transferred to supply the army. After receiving the task, the Assists turned to Patroclus and asked, "I have sent someone to inform the Latin alliance, the Volsci, the Hernici, the Marsi, the Iacis, the Sabines, and the other forces that are allied with us to send reinforcements to resist the Gauls together with us. Based on past experience, how long do you think it will take for them to gather their troops in Rome? Due to the increasing frequency of Gauls' invasions in the northern territories of Etruria in the past 2 years, Patroclus had organized military training with the armies of his allies after he came to Rome. Generally speaking, the alliances were quite cooperative. Patroclus thought for a moment and said, "The Latin, the Volsci, and the Hernici are closer to us, so their troops will come faster. They can arrive in 4 to 5 days. The Sabines, the Iaces, and the Marsi are further away, so it will take at least 8 to 9 days. However, now that the Gauls are about to invade, I think they will speed up the process of gathering their troops." What is the situation in the north now? Assists brought him to a map of northern Etruria on the table. Pointing at the map, he said, "At dusk, I received a messenger sent by Hasdrubal from Florentia's barracks. A large number of Gauls have appeared there. I'm not sure how many there are, but Hasdrubal estimated that there are at least 20,000 of them." Immediately afterwards I received a messenger from the camp of Lucca, who also saw Gauls, numbering more than 10,000. Other than that, I haven't received any other information. That's the current situation. You haven't received any news from Arretium's barracks? Not yet. Patroclus had once inspected the border legion and knew the quality of the soldiers there. He believed that if the Gauls appeared near Arretium's barracks, they would definitely respond quickly. It was impossible that they could not even send a messenger. So he pondered for a moment and made his own judgment. It seems that this time, the Gauls are invading from the north of the northern border of Etruria. It's probably the Senones tribe of Gaul again. The possibility of it being the Senones is very high, but the Salves tribe has also been attacking Etruria in recent years. If the number of Gauls this time is too large, we can't rule out the possibility that the Salves are also involved. Patroclus nodded. Ever since Daionia took over the Latin region, assists began to collect information about the biggest threat to the kingdom in the north, the Gauls. Finally, they figured out the origin of the Gauls in Italy. The Gauls originally lived in the north of the Alps. Many years ago, under the rule of the wise leader Abigatus, the Gauls lived a peaceful and prosperous life. As a result, their population skyrocketed, and the output of the original land could not support the overpopulation. Abigatus decided to let the surplus population colonize new lands. In the end, he chose a few young and promising men as leaders and decided where they would colonize by drawing lots. Abigatus's sister's son, Bellovisus, had drawn the colonial south of the Alps, which was undoubtedly an extremely bad luck for the Gauls at that time, because the Alps were inaccessible and the roads were difficult to traverse. It was a huge risk to cross it, not to mention that no one knew what the situation was like in the south of the Alps. Bellovisus was young and courageous, and the young men of the 6 tribes he was supposed to lead, under his instigation, did not fear the difficulties, and resolutely went south. After many hardships, they discovered the famous Turini mountain pass, crossed the Alps, and entered northern Italy. They drove away their original masters, the Etruscans, and settled in Mediolanium, modern Milan. They called themselves the Salvians, and gradually expanded outwards. Many years later, the Gaul tribes north of the Alps heard that Bellovisus had led his people to settle down in the south, and they were tempted. Then, the Gauls led by the Nomani tribe crossed the Alps and entered northern Italy. With the help of the Salves, they settled in Verona, the center of which was Verona. Over the next decade or so, these 2 large tribes rapidly expanded in all directions, defeating the Etruscans in the north many times and forcing them to migrate south. This also led to the decline of the Etruscans, who were originally the overlords of central and northern Italy. Another decade or so later, another large Gauls north of the Alps, the Senones, decided to migrate south into northern Italy. However, there was no more space on the river plain. The upper reaches were occupied by the Ligurians, the lower reaches by the Veneti, and the middle, the most extensive and fertile land, was occupied by the 2 large Gauls, the Salvians and the Nomani. The Senones had no choice but to cross the river and enter the hills in the south, driving the Etruscans further south and settling in Bonoma, modern Bologna. In the years that followed, it was not that the Senones south of the river did not think of occupying the lower reaches of the river, which was occupied by the Veneti. They waged many wars against the Veneti and seized some of their land, but in the end they could not do anything to the Veneti. This was because the lower reaches of the Po River were filled with swamps, water webs, and muddy soil. The Gauls, who were originally a mountainous race, were not used to fighting here. Although the Veneti were not native to the Po River plain, it had been hundreds of years since they migrated from Illyria across the Adriatic Sea. They had long become familiar with the environment here. Therefore, after suffering many losses, the Senones finally decided to maintain a long-term peace with the Veneti. The Ligurians upstream were said to be a branch of the Celts, and they had migrated along the coast to Italy a long time ago. However, they had never been able to unite, and their tribes often fought against each other. They were also extremely xenophobic. The Salves had invaded them many times, and each time, the Ligurians fought back tenaciously. As a result, the Salves found that although the Ligurians were shorter than them, they were just as strong and more ferocious. After suffering a few major defeats and realizing that the Ligurians were not to be trifled with, the Salves finally had to restore peace with the Ligurians. As a result, the Gauls looked around and found that the Etruscans in the south were the easiest to bully. After decades of development, coupled with the occasional addition of small Gaulish tribes from the north, the population of South Mountain Gaul had multiplied several times. This was especially true for the Senones, who lived in the hilly and mountainous areas. The land they occupied was less and more barren, and the need to expand their territory was stronger. Moreover, their settlement was closer to the Etruscans. Therefore, around 390 BC, under the leadership of the great leader Brenham, the Senones crossed the mountains and invaded the Etruscans. They defeated the main forces of Rome in the Battle of Arria, and finally occupied the city of Rome. However, after that, they were caught in a quagmire of war. When Brenham finally decided to lead his people to retreat from Rome and return home, he was forced to fight a hasty battle with the Latin army led by Camillus. In the end, the Senones suffered a crushing defeat, and along the way, they were attacked by the Etruscans. Less than half of their people managed to return home. The great leader Brenham was also severely injured, and he died not long after returning to Bologna. Not only did the Senones lose a lot of their strength, but they also fell into a period of chaos. After that, the northern border of Etrusca was much more peaceful. It was said that during that period, even if the Senonius tribe wanted to plunder in the south, they would have to get the Salves tribe to back them up. As a result, the relationship between the two major tribes in Shannon Gaul became closer. After more than 10 years of recuperation, the Senones should have recovered a lot of their strength, so they began to strengthen their invasion of Etrusca. The invasion of the Senones alone was not enough to worry the Assists, but if the more powerful Salves joined in, the kingdom would have to pay attention. I believe that by tomorrow, we will receive more information about the Gauls, which will be more helpful for us to formulate a countermeasure. But what I am worried about now is that there are so many Gauls invading. Can the border legion led by Lord Hasdrubal hold the camp before our reinforcements arrive? The Assists said worriedly. There were some words in his heart that he did not say out loud. Hasdrubal was a relative of His Majesty, and the fact that he, a Carthage who had just surrendered, was able to become the legion commander showed how much the King of Devers valued him. If he died in the Gauls' invasion, he was afraid that the King of Devers would be furious. Don't worry, my lord. The 3 camps in the north are built as sturdy as fortresses, and their defenses are perfect. They are not inferior to Paragonia in the past. As far as I know, the Gauls are not strong at siege. Even if they have a lot of warriors, it will not be easy for them to break through the camps. Commander Hasdrubal will be able to hold the camp until our reinforcements arrive. Patroclus said confidently. Let's hope so. But we need to hurry up and send out our troops. How many soldiers can the 14th Legion and the reserve soldiers in Rome have? The Assists asked seriously. 33,250, Patroclus immediately gave a number. 33,000 soldiers was enough to form 4 legions. It was a shocking number for a region that had just joined the Kingdom of Daionia. But Rome, especially Rome, already had a large population of young adults when they surrendered to the Kingdom of Rome. At that time, they could easily form an army of tens of thousands, the reserve soldiers in Rome and the noble soldiers in Rome, to follow the main force of the Dionysian army. Later on, the Devers designated Radom as the focus of the kingdom's development. Whether it was the new official citizens or the citizens who had just come of age, they were given priority in this region. So in recent years, the population of Rome had been the fastest growing region in the whole kingdom. As the chief executive of the region, the Assists was not surprised. He said, if all the alliances go all out to support us, there will be about 50 to 60,000 soldiers. Even if half of them come, there will still be 20 to 30,000 soldiers. Together with our own troops, I think we can rely on the strength of Rome alone to repel the invading Gauls. This is also the goal that His Majesty hoped to achieve when he established the League of Daionia in central Italy. As the governor of the region, the Assists was not surprised. He muttered to himself, if all the alliances go all out to support us, there will be about 50 to 60,000 soldiers. Even if half of them come, there will still be 20 to 30,000 soldiers. Together with our own army, I think we can repel the invading Gauls with just the strength of Rome alone. This is also the goal that His Majesty hoped to achieve when he established the Daionia alliance in central Italy. At this point, the Assists looked at the young commander in front of him and said solemnly, of course, Lord Patroclus. You are now the highest military commander in Rome. You will be in charge of the military decisions. I also think that the forces in Rome alone are enough to fight against the invading Gauls. Patroclus said confidently, however, to assemble such a large army, we still need Lord Assists to provide sufficient logistical support and weapons reserves. You can rest assured that I will do my best to ensure that the army fights. The Assists was delighted to see that the young commander not only agreed with his opinion, but was also full of fighting spirit. He immediately promised, also, I have just sent a messenger to Thurii to inform His Majesty of the Gauls' invasion. I believe that the kingdom will soon concentrate more manpower and resources to deal with the Gauls. So you don't have to worry about anything. Lead the army to stop the Gauls from invading our territory, and then think of a way to repel them. In the next few days, the allied armies of the Holy Kingdom of Daionia in Rome arrived one after another. The first to arrive in Rome were the armies of the Latin Alliance. Because they were the closest to Rome, and because they were also the victims of the Gauls, they sent more than 10,000 soldiers. This pleased Patroclus, for in the last few years, Daionia had made use of the towns of Rome, Vigo, and so forth, and by means of trade, communication, and so on, it had grown closer and closer to the neighboring Latin states. In fact, in the military training of the 14 Corps, he had from time to time asked the citizens of the Latin states to join him, and his request was carried out. Therefore, among the states near Rome, the troops of the Latin states were the most familiar with the military tactics of Daionia, and their soldiers made up the majority of the allied forces, which made it easier for Patroclus to command. They were followed by the Volsci and the Helniki, who were very active, but having suffered heavy losses in the last war, their population was unlikely to change much in a few years, and they sent less than 5,000 soldiers. After that, the Sabine army and the Equi army arrived. The allies of Etruria did not send any troops. Instead, they seized the time to evacuate the citizens back to their cities. While strengthening the defenses of the cities, they also sent messengers to Rome every day, urging Daionia to send reinforcements north as soon as possible. Within a few days, the barracks in Rome had gathered 30,000 Daionia soldiers from Rome, and the Latin, Volsci, Helniki, and so on. The total number of soldiers had exceeded 50,000, but Patroclus still did not move. However, the Assists could not sit still any longer, and hurried to the barracks. Commander Patroclus, there is news from the north that the Gauls have crossed the border line we have built. The situation of the border legion led by Lord Hasdrubal is unknown. But the Gauls quickly conquered Florentia, and then launched a massive attack on Phalathri and Fafluna, looting the villages along the way, and killing the Etrurian people. The emissaries of the Etrurian states are blocking the entrance of the regional administrative office every day. If you don't send your troops north, I'm afraid that the Etrurian emissaries will all run to Thurii and complain to His Majesty. It seemed that the Assists held a grudge against Patroclus, even skipping the respectful title of commander. Patroclus, however, appeared calm after listening to the report. He said unhurriedly, Lord Assists, from the current situation, the Etrurians' fear of the Gauls has penetrated deep into their bones. They are completely panicking, and have lost their normal rationality and judgment. However, as the main force against the Gauls, Daionia must remain calm, analyze the current chaotic situation, and find a good opportunity to strike, instead of rushing north and engaging the Gauls in battle. Otherwise, if the attack is thwarted, our morale will undoubtedly be greatly affected, and the stability of Rome will be affected. After all, the Assists was a mercenary. In his early years, he followed the Devers to fight in Persia. It was not that he did not know military affairs. It was just that he had been dealing with government affairs for the past 20 years. In addition to the continuous bad news from the front lines, and the incessant harassment from the Etrurian emissaries, he, who shouldered the heavy responsibility of the entire region, could not help but feel anxious. After Patroclus's reminder, he came to a realization. However, Patroclus's words had a hint of reprimand. As the dignified regional administrative officer and an important minister of the kingdom, the Assists felt a little embarrassed. If it were someone else, he might have shouted a few more words to save some face. However, the person sitting opposite him was the son-in-law of the king of the Devers, who was highly regarded by the king. So, the Assists could only suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart. After a while, he finally said in a muffled voice, "What's your plan?" "My lord." Patroclus could see that the Assists was a little angry, but he did not care too much. Although the Assists had a higher rank, the 14th Legion was not under the jurisdiction of the regional administrative officer. Before Patroclus took office, his wife, Cynthia, had reminded him to deliberately avoid close contact with the Assists. But considering that the Assists was a close confidant of His Majesty since the establishment of Daionia, and had a very high seniority, he still softened his tone a little. "Although there is no specific news, I don't think the Gauls can conquer the Florentia and Lucca barracks in just a few days. Lord Hasdrubal should still be stubbornly holding on. If the city of Florentia can seriously implement the defensive measures we have set up in the past, it will be impossible for the Gauls to break through the city. Unfortunately, under the protection of our border corps for more than a year, they have lost their vigilance. After receiving the alarm, they are still slowly opening the city gates to receive the refugees. When the Gauls bypassed the barracks and quickly marched towards Florentia, they arrived at the city gates in a very short time and launched an attack. However, they panicked and did not immediately close the city gates, allowing the Gauls to rush into the city with the refugees. After Patroclus told him the real reason for the fall of Florentia, he sighed and said regretfully, "The Gauls have occupied Florentia, so they have a foothold in Etruria, and a more adequate supply of military provisions. According to the information we have obtained, the Gauls have about 40,000 people, and their morale is high. If I lead the army to cross the Tiber River and rush to the northern part of Etruria to fight them, even if we can win, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. It is better not to go north first to avoid raising the Gauls' vigilance. At the same time, we can wait for the alliance army to converge and have more material reserves. You do not have to worry about military provisions. Protocatax has been working hard to prepare." The Assists reminded him in a serious tone, "But it is not a solution to just let the army stay in the barracks and wait. If the Gauls conquer other Etrurian cities, I am afraid that we will not be able to explain to the Etrurian alliance and the other allies. The 14th Legion only answers to His Majesty and the kingdom." Patroclus replied calmly. When the Assists heard this, he was a little angry, "But you are now the commander of the entire northern coalition army of Daionia. Protecting the Etrurian alliance is the responsibility that His Majesty has entrusted to you." "Yes." Patroclus said seriously, "That is why I have to be cautious, and that is why I have been working hard to wait for the right time. Lord Assists, you do not need to be anxious. As long as we win, any blame and resentment will disappear." Seeing that he was stubborn, the Assists said angrily, "Fine, then I will wait for your victory." Then he flicked his sleeves and left. When Protocatax returned to the administrative office and reported to him, the Assists was still complaining about the matter. He said angrily, "When I interact with Patroclus, I feel that he is a very easy person to talk to. Why is he so stubborn at such a critical time? He will not listen to my advice. The entire northern coalition army of Daionia is under his control. I am really worried." When Protocatax heard this, he comforted him, "My lord, you are governing a huge region like Rome, and at the same time, you also have to take care of the friendly relations with the neighboring allies. You have such a heavy responsibility. Now that the invasion of the Gauls has threatened the safety of the people in the central region, it is very likely that it will destroy the stability and order that you have painstakingly built here in the past few years. I see that you have not been sleeping well all this time. It shows how much pressure you are facing. As a legion commander, Patroclus looked young, but it wasn't because he was my brother-in-law that my father appointed him as the commander of the 14th Legion, giving him the right to command the allied armies in times of emergency and defend against the Gauls. It was because he was one of the most outstanding candidates among the younger generation of commanders in the Dionysian army. My father, who had always been good at using people, had arranged for him to be here because he believed that he had the ability to shoulder this heavy responsibility. In fact, he is also facing a lot of pressure. Every time I delivered supplies to the camp and went to see him, he was either assigning missions to the other generals, listening to the reports from the scouts, or focused on looking at the map by himself. He didn't have the time to say a word to me. Rome is the northernmost territory of the kingdom, and it is impossible for reinforcements to arrive in a short period of time. The coalition army led by Patroclus is the only force that can resist the Gauls at this time. If he suffers a defeat in battle with the Gauls, it may give the Gauls the opportunity to rush into Rome. So, I think it is understandable that he remains cautious. After listening to Crotocatax's words, the assist was silent for a while. His expression relaxed a little, but he still said worriedly, I still have to report to His Majesty about the current state of the Allied forces. I hope he can send reinforcements as soon as possible. Patroclus wanted to make sufficient preparations while obtaining more information about the Gauls, waiting for the best opportunity to appear. However, there was a sudden change in Etruria. A few days after the fall of Florentia, the city of Arretium, which had not been affected by the flames of war and many people even thought that it would not be attacked by the Gauls, was also raided by the Gauls. The territory of Arretium was not bordered by the Gauls, but by the Umbrians. It had been peaceful until 2 years ago, when it began to be disturbed by the Gauls. According to their understanding, the northern part of the Umbrians had also begun to be invaded by the Gauls. Some Gaulish tribes had fled through the border area of Umbria and plundered the territory of Arretium. After all, Arretium was much wealthier than the Umbrians. Originally, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Daionia did not intend to build a military camp in this area because the Gauls were not rampant there. However, Arretium was one of the 12 Etrurian city-states, and it was also the central town of the eastern region of the Etrurian Federation. Under the active activities of the people of Arretium, who took the initiative to give a lot of land to Daionia, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Daionia finally decided to build a military camp not far northwest of the territory of Arretium. Of course, this was not completely convinced by the people of Arretium. After careful consideration, the Devers believed that they could use the opportunity of defending against the Gauls to obtain the land here, thereby strengthening ties and friendship with the Umbrians in the east. This would be beneficial to the kingdom of Daionia. In fact, for more than a year, the border troops of Daionia stationed here had cooperated with the Umbrians many times to repel the Gauls who came to attack them, winning the favor of the Umbrians. But they never expected that the Gauls would send a large army through Umbria from the southernmost part of their territory and raid Arretium in the rear. Although the Daionia barracks urgently sent messengers to inform the people of Arretium, due to the long-term protection of the Daionia barracks, they had not been attacked by the Gauls for more than a year. The previous attack by the Gauls on the northern city of Etruria did not raise the vigilance of the people of Arretium. Therefore, they faced an unexpected surprise attack by the Gauls. However, the performance of the people of Arretium was even worse than that of Florentia. The city quickly fell, and no one in the city escaped. After the fall of Arretium, the Gallic army took advantage of the situation and attacked south. They surrounded Curtin and Clefsin, and the vanguard went straight to Velsna. They were not far from the northernmost towns of the kingdom of Daionia, Casrella and Vale. The people of Rome began to panic. Naturally, Patroclus could no longer remain indifferent. He quickly gathered more than 50,000 soldiers of the coalition army, crossed the bridge of Rome, and arrived at Vale that night. On the next day, a messenger from Thurii had arrived in Rome. The assists received an order signed by the king of Devers, the governor of Rome. The assists was requested to inform the various alliances as soon as possible to send troops according to the alliance agreement. They were to gather in Rome and form a coalition army. Patroclus, the commander of the 14th Legion, would be the commander-in-chief to lead the coalition army against the invasion of the Gauls. Under the condition of ensuring the safety of the kingdom's territory, they would do their best to help the Etrurians. As the situation of the enemy was unclear, the Ministry of Military Affairs did not give specific instructions. It was up to Patroclus to make his own decisions according to the changes in the enemy's situation. Moreover, the Ministry of Military Affairs had informed the 12th Legion in the eastern region of Campania, the barracks were in Abella, to rush to Rome on the same day and be under the command of Patroclus. At the same time, they also asked the assists to provide logistical support for the coalition army and to report any changes in the war situation to the palace. The assists finished reading the letter with mixed feelings. He passed the order back to the messenger and said in a low voice, "Please tell His Majesty that I will carry out his orders. Lord Patroclus has already led the army north. If you set off now, you should be able to see him in Vale." Upon hearing this, the messenger bade farewell to the assists and immediately rode north. By the time he reached Vale, Patroclus had already set off with his army. The northern coalition army of Dionia reached Novae, a small Etrurian city, at dusk. It was less than 20 miles away from Valsena. The Gauls who were besieging Valsena were shocked by the sudden appearance of the enemy's reinforcements. They quickly retreated and sent scouts to investigate. The scouts reported back, "The enemy has many reinforcements. They have built countless tents." The vanguard of the Gallic army was smaller in number. Seeing the enemy's numbers, they did not dare to attack blindly. Instead, they retreated north. The next day, the people of Valsena who learned that the reinforcements had arrived and the threat had been lifted brought a large number of military supplies to Novae. They expressed their gratitude to the coalition army and invited them to set up camp near Valsena. After Patroclus studied the surrounding terrain, he firmly refused and ordered the army to build a camp near Novae. A day later, the Gaulish army reappeared in Valsena's territory. On the second day, their numbers increased to more than 30,000 and they once again surrounded the city. The southern part of the Dionia coalition army did not make any moves. Instead, the Gaulish army took the initiative to attack the Dionia coalition camp. Although the camp was not completely built, Patroclus was calm and composed. The coalition army had the advantage of defense and they outnumbered the enemy. Therefore, even though the Gaulish warriors fought valiantly, they were still defeated by dusk. This gave the Dionia coalition army, especially the allied ones, a little more confidence. Although the Dionia coalition army had won a small victory, they quietly retreated the next morning, leaving behind only an empty camp that they had painstakingly built. After confirming that the enemy had retreated, the Gauls began to think that the enemy had won the previous day by a fluke. In fact, they were so frightened by their attack that they gave up on sending reinforcements to Valsena. A few days later, the Gauls assumed that they were going to storm Valsena, but their scouts did not find any traces of Dionia's reinforcements in the vicinity. Gradually, the Gauls became more certain of their previous thoughts. The Dionysian army seemed to be large in number, but they were timid and had probably gone into hiding in Rome. Therefore, they began to boldly attack Valsena with all their might. The attack lasted for a few days, and the city was on the verge of collapse. The people of Valsena cursed the Dionia who did not keep their word and prayed to the gods for protection. Perhaps their prayers were answered. In the early hours of the fifth day, the Dionia coalition army that had disappeared suddenly reappeared and quickly approached the Gauls' camp. At this time, most of the Gauls were too tired from the continuous attacks and were sleeping soundly in their tents. When they learned that the Dionia coalition army had suddenly attacked, the camp was in chaos. Patroclus used 20 ballistae to blast open the wooden fence that the Gauls had set up for the simple camp. The Dionia coalition army, with the heavy infantry of the 14th and 12th legions, who had just arrived from Campania, as the main attacking force, quickly crossed the narrow trench and began a fierce battle with the Gauls inside the camp. Even though the Gauls fought valiantly and the greatswords in their hands were quite threatening, their formation was disorganized. They were not much of a threat to the heavily armored Dionysian army, who covered each other and cooperated well. On the contrary, the main force of the Dionia coalition army was like an iron wall, slowly pushing forward. While they continued to kill and injure the Gauls, they also put a lot of psychological pressure on them. In addition, the Dionia coalition army's strength was almost twice that of the Gauls, but Patroclus did not send the coalition army in at the beginning. Instead, he waited for the 2 legions and the reserve soldiers to attract the Gauls from the front, then ordered the coalition soldiers to break in from both sides of the camp and attack the Gauls. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, the Daionia coalition army had almost surrounded the Gauls in the camp. The Gauls had no choice but to turn and flee, desperately fighting their way out. Patroclus immediately ordered the coalition cavalry, light infantry, and light armored soldiers who had been resting to give chase at full force. The coalition army gave chase and only retreated when it was dark. They killed, wounded, and captured countless Gauls. On the second day, the people of Valsenna were wild with joy when they learned that the Gauls had been defeated. They immediately threw their resentment towards the Daionia to the back of their minds and once again brought a large number of military supplies to the coalition army's camp. Unexpectedly, Patroclus had already left with his army. The defeated Gauls split into two groups. Some fled northeast to Arretium, while the others fled northwest. Patroclus sent out 10,000 reserve soldiers to pursue the Gauls who fled to Arretium, while he personally led nearly 50,000 coalition soldiers to advance northwest. During the time he was stationed at Loa's camp, other than fortifying the camp, Patroclus also sent out scouts and cavalry to investigate the Gauls' activities throughout Etruria. Therefore, after defeating the Valsenna Gallic army, Patroclus immediately led the main force straight to the territory of Fafaruna, where the main force of the Gauls was entrenched. Fafaruna was the wealthiest city in northwest Etruria, so it became the main target of the Gauls when they entered the country. However, the people of Fafaruna had learned of their tragic fate from the people of Florentia. They had learned their lesson and closed the city gates early and strengthened their defenses. Moreover, the city of Fafaruna had a special location. It was built on a promontory and was only connected to the land by a narrow isthmus. The Gauls did not have a navy, and they could not make full use of their numerical advantage by attacking from the land. On the other hand, they had almost run out of food as they rushed over from Florentia. So, the Gauls sent out tribes to the nearby villages to harvest food. It was not long after the autumn harvest, and the Etruscans had enough food in their homes. Because of the Gauls' ferocious attack, most of the Etruscans fled in panic and did not have the time to bring food with them. So, the Gauls who went around harvesting food had a good harvest, and soon, the shortage of food was alleviated. Although they did not have to worry about food, the Gaulish leaders had realized that Fafaruna was not Florentia, and it would be difficult to take it down in a short period of time. So, they decided to ignore it for now and attack somewhere else. But just as they reached an agreement, the northern coalition of Daionia appeared. This time, Patroclus did not adopt the conservative strategy of building a camp first. Instead, he started to get into formation a mile away from the Gauls' camp. Based on Patroclus's observations, he believed that the Gauls were brave and murderous, and there was a high chance that they would come out to fight. Sure enough, even though some of the Gauls had not returned to the camp because they had gone out to collect food, under the clamor of the leaders, the great chief still decided to lead less than 30,000 Gauls out to fight. Patroclus also learned from the scouts that some of the Gauls were still collecting food in the nearby villages. He immediately sent out a small part of the alliance's army to attack and obstruct the Gauls' return. At the same time, he also sent out all the light infantry under his command to attack the Gauls from afar while they were still in formation. More than half of the Gauls were wearing straight pants and unlined shirts. Some were even topless. Apart from the wooden shields in their hands, they had no other defensive weapons. On the other hand, there were more than 4,000 light infantry soldiers in the Daionia Legion of Dionysia, the main force of which was the 2,000 light infantry soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were well trained. Under their leadership, the arrows and javelins they fired were as terrifying as the hailstones of the Alps. The Gallic soldiers were forced to abandon their formation and charge at the enemy. The Gauls swarmed forward, and the allied light infantry hurriedly retreated. When they quickly withdrew from the gap in the chessboard, the Gauls suddenly found that there was a long and thick iron wall in front of them. The enemy behind the wall shouted in unison, and the javelins once again shrouded the Gauls like a dark cloud. Amidst the continuous screams, the Gauls roared angrily and swung their swords at the enemies hiding behind their shields. Then they found that their sharp swords were not enough to cut through the enemy's thick shields or break the enemy's sturdy javelins. Even if they could sometimes break through the shields and cut the enemy's body, if they did not use enough strength and accuracy, they would not be able to deal fatal damage to the enemy wearing a neck guard, iron helmet, and double chainmail. The enemy on the other side would quickly pull out a dagger from their waist and stab it, and the strong Gauls would lose the ability to fight. Only then did the Gauls realize that they were no longer fighting against the Romans of the past. They would not be wearing crude equipment and wielding bronze spears, attacking them like a swarm of bees, and then quickly retreating after suffering a setback. They were now facing a terrifying enemy armed from head to toe. They were well equipped and well trained. Not only did they have a tacit understanding of teamwork, but each soldier also relied on their collective strength to fight. Their individual combat skills were equally outstanding. Most of the javelins and daggers were accurately aimed at the Gauls' vulnerable faces, necks, abdomens, and legs, even though the Gauls did not have much protection. Moreover, the Gauls were outnumbered by the Daionia coalition army, and this was not a fair fight at all. As long as the main force of the Daionia soldiers, most of whom were Romans and Latins, could get rid of the terrible shadow that the Gauls had cast in their hearts for more than a decade, and could fight calmly under the ferocious faces of the Gauls who were waving their swords and screaming, there was no doubt that they would be victorious in a head-on battle. Patroclus had led his army to victory in the defense of the encampment, and then led his army to launch a surprise attack on the Gauls' encampment in the early hours of the morning. From this, the coalition army gained confidence, and now the morale of the Daionia soldiers was high. Not only were they not afraid of the Gauls, but they were also eager to gain military merit and be rewarded by the kingdom. In less than an hour of fierce battle, the Gauls began to show signs of weakness. Patroclus took the opportunity to order some of the coalition army on standby to attack the Gauls' flanks. At noon, the Gauls were defeated, and the coalition army led by Patroclus won another great victory. When the news reached Rome and the surrounding areas, the people cheered and even organized their own parades, singing and dancing around the city, and finally climbed Capitoline Mountain, where they offered strong black cattle and sheep to the temple of Hades and the temple of Diana, pious sacrifices to the two great gods, thanking them for their protection of the people. Similar scenes were also happening in the Latin city-states and southern Etruria. The gloom caused by the Gauls' invasion more than a decade ago was finally blown away by the series of glorious victories created by the Daionia coalition army. After reading the battle report from the front, Assists could not help but sigh in his heart, the younger generation will surpass the older. His Majesty has a good eye for talent. In the king's palace in Thurii, Cynthia sat alone in the inner courtyard, looking slightly depressed. After a while, she saw a little boy of about 6 or 7 years old running out of the living room, holding the hand of a little boy of about 3 or 4 years old. "Palpillas, run slower, be careful. Don't let your little brother fall." "Grandma, don't worry, I'll take care of my little brother." "I told you not to run, but you still ran with your little brother." "How can I not worry?" Christoia reprimanded him gently. At this moment, she did not have the demeanor of the usual decisive leader of the Chamber of Commerce. She was like a traditional Greek noblewoman who was happy to raise her grandson. "Chris, come to Grandma." "No. I want to play with my brother." The little boy grabbed Palpilla's hand and shouted stubbornly. Christoia's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she was about to lose her temper. "Sister, don't worry. Let Chris play with Palpyrus. The servants will keep an eye on him, so nothing will happen," Agnes said as she stepped out of the door and comforted Christoia. Christoia did not buy it, and said with a sullen face, "We're going to the zoo, not the city sports field or market. Those beasts don't care who we are, and if we get bitten or injured, it'll be no laughing matter. When that happens, his mother will have something to say. I told you not to let Chris leave his parents at such a young age, and now something has happened. When that time comes, she might have a reason to bring Chris back to Rome." As she said that, she took 2 steps forward, bent down, and reached out her hand. "Chris, come to Grandma." "No." The little boy was rather stubborn. At this moment, Cynthia stood up and said sternly to her son, "Palpillas, take your little brother and stay close to Grandma. Don't run around, do you hear me?" "Yes, Mother." Palpillas quickly responded, pulling Chris' hand and obediently returning to Christoia's side. Christoia quickly grabbed the 2 children's hands, and only then did she relax. Looking around, she asked, "Where's Eunice?" Standing at the side, head of internal affairs Molina immediately replied, "Princess Eunice went to the zoo with Princess Avria early in the morning." "Grandma, let's go find my sister," Chris urged, shaking Christoia's hand hard. Christoia frowned, bent down, and said seriously, Chris, Grandma has told you many times, you must remember. Eunice and Avria are your father's sisters, you should call them Auntie, or others will laugh at you. Remember, call them Auntie. Coo, oh, right, call them that when you see them in the future. If you call them wrong again. Kristoya deliberately pulled a long face, Grandma will spank your butt. Chris likes Grandma, Grandma likes Chris, Grandma won't spank me, Chris said, still using his little hands to hug Kristoya's thighs tightly. You smart little guy. A smile appeared on Kristoya's face, alright, Grandma won't spank you, but you can't call them wrong again. Chris nodded his head vigorously. Kristoya gently pinched his little face affectionately, then turned to Agnes and said, looks like Avria really likes animals. She's usually a rather introverted child, and Eunice has always forced her to do this and that. It's rare that she's so proactive this time. Agnes said with a smile, she quite likes animals, but it's mainly because her father told her, when she comes of age, let her manage the zoo. That's why she goes to the zoo whenever she's free, saying that she wants to understand the animals' habits in detail. Kristoya said with a smile, I think in this aspect, Avria is like you. Usually, you don't care much about anything other than managing the Temple of Hera, but ever since the zoo was built, you've claimed illness many times, and instead of going to the Temple of Hera, you've gone to the zoo. Agnes smiled embarrassedly, other than the celebrations, the temple is usually managed by the priests, and the priestesses don't have to go every day, just like Pleasant. Haha, that's what I told you before, but how did you reply? I'm Hera's priestess, so I should be by her side every day. Kristoya mimicked Agnes' tone, putting on an act as she spoke. Sister. In front of so many juniors, Agnes couldn't keep her composure. Kristoya understood Agnes's temperament too well, and immediately changed the topic. Alright, let's go to the zoo. Mother, I won't be going, Cynthia interrupted. We're going to the zoo together for you, how can you not go? Kristoya was a little displeased, but when she saw Cynthia's melancholy expression, she softened her tone and advised, your father told me that even though the Gauls are aggressive, your husband leads a huge army of more than 50,000 men. He also ordered the nearby 12th Legion to hurry to Rome under your husband's command. I heard that even though the Gauls are fierce, their equipment is crude. They'll definitely be defeated by your husband's elite troops. Don't worry. Mother, I understand all this, but I'm still a little worried. That's why I'm not in the mood to play at such a crucial time. Cynthia was a little hesitant. Kristoya asked in surprise, you've never been this worried when your husband went out to war before? Mother, Patroclus used to be an officer of the Legion. If he gets injured in battle, it's our family's business. Now that he's the commander of the Northern Coalition Army of Daionia, it concerns the safety of thousands of families and the northern regions of the kingdom. How can I not be worried? Cynthia said with a sigh. Kristoya seemed to think of something after hearing this, and sighed as well. She spoke with a solemn expression, when your father led the army to war in the past, which time didn't it concern the life and death of the kingdom? Aren't you and I worried? But what did we do? We tried our best to take care of everything at home, and tried our best not to think about this troublesome matter. We ensured that we were healthy. If your father at the front lines knew that Agnes and I had fallen ill, would he still be able to devote himself to the war? Don't let your husband worry, and don't think about the war. Find something to relax yourself. In the end, your husband will receive the protection of Hades. Agnes advised from the side. Obviously, Cynthia listened to her two mothers, and her worried expression faded a lot. Just as she was about to agree to go to the zoo, the wooden door of the inner courtyard was suddenly pushed open, and the palace steward, Ribazot, hurried into the backyard. He bowed excitedly and said, Your Royal Highnesses, Princess Cynthia, great victory. Lord Patroclus led his army and defeated the Gauls who invaded Etruria. Cynthia was overjoyed when she heard that. She was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Daddy won a great battle. Papa has won a great battle. Palpyras even danced and cheered. I told you that Hades would protect us, Agnes said calmly. What's the exact situation of the battle? Kristoya smiled and asked on her daughter's behalf. Ribazot immediately replied respectfully, I heard that our allied army has won many battles, and has completely defeated the Gauls who invaded Etruria. His Majesty was very happy when he received the news, and has already summoned the 5 chairmen and a few ministers from the Ministry of Military Affairs to the palace for a discussion. He then looked at Cynthia. His Majesty knows that Princess Cynthia is in the mansion, so he specially sent me back to inform you so that you won't worry. Look at how much your father cares about you. Kristoya looked at Cynthia reproachfully. Thank you, Lord Ribazot. Cynthia wiped away the tears of excitement in her eyes, and bowed sincerely towards Ribazot. Ribazot hurriedly dodged, and said repeatedly, Princess, this is something that I should do, it's not worth your thanks. Alright, can we go to the zoo now? It's all because of you that we've been delayed for so long. Eunice and Olivia might be waiting anxiously, Kristoya complained, pretending to be dissatisfied. Mother, it's my fault. Let's go now. Cynthia smiled sweetly, and then squatted down. She extended her hand, and said gently, Chris, let Aunt hold your hand. Let's run faster and get to the zoo as soon as possible, and then go see the elephants, alright? I still want to see the lions. No problem. And the hippopotamus. Sure. Cynthia led the bouncing Chris out of the backyard with quick steps, and a wave of laughter followed. Kristoya looked at Agnes happily. This morning, Apox went to the school, Antibris went to practice, and the mansion is full of women. We're going to have a good day in the zoo. Palpyrus gently tugged at Kristoya's hand, and said seriously, Grandmother, Chris and I are men. Oh, that's right, and you 2 little warriors too. Kristoya used a finger to poke his forehead, and smiled even more happily. Last year, after the Devers suggestion, Kristoya immediately took action. After repeated discussions and surveys, she chose the hilly area to the south of the Turii stone mine, near the Kreti River, to build the zoo. This way, the stone and large amounts of water needed would be more convenient, and transportation would be easier. Until now, the zoo was still under construction, and not open to the public. However, there were already elephants, lions, hippopotamuses, crocodiles, and many other animals inside. They were all specially sent over by allied countries, such as Egypt and Mauritania, when they heard that the king of Devers had such needs. While Kristoya and her party were escorted by the palace guards to the zoo in a carriage, the Devers were in the palace discussing matters with the ministers. Your Majesty, the facts have proven that your decision was correct. Patroclus is indeed an excellent military commander. Originally, we thought that although the number of soldiers he led was large, most of them were new recruits, and they came from many different sources. Moreover, they were facing the Gauls that all the races in central Italy feared. So, after our analysis, we thought that with the current strength of the northern coalition of Dionia, if they adopted a defensive posture, it would not be a big problem to defend Rome, but it would be more difficult to repel the Gauls who were wreaking havoc in Etruria. And we also thought. Alexis, the Minister of Military Affairs, hesitated for a moment, then said frankly, Patroclus, the commander of the 14th Legion, has not been in office for long, and he does not have the experience of commanding so many legions. Also, he is relatively young, and I am afraid that he will not be able to make the generals of the allied countries completely obey him. So, we suggested that your Majesty should send a more experienced veteran to replace him as the commander of the Northern Coalition. As the 14th Legion is located in the Rome area, the Ministry of Military Affairs has stipulated that the Legion commander has the right to command the allied armies in case of emergency. If it were not for your Majesty's insistence, I am afraid that this victory would not have come so quickly. Devers listened calmly. In fact, the reason why he insisted that Patroclus continue to command the allied armies was not because he had absolute confidence in his son-in-law, but because when he appointed Patroclus as the commander of the 14th Legion and Sextus as the commander of the 18th Legion, he planned to inject new blood into the army and gradually replace the older generation of generals. Naturally, he was under a lot of pressure. It had only been a little more than a year, and if he were to send a veteran to take over the command, it would not only dampen the confidence of the young generals, but it would also disrupt his original plan. So, he supported Patroclus to protect his own reputation. Of course, at this time, Devers was no longer as affected by the history of his previous life as he was before the Western Mediterranean War. After defeating Rome and Carthage, and the rapid development of the kingdom in the past few years, he was deeply aware that the strength of the kingdom of Dionia had far surpassed that of Rome and Carthage at this time in the history of his previous life. In terms of military construction, weapons research, strategies, and tactics, they were the best in the entire Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, the Gauls, who once caused a lot of trouble to Rome, were now just a small trouble for the kingdom of Ionia. Even if the northern allied armies suffered some minor setbacks, it would not affect the kingdom too much. On the contrary, it would make the allies more united around the kingdom of Ionia due to their fear of the Gauls. However, he never expected that Patroclus's performance would far exceed his expectations. In less than a month, he had defeated the main force of the Gauls. This made him very satisfied, and he had to suppress the complacency in his heart. Your Majesty, according to the battle reports, although Patroclus is young, he is very calm and experienced in commanding his troops. He quickly marched to the vicinity of Valsenna, but did not immediately lead the army to attack immediately because of his superior numbers. Instead, he built a camp and lured the enemy to attack. Through a small victory in the defensive battle, he won the trust of the allied generals, and the morale of the soldiers was boosted. Then, he deliberately retreated to the south of the Tiber River, making the Gauls think that the Dionysian army was afraid, so they dared to attack Valsenna boldly. In the end, he took advantage of the Gauls' days of hard fighting and tired sleep to quickly lead the army back again, raiding the Gauls' camp. The new chief of staff, Printos, analyzed seriously, although this glorious victory has something to do with the ignorance and arrogance of the Gauls. Not only did they not fight cautiously after encountering our powerful allied forces, they only knew how to attack fiercely, and there was no order in their marching and setting up camp. But on the other hand, it can be seen that Patroclus not only understood his own soldiers and the situation of the allied forces, but also understood the situation of the Gauls. Every decision he made was so in line with the situation at that time, and made the victory so easy. It can be said that he has mastered the essence of the military law. Congratulations, Your Majesty! The kingdom has gained another outstanding military commander, and he is so young. The Devers stroked the stubble on his chin, his face finally showing a hint of joy. He looked around at the crowd, and his eyes finally fell on Alexis. The Gauls are coming at us fiercely. I thought this sudden war would last for a long time, so I had everyone come up with a detailed counterattack plan. Alas, I didn't expect the Gauls to be so weak. All our preparations have gone to waste. Do you have any new opinions on the current situation? Your Majesty. Alexis and Printos looked at each other. Before coming to the palace, I had a simple discussion with Lord Printos about the current situation in Etruria. Patroclus led the northern coalition to defeat the main force of the Gauls. Next, he will certainly continue to attack the remaining Gaulish forces. We believe that the three camps of the Border Legion cannot be conquered by the Gauls in such a short period of time. It is highly likely that the Gauls only have a small number of troops to keep an eye on the camps, while the main force bypasses them and invades Etruria. There is no need to speculate. I have confirmed that Hasdrubal's camp is still tenaciously defending. It has not fallen, the Devers said confidently. Alexis was not surprised. He knew that the Devers' intelligence department was very powerful. After thinking for a moment, he took the opportunity to speak. Your Majesty, can you send someone to inform Lord Hasdrubal to cooperate with the Northern Coalition's attack and block the mountain pass leading to the Wave River Plain? Do everything in your power to stop the Gauls who are trying to escape back to their territory, and completely surround and destroy them south of the mountain. I will send someone to give the order to Hasdrubal. But I believe that even if we cannot inform him in time, with his ability, he will be able to make the appropriate decisions according to the changes in the situation. Alexis did not feel surprised. Your Majesty. Printos continued, the reason why we want to eliminate all the invading Gaul in the south of the mountains is that we think that the Gaul are a very aggressive race, and they have a large population and a great threat. It has only been 16 years since the last large-scale invasion, and they are already able to mobilize more than 50,000 troops. If we keep adopting a defensive strategy, not only will we be too passive, but the Gaul will also learn a lesson from this fiasco. The next time they move south, I'm afraid they will cause us even more trouble. Therefore, to completely solve the problem of the Gaul, we should take advantage of this great opportunity to change from defense to offense. We should directly send troops to attack the Gauls' territory and completely conquer them. As soon as this was said, there was a small commotion in the conference hall. The rotating presidents began to whisper to each other. The corners of Devers's mouth curled up. Printoz's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. He glanced at the presidents who were whispering to each other and asked calmly, Do you have any specific plans for taking the initiative to attack? Alexis walked to the wooden map of northern Italy that was placed in the center of the conference hall and said in a deep voice, according to the current intelligence, the Gauls that invaded Etruria this time are made up of Senones and Conomani. It is estimated that most of the young warriors of these two Gauls have joined the invading army, which is why there is such a large number of them. Therefore, their territory must be defenseless due to the lack of troops. Now, the soldiers of the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio IV, and Legio III have all gathered. They were originally prepared to reinforce the Northern Coalition army, but it seems that there is no need for them now. Why don't we transfer these legions to Brindisi, take the ships north, and land near Ariminum, now Rimini? Alexis pointed to a location on the map and said in a sonorous voice, directly attack the Gauls' territory. At this time, Devers and the others had gathered in front of the map, their eyes focused on the landing point that Alexis mentioned. Looking at the map carefully, the other ministers realized that it was not that easy to directly attack the Gauls' territory. The Gauls' north was against the high and steep Alps, the Ligurians' territory to the west, and the Venetese territory to the east. Almost the entire coast was occupied by these two races. And the Gauls were sandwiched in the middle. Although the Etruscan territory was to the south, there was a continuous mountain range between the two. The direct distance between the two was more than 100 miles, and there were many areas that were difficult to pass through. The lower areas were often inhabited by Gaulish tribes, mainly the Senones. If the Dionysian army wanted to attack the Gauls' territory through the mountain range, it was naturally possible to do so given the heavy losses suffered by the Gauls. However, the Dionysian army was unfamiliar with the terrain, difficult to transport, and the overall strength of the Dionysian army was weaker than the Gauls. These shortcomings would not only cause the Dionysian army to suffer heavy losses, but also slow movements, giving the Gauls on the Wave River plain enough time to prepare their defenses, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the attack, and prolonging the war. Therefore, after some analysis by the Ministry of Military Affairs, this was not a good choice. The Ligurians and the Venetians were two conservative races, and in the past, they did not have much contact with the Dionia. Even if the Dionia emissary assured them that the Dionysian army was only there to attack the Gauls, and would never infringe on their interests, they would not allow a strange and powerful army to land on their coast and cross their territory. If the Dionysian army were to forcibly land on their coast, it would undoubtedly trigger a new war, which was certainly not a wise move. Therefore, it seemed that the best and only place to launch the attack was Olymium, because it was the only coastal town of the Gauls. It was located to the south of the Venetians' territory, north of the Apennine Mountains, and bordering the Adriatic Sea. Olymium. Devers stared at its icon, recalling the information about it. He had been busy for the past few years, and attacking the Gauls' territory was not in his plan. He did not pay much attention to the details of the Gauls' territory, so he did not have much memory of it in his mind. So he simply asked, "Is it convenient to land on the coast there? How is the situation in Olymium? Is the defense tight?" "Your Majesty." Printos explained in detail, Olymium was originally a town of the Venetians, but it was captured by the Senons more than 20 years ago. At first, they seemed to have taken a fancy to the flat land around Olymium, using it to open up farmland and graze cattle and sheep. It was said that it was not until the Adriatic Sea pirates ventured into this small town and proposed to trade with the Gauls, and succeeded in exchanging some of the plundered goods for the Senons' horses that the Senons realized the benefits of sea trade. So in the past 10 years, the Senons have begun to develop the sea trade in Olymium. They expanded the city, built markets and ports in the city, and the Senons' sea trade gradually made some progress. However, they lacked sailors, so they mainly relied on merchants from other city-states to trade in Olymium. However, due to the Gauls' notoriety and the fact that they had just started to develop, there were not many merchants who were willing to trade with the city of Olymium. Most of them were pirates from the Adriatic Sea or some merchants from the Illyrian region. Occasionally, Umbrians and Frentani would take small boats to trade goods there. When the patrol ships of the first flotilla cruised in the Adriatic Sea, they carefully observed Olymium. In their report, they said that its walls were low and all made of wood, and the area of the city was not large. It was more like a Gaulish camp than a city. The city's security was lax. The coast where it was located had many gentle beaches that could accommodate hundreds of ships landing at the same time. Devers listened attentively while staring at the tentacle that extended southeast of the Gauls' territory on the map. That small area was an attempt by the Gauls, who had lived inland for many years, to move towards the sea. But now, Daionia was going to disrupt their vision and longing for the sea. Devers looked back at the presidents and asked, "What do you think of the suggestion of the Ministry of Military Affairs?" Although he saw the excitement in Devers' eyes, Lucius still had to remind him, "Your Majesty, now we all know that there are 3 Gaulish tribes south of the Alps. The Senans and the Nomani suffered heavy losses in this invasion. Their territory may be defenseless, but what about Salves? They did not participate in this invasion. And according to the intelligence of the Gauls, this tribe has been developing in peace and has not expanded externally. However, their strength is the strongest among the 3 tribes. Once our army attacks the territory of their compatriots, I'm afraid the Salves will go all out to help us defend. I'm afraid this war will not end so easily." Devers pondered and did not respond. Antares laughed and said in a clear voice, "It's not a bad thing that the Salves want to join this war. We can use this as a reason to completely conquer them and solve the problem of all the Gauls south of the Alps once and for all. Lord Lucius thinks that the war will become more difficult with the participation of the Salves. That's because previously, we only prepared to send the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th legions. With the kingdom's abundant treasury and well-stocked granaries, we can definitely send a few more legions and defeat all the Gauls in one fell swoop with absolute superiority." After hearing this, Devers' eyes lit up and cast an approving look at Antares. Cypros also spoke up, "Your Majesty, if we send our army into the Wave River plains and engage in a fierce battle in the territory of the Gauls, it will inevitably cause unease among the Ligurians and the Veneti. In order to prevent accidents from happening, we can also send messengers to these 2 races when we send our army. Tell them that the kingdom of Daionia was invaded by the Gauls, and that is why it sent its army to fight back. Also, invite them to attack the Gauls' territory together. Even if they refuse to join us, they will feel less uneasy about our sudden appearance in the Wave River plains." The Devers nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty." At this time, Sidorum asked, "What should we do with the Gauls after our army has conquered them?" Sidorum's question made the Devers fall into deep thought. Because he did not have a plan to attack Mountain Gaul at this stage, he naturally did not have a detailed plan to settle the surrendered Gauls after the war. What came to his mind was the war between Caesar and Mountain Gaul in the history of his previous life. In the 8-year-long campaign, Caesar carried out a bloody conquest of the natives north of the Alps, all the way to England, and paid a heavy price in the continuous battle. Countless Gauls were killed, and finally, they surrendered. As for the Montane Gaul, it seemed that after Rome became stronger, they became obedient, and there was no major war. Of course, when Hannibal led the army across the Alps and attacked Rome, these Montane Gaul people joined his men and fought against the Romans. The Devers looked at Alexis and Printos with a cold glint in his eyes. In a tough tone, he said, "The Gauls are a fierce race. We should not show any mercy to them. As long as they are still fighting, the soldiers will not stop fighting and killing. Only when we are fiercer than them will they fear and surrender. If there are Gaul tribes that want to surrender, we can tell them, surrender is fine, but they must unconditionally accept our resettlement of their territory, and they must abide by some of the decisions made by the kingdom for the surrendered Gauls. These resolutions. I'll have to discuss them with everyone before submitting them to the Senate for approval, but regardless of whether the Gauls surrender or not, some of the important towns in the Gaul territory must be captured and firmly controlled in our hands, such as Illyricum. Only by occupying it can we transport food and supplies to the army more quickly and smoothly. There's also Beloma, the central town of the Senones. Our army will only be safe if we cross the mountains from Etruria and enter the River plain. There's also Mordecaland, the central town of the Salves. Only by occupying it can we stop more Gauls from crossing the Alps and entering the River plain. Understood, Your Majesty, Sidorum, Alexis, and Printos responded one after another. Your Majesty, even though the Gauls have suffered heavy losses, attacking from the sea will make it easier for the Gauls to defend. Why don't we wait for the army to attack Illyricum and attract the main force of the Gauls? then let the army led by Patroclus and Hasdrubal in Etruria attack Gaul as well. If we're worried about the difficulty of fighting in the mountains, we can let the Legio III be the vanguard. Hegemon suggested. The Devers' eyes lit up when they heard this. They couldn't help but tease. Hegemon, this suggestion of yours is a great compliment to Alexis's attack plan. I didn't know you were so knowledgeable about military affairs. Isn't it a waste of your talent to let you just be the rotating chairman? Your Majesty, Master Hegemong's main purpose is to let the 3rd Legion join the war and earn some merits. As for the military advice that is said to be very good, it's just a lucky shot, Antares said half-jokingly. That's right. What lucky hit? I racked my brains to come up with this idea, and it's exactly because I took into account the fact that the Legio III is good at fighting in the mountains. Because I was thinking about this along the way, I almost got knocked down by a pedestrian. Hegemon didn't look at Antares. He complained while touching his knees with both hands, pretending to be afraid, as if it was really true. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little more relaxed. Hegemon also cleverly covered up the awkwardness of Antares secretly accusing him of favoritism. The Devers actually didn't care too much about this matter. He looked at the thin figure in front of him and asked, Haka, what do you think of this? Your Majesty. Haka said unhurriedly, now that Carthage has surrendered to the kingdom, and the Numidians in the east and west are also obedient to us, the order in the southern part of Iberia has been greatly improved under the iron fist of Administrator Bagul. Commander Sextus led the 18th Legion and the Border Legion to join forces and defeated the indigenous people who came to invade several times in the past year. He also took the initiative to attack and slaughtered a Lusitanian tribe who plundered as their second nature, which also deterred the surrounding indigenous people. Now everything within the kingdom's sphere of influence is very stable, and the country's financial and material resources are relatively rich. And in our east, the war between Sparta and the Thebes and Athens is still ongoing, and it won't affect us for the time being. We should take advantage of such a great opportunity to concentrate our forces and completely eliminate the kingdom's biggest trouble on the Italian peninsula, the Gauls, and clear the obstacles for our complete domination of the western Mediterranean. Well said. The Devers smiled and said approvingly, now is indeed the best time to conquer the Gauls. Therefore, I agree with the attack plan formulated by the Ministry of Military Affairs. But just sending the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th legions is not enough. The entire Apulia region is on the side of the Adriatic Sea, and it is more convenient to go to the Per-River Plain by sea. Therefore, I have decided to add the 9th, 10th, and 11th legions of this region, as well as the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions, to the attack team, a total of 7 infantry legions and 2 cavalry legions. At the same time, let the 1st Fleet act as transport and support to attack the Gauls from the side of Illyricum. Without waiting for Alexis to respond, the Devers continued, the candidate for the commander will be Persosus. In addition, transfer the Legio III to the Etruria region to assist the Northern Coalition forces in eliminating the remaining Gauls in their territory as soon as possible, and then appoint Patroclus as the commander to lead the Legio III, the 12th Legion, the 14th Legion, and the Border Legion, a total of 4 legions to cross the mountains and attack the Gauls from the south. Yes, Your Majesty. Alexis, Printos, Alpines, and the other ministers of the Ministry of Military Affairs were more or less excited after listening to the doctor's order, 100,000 troops. It was another large-scale war. But compared to the war in the western Mediterranean a few years ago, the Kingdom of Daionia today was much stronger. It could easily send 100,000 troops to fight, mainly in short-range wars at home. The Devers saw their excitement and shouted towards the door, "Go and get the herald." Very soon, Aristides walked into the meeting hall. Immediately go and inform the heads of the various departments that the palace is holding an urgent administrative meeting of the kingdom. Let them come immediately to attend. Yes, Your Majesty. After Aristides left, the Devers turned back to look at the chairman and said with a smile, everyone, take a break for now. When everyone is here, we will discuss how to ensure the smooth progress of this war, as well as how to settle the surrendered Gauls after the war. We will make a more detailed plan. The Gauls were a semi-agricultural, semi-nomadic race. They adopted a tribal system and lived in groups. Their way of life determined that they were relatively isolated, and their surrounding environment just happened to add to this isolation. The large-scale invasion 20 years ago broadened the horizons of the Gauls, mainly the Senons, but it also deepened their blind confidence in their own strength. They did not think that they were defeated by the Rome, because Rome had been occupied by them for half a year. The Romans who were trapped in the mountains even tried to bribe them with gold and silver, begging them to retreat. The Senons believed that the reason for their final defeat was that they had conquered too many places, but they did not have enough warriors. They also had to divide their forces and garrison them. If they were too scattered, they would be easily attacked by the enemy. They had been out on the battlefield for too long, and the warriors began to get tired of fighting. There was also the damn plague. If they could learn from these lessons, the weak Etruscans, Romans, and Latins were destined to become their slaves. These thoughts were widespread in the minds of the tribal leaders and warriors who had fled back to the Senons. So when they recovered their strength, this strong unwillingness turned into the driving force for them to continue to invade the Etruscan territory. Of course, they also learned from the captured Etruscans that Rome and some nearby city-states had been occupied by the Kingdom of Dionia. In the past few years, the Senons had also heard the name Kingdom of Dionia from the merchants who came to Illyricum to trade. They heard that it was a powerful kingdom in the south of this land. Speaking of powerful, aren't the Etruscans powerful? They used to occupy a large piece of land in the north, but didn't they also flee to the south after being beaten by us? Rome and other Latin city-states occupied by the Kingdom of Dionia were easily occupied by us 20 years ago. There were many Senons who thought the same, so they did not take Dionia seriously. It was not until the border legions of Dionia arrived at the border of Etruria and began to suppress the frequent attacks of the Senons that they realized that this new force in northern Italy was not as weak as they had imagined. However, they believed that this was mainly because these attacks were organized by the tribes themselves. Their main focus was on plundering, and they did not specifically organize manpower to deal with the attacks of the Dionia. However, the fact that the Dionia were assisting the Etruscans in defending the border caught the attention of the Senons. They were worried that after the alliance between the Dionia and the Etruscans strengthened, it would cause trouble for them when they invaded the south. Therefore, they originally wanted to wait for a few years until their strength was fully restored before they marched south. However, the sudden change in this situation forced them to take action in advance. Just in case, the Senons persuaded the Nomani to go south with them. As the scale of this invasion was larger than the previous one, the Gaul leaders were full of confidence. After more than a year of fighting, they knew that the defense of the Dionia camp was tight, but there were not many of them. Therefore, when they raided, they deliberately avoided them. At first, the attack was very successful. They occupied Florentia and Arretium, but then they encountered disaster. The main invading forces of the Senons and Nomani were defeated by the reinforcements of the Dionia. Under the relentless pursuit, the defeated Gaul army could not put up any effective resistance. On the other hand, the border legions that were previously holed up in the camp took the initiative to attack. Under the terrible situation of being intercepted in front and pursued from behind, the demoralized remnants of the Gaul army were either defeated, killed, or captured. They fled into Florentia and Arretium in a panic, and were then surrounded by the Dionysian army. Only some of the warriors managed to escape into the mountains. Not long after, the Gaul in the territory south of the Po River received the news that the Gaul army heading south had suffered a crushing defeat. They panicked. They were not worried that their territory would be attacked by the enemy. After all, ever since the Gauls settled here for 100 years, they had always been the ones invading others. No other race had ever dared to invade their territory. They were worried about their loved ones in Etruria. Therefore, after the elders of the Senons and Nomani gathered and discussed, they decided to ask Sals for help. They begged him to send an army to Etruria to rescue the surrounded and captured Gaul. Just as the leaders of the three tribes were discussing, one morning, the Veneti slaves living in Eminium were fishing on their fishing boats when they suddenly saw countless huge warships appearing on the sea in the distance. Although they had occasionally seen one or two similar warships sailing past the sea near Eminium and knew that they were the warships of the Kingdom of Dionia in the south, the number of warships this time was so large that it covered the entire sea that they were at a loss of what to do. The warships sailing toward the coast near Eminium were the warships of the First Fleet of Dionia, fully loaded with legions of soldiers. Since the last war, other than the Kingdom of Dionia itself, there were no other strong maritime states in the western Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, under the instructions of the King of Devers, the Ministry of Military Affairs reorganized the navy of Dionia from the original 4 fleets to 3. The first flotilla was mainly based in Brindisi, and another naval base was located in the port of Tarentum. The first flotilla was responsible for the defense of the east and south coasts of Italy, and at the same time, monitoring the eastern Mediterranean Sea. The first flotilla was commanded by Sicurian. The second flotilla was mainly based in Lille, and another naval base was located in Catania. The second flotilla was responsible for the defense of the seas of Sicily and Africa. The second flotilla was commanded by Mytilades. The third flotilla was mainly based in Alenia, and another naval base was located in Trine. The third flotilla was responsible for the defense of the west coast of Italy, Corsica, and Sardinia, as well as the security of the remaining western Mediterranean Sea. The third flotilla was commanded by Stephacas. Among them, the first flotilla was the strongest, with a total of 550 warships. The second flotilla was slightly less, with a total of 500 warships. The third flotilla was the weakest, with a total of 150 warships. This was mainly based on the tasks they undertook and the strength of the enemies they might face. The reason why the warships of the Dionian navy had increased a lot was mainly because during the early stages of the war in the western Mediterranean Sea, the navy of Dionia and Carthage had been seriously damaged. Both sides stepped up the construction of warships in an attempt to gain maritime superiority. However, they did not expect the war to end so quickly. Many warships were still under construction, and in the end, they all belonged to Dionia. However, after Carthage surrendered to the kingdom of Dionia, some Phoenician city-states also joined the Dionia alliance. As a result, the kingdom of Dionia had no enemies in Africa. The downsizing of the second flotilla was already under consideration by the Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs. At this moment, one after another, Dionia warships quickly sailed past the Veneti fishing boats, which were already trembling in fear, and went straight to the flat beach in front of them. Later on, what was known as the scariest day of the mountain Gauls began. The day before they landed in Gaul, the envoys of Dionia went to Liguria and Veneti one after another. The Veneti people were more interested in attacking Gaul, but the ferocity of the Gauls had obviously left a terrible memory in their minds. In the end, they said that as long as the Dionysian army did not invade Veneti territory, they would not interfere with the Dionysian army's actions, and would even provide some material assistance. The Ligurians, on the other hand, argued endlessly about the proposal of the envoys of Dionia and could not reach an agreement. Some leaders opposed Dionia's attack on Gaul because it would destroy the existing stability in northern Italy. Some said that as long as the Dionysian army did not enter Ligurian territory, they would not interfere with the military operations of Dionia. Only a few leaders expressed their willingness to cooperate with the Dionysian army to attack the Gauls and occupy some fertile land. Regardless of the response of the two races, the army of Dionia set out by ship from Brindisi according to plan. After 2 days and 2 nights of sailing, they landed on the coast near Olymium and immediately captured the defenseless city of Olymium. Then, the army quickly moved west. The territory of the Senans was defenseless, and the terrain was extremely flat. The Dionysian army swept through the territory like a hot knife through butter, capturing the city of Boloma and Palma. Then, the army turned north and approached Cremona, modern Cremona. At this time, the Senans hurriedly gathered all the young and strong tribesmen, about 10,000 people, to defend the north bank of the Po River in an attempt to stop the Dionysian army from advancing further north. At the same time, they urgently asked for help from Salves and Connemani tribes. Leotychide stationed his army on the south bank and ordered all the engineering battalion to speed up the construction of the bridge and prepare to cross the river. At the same time, he sent his army down the river in an attempt to find another place to cross. The Senanese prevented the Dionysian army from building a bridge near Cremona, and at the same time, they sent some of their troops to track the enemy, even going so far as to enter the territory of the Veneti and have some conflicts with them. The territory of the Veneti was originally the whole lower reaches of the Po, and later on the southern bank was occupied by the Senanese. While the two sides confronted each other across the river, Salves and Normanni sent as many reinforcements as they could, whether it was out of camaraderie or out of a sense of mutual dependence. The number of Gallic warriors on the north bank of the Po River increased to nearly 70,000, greatly boosting the confidence of the Senans. At the same time, Patroclus, who had basically wiped out the remnants of the Gaulish army in Etruria, led Legio III, 12th, and 14th legions. Under the leadership of the Border Legion, they passed through the Lucca barracks and marched first on the road by the sea, then trekked through the mountain valleys, and finally arrived at Parma. They rapidly marched east and surrounded the undefended Gallic town of Placentia, now Piacenza, on the south bank of the Po River to the east of Cremona. After occupying it, the engineering battalion quickly began to build the bridge. Since there were several islands in the middle of the river near Placentia, the bridge was built very quickly. It only took a day and a half for the bridge to be built. Patroclus quickly led 4 legions across the Po River and headed straight for the central town of Salves, Midian. When the Gauls received the urgent report, they realized that they had been tricked and hurried to the rescue. Unexpectedly, when Patroclus reached Lodi, a small town on the way, he stopped and ordered his soldiers to rest and wait for the battle. When the Gallic allied army hurried to Lodi, Patroclus had already led his army to line up outside the town. At the same time, the main force led by Leotychides had also crossed the river from Placentia and hurried to the vicinity. The 2 Dionysian armies, one from the south and one from the north, pressed against the Gallic allied army. The Gallic allied army could not advance or retreat, and was forced to fight. Thus, the only major battle between Daionia and Shan's Gaul on the Po River plain began in a hurry. Although some nearby Gauls heard the news and joined the battle, the Gallic allied army was in a dangerous situation from the beginning. Their numbers were far fewer than their opponents, but the Gauls fought with their lives on the line. They even used chariots against the Dionysian army for the first time. Nearly 200 chariots charged at the approaching main force of Daionia at lightning speed, attempting to disrupt the enemy's dense formation before allowing the soldiers to charge with their swords. However, Daionia's Ministry of Military Affairs had long studied the tactics of the Gauls, and Leotychides and Patroclus had specially trained for it. Thus, the light infantry that rushed out of the formation first attacked the war horse that carried the chariots from afar. Then, the heavy infantry quickly turned into a checkerboard formation, widening the gap between the divisions and leaving a path for the remaining Gallic chariots. Even if the chariots charged into the formation, they would not be able to cause much damage and would be quickly destroyed. End of chapter 1127. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.